Chapter 1. As per usual in the mornings, Lin Li logged in on his smurf 1 account, which was a mage, the first thing after he went online. Bright Moon City was particularly busy on Sundays. The continuous stream of players was more than double in number when compared to other days. It was overcrowded even in the private warehouse where the fees were more expensive. "Could you please help?" Lin Li finally made his way to Solon and was about to ask the pretty administrator for help in getting his mail item. But he was pushed away from the back before he could finish his sentence. "Didn't you see the words outside clearly? This is a private warehouse. What is a low-level player like you doing here?" Those words came from a level 40-something warrior who was followed by a group of 4 or 5 players. He seemed to be the leader of their small team. After the warrior had spoken, the rest of the players expressed their discontent one after another. "Something's wrong with this low-level guy. He's coming here and taking up a space for nothing. Who knows? Maybe he thinks the rich are here and so would like to get some money for a potion to level up. Why not go to the auction house for money? That's where all the rich men are. If anyone happens to be in a good mood and throws some gold coins your way, you will never have to worry about not getting enough money for the level-up potion." Lin Li only glanced at these wasps, then once again calmly wedged his way through to reach Solon. "Would you help me get the mail items posted yesterday?" "Sure, please wait." The onlookers watched as various mine ingots were being taken out of the private warehouse. There were the common mithril and thorium, and also rare adamantine and fiend iron. The sheen unique to magical metals sparkled in the private warehouse, dazzling the eyes of the players. The commotion died down instantly, and only sounds of players swallowing their saliva could be heard in the private warehouse. The players had yet to shift their gazes away from the bulk of ingots when the pretty administrator took out another pile of stuff from the warehouse, over 100 pieces of black dragon skin stacked neatly together. The fine and closely woven dragon scales were breathtakingly lucent under the sheen of the magical metals. This was genuine black dragon skin. It was the perfect combination of magical and physical defense. Gear made from the dragon skin was of a legendary scale at the very least. Hundreds of black dragon skin pieces meant hundreds of pieces of legendary gear at the very least. And this was not the end. Beneath the stack of black dragon skin were over 20 pieces of smelted divinity metals. The entire private warehouse seethed with excitement at the sight of these divinity metals. "Look, these look like the legendary divinity metals." "Look like? These are the divinity metals. Oh God, more than 20 pieces. Did this low-level mage just rob a dragon?" The guy had guessed it half right. Lin Li had indeed raided a dragon's lair. But at the same time, while raiding the dragon's lair, he had finished off the dragon of destruction, Azardus. There was no lack of professional blacksmiths in the crowd. No one knew the value of the divinity metals better than them. The properties of equipment made out of divinity metals might not stand out in the beginning, but the longer you use it and the higher the level you attain, the more its fearful growth characteristics would show, albeit slowly. Many professional blacksmiths had predicted on official forums that if a player began using equipment made out of divinity metals at level 1, then when he reached level 70, the equipment could reach an epic level at the minimum even if it might not be an artifact. Was this beast intending to give anyone a way out at all, having over 20 divinity metals out at once? The players could only watch as Lin Li swept the 20 pieces of divinity metals into his bag, their expressions ones of those who had witnessed their wives entering a hotel with other guys. But then, Solon retrieved a scroll from the warehouse yet again, and all life had escaped from the player's eyes. He was a beast capable of producing 2 pieces of epic equipment at ease, and in addition possessed over 100 pieces of dragon skin and over 20 pieces of divinity metals. What else could he not do? However, everyone had to break down the time the scroll was handed over to Lin Li. The wishes spell? That is the scroll of wishes. Only players who knew their stuff exclaimed as the scroll was passed. How is that possible? Did you see it correctly? It really is. That is really the scroll of wishes. The private warehouse had just quieted down for a few minutes, but the appearance of the scroll threw the place into a frenzy again. Powerful might be an understatement in this case. Having the scroll of wishes meant the player could tell the system, "Lord, one wish." As long as the wish was not against the rules of the game, anything could be granted. The player could wish for an endless pool of wealth or the most powerful equipment. He could also wish for the Lord to kill any legendary creature for him, or even ask for a vast land with rich natural resources to build his own kingdom on. At this time, The looks cast on Lin Li had a certain degree of other meanings to it. But Lin Li heeded them not. He stretched out 2 fingers and lightly picked up the scroll, put it in his bag, and strode out of the private warehouse. As Lin Li walked along the canal towards the trade zone, there were dozens of men with devil tails trailing behind him. They really came along. Lin Li glanced back and couldn't help but feel excited. Playing bandits without looking into whom they'd be dealing with. They had better follow closely. Just wait till I settle the business on hand. I'll be putting on my hunter form for a good talk with them. In reality, Lin Li's hunter form was stationed in the auction house at the moment. He was a super hunter holding the legendary weapon, Stars of Fury. The mage was just a smurf account he used in the warehouse. However, he seemed to have an extraordinary luck. He had created a mage smurf intending to use it as a warehouse, but he had gotten one with top levels of mental and intellectual abilities, a mage of the highest grade. Lin Li always had trouble deciding what to do with such an exceptional smurf. Finally, he thought he couldn't let such an outstanding smurf go to waste. Hence, he began training the smurf in various kinds of professions. The fellow was one of a hardy character. It was either no training at all, or all training at once. As long as it was a life skill to be learnt, he'd learn it all. Now, a level 1 mage like him had mastered all 5 basic skills: forging, alchemy, pharmaceutics, magical enchantment, and inscription to the highest level. In addition to these, his knowledge on medicine, minerals, cooking, scroll making, and other general skills had also increased beyond the highest level. Lin Li took his time to walk to the trade zone. He stopped in front of a blacksmith shop. Over 100 pieces of mithril poured noisily into the furnace. Lin Li waited on the side for 2 minutes. Then, disregarding whether the mithril was melted, he took 1 piece out and began hammering once it was on the anvil. The players behind him saw, in between fits of sparks, mithril valued at over 100 gold coins hammered into a piece of scrap iron in an instant. Top-class blacksmiths used mithril in their forging, hence it was natural to turn mithril into scrap iron. However, it made no difference to Lin Li whether the mithril was hammered into scrap iron. He was neither short on those few hundred gold coins, nor was he short on those few pieces of mithril. In fact, he had his own private mineral veins in places like the Glistening Plains and Thousand Pinnacles, but no one knew about it. What was the big deal about scraping a few pieces of mithril as long as the skill points increased? Lin Li began busying himself again in the midst of those blacksmiths looking as if they were going to cough up blood. He took the mithril pieces one after another, and after using up almost half an hour, finally managed to scrap all 100 of them. Of course, his forging skills had improved significantly. Right after mithril was thorium, then fiend iron, which was followed by adamantine. After the 1,000,000 gold coins worth of minerals was hammered into scraps, the system prompt tone that was ever so pleasant to the ears rang out. Congratulations. You have advanced to become the master of forging. Lin Li massaged his aching shoulder. He took a look back at the stupefied onlookers before packing his tools and turning in the direction of the pharmacy. Again, another 1,000,000 gold coins worth of herbs smashed, and an advancement to become the master of pharmaceutics, followed by metallurgy, and magical enchantment, and finally inscription. It was already noon when Lin Li finally reached the mastery level for all 5 skills. The group of players who had followed behind watched in shock as they witnessed Lin Li ravaging the materials. They had felt pity for him at the beginning, but were completely numb by the time he finished. The onlookers even started guessing whether Lin Li came from some rich family and took to gaming to vent his frustrations after encountering some stress at home. Lin Li finally stopped to catch his breath after successfully upgrading his skills to the mastery level. Just when everyone thought he'd finally call it a day, he took out the Scroll of Wishes from his bag. What is he trying to do? The power of the Scroll of Wishes was almost terrifying. Lin Li had just taken the scroll out when the players behind him made all possible preparations for a formidable enemy. After all, not only did this fellow not seem normal from the start, he was holding the Scroll of Wishes, the freakiest item of all. Should he take things too hard and ask the System Lord for a huge massacre, they'd be digging their own graves standing here. You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Li glanced at the players who looked as if they met their mortal enemy. Did he have nothing else to do other than using the Scroll of Wishes on them? Couldn't they be more self-aware and decide if they were worth the price? As the Scroll of Wishes gently unfolded, a rainbow appeared suddenly on the skies of Bright Moon City. As the colorful rays shone down lightly, the whole city seemed to be enshrouded in a dream. A majestic voice rang through the solemn and divine choir, a voice that appeared to come from afar yet nearby at the same time. What is your wish? Lin Li gazed at the rainbow. He hesitated slightly before taking a deep breath, then said, My wish is to increase the levels of all my life skills. The instant the wish was made, the rainbow transformed into numerous beams, descending gradually from the sky like a seven-colored ribbon, wrapping Lin Li up. Lin Li could vividly feel that with every breath he took, it was as if there were countless beams infused into his body. As the last beam was absorbed, limitless knowledge gushed from his brain. Forging, alchemy, pharmaceutics, magical enchantment, and inscription, and even general knowledge in medicinal, mineral, and other categories. These seemed to be with him from birth, integrated with the existing memories he had, and he had them at his fingertips. Lin Li checked his skill form. 4 of the main skills had indeed reached the level of a guru, and most of the general skills were also beyond the level of a master. Thinking back to the year since the opening of the Endless World, there had never been a guru well-versed in all 5 series. Even a master in one was hard to find. Life skills were incomparable to individual levels. As long as you put enough time into gaining individual levels by defeating monsters and completing missions constantly, you could accumulate enough experience points to level up. However, once you had reached the highest level for a life skill, it would be extremely difficult to make any progress. Only powerful characters like Lin Li would think of smashing top-grade materials to earn skill points. Thinking back, he had spent almost 5 million gold coins on these 5 basic skills. Other than Lin Li, who had just raided a dragon's lair, who else could afford it? The mastery level was more like a division. When one had reached the mastery level, it was not a matter of money anymore. Perhaps there wouldn't be the slightest increase in your skills even if you had succeeded in forging 10,000 times, but a failure in forging might allow you to obtain a huge improvement in skills. No one would dare say there would be a day where he could reach the level of a guru, even when there was only a small gap to overcome to achieve it. Of course, the difference between a guru and a master was a vast chasm. The mastery level would only allow you to create legendary items, and there might only be one success in 1,000 tries. But at the guru level, you could create legendary items at will. You could even create epic items, though there would still be a certain rate of failure. However, a guru could not be mentioned in the same breath as a master. As for legendary items, it was not something the mortals could imagine. Someone who was able to create artifacts, no matter what profession he was in, was a person there'd only be one title for, the Divine Smith. The Scroll of Wishes was a good item. It could be used to attain millions of wealth, kill a legendary creature, or even build your own kingdom. Each was no doubt a fine choice. But Lin Li constantly felt that using it to become a professional guru was the wisest choice of all. Lin Li took a look at the fading rainbow. Slowly, he picked up the remaining materials for training and kept them in his bag. After witnessing a miracle, the players no longer had the thoughts of banditry in their minds. They watched dumbstruck as Lin Li packed the materials, but no one dared to move an inch. Someone who could produce numerous top graders at hand and spend millions of gold coins by the knock of a hammer and a shake of the medicinal bottle was not someone they could afford to mess with. Other things aside, he could simply employ someone for a few thousand gold coins to wipe them off their accounts. Banditry, more like suicide. After putting all the materials in his bag, Lin Li planned to switch to his hunter account for a good talk with the onlookers. But then, all of a sudden, a sharp siren sounded. An unknown failure occurred in the system. All players are requested to go offline immediately. The siren sounded thrice. Lin Li was about to go offline when he realized he had lost control of his character. He had yet to grasp the situation when the feeling of losing control extended to his own body. It felt as if his soul and body were being separated. He could see himself, but couldn't feel his existence. The surroundings became soft and velvety. No matter how he struggled, he could not break away from the hopeless sense of impotence. Lin Li gradually felt his stream of consciousness floating away. He could even see another image of him lying sluggishly on the chair. Lin Li jerked his head up in horror. It was pitch black above him, real darkness, without a hint of foreign matter. Even if there was a sliver of light shining into it, it would be devoured by the endless dark, with nothing left behind. Which despicable fellow hid a black hole in my house? The question popped up in Lin Li's head before the last bit of his consciousness faded into the darkness. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video and want to support the channel, don't forget to like share, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss any new uploads. Your support means a lot. Thank you so much. Lin Li woke up in a log cabin. Probably due to the hasty construction, the cabin looked a tad shabby. There was no furniture except for a chair and a bed in the room. The door was unlatched and a pungent odor of medicine wafted through the crack in it, so Lin Li could not open his eyes for a long time. The bull's strength potion? But it doesn't smell quite right. Lin Li took a few sniffs and pondered for a long time before he finally understood. Damn, it's a failed one. No wonder it didn't smell right to me. But who's the genius adding leaves from the wisdom tree to the potion? Was he not satisfied that the conflicting smell of the combination of the 4 ingredients was not strong enough? The concoction was just a high-grade potion. A pharmaceutics guru like Lin Li could easily find out the reasons for failure just by taking a whiff. But it didn't mean anyone else could. He had yet to sit up from the bed when he heard an exasperated grunt through the crack in the door. Impossible. There was no mistake this time. How could it fail again? Is there a problem with the ingredients? Yes, there must be a problem with the ingredients. Great. This dang old man, selling counterfeit goods at my doorstep. I'll make sure you give me my money back. Another fit of temper from the owner of the voice. Lin Li was just about to cover his ears and go back to sleep when the door that was unlatched swung open. An old man in his 60s or 70s stood behind the door. He had white hair and a face full of wrinkles, but his actions were full of vigor, displaying no signs of old age at all. He wore a long white robe dappled with stains, probably due to the frequent use of potions. There were black and blue traces everywhere on his robe, which made it look kind of messy. Kid, I know you're awake. Stop pretending you're asleep and get up quickly. The old man pushed the door open and sat on the vine chair in a huff. In his mind, he was probably still thinking about the failed bull's strength potion. I just woke up. Lin Li knew that the old man was fuming, so he hurriedly turned over and climbed out of the bed. However, the look on Lin Li's face changed the moment he uncovered his quilt. The robe of wrath. He was actually wearing the robe of wrath. It was indeed the robe of wrath. Lin Li was sure he couldn't be wrong. In order to attain this legendary robe with a space to hold 30 scrolls in it, he had spent almost 40,000 gold coins along with a piece of epic equipment and had barely managed to obtain this remarkable magical robe. It can't be this odd. Lin Li raised his right hand nervously, thinking he must have seen it wrong. There couldn't be a ghost in broad daylight. However, the ring on his thumb proved yet again that his vision was fine. The ring of endless storm, with mythical space being its most singular attribute, possessed an almost infinite space in it. It was said that there was a big secret hidden in the ring. Lin Li attained 2 mythical equipment pieces when he went into the Well of Sun, the Stars of Fury held by the Hunter, and the Ring of Endless Storm right in front of him. The ring was just too familiar for Lin Li to remember it wrong. Looking at the robe of wrath he was wearing and the Ring of Endless Storm on his finger, Lin Li felt that he had no need to open the portal to the other dimension again. He was certain that it contained over 100 pieces of dragon skin and over 20 pieces of divinity metals, along with the numerous top-grade equipment and materials he had accumulated previously. What kind of damn situation is this? In fact, he had vaguely guessed that something bizarre must have happened to him when he had woken a while back, but he would never have guessed it would be strange to this point. The entirety of the endless world actually appeared in reality. Both the robe of wrath and the ring of endless storm were equipment from the endless world. They were only statistics, but now these statistics were present in the real world. Everything felt so real. The robe of wrath was constantly emitting its peculiar warmth, and the ring of endless storm lay quietly on his thumb. Lin Li could totally feel that he could open up the near infinite space that was in the ring with just a thought. May I ask where in the world this place is? Lin Li's voice was so hoarse that it surprised him. He was afraid the old man would mention a place he was familiar with. A load of data appearing in the real world was not frightening. What was really frightening was him becoming a load of data, just like the plot that often appeared in horror movies. A wisp of resentful souls sojourning in the network, relying on various killing websites to find a substitute. You don't even know this place? The question was nothing out of the ordinary, but the old man stared with eyes wide open. I don't know, Lin Li nodded honestly. Then what are you here for? This is the Sunset Mountains, one of the most dangerous places in the south of the Emerald Continent. Even an old fellow like myself would only dare to come here for a few days' stay every July. You little kid, You have guts, swaggering into the place without even knowing where this is. Lin Li knew it was a big deal when he heard the unfamiliar name of the Emerald Continent. Other than transmigration, he had no other explanation for it. However, even Lin Li himself felt a little strange. For no reason at all, he had become a transmigrator, and yet he felt relieved. The first thing on his mind was, surprisingly, something else, for he thought, transmigration it is. Better than becoming a resentful soul on the internet. All right, kid, though I don't know why you came here. The old man glanced at the celestial cane placed on the side of the bed, and with an impatient look on his face, turned to face Lin Li, and of course have no wish to know why. In any case, the Sunset Mountains are not a place for excursions. If you're looking for some thrill or would like to train yourself out of boredom, then I'll offer you one advice. Go back where you come from and don't ever come seeking death in the Sunset Mountains again. Not waiting for any reaction from Lin Li after he finished his sentence, he stretched out his hand and pushed the unlatched door open, once again burying himself among his beakers and test tubes. You're the one looking for thrill. Your whole family is looking for thrill. Lin Li stared at the unlatched door as he cursed bitterly in his heart. It was only after cursing that he felt sorrowful again. Transmigration had become his reality, but this was an entirely foreign world, and he had not grasped even the most basic concepts of it. To go back where he had came from. He'd like to go back indeed, but how? Moreover, what the old man said at the end sounded like an admonition and a threat. It didn't sound too good, but Lin Li understood the meaning behind it. The Sunset Mountains were definitely not a peaceful place. Now that he couldn't even tell the directions here, mishaps could happen if he just walked out of the place foolishly. You only have 10 minutes. If I find that you're still not packed and gone by the time I complete this bottle of bull strength potion, don't blame me for chasing you out. Lin Li had yet to come to a decision on his part, but the old man outside the door was not at all polite, directly chasing him out. Lin Li took a smell of the medicine and knew the old man had added leaves from the wisdom tree once again. If I were you, I'd be in a hurry to scoop those 2 leaves out. Otherwise, not to mention 10 minutes, the beaker in your hand will explode once again in less than 10 seconds. Lin Li's laugh sounded unusually nasty. Pack your stuff immediately and get out of my house. The angry roar had yet to die down when a muffled sound of explosion was heard from behind the door. A plume of smoke followed and the pungent smell of medicine wafted through the door's crack, and Lin Li found it hard to open his eyes again. Then the door was flung open and the old man rushed in, completely ignoring that his head was covered in bruises from the explosion. He grabbed Lin Li and demanded, "Speak. How did you know it would explode? What's so strange about it?" Lin Li maintained his nasty smile and broke off mid-sentence. With his finger, he pointed at his collar where the old man was grabbing. "Sorry, I was too agitated." The old man laughed embarrassedly. He released him somewhat awkwardly and smiled as he helped Lin Li straighten his crumpled collar. "Actually, the reason is too simple." Lin Li smiled in contentment. He took a seat on the vine chair and began. There are 4 main ingredients for the bull's strength potion. They are the Dracaena grass, the 1000-knot vine, the nightmare flower, and the troll's blood. The medicinal properties of the ingredients clash with one another, but there is a delicate balance between them. It is not wrong to add some supplementary ingredients to improve its medicinal properties, but something like the leaves of the wisdom tree. I can only say you're too smart for your own good. Although the leaves are usually used to balance the conflict between ingredients, their other effect is to calm the mind. Putting a herb with calming effects into a potion that strengthens the body is like putting a cat into a rat's cage. So this is it, I've thought. A master's knowledge of medicine meant one could speak of these as easily as if having all the words at hand. The old man was completely convinced by Lin Li's eloquence, but at the same time, he couldn't help but size up Lin Li with an odd look. He couldn't quite figure out the kid in front of him anymore. He possessed an almost perfect talent in magic, but was extremely weak. He'd figure Lin Li was at the standard of a level 1 mage at most. But, coming to the Sunset Mountains alone, he had too much guts to be called a rookie. But what really eluded him was the kid's ability to explain the principles of the bull's strength potion. He was not really a master in potion crafting himself, but the bull's strength potion was an ancient potion recipe he got from the High Elves' relics. Not to mention average pharmacists, it was impossible to find information on the power of the bull's strength potion even in the Annual Pharmacists Association. But coming from the kid's mouth, it sounded like it was something common and easy to understand, just like buying vegetables from the market. At the thought of this, the old man could not help but wonder if there was any justice in this world. When Lin Li finished explaining the principles of the bull's strength potion and began analyzing the pros and cons of similar potions, the old man watched him as if Lin Li was a dinosaur. The old man had completely forgotten about wanting Lin Li to leave. Looking at the darkening sky outside the log cabin, the old man was eager to invite Lin Li to stay, and even prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. After rounds of beating around the bush during dinner, Lin Li was gradually able to make out a general outline of the unfamiliar world in his mind. This was a world of swords and magic. The old man in front of him, whom he had come to know as Andoan, was a mage by profession, and a powerful one at that. Although Andoan did not elaborate on how powerful he was, Lin Li could tell from his confident tone that this somewhat unkempt old man was definitely more powerful than he had imagined him to be. Lin Li stayed in the Sunset Mountains for the following month. Other than occasionally guiding Andoan in pharmaceutics, he spent most of his time learning magic. He discovered he had a gift in magic, and even old Andoan, who had lived for over 100 years, had to admit he had never seen someone with such an exceptional talent in magic as Lin Li. Lin Li mastered 3 kinds of elementary magic in 3 days. This unbelievable progress got Andoan doubting if there was any justice in this world. He had spent a month getting into meditation and had been praised by his teacher for being a genius at that. Then, what would become of the guy in front of him? Was he a monster or a maniac? Only Lin Li would know how he came to possess such near-demonic gift in magic. It probably had something to do with the attributes of the mage smurf, high levels of mental and intellectual abilities. It was all thanks to these demonic attributes that he could easily understand highly complex spells and arrange magic elements without effort, as if he was born knowing it. He could recite any complex spell with ease just by hearing it once and learn the order of magic elements in the shortest time, no matter how difficult they were. Andoan ceased teaching any new magic skills when Lin Li mastered the 10th elementary magic. Instead, he got him to practice the sequencing of the 10 elements. Though tedious training made one lose interest quickly, Lin Li showed no signs of annoyance. He knew very well that despite being a terrible pharmacist with a nasty temper, old Andoan was undoubtedly an authoritative figure in the field of magic. His opinions might not be precise, but it was far better than having himself, an amateur, fumbling about on his own. The tedious training continued for a month, until one morning. Like any other days after breakfast, Lin Li resumed his training on elemental sequencing. This was not the conventional way of magic training. Usually, the mage would start off with sequencing the magical elements, and then unleash the magic through reciting a spell. But Andoan had adopted a different approach in his teachings. He made Lin Li summon the magical elements, and had them arranged by making use of Lin Li's mental strength. Instead of unleashing the magic through spell, he jumbled them up and made Lin Li go through the whole process repeatedly until his mental strength finally wore off. On other days, Andoan would keep himself busy in the pharmaceutical lab after breakfast. However, he stayed in his room that day and quietly watched Lin Li train. It made the latter uncomfortable to know that someone was watching him, so he stopped and looked at the old mage as he asked, "Have you learned the formula of the clarity potion I taught you a few days ago?" Not yet." Andoan turned red in embarrassment when asked about the clarity potion. Indeed, when compared to Lin Li's extraordinary gift in magic, he had nothing to show in regards to his talent in pharmaceutics. Lin Li had demonstrated over 10 times the making of a simple clarity potion, but he still could not get a grasp on it till this day. In fact, he nearly caused an explosion in the lab just the day before. No matter how thick-skinned Andoan was, he blushed involuntarily at the mention of the topic. "Are you all right? Why haven't you been able to master it yet?" Lin Li's expression, that was clearly one of someone who'd expected better from Andoan, made the latter wish he had a hole to crawl into. "So, what are you waiting there for instead of going back to the lab? Do you need my demonstration again?" "No need for it. I'll study it myself." Andoan rubbed his hands awkwardly. After a few moments, he seemed to recall his goal. Putting on a serious face, he said, Let's not talk about this today. I have something to tell you." Oh, they had been together for more than a month, yet this was the first time Lin Li saw Andoan serious. He could not help but be curious. They stepped out of the log cabin. Andoan thought for long while before asking Lin Li, "Do you know why I stopped teaching you new spells, and instead had you practice elemental sequencing?" "No," Lin Li replied honestly. "I know nothing about magic anyway. I'll just practice whatever you ask me to. Surely you won't harm me. You kid have some conscience at least. Andoin nodded with satisfaction, a relieved smile on his aged face. I have lived for over 100 years and have never seen anyone as gifted as you. You are a monster, kid. I think even the legendary Juresco couldn't have been more gifted than you are. Juresco? Lin Li knew he was gifted, but he had never imagined he'd be this powerful. He knew more or less from the old man who Juresco was. He was the most powerful mage in the Dark Ages, the strongest of mortals nearest to the divine. The god of mages who single-handedly defeated the entire magic legion of the High Elves. Lin Li could never have imagined his own magical gifts to be this strong. But don't get too excited just yet. Seeing how bewildered Lin Li looked, the old mage chortled. Talent is one thing, but achievements are another. From what I see, you are inferior to Juresco in at least 2 ways. First of all, you are not focused enough. In magic, only people who are absolutely focused can achieve real success. Too much knowledge is sometimes not a virtue. Take pharmaceutics as an example. You know that better than those old fellows from the Pharmacists Association at such a young age. A lot of energy is spent on pharmaceutics. How much time would you have to study magic? What's really deadly is the second aspect. You've been exposed to magic too late. According to the records of the Dark Ages, Juresco was born into a family of mages. His parents were famous mages of the Dark Ages. He had been exposed to magic from birth. By the time he got to your age, he had already surpassed the standards of a magic shooter, and you're just beginning to learn the lowest level of magic. While a late start can be compensated for by talent, it does not give you a solid enough foundation. There are no shortcuts in the world of magic, and all-powerful spells are nothing but talk until a solid foundation is laid. That is why I stopped teaching you new magic. At this point, Andoin laughed guiltily. Actually, at the beginning, I just wanted to make an exchange. You'd guide me in pharmaceutics, and I'd help you in magic. Though it might not be much help, it shouldn't be a problem for you to reach the level of a magic shooter within 10 years. But I soon regretted it. Your talent is too great. Such talent may not appear for thousands of years. I can't bear to see you going down the wrong path. So instead of teaching you new spells, I let you practice the most basic sequencing of elements every day. Never underestimate the tedious practice. Every world has its own rules, and the world of magic is no exception. After more than a month in this unfamiliar world, Lin Li felt warmth for the first time. He bowed to Andoin respectfully and said, "Thank you." After the long talk with Lin Li, Andoin seemed to have forgotten about the matter. As usual, he spent his time in the potion lab, making Lin Li's blood run cold with the things he did from time to time. Lin Li had been wondering whether the stubborn old man would be blown up one day. But for the time being, his body was still intact despite being subjected to various accidents every day. It was not until the 7th day after the long talk that the stubborn old man, who was still in one piece, called Lin Li out of the log cabin. "How about helping me?" For reasons unknown, Lin Li constantly felt that the smile on the old man's face was somewhat sinister. But thinking it over, he had been living as a freeloader for the past month and still had magic to learn from him. It was hardly justifiable if he couldn't even offer a little help. Hence, he braced himself and replied, "Tell me about it. I'll do my best to help if it's within my means." "Actually, it's no big deal." Andoin rubbed his hands embarrassedly. "You know, I've been unlucky these days. There have been many accidents in the lab for a few days in a row. Although the accidents weren't serious, they cost me a lot of ingredients." "Afraid it's not just bad luck?" Lin Li muttered to himself. After living here for more than a month, he could see that old Andoin's attainments in magic were truly unparalleled. But in pharmaceutics, he was worse than an apprentice who had just started out. An apprentice would at least learn how to do it gradually, but Andoin completely ignored the proper steps and chose to take up challenging tasks from the beginning. Now that there was a potion master around to clean up whatever trouble he caused, the old man became more brazen in his actions, making it seem as if there was spring festival celebration every day in the lab. If there were no explosions someday, it would be because the old man had taken the wrong medicine. But, fortunately, I did an inventory count this morning. Most of the ingredients are no problem. Only the wild steel bloom stock suffered the biggest losses. Only a large number of wild steel bloom was lost. That was indeed a stroke of good luck in the midst of bad. Compared to the leaves of the wisdom tree, wild steel bloom was much more common. The only condition for its growth was shade. The darker and damper the place was, the more it thrived. Such environment could be found anywhere. There were countless such places just in the Sunset Mountains alone. So, you want me to? Lin Li had guessed what Andoin was about to say, thinking it was not a big deal picking wild steel bloom for him, and that there was nothing else he could do but practice elemental sequencing anyway. Lin Li answered coolly, no problem. If you can't excuse yourself for the moment, it'll be the same if I go and pick some for you. Thank God. Old Andoin heaved a sigh of relief and explained rather embarrassedly, I am waiting for some very important news these days. It's really hard to find time to go. It's great that you're willing to help. After inquiring about the location where the wild steel bloom grew, Lin Li went out without much delay. It was the first time he wandered far from Andoin's cabin since having transmigrated here. Walking in the dark forest, Lin Li felt complicated emotions. He was split between curiosity and nervousness. Being both curious and nervous, Lin Li naturally could not have noticed that Andoin had recited a spell the moment the former stepped out of the cabin. Following the completion of the spell, a figure of Lin Li began to emerge on the crystal ball in front of him. According to Andoin, not far away, only a few minutes of walk from the log cabin, was a spot where the wild steel bloom grew. It was said that the place had once been the nest of manticores, but they had died out during the last black tide. No one knew which demons had killed them, and even Andoin could only guess based on the traces in the surroundings. According to him, they had probably encountered their nemesis, the black dragon, during the black tide. Lin Li stood outside the nest. It had only been a year, but the nest was completely deserted. There were weeds all around, and a bed of wild flowers bloomed in brilliance at the entrance of the cave. Lin Li could only feel a rush of cold, damp air on his face as he approached the overgrown cave. As soon as Lin Li came near, he knew he had not found the wrong place. The cave was dark and damp, the perfect place for wild steel bloom to grow. As in most places where the wild steel bloom grew, the cave entrance was dark and damp, and the surrounding stone walls so slippery it almost felt like touching a giant python. There was no light in the darkness ahead. Lin Li had no choice but to light a torch and explore the depths of the cave with it as his only source of light. In fact, Lin Li saw a sea of wild steel bloom not long after entering the cave. But he did not pick any, and instead continued to explore with the torch in his hand. It was because he remembered that there was another herb which had the same habitual nature as the wild steel bloom, the ghost skin. It preferred dark and damp environment, and mostly grew in caves. However, the ghost skins were buried deeper and hidden better than the wild steel bloom. Lin Li's experience told him that the ghost skins were more likely to be found where the wild steel bloom flourished best. He wanted to find out whether his past experiences could be applied to this world. So, he didn't even look back. The route ahead seemed to be getting wider. It was only a small cave when he just came in, but as the forest grew deeper, the cave seemed to have turned into a maze. Lin Li circled the maze for a long time and went through one passage after another before he suddenly saw light ahead. It was a stretch of underground wilderness, empty and vast. Seas of wild steel bloom prospered on the wild land. The blaze of purple and red was interspersed with dots of gray, the color of ghost skin. Lin Li felt his heart leap upon seeing the little gray dots among the flowers. No one in this world could ever understand how Lin Li felt at the moment, not even Andoin, who was the closest to him. His experience in the endless world could be adapted to the world of Anril. What did this imply? This implied that in the world of Anril, Lin Li was also a master of all professions. It included not just professions like pharmacy, metallurgy, and forging. It was more on the knowledge aspect, like the knowledge of herbs. He also had a mastery level in it. It was not until the ghost skins had been gathered that Lin Li was able to contain his excitement. This was probably what made him the happiest since he had transmigrated. Lin Li knew very well what it meant to be a master of all professions. It was almost like being an omnipotent Superman. With a background like that, his future in this unfamiliar world seemed to become clearer. It took Lin Li almost an hour to gather all the ghost skins from the underground wildland. Even with his assets, he was not willing to let go of any of it. Compared with the wild steel bloom, ghost skin had too many uses. Besides refining the wisdom potion, it could also be found in potions that had broader applications, like the hastening potion and fossilizing potion. Wild steel bloom was also picked by him on the way. But a herb master like Lin Li would not be interested in that kind of cheap herb. He simply picked some, thinking it'd be enough for the old fellow to squander away, and refused to waste any more energy bending over his back. Lin Li was about to leave the cave after finishing his errand when he inhaled a foul stench. The stench was thick with blood, like a pool of fresh, viscous blood. Lin Li had yet to regain his composure when a low roar came from behind him. He turned his head in a hurry, just in time to see a dark red shadow lurking there. F***ck. Just as Lin Li turned around, the dark red shadow sprung on him along with a gush of foul wind like a horde of ferocious wolves. It was fortunate that Lin Li had been living in Andoin's log cabin for more than a month. In this past month, though he had only learnt 10 low-level spells, he was far more adept in his execution of the spells than an average mage. Lin Li pulled back before the red shadow came close and begun reciting the delaying spell in haste. After unleashing the delaying spell, he quickly recited the illuminating spell. What was originally a low-grade magic spell used for lighting released an extraordinary power in this dark and damp cave. A cry of horror ensued. The savage beast was badly wounded. Lin Li took advantage of this opportunity and retreated another dozen steps. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had been drawn to a safe one. Only then did Lin Li have the chance to see the appearance of the monster that had attacked him from behind. It was a dark red lion with a tail that was much longer than the average lion's. The tail had an inverted hook at the end, giving off a faint blue shimmer under the afterglow of the illuminating spell. Lin Li could see clearly that it had attacked neither with its claws nor teeth a while ago, but instead swooped in on him with the inverted hook on its tail. Even if Lin Li had been blind, at this moment, it would still have been clear to him as day. It was a manticore, the level 5 magical beast that Andoin had mentioned. Old bastard Andoin, Lin Li cursed between clenched teeth, paying greetings to all 18 generations of Andoin's family in his heart. How irresponsible of the old fellow, sending him to the cave lightly without having any idea whether there were any manticores inside. In the little log cabin, Andoin watched the scene on the crystal ball and blurted out a praise. Nicely done. Lin Li's performance was far beyond his expectations. He was calm, yet efficient. Even when the manticore's tail was right in front of him, he never stopped reciting of the delaying spell. The illuminating spell that followed right after was even more so a stroke of genius. Even Andoin himself had not thought that the illuminating spell could be put to such use. Dealing damage to a level 5 demon with a level 1 spell was a feat that even Andoin himself had not accomplished. With the delicate touch of the illuminating spell, it brought the distance between Lin Li, who had been just exposed to magic for barely more than a month, and the level 5 beast infinitely close. The badly wounded manticore was still ferocious, but it had lost both its eyes, so most of the time it was merely expressing its anger and malice. Wild roars echoed throughout the cave. The strikes that seemed like lightning came down repeatedly, most of the time missing their target. Lin Li was constantly struggling to keep up amidst the relentless attacks. The delaying spell was used alternately with the hastening spell, allowing Lin Li to escape from the lion mouth again and again. He seemed a little clumsy with this, but Lin Li knew that all he needed was a chance for him to recite his spells. Lin Li had waited for long before he finally got his chance. He'd even exposed himself to the claws of the manticore for this opportunity. It was because he knew very well that the most terrifying thing about the manticore was not its claws, but the inverted hook at the end of its tail. After unleashing another delaying spell, Lin Li suddenly broke his stride. He did not turn and run after unleashing the delaying spell like how he did before. This time, he stood rooted to the spot, and large verses of spells poured out of his mouth as if he had not noticed the advancing manticore. Right in front of him, there was a thick smell of blood carried by the manticore's roar. Lin Li could even sense the chill of its claws. Just as the claws fell, a wave of wind blade tore the air apart. Then, it tore apart the soft abdomen of the manticore as well. The cries of the manticore were filled with despair. The sharp claws were so close, so very close to tearing the body of the human in front of it apart. But it was this small distance that became a gap never to be crossed. At that moment, Lin Li had not forgotten to shoot an icicle to clog the wound of the manticore, preventing the gushing blood from spilling over Lin Li's body. The action fell into the eyes of Andoin, who deemed it a waste of power. He stomped his feet in anger and chided, "Wastrel." In the eyes of the old mage, magical power would always be the most precious of things. Even the smallest amount of power could let you unleash the last spell, enough to save your life. What Lin Li had done was a crime in Andoin's eyes, wasting his power just for the sake of keeping his clothes. clean. Though, of course, there was more or less some helplessness in his scolding. Andoin knew that the kid in the crystal ball was not an ordinary mage. He was a born psychopath, a psychopath with a super deformity of the mind. It was still unclear to Andoin where the limit of the kid's mental strength was. All he knew was, if another mage were to practice the highly intense elemental sequencing daily, it would probably take him less than an hour to tire out and return to his room to meditate. But Lin Li was perfectly fine. The kid's mental strength seemed to be endless. To go through how many hours of practice all depended on his mood. Andoin had only ever heard him protest in annoyance, but never out of exhaustion. That was the truth. Unleashing a few more low-grade spells had no effect on Lin Li at all. He was crouching next to the body of the manticore, studying its inverted hook with interest. The inverted hook was still shimmering with blue light, and a rush of sweet stench jolted his brain as he went closer. This was a sign of lethal poison. Lin Li had always liked stuff that carried poison because it meant a deadly force. So, without much hesitation, he pulled a dagger out of the ring of endless space and very carefully nicked the inverted hook off the tail. Then, as gingerly as ever, he put it back into the ring of endless space. Andoin was at a loss watching the scene from the crystal ball. Was he really a mage with a knowledge of the mystical? No matter how the old man looked, he thought the kid was more like a thief instead. Regardless of how Andoin thought, Lin Li came back safe and sound with a pile of wild steel bloom. I need an explanation. Lin Li was still brooding over the encounter with the manticore in the cave. What is magic to you? Andoin did not explain, but instead posed a question. A kind of skill, a skill that will allow your strength to become more powerful. The present Lin Li was not the piece of clear rock that knew nothing when he first came to this foreign world. He had developed his own understanding of magic under the influence of Andoin. Then, what is the purpose of making your powers stronger? To kill. Lin Li suddenly understood some of it. That's right. Andoin smiled, feeling pleased. In the eyes of the mortals, magic is a skill that is mysterious yet elegant. But to a real mage, the only purpose of magic is to battle. A mage that lives is a mage that's really successful. You have learned enough low-grade spells this past month and obtained a certain degree of skills. But it's far from enough. Without the experience of life and death and the shower of fresh blood, you will never become a true mage. So you didn't tell me there was a manticore in the cave on purpose? Andoin's reply was simple. It's just a level 5 beast. There's no need for a special reminder. In the following few months, Andoin frequently lacked in herbs. Using this as an excuse, Lin Li was frequently called upon by Andoin to fight different types of magical beasts. From manticore to a three-eyed blood wolf, then from thunder beast to a bloodthirsty lizard. In slightly over a month, Lin Li killed literally all the magical beasts of the Sunset Mountains that were of level 7 and below. After struggling in battle with a highly invasive manticore initially, Lin Li eventually could easily kill a level 6 beast. Lin Li only possessed 10 low-level magic spells. However, he was clear that he had become stronger. In the opinion of Andoin, Lin Li had begun to feel more like a real mage. Each time he peeked through the crystal ball to observe Lin Li's battles with the creatures, Andoin always felt that Lin Li felt distant and unfamiliar again. From the beginning, Andoin believed that inexperience could be overcome, just like an inexperienced archer hiding in the distance becoming an experienced mage using magic to control the situation to make the enemies die in despair and helplessness. This transformation took only a month for Lin Li. It should be known that, in the current Guild of Magic, there were still quite a few who wore the hat of the wizard but were doing the work of an archer. Lin Li's improvement was indeed so quick that it was unbelievable for an old mage like Andoin. Mentioning the inexperienced Lin Li slightly a month back would only make Andoin feel strange and distant. 3 days ago, in a battle with the Thunder Beast, Lin Li completely rid himself of the shackles of the spell recitation through performing the delaying spell merely with a gesture of a hand. The old mage begun to feel distressed. What else can I still teach him? Andoin stared at the crystal and pondered for a long time, asking himself what other skills he was able to teach Lin Li. Although it was only the delaying spell, it brought shock to Andoin as it felt like a spell over level 18. He remembered very clearly. When he'd first unleashed his low-leveled spell, he was 30 years old and had just become a mage. In the following few days, Andoin was troubled as he was completely clueless what else he could teach Lin Li. Because of his troubles, Lin Li managed to get a few days of a rare break. After Lin Li practiced elemental sequencing, he sneaked into the pharmacy. Using the spirit divinity's grass that he had obtained a few days back, he made himself a few bottles of hastening potion. Andoan had forbidden him to use such stuff since quite a while ago, as too much reliance on medications, drugs, or foreign objects would inevitably affect his improvement in magical capabilities. However, today he noticed that the old mage, Andoan, seemed to be distracted. While Lin Li was busy in the pharmacy lab, the old mage would usually come in to check instead of staring distracted out at the window. The old mage only returned back to his normal state when a few bottles of hastening potions were completed. How many times have I told you that too much reliance on medication will only bring you more damage than benefits? Why are you not listening to my advice? Upon saying that, Andoan heaved a sigh. Forget it. In the future, I will not be able to supervise you over the crystal ball every day. Perhaps the medication will be able to save your life when you meet with some trouble. What happened? For the past few days, Lin Li felt that Andoan's attitude was weird. Now that he heard the old mage utter such a thing, Lin Li hastily became aware of it and was so stunned that he even forgot to keep those hastening potions that he had made. At that time, Andoan begun to look pale. He held onto the chair, slowly sat down, and placed the crystal ball, which he had never allowed to be out of his sight, aside. Thereafter, he did not answer Lin Li's question. Instead, he asked, "Have you been staying here for 3 months?" "About there," Lin Li answered distractedly. He curiously stared at Andoan as he realized that the old mage looked pale and tired today. "When I found you, I did not realize that I have found a magic genius." The old mage laughed, his husky voice tinged with emotion. "Until now, I still can't believe that you have never learnt magic before. That was due to limited conditions, because nobody could teach me. I know that you carry some secret, and you have no intention to share it. I have no intention to probe, either." He brushed off Lin Li's true reply as an excuse with a wave of his hand, indicating that Lin Li did not need to explain anything. Andoan then said to himself, "In the beginning, I just could not bear to see you waste your talent. At that time, I did not expect that you could have done so well. It wasn't until the last 2 days that I realized I have nothing more to teach you." Lin Li wanted to humbly say a few words of consolation. However, he realized that the atmosphere was not right. He thought to himself, "Might as well keep my mouth shut and listen conscientiously to what Andoan has to say. For the past 2 days, I have been pondering what else I could teach you. It wasn't until this morning that these questions could no longer trouble me. This morning, I received a letter from an old friend. In his letter, he stated that there is a very important thing that he requires my help in. So you are ready to chase me off?" Basically, that is the case. After finishing what he had to say, Andoan pulled out a thick envelope from his mage robe. "In any case, by continuing to stay in the Sunset Mountains, you will not be able to learn anything useful anymore. Why don't you let me recommend you to another place? There, you can choose to continue to learn something more or do the things you have always wanted to do." "What place is it?" "Take this letter to the Jerosis City's Guild of Magic and look for someone by the name of Jirian. He will help you to arrange everything." Andoan handed the thick envelope to Lin Li. "By the way, there seems to be some problem with your identity. It won't matter, because if you don't wish to use your original identity, you can use the one I have prepared for you. The information is in the envelope. You just have to take some time to memorize it." "Thank you." After listening to the old mage's gentle and thoughtful exhortation, Lin Li suddenly felt that his eyes were moist. In order to lighten the atmosphere, he gave a reluctant smile and asked casually, "When are you planning to leave?" "About half an hour later." The old mage laughed and gave Lin Li a pat on his shoulder. "It wouldn't matter as this will not delay me too much. I guess I will probably be able to head to Jerosis City after a week or 2. When that happens, I will bring you to my private pharmacy. I had hidden a purple set of crystal beakers. It's a treasure that I have gotten at a great value." Subsequently, Lin Li could no longer remember what Andoan had said. It was only when Andoan's back disappeared into the distance that Lin Li suddenly recalled an important matter. With Andoan's long-winded instructions still ringing in his ears, Lin Li had to feel his way through the dense forest alone. As he fumbled along the way, he whined. Did the old man make a mistake? He knew how to prepare a new identity for me, but forgot to prepare a map. Andoan was probably the only person in this world who understood Lin Li best. He knew there was a problem with Lin Li's identity, so he had prepared a new one for him. But perhaps he would never have thought that it had not been just a problem of troublesome identity for this fellow. In fact, he had none at all. The Sunset Mountains stretched for thousands of miles. How could Lin Li, who had come from another world, find his way out? Andoin was not to be blamed for his negligence. Who would have expected that a magic genius skilled in pharmaceutics could have such weak sense of direction? Barely a day after Andoin had left, Lin Li packed up all his stuff. However, it had been 10 days and he had yet to figure out the bearings in the Sunset Mountains. The woods were dark and gloomy, and the ground was covered with decaying leaves. His feet sank with every step he took, as if he was walking on mud. The rancid smell was so disgusting that Lin Li had trouble keeping his eyes open. Specks of faint green light flitted in the dark, while the incessant howls from the wolves struck fear into Lin Li's heart. Lin Li had been walking around in this forest for 3 days. Ever since he stepped into this forest, Lin Li's spirits were permanently dampened. This cursed forest was like a huge labyrinth. Regardless of where he had started out from and how hard he had fumbled to find his way out, each time he felt exhausted and sat down to rest, he'd find the trees in front of him ever so familiar. It continued until this morning, when Lin Li finally heard some voices. Lin Li had just passed through the dense woods when, all of a sudden, he saw the leaves billow in the bushes ahead. 3 figures were hurtling through the sea of leaves. Damn, living humans. He had always bragged about what a refined person he was, but he blurted out 2 damns within moments. He was just too excited that he actually saw 3 living humans. Although these 3 living humans might soon become dead, at least they were alive at the moment. The leaves of the bushes ahead stirred. 3 wounded people could be seen fleeing from the forest. Among them, a middle-aged man seemed to have been seriously injured. A long wound extended from his chest to his waist. Warm blood gushed out from the fresh wound, leaving a long blood trail on the ground covered with decaying leaves. A young man and a woman held onto the middle-aged man as they fled. The young man was wearing a mage robe made with fine craftsmanship. He seemed to be a mage with a good family background. In particular, the staff he held in his hand was a rather decent one even in Lin Li's eyes. Unfortunately, it was difficult for a mage to play a role in the current situation. The weak mage had become a burden with the vigorous running. Hence, it was the beautiful girl with the long blonde hair looking after the 2 men most of the time. The girl, who was pretty to begin with, wore a tight red vest, which outlined an infinite lovely curve in the high-speed running. She held onto the wounded man with her left hand and carried a dagger in her right hand. The temperament she displayed as she scanned her surroundings was such that Lin Li could not help but take a few more looks at her. What was chasing them was a raging wyvern. Its rage originated from the gash on its abdomen. It was a long and deep wound, apparently left by a sharp weapon. Exciting. Lin Li stared at the wyvern fervently as it appeared. Andoin had introduced all kinds of magical beasts living in the Sunset Mountains back when he was living in his log cabin. At the mention of the wyvern, Andoin had added gleefully, "The wyvern's blood makes a good rampage potion." Of course, only Andoin would dare to say such things. For an ordinary adventurer, a level 7 magical beast would definitely have the power to turn 3 living people into dead men in a flash. Razor-sharp talons, flying at the speed of wind, and extremely corrosive acidic spout, these allowed the wyvern to have what it took to survive on the edge of the Sunset Mountains. Ordinary magical beasts like the manticores dared not provoke them. A raging wyvern spewing endless acid from the sky was probably a nightmare for anyone. Lin Li was afraid as well, but he was even more afraid of this cursed forest. If he wished to walk out of this forest, he could not let the wyvern turn those 3 into corpses. Sometimes, the reason for doing a good deed was just as simple as this. Granted, given Lin Li's character, he would make sure not to suffer any loss when he was compelled to perform a good deed. He saw the wyvern take a dive, splashing acid on the bushes. In an instant, a plume of green smoke emerged, and a burst of fizzing sounds followed. Before the green smoke could disperse, the sight of lush green trees was transformed into one of fallen branches and yellow leaves. The trio who were trying hard to escape were spared from the acid, but they had to stop in their tracks briefly to avoid it. Normally, it might not have been a problem, but at present, they happened to be under the wyvern. As the trio looked up, they saw a shadow zooming in on them, sharp talons glimmering in the dark. At the same time, Lin Li had finished the recitation of the ice armor spell. As the last of the spell broke out, a hard layer of ice armor covered the middle-aged man. While stopping the bleeding of the wound, it also made the wyvern's strike fall in vain. An excruciating pain shot up from the wyvern's talons, like having caught on a steel, and the wyvern roared in fury and agony. The trio, who were still reeling from shock, took the chance to extricate themselves from the wyvern and went on to hide in the thick grove. Then, they saw a young man wearing a mage robe walk out from the forest, reciting an unintelligible spell. A shot of icicle tore through the sky and plunged into the wound on the wyvern's abdomen. The icicle was not sharp and would not be enough to penetrate the tough skin of the wyvern. Even if it pierced through the wound as it did this moment, this low-level spell would not deal much damage to the wyvern. The only thing the icicle could do was to aggravate the wound on its body. The initially deep, long wound was as though a ravine all of a sudden. Blood poured out like rain, and even the viscera were surging about in its abdomen. What was really fatal was that the icicle got stuck in the wound from the start. The icicle not only punctured the viscera of the wyvern, it also prevented the wound from closing. Blood flowed out gaily like from a reservoir with its gates opened. After all these, Lin Li unleashed a delaying spell to make matters worse for the magical beast. The bloodied wyvern was already at its weakest. Now that the delaying spell was cast, it was like an old bullock pulling a broken cart, trundling along. No matter how hard it struggled, it seemed that the distance of a dozen steps was a gap it could never cross. The wail of the wyvern was filled with despair, and such emotions accompanied it till it breathed its last. Oh no! After confirming the level 7 magical beast was dead, Lin Li was suddenly reminded of something. What a waste. All this blood that had been spilled could make a substantial amount of rampage potion. Upon seeing that the wyvern was dead, the wounded middle-aged man held on to the surrounding branches and struggled as he walked out of the grove. He had wanted to thank his life savior and had just taken 2 steps when he saw the latter holding a glass bottle, desperately squeezing the body of the dead wyvern. Is there really no more? Please, squeeze a little more, just a little bit more. At least let me make a bottle of rampage potion. His actions reminded the trio of a vampire and sent chills down their spines. At last, it was the wounded middle-aged man who plucked up his courage and approached him with caution. Mr. Mage, thanks for your generous help. Hearing the middle-aged man's expression of gratitude, Lin Li was reminded of the proper business at hand. You are welcome. It was an act of convenience. Lin Li put the stopper back on the glass bottle that was half filled with the wyvern's blood and gingerly put it away into the pocket of his mage robe. Grinning, he introduced himself. You can call me Felik. By the way, may I ask how the 3 of you have come to provoke the wyvern? This was the new identity that Andoin had prepared for him. Lin Li had thoroughly memorized it along the way, and now said it so naturally and fluently as though Felik was his real name all along. The middle-aged man had not expected the seemingly powerful, yet mysterious young mage would be this amiable and easy to approach. He was rather flattered and expressed his sincere gratitude all over again before introducing his party of 3 to him. The injured middle-aged man was called McGren, one of the many adventurers in Jerosis City. He had entered the Sunset Mountains after accepting a quest from the Adventurers Guild to obtain a manticore's tail. The beautiful lady with the long blonde hair was his daughter Ina. She was an adventurer just like him. As for the mage who looked like he came from a good family, McGrin was vague in his introduction of him. He only mentioned that his name was Cromwell, and that he was a warm-hearted mage they had met on the way. Lin Li stifled a laugh at this. A warm-hearted mage? More like he's trying to court your daughter. Who else would be that idle, coming to the Sunset Mountains being warm-hearted and all? Everything was going well in the beginning. After a few days of search, we found a lone manticore, so we deployed a trap near the place where it nested this morning. A bitter smile came across McGren's face. And then, we hid in the forest, waiting for it to fall into the trap. But who knew the trap would attract 2 wyverns instead of the manticore? God knows what happened. A trap that was meant for the manticore had provoked the wyvern's attacks on us in the forest. I'd killed one of them, but was badly hurt by it before it died. Cromwell had no choice but to bring Ina and I out of the forest. And then, fortunately, we met you. If it hadn't been for you, I really wouldn't have known what to do. How unfortunate. Lin Li looked regretful, but rejoiced secretly in his heart. Luckily, they had encountered the wyverns. If not, where would he have gone looking for people to lead the way? This cursed forest was much trickier to deal with than a wyvern. Lin Li felt a lot more relaxed with McGren leading the way. After all, the latter was a veteran adventurer with nearly 30 years of hunting experience. To quote McGren, in this 30 years, he had spent more time in the Sunset Mountains than in his own home. The forest that was initially like a labyrinth seemed more pleasant all of a sudden. It only took half a day for the party of 4 to walk through the dense forest. The trees ahead were gradually thinning, and the woods were no longer dark. Warm sun rays fell through the gaps in the trees and landed on their bodies. Warming up with the sun rays was Lin Li's mood. He was finally able to leave the cursed Sunset Mountains. After studying the map, McGrin told Lin Li, it would probably take another day to get out of the Sunset Mountains. Then what about tonight? Lin Li was somewhat worried. The Sunset Mountains were a dangerous place, and they could encounter ferocious magical beasts anytime, especially during the night, as many magical beasts that were rarely seen in the day would leave their nests then, lurking in between the ravines and waiting to pounce on the sleeping prey. Every night spent out in the open in the Sunset Mountains was equal to putting life in danger. Not a big problem. McGrin looked calm. I know of a safe place. We just need to speed up. We should be able to reach it before dark. That would be great. Lin Li nodded and said nothing more. Mr. Fellick, can I ask you a question? Just as he was about to push on with the journey, the beauty with the long blonde hair hurried up to him from behind. The blonde beauty was still wearing the red vest. It revealed a gorgeous curve with her tall figure and slender legs that was further outlined by the vest. Perhaps it was due to the rush of the journey, but a tinge of red glow appeared on her fair face. Her long blonde hair hung straight and dazzled in the sun. The forest paths were narrow, so it was hard to avoid being close when two people walked side by side. Breathing in the faint scent coming from Ina's body, Lin Li suddenly felt his head hurting. He wasn't sure what happened on the way, but the blonde beauty seemed to like asking him questions. If it were on other occasions, Lin Li would definitely be delighted. This fellow had been an otaku before he transmigrated, and he'd not met any pretty girls before. After the transmigration, all he saw was the old face of Andoin. He was not some Buddhist monk who practiced abstinence. Being approached by a pretty girl was too good a thing to ask for, so how could there be any reason to turn her away? However, the situation was giving Lin Li a headache, for he had no idea how to answer Ina's questions. Mr. Fellick, are you from Jerosis City? How should Lin Li answer this kind of question? This. I guess not really. Lin Li was fretting over it when, fortunately, he thought of something else and hurried to change the topic. Oh right, Ina, don't you need to kill a manticore for this quest? I heard Mr. McGrin mention just now that you both had just laid down the trap when the wyverns discovered it. What will happen to the quest now that you had not managed to hunt down any manticore? It would be considered a failure, and I'll have to compensate some money. The topic that Lin Li had chosen wasn't bad at all. The blonde beauty finally stopped asking her questions after Lin Li had mentioned the quest. Her pretty face revealed a hint of helplessness. The manticores live in groups, so the probability of encountering a lone one is extremely low. We had followed them for a few days before coming across one, but it was ruined by the two wyverns. That was a pity. Lin Li rejoiced while he came to a decision. When they reached Jerosis City, he would definitely have to come up with a flawless background. Otherwise, it would be a loss of face when he was asked by the beauty and couldn't easily engage in a conversation with her. To avoid another questioning of his background from Ina, Lin Li took the initiative to bring up some topics to chat with her. For Lin Li, the content of the conversation was not important. What was more important was not to let her have the time to raise questions. Lin Li was really good at chatting. Even a seasoned old veteran like Andoin had always felt that he was unable to outspeak him, much less an innocent girl like Ina. It took Lin Li absolutely no effort to bring the rhythm of the conversation under his control. The fellow had led the conversation completely out of point with that half a bottle of wyvern's blood. He did not even mention the wyvern's blood first, but only casually spoke of the strength of a level 7 magical beast. The blonde beauty, full of curiosity, naturally picked up the topic. A pair of sky-blue eyes blinked inquisitively at Lin Li as she asked why he had collected the wyvern's blood at the end. With the half a bottle of wyvern's blood as a conversation starter, there were just too many topics to choose and continue from. He had heard many anecdotes from Andoin back when he had to face him all day long. Now it was easy using them to lead young girls on. In addition, Lin Li was also eloquent, and he told the stories with fine sense of humor. Occasionally, when it came to professional knowledge, he appeared profound and authoritative. Even Andoin had little to say in front of him, let alone Ina, an adventurer who only knew how to fight magical beasts. A mage who was powerful yet mysterious, humorous and witty, yet possessed extensive knowledge, was a total lady killer in front of a young girl who was just beginning to think of love. The blonde beauty walked with her head down along the forest path, listening to the interesting stories and feeling the manly aura coming from the young mage. For reasons unknown to her, she suddenly felt her face burn. Both of them were chatting merrily and had not noticed the other mage turning pale. Cromwell felt as if he was being cut by a knife. When he had first met Ina at the Adventurers Guild, he was smitten by this blonde lady with a pair of slender legs. The untamed beauty exuded by Ina had a near-fatal attraction for Cromwell, who was born into a mage family. Cromwell had used all kinds of means to win the heart of this long-legged beauty. This time, he even went with her into the Sunset Mountains to prove this way that he was equally reliable. Cromwell felt that he was nearing success. If it had not been for Lin Li's appearance, he would have been the one to save the father and daughter pair. What irked Cromwell the most was that the sudden appearance of this mage seemed to have posed some kind of threat to him. Ina had never laughed so brightly when she was talking to him. Cromwell could not understand how that abject-looking mage could be better than him in any way. He was born into the most prominent mage family in the Felon Kingdom, and his father was someone who had a say in the Mage Association. His family was strikingly rich with the accumulation of over 1,000 years of wealth after the Dark Ages, and his uncle Fario had held the position of the Minister of Wealth in the kingdom all along. What did the mage Felic have? Other than being slightly younger than Cromwell, he could not even afford a decent mage robe. This person had to disappear. Cromwell stared after Lin Li's back and sneered. The party of four set off in the direction of Jerosa's city, each carrying their own secrets. They had walked into another dense woods before the sun set. According to McGren, as long as they passed through this forest and walked a little farther, they would be able to see Jerosa's city. It'll be impossible to reach it tonight. We'll just have to make do with whatever we have nearby. McGren led them forward. Very soon, they found a cave. The cave was not too deep. It took just a torch to illuminate it whole. The stone walls were exceptionally dry, and traces of bonfire could be found on the ground. It seemed that it was not just McGren who'd ever wanted to spend the night in this cave. This is the place I've mentioned earlier. Everyone can rest at ease for the night. I have stayed here for a dozen times, and not once have I encountered any danger. McGren skillfully lit up a bonfire and instructed the long-legged beauty beside him. Ina, there is a water source in the north of the forest, about 200 to 300 meters away from here. Take the water bag and fetch some water back. Yes, father. Cromwell could hardly sit still upon seeing the long-legged beauty go out of the cave. He stood hastily and said, I'll go with you. Lin Li noted that the expression of the middle-aged adventurer did not seem too good after Cromwell had chased out of the cave. Of course, he would not ask about this sort of thing. Instead, he smiled and went back to warm himself by the fire. Mr. Felic. Just call me Felic, it will do. Lin Li was rather troubled. He had mentioned it several times on the way, but McGren still insisted on calling him with honorifics. All right, Felic, is this your first visit to Jerosa's city? I guess so, Lin Li answered vaguely. Some fellow had told me to go to Jerosa's city to look for someone. Do you need any help? My family has been living in Jerosa's city for decades. It would not be a difficult task to help you find someone, the middle-aged adventurer asked enthusiastically. Won't have to trouble you for now. My friend has given me an address, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find. Andoin had not really specified what the Mage Association was like. Lin Li was afraid it might be a secret organization. What would he do if they decided to kill him for bringing McGren along? After we have reached Jerosa's city, feel free to contact me if you require any form of help. If it hadn't been for you, my daughter, and I would most likely have been. McGren was immensely grateful to Lin Li for his life-saving grace. The two men were chatting away when, suddenly, a scream broke out in the distance. Something terrible has happened. It was Iane's voice. McGren's expression changed as he grabbed the weapon beside him and dashed out of the cave. Lin Li did not tarry, either. He cast the hastening spell and followed after the middle-aged adventurer. The voice came from the direction of the water source McGren had mentioned before. The two men ran out of the cave back to back, just in time to see Cromwell sprinting back like a rabid dog. Monster! Monster! Monster took Ina away. Cromwell looked extremely wretched, his luxurious mage robe covered with mud and leaves as he gasped for breath between words. Lin Li could not help but shake his head seeing this. This fellow was indeed hopeless. It was no wonder McGren had looked displeased when he chased after Ina. If Lin Li had a daughter, he definitely would not want her to associate with a weakling like him, either. What monster? Say it clearly. McGren's eyes turned red with anxiety as it concerned his own daughter. He glared feverishly at Cromwell, his eyes void of the distant courtesy he had previously. Just now, when I went with Ina to fetch water, a monster suddenly emerged from the side. It took Ina. F*ck. Lin Li dropped a swear and couldn't care less about the weakling anymore. He cast another hastening spell on himself and cut through the dense forest with the speed of wind. Behind the forest was a gentle stream, probably the water source that McGren had mentioned. Beside the stream, a water bag lay quietly on the fallen leaves. There was still some water in it, gurgling out onto the ground. Lin Li bent down and picked up the water bag. He put it by his ear and gave it a shake, promptly realizing it was still half full. They shouldn't be too far away. Then, he took a look at the footprints on the ground, which were all in a jumble. There were footprints of all sorts, big, small, deep, shallow. The small ones should have been left by Ina and Cromwell, but the big footprints made Lin Li gasp in surprise. Leviathan Gorilla. Lin Li believed what he saw. These were definitely the footprints of level 8 magical beast, the Leviathan Gorilla. Back when he was living in the mountains, he had seen them once or twice outside Andoin's cabin. Only that old man would always make light of them as a couple of little ruffians looking for trouble that were driven away by him. Andoin could see them as little ruffians, but not Lin Li. Level 8 magical beast was no joking matter. Even in the Sunset Mountains, it was definitely in the middle of the food chain. But Lin Li heaved a sigh of relief when he identified it as the Leviathan Gorilla. If it were other magical beasts, Ina would probably be dead by now. It was only when encountering the Leviathan Gorilla that her life was not in danger for the time being. The Leviathan Gorillas were not so keen on killing like other savage magical beasts. Just as Andoin had said, they were just a bunch of troublemakers. Ina should have been taken by a Leviathan Gorilla. Leviathan Gorilla, an oddity in the Sunset Mountains, a magical beast that is not keen on killing. If I'm right, Ina should be crying now, but she's not in any danger for the time being. Lin Li stared at the cluttered footprints on the ground and added softly, "From the looks of the footprints, there should be only one gorilla." McGren was slightly relieved to hear that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. The two men paid heed to Cromwell no more as they began their search by following the footprints along the stream. Lin Li had guessed it right. Still far away, the two men heard Ina crying. The cries came from a dense forest. From afar, the trees in the dense forest seemed to be particularly tall, and the leaves seemed to be of utmost luxuriance. Between the tall trees were bestrewn tenacious rattans, joined together to form what looked like a giant net. Lin Li had heard Andoin mention that this was the unique way of construction for the Leviathan gorillas. They used the rattans to weave a giant net, which would cover wherever their territory expanded. To the Leviathan gorilla, this giant net was both its nest and its most powerful weapon. With it, the Leviathan gorilla could do many things that other high-level magical beasts could not. The long-legged beauty who was caught was currently being trapped in the giant net. "Go away. You monster, stay away from me." Ina was struggling desperately in between her cries. The two men rushed forward upon hearing her. As soon as they were under the tree, they saw Ina being tied up in the giant net. The rattan was entwined in several layers, like a Chinese rice dumpling. The Leviathan gorilla, which had somehow gotten a paintbrush from somewhere, was drawing circles on Ina's face as it made weird gaggling sounds. Of laughter. F*ck. Lin Li suddenly got a sense of what a freak this Leviathan gorilla was. As a magical beast, it had caught a human not to tear or chew her apart, but to draw circles on her face with a brush. How was that not a freak? Ina. They were father and daughter after all. McGren was as anxious as ever watching Ina wailing from under the tree. He was so anxious he had forgotten there was a level 8 magical beast on the tree. "Father, be careful." The long-legged beauty's shout had yet to settle when Lin Li heard a deafening sound followed by a muffled thud. McGren, who was just calling out his daughter's name, was knocked unconscious by a coconut that fell from the sky before he could avoid it. Kaka. The Leviathan gorilla was greatly excited seeing the coconut fall onto the human. It cackled as it hopped around, and it even wiggled its bottom at the two men. With McGren's experience as a lesson, Lin Li hurried to hide behind a tree in case that darn gorilla made another sneak attack with the coconut again. Just as he was about to lean behind the tree, he suddenly felt himself being lifted off the ground. The next moment, his whole body was upside down. Damn, Lin Li had not expected there to be a hidden rattan underneath the tree where he was hiding. One end of the rattan was tied into a slipknot, while the other was in the hands of the Leviathan gorilla. It only took the darn gorilla one pull, and Lin Li was caught. But Lin Li reacted fast as well. He was ascending in the air at full speed, yet he was exceptionally calm. There wasn't any recitation of spell. With only a peculiar hand gesture, the sound of a wind blade piercing the air was heard. He had managed to cut off the insidious rattan with the wind blade spell. At the same time, he cast another feather fall spell on himself, and with that, Lin Li escaped from the trap at last. But what followed was another coconut volley. Who knew where the darn gorilla got the coconuts from? At least hundreds of them came smashing down in a mess. Lin Li was racked by the barrage. The Leviathan gorilla was a real level 8 magical beast. A smash with a coconut thrown from its hand had knocked out even a warrior like McGren, not to mention Lin Li, who was in no sense strong. Lin Li felt as if he was being shot by a cannonball every time a coconut landed on his body. It was just too rough. The coconuts smashed down one after another, such that Lin Li could not even hold his head up. There were some opportunities in between for Lin Li to fight back, be it that 2 shots of wind blade or a few shots of icicles. But all these spells had mostly landed on the tough rattan. The Leviathan gorilla controlled the giant net like it was a flexible arm. Most of the spells were actually blocked in the midst of twists and turns. Even if there were 1 or 2 spells that had gotten through the giant web and hit the Leviathan gorilla, it was difficult to do any real damage to it. The resistance ability of a level 8 magical beast was poles apart from that of a manticore. For Lin Li, the effects of these spells would only provoke the Leviathan gorilla's rage, causing it to smash the coconuts on him a little harder. Those numerous shots of wind blades and icicles would probably exhaust the mana of another mage. Only a freak with a serious abnormality of mental strength like Lin Li could persist under the rain of coconuts. However, even Lin Li was starting to lose heart in this situation. The strength of level 8 magical beasts was just too powerful. It was luck that they had encountered the Leviathan gorilla, an oddity. If it had been other brutal and savage level 8 magical beasts, he would probably have been torn to pieces by now. By the time Lin Li had recovered his breath from the shower of coconuts, he was already covered in patches of black and blue, like a person applying various dye stuff on the body as a part of performance art. *CK, you darn gorilla. Lin Li hid behind a tree, panting heavily as he desperately tried to come up with a plan. This darn gorilla was an absolute freak. It was a level 8 magical beast, and it had reached a frightening degree in both speed and strength. Moreover, it was fighting on its home ground. The giant net was like an impenetrable defense. Even the razor-sharp wind blades couldn't sever the rattans. This was really killing him. Lin Li had just caught his breath when the Leviathan gorilla on the giant net began to cackle again. Lin Li looked up just in time to see another pile of coconuts this fiend had brought back. Lin Li was distressed at the sight. If he did not get rid of the giant net, he would really be killed by those coconuts today. Hang on, giant net. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind, and he felt as if he had grasped something. Just then, the Leviathan gorilla launched a new round of attacks. This time, the coconut shower was more violent and brutal than before. The coconuts fell one after another, and although they did not hit Lin Li, they landed on the giant tree beside him with a loud crash. Lin Li's scalp tingled upon hearing the sound. Let's do this. There was no time for Lin Li to dwell on it in this situation. It didn't matter whether the idea would work or not. He had to do it no matter what. Lin Li finally found an empty space amidst the coconut shower. He took a leap to the side and managed to hide behind a few giant trees. The trees here were lined together, forming an excellent area for concealment. At least for the time being, the Leviathan gorilla's coconuts would not reach here. After earning a temporary respite for himself, Lin Li dared not hesitate any longer. He opened up the ring of endless storm and pulled out a bottle of blue potion. It was a clarity potion made from the succus of ghost skin and leaves from the wisdom tree. It could greatly increase the scope of magic cast. Because Andoin had always objected to his excessive reliance on potions, he had only concocted 3 bottles. Lin Li's heart ached as he downed a bottle, for it meant he had 1 bottle less. After he had finished the recovery potion, Lin Li glared menacingly at the giant net above him. Darn gorilla, you've got guts. Kaka. The Leviathan gorilla could not care less. After a fit of cackles, it resumed drawing on Ayane's face with even more joy than before. I'll tear down your lousy net, and see if you can still laugh. It was the first time Lin Li took out his own staff from the space ring since leaving the log cabin. It was the only thing Andoin had gifted him, a magic staff embedded with the magical crystal of the frost troll. Lin Li had named it Winter. Holding the winter staff in his hand, Lin Li felt a familiar rush of magical wave all over his body. A low yet lengthy recitation of spell sounded among the trees. The surrounding air's temperature seemed to drop to the freezing point in an instant with the abstruse and mysterious recitation. Ina stopped crying and stared down blankly at Lin Li as she took in the powerful magical force. Even the Leviathan gorilla, which was in the giant net, had forgotten its weird cackles. The inborn instinct of a high-level magical beast had told it that it was in danger. Frost. The last of the spell was broken by Lin Li, and the crystal at the tip of the staff glowed brilliantly. A wave of cold current radiated from Lin Li and swept through the giant net. Wherever the cold current passed, a vast expanse of white could be seen. Under the frigid cold brought on by the frost spell, every rattan in the range was chilled to ice. The range wasn't wide, perhaps only a few dozen meters, but it was enough for Lin Li. After the frost spell, he cast another wind blade spell. The target of this wind blade spell wasn't the Leviathan gorilla in the giant net, but the rattan that was frozen to ice. Snip! The air was filled with ice flakes in the midst of jarring sounds. All the moisture in the rattan was taken away after being frozen by the frost spell. Although the wind blade spell couldn't cut through the tough rattan, it was more than enough to break ice. After a dozen shots of wind blades, Lin Li had managed to carve a hole in the giant net. The tiny hole grew in size as Lin Li continued to deliver the wind blades. By the time the hopping, cackling gorilla realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The giant net had lost its balance and was collapsing. No matter how it jumped, it could not prevent the whole net from tearing. Woo! Finally, the Leviathan gorilla fell headfirst down the giant net amidst the screaming. Falling with it was Ina, who was wrapped like a rice dumpling. Lin Li caught Ina before she hit the ground before turning around to cast a delaying spell on the Leviathan gorilla. Without the giant net as a shield and a coconut in hand, the Leviathan gorilla was no better than a toothless tiger. That'll teach you to laugh again. Lin Li helped Ina loosen the restraints on her body, not forgetting to deliver the wind blades at the same time. For most of the day, Lin Li had to suffer from the shower of coconuts. Now that he had gained the upper hand, he was done being polite with the Leviathan gorilla. Dozens of wind blades were shot out with a swoosh, such that the darned gorilla couldn't even lift its head. The wind blade spell was a low-level spell, but after breaking away from the restraint of the chant, it had become the most direct and effective mean of attack. Along with the support of an abnormal mental strength, the wind blades were like a river, flowing unceasingly. Even a powerful level 8 magical beast could not withstand the terrifying cluster of wind blades. It could rely on its tough skin to resist a couple of shots, but with dozens of wind blades flying in the air, the quantitative change had led to a qualitative change. The Leviathan gorilla's tough skin had become a joke. Even the toughest of skin could not withstand the repeated cuts of countless wind blades. Woo! The cries were exceptionally tragic. Blood was seeping out endlessly from the wounds. In just the blink of an eye, the Leviathan gorilla's fur was tainted red. What made matters worse was that Lin Li also used the delaying spell in the midst of those wind blades from time to time. Under the constraint of the delaying spell, the Leviathan gorilla was utterly tormented. It could not flee nor catch up with him, and if it stayed grounded, it'd be ripped by the wind blades. A mighty level 8 magical beast beaten to the ground. Where did its previous arrogance go? Finally, the Leviathan gorilla had given up all its dignity as a level 8 magical beast. Its cries were full of pleas for mercy. It hunched and bowed with hands folded in front, all but kneeling on the ground, giving kowtows to Lin Li. This darn gorilla actually knows to surrender, seeing that it can't win the fight. It was an eye-opener for Lin Li. No wonder Andoin had said they were merely a bunch of troublemakers, drawing circles on faces if they won and begging for mercy on the floor if they lost. Was this really a level 8 magical beast? Lin Li was rendered powerless facing a rascal like this. Lin Li was naturally unwilling to let it off this easily, but it'd be meaningless to kill it as well. Lin Li racked his brains over and over, and felt as if his head was about to explode. The anger that stemmed from his frustration was instinctively released on the gorilla, and this time the guy did it without the wind blade. He pulled out a cane and began lashing, cursing as he did it. This one's for the kidnapping and blackmailing. This one's for smashing me with the coconut. This one's for the queer laughter directed at me. Right? Where was I? Forget it. Let's start all over. This one's for the kidnapping and blackmailing. The incessant beatings raining down on the Leviathan gorilla had it seeing stars. A mighty level 8 magical beast, when faced with the cane, did not even dare to shun it. Lin Li finally stopped the beating resentfully when his arms started to turn weak. The poor Leviathan gorilla was beyond trampled, burying its head into the ground. McGrin and Ina watched, dumbfounded. They had formed some idea of Lin Li's abilities along the way and knew he was a powerful mage, but they had never imagined him to be this powerful. The scene of the infinite wind blades attacking made them feel as if they were in a dream. McGrin was considered a veteran adventurer and had come across many mages in his adventures, but he had never seen a mage as perverted as Lin Li. Just the wind blade earlier on was definitely denser than the Leviathan gorilla's coconut barrage. By the time Lin Li had the Leviathan gorilla rolling on the floor from all the beatings, McGrin and Ina had turned completely numb. From what they saw, this young mage was a total monster. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant again. It was only when Lin Li had been satisfied with the lashings that he cast away the cane in his hand. After taking a glance at his surroundings, he motioned at McGrin and Ina for them to flee the scene. But the action fell into the eyes of the Leviathan gorilla, who thought he was going to come back with a different cane. After that fat beating it went through, the gorilla was scared out of its wits. No longer caring about feigning its death, it hastily bounced from the ground and sobbed while begging for forgiveness while pointing to a giant tree in the distance. What? Woo woo. Woo? For what? Lin Li kicked the Leviathan gorilla in annoyance, his eyes following the direction its finger indicated. Surely you didn't have a pretty Leviathan gorilla hiding there, now preparing to offer her to me. Woo. Do you not know something else other than sobbing? Woo. Lin Li couldn't stand this gorilla that only knew how to whine, so he followed its lead to the giant tree for a look. A thick layer of leaves lay under the giant tree. Unlike the rotten leaves in the dense forest, the leaves here were unusually dry and crisp. Some even carried a tinge of green. Apparently, someone had just plucked them from the tree. Not waiting for an instruction from Lin Li, the Leviathan gorilla swept the fallen leaves aside and revealed a huge and deep hole in the tree. Whoa! Lin Li glanced into the tree hole and suddenly felt that the darn gorilla was indeed a genius. It had turned the tree hole into a treasure chest. What was in there included a weaponed armor covered in rust, glistening glass beads, a pile of colorful dye stuff, and even a canvas that was coated with mess. After all the fuss, this rascal led him here, thinking it had some treasure to offer, but instead he was showed a pile of junk. Lin Li did not know if he should find it funny or feel angry. He was about to turn and leave when he suddenly felt a faint spell of magic in that mess. This feeling was too familiar to Lin Li. Whether it was the ring of endless storm in his hand or the robe of wrath on his body, they were constantly transmitting a slight wave of magic inadvertently. There really is good stuff hidden here. Lin Li was stunned. Something that could give off a faint spell of magic was definitely something that was not ordinary. Even the staff that old mage had given him was not qualified enough to do it. Lin Li had no time to deal with the Leviathan gorilla in his surprise. He bent over in a hurry and began choosing his pick in the tree hole. His feeling was right. After tearing the colorful canvas away, Lin Li quickly found a ring among the pile of glass beads. The color and luster of the ring looked rather dull. Though the materials used were unknown, its craftsmanship was delicate and sophisticated. Fine patterns swirled around a black diamond, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The slight magical wave that he felt came from this black diamond. Lin Li was instantly attracted to the diamond when he first laid eyes on the ring. It was an almost instinctive intuition. Lin Li knew that this was definitely a powerful magical gear, at least comparable to the robe of wrath he was wearing. All right, since you're so sincere, then I shall gladly take it. Lin Li patted the Leviathan gorilla's head in a way that looked like he was teasing a child. He was in a fairly good mood, probably due to the acquisition of the ring, and the Leviathan gorilla did not seem to look as repulsive as it had before. Kia kia kia. The Leviathan gorilla giggled, looking glad, though it was not known if it was because Lin Li had accepted the ring or because it could finally send the pestilence away. Lin Li's mood was lifted with the acquisition of the magical equipment by chance. He had no further interest in making things difficult for the Leviathan gorilla, so with a kick on its butt, he said, "Scram." The Leviathan gorilla seemed to have received an amnesty while being kicked, and dived into the depths of the forest with a puff. Lin Li was about to leave after getting the ring when the colorful canvas caught his eyes. Only then did Lin Li notice that, underneath the mess of dyes, there seemed to be something else. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Lin Li picked up the canvas. After a detailed examination of it, Lin Li realized there seemed to be some squiggly symbols on the canvas. The High Elf's print. Lin Li was taken aback. Andoin had hidden a significant number of spell books in that small log cabin of his. Some of them were written in the High Elf's print, but because Lin Li had just been exposed to magic and his foundation was not solid enough, Andoin had never allowed him to touch the stuff. Lin Li could not understand the texts, but he knew at least that anything that had to do with the High Elves was definitely not something that was ordinary. So, without any hesitation, he tucked the dirty canvas into his arms. Cromwell was staring at the bonfire, dazed, when the three of them had returned to the cave. Ina, the zealous mage, was surprised seeing McGrin and his daughter come back in one piece. The monster that had taken Ina was too powerful. It had the speed of lightning, sending him to the ground and snatching Ina away in the blink of an eye. Never had he expected the two of them to bring Ina back safely. Thinking back to the terrifying monster, he was reminded of his earlier actions. He had fled in panic and left Ina to fend for herself. For a moment, Cromwell felt his face burn as he stood rooted to the ground. It felt wrong to stand or sit. Finally, Lin Li came to his rescue. "It's late. Everyone should rest early." The next day, the party of four arrived at Jerosis City at noon. "Felix, this is Jerosis City." McGrin was enthusiastically introducing the bustling city to Lin Li as they walked along the lively streets. "Not far ahead is the Adventurers Guild. I usually spend my time there when there are no quests. If you need any help, you can find me at the Emerald Tavern." Damn, this Jerosis City is huge. Being accustomed to the tall buildings in a metropolis, Lin Li felt a wave of novelty as he entered the exotic city. His eyes had not taken any rest at all as he followed behind McGrin, busy with taking in his surroundings. Cromwell could not help but frown as he watched Lin Li from behind. What a country bumpkin who had not been exposed to the world. His emotions were complicated as he was remorseful yet indignant. But, more than that, he felt hatred towards Lin Li. He had utterly regretted plunging into the Sunset Mountains. He would not have encountered the Leviathan gorilla if he had not entered the Sunset Mountains, and he would not have fled without taking Ina with him. There were many ways to win Ina's heart, but he had chosen the most stupid one. He was completely stunned the moment the Leviathan gorilla took Ina away. A level 8 magical beast was so powerful that Cromwell could not help but shiver just standing in front of it. He tried to run after Ina, but his legs wouldn't budge. The confidence from the past had vanished, and all that remained was endless fear. At last, fear had triumphed over reason, and Cromwell chose to escape. All that followed was simply a nightmare to him. He had fled in panic back to the cave, but this lowlife mage managed to save Ina. Ina's attitude towards him changed, no longer being polite. There was only disdain now, the kind of disdain that she regarded him as heir. Until now, Ina had still not looked him in the eye, not even once. Cromwell was not dumb and knew what this meant. It meant that he had lost all hope in winning Ina's heart. After the initial remorse, Cromwell naturally pinned all the blame on Lin Li. It was because of his arrival that he had lost the opportunity to fight the wyvern and save both Ina and her father. It was also because of his presence that he had performed badly in front of the Leviathan gorilla. He had even come to believe that these were all part of Lin Li's plan. This damned mage already had the thoughts of competing for Ina, and that was why he had appeared in the Sunset Mountains at that very moment. Cromwell, caught up with his conspiracy theories, had no time to think what a difficult task communicating with a level 8 magical beast was. For the zealous mage, Lin Li was the root of all evil. As long as he got rid of him, he could be together with Ina. Lin Li entered Jerosis City. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity. As the heir to the family, Cromwell knew very well just how powerful his family was in Jerosis. Even the leadership of the Guild of Magic were unable to ignore the suggestions of the Merlin family. Once Lin Li joined the Guild of Magic, Cromwell would have his own ways to deal with him. At this thought, there was finally a smile on Cromwell's gloomy face. It was probably the reason why Cromwell, who had not spoken a word to Lin Li along the way, took the initiative to ask, "Mage Felix, are you going to report at the Guild of Magic? If you need help, do feel free to ask me. The Merlin family does have a say in the Gerosis Guild of Magic." Report. Lin Li was just looking around when he did a double take at the word. "You don't know?" Cromwell swore silently at the country bumpkin, but kept the smile on his face. "The Supreme Council has made it clear that all mages above level 5 must report to the city's Guild of Magic upon their first arrival." Hold on. What's the Supreme Council? You don't even know of the Supreme Council? Lin Li's ignorance had been an eye-opener for Cromwell. Feeling his vanity greatly satisfied, he couldn't help but swear inwardly at the country bumpkin again. The Supreme Council was established after the Dark Ages, and its full name is the Supreme Council of the Anral Guild of Magic. The purpose of its establishment is better supervision and management of the guild. Of course, the mage families are not included in the management, like the Merlin family. Oh, Lin Li nodded, but asked again doubtfully. So the Guild of Magic is considered a subsidiary of the Supreme Council? Sort of, but the Supreme Council usually isn't directly involved in management. Lin Li did not question further. In his mind, he thought, Anral World is much more complicated than I expected it to be. Just as he was absorbed in his thoughts, the party had reached the doorstep of the Adventurers Guild. It was an enormous building, taking up most of the street. The decor was simple and plain, and if seen from the outside, you'd never expect it to be the largest and richest institution in all of Anral. Behind the front door was a spacious hall. According to McGrin's introduction, this was where they usually received their quests. The hall was packed with all kinds of adventurers. Some were waiting for new tasks while others had already collected them and were preparing to leave. These adventurers covered almost every profession Lin Li knew, from mages to warriors and from archers to thieves. Most of them carried a faint smell of blood on them. Lin Li knew that it was the legacy of years of fighting demons. "Felix, take a seat here first. Ina and I are going to turn in our quest. We'll be back soon." McGrin was about to turn and leave when Lin Li stretched out his hand and pulled him back. "Didn't you fail the quest? We have to turn in failed quests as well, or we won't be able to receive new ones." "Then, do failed quests give you any trouble?" McGrin shook his head. "There is no trouble at all, just some loss of money. Wait a second for me here." He found a quiet corner and silently opened up the ring of Endless Storm. From inside the ring, he took out half of the manticore's hook, which he had nicked off from the dead manticore he'd encountered when he was out picking wild steel bloom for Anduin. "Is it all right to turn in this for your quest?" Lin Li handed the half piece of manticore's hook to McGrin. The middle-aged adventurer had not expected that the problem he was so worried about could be solved so easily. Thinking of all the help Lin Li had rendered them along the way, the middle-aged man who was bad at words didn't know what else to say for a long while. He merely repeated, "Thank you, thanks." "You're welcome. I've got no use for it anyway," Lin Li smiled. "I have things to do, so I won't be going with you anymore. If anything happens to you in the future, you can find me at the Guild of Magic. I should be staying there for some time if nothing else happens." "Mr. Felix." Lin Li had just stepped out of the Adventurers Guild when he saw Ina running after him. The long-legged beauty's blonde hair flew in the air. Ina's pretty face was flushed, her expression one of bashfulness and carrying a hint of reluctance to say goodbye. "Mr. Felix." Ina's small, fair hands were clenched as she was cheering for herself mentally. But after a few stammers of all she said at last was, "Goodbye, Mr. Felix." "Goodbye, Ina." Lin Li smiled and was about to turn around when he suddenly felt a gush of sweet wind. Ina, who was blushing just a moment ago, finally summoned up her courage and stuffed an item into the palm of his hand. "This is for you." After passing the item to Lin Li, Ina's ears had turned red with embarrassment. Without waiting for Lin Li to respond, the long-legged beauty fled back into the Adventurers Guild like a frightened white rabbit. Lin Li was stunned as he stared at the figure that had just left. He stood at the street for a long time until he finally remembered the item in his hands. It was a newly sewed scroll pouch. The craftsmanship was a tad rough, but nevertheless, it was meticulously sewed. He could almost feel Ina's warmth on the pouch as he held it in his hands. The Guild of Magic was located at the southern end of Gerosis City. It was a huge building as well, no less so than the Adventurers Guild. The Guild of Magic was also known as the Emerald Tower in Jirosis City. Standing on the streets, one would be able to see the tall spire of the tower from a distance. Lin Li had asked several passers-by on the way, and very soon found the direction to the Emerald Tower. The Emerald Tower was unusually quiet as compared to the bustling Adventurers Guild. Lin Li stood outside the gate for a long time, but did not hear a sound at all. There was only a faint wave of magic coming from the tower. The magical wave was majestic and mysterious, and it made Lin Li feel as if what he was facing was an insurmountable mountain. Walking in through the gates of the Emerald Tower, what he saw was likewise a spacious hall. At a glance, the hall was empty, and not a single person was in sight. What kind of situation is this? Lin Li stood at the door, bewildered. Just then, he heard a commotion coming from the upper story. Shadow City wants the control of the Demon Fall Valley? Sure, but you'd better be prepared to bleed. A furious roar came from upstairs. Lin Li saw a round gray figure just as he looked up. President Jirian, you're too irrational. The man who was driven out of the door by the round figure was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He wore a tight black leather jacket and emitted a thick smell of blood from his body. When he turned around, Lin Li suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by a venomous snake. Hold on, President Jirian. Lin Li suddenly recalled. The name that the middle-aged man had called out seemed to be the one of the very person that Andoan had told him to look for. At this thought, Lin Li was unable to restrain himself from taking another look at the plump figure. Only then did Lin Li notice how old the figure in the gray mage robe looked. He had a kind countenance and was fair and chubby. Even when he was angry, he still looked cheerful. Lin Li felt a little dizzy. A fat old man like him who looked more like a businessman than a mage was actually the president of the Jirosis Guild of Magic, Archmage Jirian. President Jirian, you are too irrational. Rejecting the friendship of Shadow City will only bring disaster to Jirosis Guild of Magic. The middle-aged man dropped such a sentence on him and left the Emerald Tower without another look back. He only took another look at Lin Li when he passed by, and the feeling of having been targeted by a venomous snake tightened Lin Li's heart. How does that man walk without a sound? Could he be possessed by a ghost? Lin Li's character was not that of one who was willing to lose out. He had been unsettled by the gaze, and so he naturally had to curse in his heart. Come if you dare. As long as you dare to lay a finger on the Demon Fall Valley, I'll chop the claws off your hands. Who knew there'd be another, even more fiery-tempered one? The middle-aged man had already gone far, but the fat old man never stopped berating. After some time, he finally noticed a presence in the hall. With a frown, he glared at Lin Li and asked, "Who are you?" "You're President Jirian, right?" Lin Li hastily turned over his pockets. He took out Andoan's letter and handed it over. "I am Felik. Mage Andoan had told me to look for you. This is a letter he wrote to you." "It's Andoan, that old chap." The fat old man's eyes lit up at the mention of Andoan's name. The frown that was on his face dissipated, his chubby face radiant with smiles, and he looked just like an amiable businessman. "Where's the old chap? Why are you here alone?" Mage Andoan said he had something to see to. He'll only return to Jirosis City in a week or two. "Oh." Jirian nodded and began to read the letter in his hands. Jirian had found it odd from the start. Although Andoan was a member of the Jirosis Guild of Magic, he had been immersed in pharmaceutics and had not done anything serious in the guild for decades. He'd occasionally show his face once in a while, but only when he needed ingredients for his recipes. Had the wind changed for the old chap to write someone a letter of recommendation? But as he read on, the expression on the plump mage's face changed. His eyes, narrow as he smiled, were as wide as those of a bull. He raised his head a couple of times to look at Lin Li as he was reading the letter. Finally, his hands that were holding onto the letter seemed to be trembling as well. If what was said in the letter was true, was this guy still a human? Look at what the old chap had said. A magic gift that was comparable to that of Juresco, the god of mages. The fat old man's pupils dilated when he saw the name. He had grown up listening to the legend of the god of mages. Jirian could count with his eyes closed exactly what the noblest mage of the Dark Ages had done in his time. He was the only mortal that could fight the gods, and there was the legend of him annihilating the magic legion of the High Elves with his own power. Jirian had always thought that such a person would only exist in myths. Jirian would definitely regard it as a joke if it came from the mouth of someone else. But he knew deep down in his heart that Andoan was a man of his words. He had never exaggerated anything once in the 100 years he had lived. "I found a treasure. I found a treasure." Jirian's eyes were still on the letter, but his heart was bursting with joy. He wished he could pick up the letter and give it a few kisses. Jiros's Guild of Magic had been down and out for decades, and now the opportunity had presented itself for them to turn things around. Before the old man's joy could subside, another paragraph had caught his attention. Furthermore, he is a master of potions. Master of potions? You must be kidding. Jirian rubbed his eyes as hard as he could, thinking he had seen wrong. Jirian picked up the letter once again after he was done rubbing his eyes. Damn, really a master of potion. Jirian had gone completely Spartan in his mind. This was much more terrifying than a genius in magic. Who had ever seen a master of potion under the age of 70, let alone at this time, 1300 years after the Dark Ages? Jirian took a peek from behind the letter and carefully sized up this young man named Felik. The mage robe looked rather worn, but the magical wave coming from it was exceptionally clear. From Jirian's perspective, he could tell that this was not an ordinary magical item just by one look. He was tall and thin, with a face that looked slightly childish. He was probably not any older than 20 years old. The letter also mentioned how powerful this young potion master was, powerful enough to outdo anyone in the Pharmacists Guild. Jackpot. We have hit the jackpot this time. A master of potion under the age of 20. Jirian was trembling with excitement at the thought of it. From now on, the Pharmacists Guild was nothing to him. He would not have to go begging on their doorstep for a few bottles of potions, and would not even have to make contact with those pharmacists who had their eyes on the ceiling. Hell, what big shoes they wore when they didn't even have large feet. He had a potion master here with him now. There was no need to face their terrible attitudes anymore. Mage Felik. The old man was utterly out of breath after finishing the letter. His fixed gaze on Lin Li was a glimmering green, sending a chill down Lin Li's spine. Andoan has told me all about you in his letter. According to him, you have not gone through a level certification. Level certification? Jirian knew he had said something nonsensical upon seeing Lin Li's confused eyes. He had slapped himself out of dismay and cursed himself silently. What a fool I am. This kid had just been exposed to magic 3 months earlier and had been learning from Andoan. How would he know of any level certification? Simply put, it is to certify your magic level. In my opinion, this is necessary for you because it is only after being certified that you will be able to receive spells corresponding to your level from the Guild of Magic. Jirian kept a smile on his face when he was explaining what the level certification was, but in his heart, he felt an indescribable nervousness. This was about a magical genius who could rival Juresco, and even more about a master of potion under the age of 20. Jirian even felt he was more nervous now than when he had advanced to an archmage. Then, when can I get certified? Lin Li's reply was straightforward. He'd also like to know which level he was currently at. Anytime. Jirian pulled Lin Li up the stairs. His chubby face was completely distorted from trying so hard to hold back his emotions. He wanted to pull Andoan into his arms and give him a few pecks on his cheeks. The old chap had been too lovely. He had to thank him when he returned to Jiros's city. Kevin, the old man screamed as he got to the second floor. You lazy punk, get out here. There are things to do. A long silence. The fat old man got angry and the tightly shut door was kicked and split in half with a thud. Lin Li stood at his side, stunned by what he just saw. How was the old fellow so strong? Was he a mage or a beast? President Jirian. The room was in ruin. Inside was a thin, young mage who looked to be about 20 or 30 years old. He stood dumbfounded, looking at the door. He was about to say something, but the fat old man shot him a fiery glare, and he could only swallow the words back down his throat. Come, let me introduce you. This is Mage Felik, a new mage. He has decided to go through the level certification in Jiros's Guild of Magic. Bring him down to process the documents. I'll look for someone to arrange the certification. These little rascals are getting more brazen, hiding in the room early in the morning. I wanted to teach that bastard from Shadow City a lesson, but couldn't find any helpers to back me up. All right, Felik, this is Kevin, the famous nice guy in Jiros's Guild of Magic. You'll follow him to handle all the paperwork. I'll come and find you later. The fat old man went off swearing, leaving Lin Li and Kevin standing there in a daze. Haha, the president's character. He's more straightforward. You'll slowly get used to it in the future. The young mage lifted the 2 broken pieces of door from the ground as he explained to Lin Li with a smile. Straightforward indeed, Lin Li laughed. The fat old man was much more interesting than Andoan. Jirian's kick was harsher than a beast's attack. The lock that was behind the door was broken with his kick. Kevin lifted the door up and examined it for a long while, soon realizing that it was impossible to repair it. He could only lean the broken door against the wall, and with a bitter smile, he said, "Let's just wait for the president to call for a repairman. I'll bring you down to process the documents first. Sorry to trouble you." On the way down, the two of them chatted from time to time and gradually became familiar with each other. The fat old man was right. This young mage Kevin was indeed a nice person. Lin Li had asked a dozen questions along the way. If it was someone else, they'd long be annoyed, and only a good-hearted person like Kevin would answer each and every one of them, without losing patience, no less. He would explain twice if Lin Li couldn't comprehend the first time, and only when Lin Li finally understood did he stop the explanations. That is to say, after the level certification, I'll be a member of the Gerosis Guild of Magic. After listening to Kevin's introduction of some general knowledge regarding the level certification, Lin Li finally understood the reason behind that fat old man's sheepish laugh earlier on. It turned out that there was another meaning behind having this level certification. On paper, at least. Kevin nodded and continued, but the Guild of Magic is a relatively loose organization. Strictly speaking, mages have far more rights than obligations in the guild. After the level certification, you will have the right to use all the guild's facilities like the library, laboratory, and the meditation spot. If you make a significant contribution to an area of study, the guild will also provide you with a large amount of money. Sounds pretty good. Then, what obligations do I have to fulfill? Obligations. Other than admitting that you are a member of the Gerosis Guild of Magic, there seems to be no other obligation. At least in Gerosis Guild of Magic, the president won't force you to do anything. Even if he does, you have the right not to agree. After all, the guild is a loose organization. There's no subordinate relationship between the mage and the guild. Then, why do I feel that you seem to be afraid of the president? He's my uncle, Kevin smiled bitterly. Not just kicking my door. Even if he beats me, I can only bear with it. The certification procedure was easier than expected. It was considered done once the form was filled out. The questions on the form were almost all about magic. Other than the name and age columns, there were no questions on the family or address. Lin Li had spent half the day worrying over it, and revised the fake identification Andoan had made for him once more. After filling out the form, Kevin brought Lin Li up to the 3rd floor. They passed through a few corridors and finally saw Jirian, who had long been waiting for them. The old man was incensed. His hands were making exaggerated gestures as he swore. Not far in front of him, a middle-aged mage was listening in silence, his expression aggrieved and frightened. He nodded while retreating carefully at the same time, as if afraid that the old man's rage would fall upon him. Go and tell that fool from the Merlin family to scram this instant. If they dare to make such requests again, I'll burn their nest down with a torch. The swearing old man showed a slight restraint and anger when he saw Lin Li approaching and spared the poor middle-aged mage for the time being. Go now. Yes. As if being granted an amnesty, the middle-aged mage turned and ran faster than a hare could. He only shot Lin Li a curious glance as he brushed past him on the way out. The Merlin family? Lin Li frowned at the mention of the familiar name, but after thinking for a long time, he still failed to recall where he had heard that name. Lin Li had yet to recognize the name when Jirian had stepped forward to meet him. He wondered which year the old man was born in, as his mood changed from one moment to another. A while ago, he was still swearing in a towering rage, and with a turn, he reverted to the amicable smile on his chubby face. How was it, Felik? Have you processed the documents? Yes, it's done. Great. Jirian's face beamed with delight. Without any further questions from Lin Li, he hurriedly brought the two of them to the hall on the 3rd level. A crystal ball was placed in the middle of the hall. Around the crystal ball lay 2 kinds of mageweth. As an inscription guru, Lin Li knew too well about the mageweth. One of it was the magical shield field, used to weaken the power of magic. The other was the element's annihilation field, used to reduce the conflict among elements. When these 2 high-level mageweths were used at the same time, they would produce an effect similar to keeping demons away. Impressive. Despite being an inscription guru, Lin Li could not contain his surprise when he saw the mageweth. High-level mageweth was complicated by itself, but there was someone who could actually set up 2 mageweths at the same time. The difficulties faced in the process were not as simple as a basic mathematical equation. From now on, we will begin the level certification. You don't have to care about anything else. Just transmit your powers into the crystal ball. Jirian could hardly wait once they entered the hall. Don't be afraid of breaking the crystal ball. Just focus on the output. I'll deal with the rest. Lin Li nodded and placed his hands on the crystal ball. He was not afraid that the crystal ball would break. With the protection of the two mageweths, even if Andoin had been here, he probably wouldn't have been able to break the crystal ball as well. The power gushed out like tide water, and the crystal ball began to glitter. As the light on the crystal ball glowed brighter, so did the smile on Jirian's face. 5 minutes had passed, and Lin Li had no intention of stopping. At 10 minutes, sweat began to break out on Kevin's forehead. At 15 minutes, Jirian's pupils began to dilate. At 20 minutes, both of them had the impulse to hit the wall. Was this a human or a monster? The hall was eerily quiet, and only the sound of Jirian and Kevin's breathing could be heard. The crystal ball was giving off a dazzling glow, lighting the whole hall into brilliance. Both Jirian and Kevin were astounded. Before this horrifying performance, they could only stare at the crystal ball, and the thought of recording Lin Li's data slipped right out of their minds. The horrifying performance went on for almost 30 minutes before Lin Li finally let out a long sigh and stopped the transmittance of power into the crystal ball. He found both of them dazed when he turned his head back. What happened? Are you a human or a monster? Kevin asked cautiously, as if afraid that Lin Li would turn into a demonic beast and pounce on him. 28 minutes. Jirian stared at Lin Li with his eyes and mouth wide open. With a confounded look on his face, he mumbled to himself repeatedly, "Miracle, miracle." Any mage would know what it meant to have a magic output that lasted up to 28 minutes. Most spells, with the exception of a few channel spells, required only an instantaneous burst of energy. In other words, it was only at the moment of unleashing spells that magic output was needed. A minute of continuous output could be converted into at least 100 instantaneous bursts of power. The mental strength of a human was limited. After all, even a top mage like Jirian could only maintain 5 minutes of magic output at the time he had been advancing to the Archmage. He would never have imagined there'd been such a monstrous character like Lin Li in the world. 28 minutes of continuous output meant a few thousands of low-level magic spells. Even if they were legendary spells, this would be enough to unleash a dozen of them. Jirian had really wanted to ask Lin Li whether he was truly a human. What was the scariest of all was that even after 28 minutes of continuous magic output, Lin Li had shown no signs of fatigue at all. The kid had even approached them in great spirits and asked, "How was it? How did I do?" Jirian was about to answer when Kevin, who was standing beside him, slapped his hand against his forehead and let out a cry. "Oh no. What? I forgot to record his mental strength." At the moment, Kevin wanted to drop dead. It was his responsibility to record the data, but he had been so engrossed in watching that he had forgotten about doing his job. Kevin wanted to hit his head against the wall. He was so doomed. Something so important had gone wrong in his hands. With Uncle Jirian's character, even if he didn't die this time around, he'd probably still have to get skinned. Fool. Jirian, however, did not throw a fit, not physically. Instead, he scolded him in a fit of rage. Record for what? A mental strength that can support an output of 28 minutes. Even if you did record it, no one would believe it. Then, he took a look around and made sure no one was eavesdropping on them. With a menacing stare directed at Kevin, he threatened, "Destroy all other evidence except the magic level. Also, do not reveal the things that have happened today no matter who asks about it. And that includes your father. If news is leaked, let's see how I'll deal with you." Kevin hurriedly agreed. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. In the end, Lin Li's level in magic had become the least important of things. With a stroke of the pen, Jirian filled in an 8 under the column for magic level. With that, a level 8 mage certification was considered complete. Mage Felix, on behalf of the guild, I officially welcome you as one of us. From now on, you are a member of the Gerosis Guild of Magic. If there are things you don't understand, do ask Kevin, Jirian announced with a smile of satisfaction on his face as he gathered the level certification records. For the next few days, Lin Li was up to his ears in work. Jirian had arranged Kevin to run his errands, but he still had to do a lot of work by himself, for example copying spells in the library. Looking at the mountainous pile of magic books in front of him, Lin Li finally understood why that old fellow Andoin always said that there was no end to the world of magic. With so many books, it would take him a few years just to read the table of contents, not to mention studying the spells that were recorded in them. Lin Li had been sitting in the library for 2 days. There were about 20 or 30 spells recorded in the magic book, all of which he thought were useful. He had only 2 criteria when it came to choosing the magic books. 1. The spell had to be short. 2. The magical elements had to be simple. Most mages would have scoffed at these criteria. Among the same level of magic, the longer the spell and the more complex the structure, the greater the power. Since it all consumed the same magical power, who wouldn't choose the one with greater power? It was just like playing a game of mahjong, with a good set of tiles in hand. Who wouldn't want to give pure hands or something a shot? But to Lin Li, the intensity of power was not important at all. I don't wish for the best, but I wish for the most. With the support of an enormous mental strength, Lin Li never had to worry about exhausting his magical powers, much less about his mental strength being unable to hold out. Instead, the prolonged recitation of spells might put him in more danger. Since he couldn't solve the problem of his recitation speed in a short time, Lin Li simply chose the easier magic to learn. His powers wouldn't be exhausted anyway. If one didn't work, he'd use several more. With dozens of magical powers blasting down, what wouldn't be knocked down? Jirian took time off in between to look at what Lin Li was doing. After witnessing his weird selection criteria, the fat old man couldn't help feeling the jitters on his back. Look at what the 20 or 30 spells were about. Mind control, Warlock's Eyes, Arcane Missile, Fragility, Paralysis, Power Shield, Power Amplification, Hysteria, Delirium, Fossilizing. Other than a few purely offensive spells like the arcane missiles, everything else was ruthless control spells. Jirian said nothing, touched his nose, and slipped out. Once out, he muttered to himself, "Is the kid really the disciple of Andoin?" He didn't know Andoin had a taste for such things. Copying the spells was a burdensome thing to do, particularly for a dabbler like Lin Li who had a poor foundation in the local language. Other than the lingua franca of this world, all other languages were Greek to him. So he had to go through different language guides as he wrote the spells down into the magic book. He had spent almost 2 days on those 20 or 30 spells. When he looked up from the pile of books the next day, it was already evening. Lin Li did a long stretch and returned the books to their original positions. He was about to leave the library when he saw Kevin walking in. "Felix, are you done with copying the spells?" Kevin saw Lin Li packing up the books just as he entered. "Right. President Jirian wanted me to tell you that he's waiting for you in the hall on the ground floor and would like you to go to him once you're done with copying the spells." He looked like he had something to tell you. "What's so urgent?" Lin Li was all ears. The fat old man had just come to the library in the morning. Why hadn't he said anything then? He didn't say why, just asked you to come. "Oh, sorry to trouble you." Lin Li left the library. Very soon, he found Jirian in the hall on the ground floor. The fat old man, who was in a good mood today, was instructing 2 young mages. "Fools, can't you all be any dumber? You couldn't even complete such an easy elemental sequencing. What is in your minds all day?" Of course, his approach was out of the ordinary as always. The 2 young mages were bruised from all the lecturing, but they had not the courage to speak up for themselves. They could only lower their heads in grievance and listen earnestly to the lecture of the fat old man. They seemed to have found their savior when they saw Lin Li coming down and quickly threw him glances that called for help. "President Jirian, I heard you were looking for me." Lin Li shook his head seeing those 2 poor fellows, but he began by greeting the fat old man. "Felix, you've come." It had indeed helped the 2 mages out of their predicament. Jirian had no time to lecture them seeing that Lin Li had come. Come, I have something to discuss with you." "You too." Halfway in his strides, Jirian seemed to recall something, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved at the 2 unlucky mages. "Forget it, scram as far as you can." For reasons unknown, Jirian seemed extra cautious along the way. He brought Lin Li to the reception room so that no one could interrupt them. If one were to ask where the safest place in the whole of Jerosa's Guild of Magic was, it would undoubtedly be the reception room. There were 7 Warlock's Eyes at the door, providing an all-dimensional surveillance of each and every occurrence in the surrounding. Behind the tightly shut door was a magic probing mageweth, emitting a faint wave of magic. Under the influence of the mageweth, any magical spying activities would never go unnoticed by Jirian. Lin Li knew it wasn't a trivial matter upon seeing how serious Jirian was. He pulled a chair and took a seat, quietly waiting for Jirian to start. Jirian was looking extremely cautious today. Even in the reception room, which was the safest of all places, he couldn't seem to be at ease. He cast another life sensor spell, and after making sure that there were no living people around, he started whispering. Tell me, when did you offend the Merlin family? The Merlin family? It was the second time Lin Li heard Jirian mentioning the name. The previous time was a few days ago, when he was going through the level certification. He remembered the fat old man throwing a huge tantrum, threatening to do something to the Merlin family. Lin Li was still in a daze when he suddenly recalled someone. Cromwell. That's right, it's Cromwell. When they had first reached Gerosis City, the zealous mage had mentioned the very same name. If Lin Li had remembered correctly, his exact words were, "If you need help, do feel free to ask me. The Merlin family does have a say in the Gerosis Guild of Magic." You mean? Cromwell. That's right, it's him. Jirian nodded. Do you still remember the day you came? Yes. That day, after you went with Kevin to process the documents, someone working under Cromwell had come calling. This fool had put in a request for me to kick you out of the guild. He must be blind. I didn't have the time to care about it, and only sent Colin to warn them that they had better not find any trouble with you. At this, Jirian let out a muffled groan. But this idiot doesn't know where to stop. This morning, he sent someone else here again, and this time, he dared to threaten me, saying that if I don't do according to his wishes, he'll convince his family to terminate all business contracts with the guild. Lin Li did not say anything. He watched Jirian with a grin on his face. Jirian had been in charge of the Guild of Magic for decades. He was no ordinary character. He would probably have been devoured long time ago if he couldn't even deal with someone like Cromwell. Since he had brought this up voluntarily, he had to have a plan in mind. From what Lin Li saw, the fat old man's rage was merely just an attitude of support for himself. So, Lin Li did not utter a word, and waited for Jirian to speak. He must be blind, not even looking at whom he's threatening. Sure enough, Jirian then announced in a towering rage, although Gerosis Guild of Magic has been facing some difficulties these few years, we are not that down and out to be threatened by others. Since I was the one who got you into the guild, I will take responsibility for it. Whoever dares to touch you will have to ask for my permission. Thank you, President. Lin Li was more or less surprised when he came out of the reception room. Ever since the Leviathan gorilla incident, Ina had never given Cromwell any pleasant looks. Lin Li knew then that the warm-hearted mage had been enthusiastic for nothing. But he had not expected Cromwell would vent his frustration of not winning Ina's heart on him. Lin Li felt quite wronged. It was as if he had been bitten by a mad dog for no particular reason. He hadn't cared much for Ina from the beginning, but he was still targeted by the mad dog Cromwell. He dares to bite me? Then he'd better be prepared to be beaten. The more Lin Li thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Just as he was feeling aggrieved, he heard footsteps shuffling from behind. Felik, are you free? Kevin advanced with a smile and greeted Lin Li. If there's nothing to do, can you accompany me to town? I have some things to buy. Lin Li thought over it carefully and realized he had nothing to do indeed. He had taken down the spells from the library and the procedures for joining the Guild of Magic had been completed. Moreover, Kevin had been running around these days, giving him much help. It wouldn't seem kind of him to reject such a small request. Sure, I wanted to take a look around Gerosis City too. The two guys left the Emerald Tower after informing Jirian. They walked along a deserted street towards Gerosis City. The streets outside Emerald Tower were unusually quiet. There were occasionally a few passers-by, but most appeared to be in a hurry. Kevin was not much older than Lin Li, and was one of the first few people he knew in the Emerald Tower. After being in contact for a while, they had become pretty familiar with each other. The two had a chat as they walked along the street. As they were both level 8 mages, the topic of their conversation would naturally be about magic. Of course, Kevin's level 8 was different from Lin Li's level 8. After all, one had just been exposed to magic for a few months, while the other had already spent over 20 years on it. Lin Li could not be compared to Kevin on general magic knowledge. So, most of the conversation was Lin Li asking common-sense questions and Kevin answering them. The way one questioned and another answered had kept the journey away from boredom. After walking for over 10 minutes, the streets gradually became more lively. Not far ahead was the Adventurers Guild Lin Li had once visited. This was probably the most flourishing place in the whole Gerosis City. A large number of stores was scattered around. Numerous adventurers would come and go every day, bringing forth huge demand and supply. Adventurers could buy a variety of equipment from the nearby stores, or sell the materials they'd acquired on quests to these stores. The course of contact had brought great prosperity to the street. After taking a look around the street, they walked into a magic store called Gilded Rose. At least half of the magic stores in Jerosa City were called Gilded Rose. According to Kevin, they all belonged to a mage family called Mans. Like the Merlin family, this family was one of the most prominent families in the Felon Kingdom, only that one had entered politics, while the other did business. Since the Dark Ages, the Mans family had been running magic business. Over the past 1,300 years, a huge amount of wealth was accumulated by them. Gilded Rose Magic Store was located in every corner of the Felon Kingdom. Even in the most remote countryside, you could still find the signboard of Gilded Rose. The decoration of Gilded Rose was full of mysterious aura. As he walked into the hall, Lin Li could easily feel the unusual magical wave in the surroundings caused by the large number of magical items that repelled and interfered with each other. As soon as he walked into the hall, Lin Li was blinded by the dazzling array of magical equipment. It was indeed the largest magic store in the Felon Kingdom. From what Lin Li saw, every mage robe and magic staff here was decent stuff. Lin Li was browsing before the counter for a while before a female attendant in uniform came to greet him. "Greetings to you, Mr. Mage. Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Li was about to open his mouth when he suddenly stopped short, for it was not until then that he had remembered something important. He had no money, not even a penny. From when Andoin had brought him into the cabin till he had joined the Guild of Magic, a whole 3 months had passed, and Lin Li had not spent a penny. As a poor transmigrator, he had no need to use money, and therefore did not think of earning it. It was only on this day when he walked into the Gilded Rose that Lin Li suddenly found himself without even a penny on him. He had his eyes on a necklace and was about to ask the uniformed lady to show it to him when he had discovered this embarrassing fact upon touching his pockets. The smile on Lin Li's face froze, and after a long while he chuckled lamely. "I'll have a look. We'll see later." It was indeed embarrassing. Fortunately, Kevin came over to his rescue. "Felix, are you free? Help me take a look at this magic staff. What do you think?" Kevin held a staff of primitive simplicity in his hands. The body of the staff was covered in fine and delicate magewef, and a red crystal was embedded at the top. Judging from the scorching aura of the magical crystal, it should be a staff for amplifying fire spells. Apart from a slight deviation in the magewef structure, this was a good enough staff. Lin Li nodded. "Nice staff. I wonder how much it costs." "It's not too expensive, around 300 to 400 gold coins. It's hard to get a staff like this with this price nowadays." Watching the expression on Kevin's face like he had snagged a bargain, Lin Li felt his scalp tingle. 300 to 400 gold coins was not considered expensive. He thought of McGrin and his daughter, who had risked their lives in the Sunset Mountains to kill a manticore for a reward of mere 50 gold coins. For a staff like this, they'd have to kill almost 10 manticores before they could afford it. This is what being a mage is about. A lot of money is needed. You'll get used to it in the future. Kevin had probably guessed what was on Lin Li's mind looking at his expression. He motioned for the uniformed lady to give him the bill as he explained in a low voice. A staff like this would go for at least 500 gold coins in other magic stores. After buying the staff with 350 gold coins, Kevin went on to buy other items, spending over 1,000 gold coins in all. As Kevin was checking out, Lin Li suddenly felt that he should make some money too. "Kevin, you're familiar with Jerosis. Do you know where the adventurers usually go to sell magic materials like the magical crystals they've gotten?" "Magic materials?" "Usually, they'll hand such things to magic stores like the Gilded Rose and entrust them with selling them, but part of the fee will be deducted after the transaction. You can also go behind the Adventurers Guild if you don't want to pay the fee. There's a black market there. You can trade small items like herbs for bigger items like magical crystals from magical beasts there. Shall we go take a look?" "I was just planning on buying some materials from there too." There was a deep, dark alley beside the Adventurers Guild. After the two guys came out of the Gilded Rose, they walked along the small lane. A few steps later, loud clamor reached their ears. The black market behind the Adventurers Guild was an entirely different world from the mysterious and elegant Gilded Rose. There were no rich magical auras or female attendants in uniform. All it had was a thick stench of sweat and endless arguments. Walking into the black market was like walking into a coliseum. It was often a price difference of a few silver coins that made a group of people contend in furor. "Come on, are you blind? This is a damn authentic thorn beast fur, and you find it expensive for 100 silver coins? You can make a leather armor out of it, and it'll last you forever. What goddamn world we are in? 100 silver coins for a life, and it's still not worth it. You want to make a leather armor with this damn thing? Go back and make a diaper for your son with that. Stop talking rubbish with me. I'll take it for 50 silver coins at most. If you're unwilling, I'll go to another store. 50 silver coins for a thorned beast fur? Are you still king asleep? Forget it. I'll take it that I'm doing a good deed and sell it to you for 80 silver coins. How's that? If you don't want it, scram. Don't block my damn way to fortune. The fierce bargaining was an eye-opener for Lin Li. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he'd have thought there was some deep hatred between the two men just listening to their voices. Fellick. It was a ruckus all around. Kevin had to shout into Lin Li's ears for him to hear. Squeeze to the front a little more. What? Kevin raised his voice higher and pointed his finger to the front. I said, squeeze. Forward. Oh. With all their strength, they finally squeezed out into a gap in the crowd. Here it is. Kevin panted heavily. He stopped in front of a small hut. Lin Li looked up. There was a sign outside the hut that looked like it was ready to fall off any time. A few big words were written on the sign in dexterous calligraphy, Skillless Exchange. Lin Li almost choked in his breath. How could such a dilapidated house be associated with trade? What are you doing? Lin Li wiped the cold sweat off. He was about to enter the hut when two burly men came up and blocked him with raised arms. The burly men were shirtless, their expressions ferocious and ugly. At a glance, they seemed to have come from knocking around places, fighting and killing. Lin Li touched his nose and replied timidly, I came to sell items. Sell? Scram to the side. Take a look in the damn mirror. Is Skillless Exchange a place for you to enter at your own wish? With these words, Lin Li was pushed out of the door. Lin Li stumbled a few steps back. Can't we talk nicely without any pushing? Scram immediately. Seeing that Lin Li wanted to continue his ramble, the two men became enraged and held their fists up. Kevin was gasping for breath at a side when he looked up and witnessed the conflict between both sides. Just as he was about to open his mouth to stop them, it was already too late. The burly men attacked, and the young mage sighed regretfully. Then came a succession of cries, which seemed to have startled the noisy black market into silence at once. Damn, you really thought anyone wearing a long robe would be a cultured person? Lin Li was beaming. The crowd of onlookers couldn't understand how this seemingly harmless young mage could be so vicious in his strikes. The two burly men had yet to deliver their attacks when they were each sent a dozen meters away by an arcane missile and were groaning in pain on the ground at the moment. Can I go in and sell my items now? Lin Li approached with a grin and bent down to ask that the two men who were still groaning in pain. The two poor men were nothing but rogue gatekeepers. They mostly bullied derelict adventurers as they watched the gates, and had never met a real mage before. Those two arcane missiles were a low-level spell, but as they landed solidly on their chests, even the strongest in body could be half killed. At this time, they looked at Lin Li as if they had seen a ghost, and hurriedly nodded in trepidation. Yes. Lin Li smiled with satisfaction. He took a few steps forward and asked doubtfully, I won't get chased out. No. Kevin watched from the side, dumbfounded. After some time, he let out a sigh in resignation. This young mage's character was rather similar to Uncle Jirian's, both ruthlessly vindictive. It was no wonder Uncle Jirian thought so highly of him. Lin Li walked into the exchange in high spirits amidst the groans of the two unlucky morons. Kevin caught up from behind, a bitter smile across his face. The exchange goes by a membership system. I had yet to pull out my membership card when you already knocked them out. You're quick to take action. Why? They have backing. Lin Li asked casually with a grin. Of course. How can a place like Skillless Exchange not have the protection of some sort of force? Kevin's head throbbed at the mention of this. The one that protects this place is Old Odin, the largest underground force in Skillless. The important thing is, Old Odin has always maintained a good relationship with the Guild of Magic, and has been friends with President Jirian since young. You've beaten them up without a word. It'll be hard for President Jirian to explain it to Old Odin. I've beaten them up anyway. We'll talk about it again when they come calling on the doorstep. It was empty inside the Skillless Exchange. Not a ghost could be seen except for an old man who was dozing off at the counter. Lin Li went in and knocked on the counter dozens of times before the old man opened his eyes with a sleepy face. He yawned as he grumbled in a quiet voice. Young people nowadays are really mean. waking up an old man taking an occasional nap. I'm already this old. Wonder how many more good naps I can take. Lin Li touched his nose sullenly. This old fellow could talk more crap than Jirian. Hurry up and state your business. Don't hold up an old man's rest. There was no energy in the old man's voice. It sounded as if he was on his deathbed. I heard from my friend that the Gerosis exchange buys in all kinds of magic materials. I have a few magical crystals at hand, and was thinking of bringing them here to see if I could exchange for some money to tide me through, Lin Li said. The other party was an old man after all, and was not as strong as the two unlucky morons at the door. Even if he was unhappy with him, he'd have to suppress his anger. That was why he cut to the chase and pulled out the scroll pouch Ina had given him from his pockets. What followed were the clattering sounds of dozens of magical crystals rolling out onto the counter. Kevin's scalp numbed as he saw the shiny magical crystals. He didn't even have to look closely to sense that they were at least level 5 with the element waves emanating from the magical crystals. Magical beasts were not cows that one raised at home and could milk as and when one wanted. It would probably take more than 10 days to collect these magical crystals of level 5 and above, even if a mercenary team was deployed. Kevin couldn't comprehend just how so many high-quality magical crystals came to fall into the hands of Lin Li. The one with the biggest reaction was the old man behind the counter. The old fellow was just looking sleepy a moment ago, but his eyes shone when the large number of magical crystals rolled out from the scroll pouch. He shot up from his seat with a swish and threw himself onto the counter, his actions fast and agile. He did not look like an old man at all. Manticore, blood-sucking lizard, thunder beast, damn. There's also a wyvern. The old man lay on the counter and counted with his eyes lit, occasionally whispering or shouting. His facial expressions could not be more perverted. These are all yours. The two guys had waited there for half an hour before the old man finally looked up from the pile of magical crystals. The way he looked at Lin Li was one of a big gray wolf looking at a small white bunny. Basically, Lin Li nodded reluctantly. He was about to ask the old man if he would take them when the old man pounded the desk. 8,000 gold coins for all. Will you sell? 8,000 gold coins. Lin Li was bewildered. Being a transmigrator, he had no idea about money in the world of Anril. He had to turn his head around and ask Kevin for help. 10,000. Kevin spat out a figure resolutely. Hold on. I need to have a discussion. 10,000 gold coins was a huge amount. After all, the old man couldn't make the decision by himself. He hurried out from behind the counter after informing them. The two guys waited there for long before they saw the old man return with glee on his face. This time, there was no hesitation from him as he kept those dozens of magical crystals away. Deal. Lin Li was in a bright mood when he walked out from the so-called Gerosis exchange. Back when he was in the Sunset Mountains, forced by Andoin to kill magical beasts, it had never occurred to him that he could sell the magical crystals for money. He thought it was a waste to just leave them there, so he picked them up each time he killed a magical beast. Who would have thought that, 2 months later, he could earn his first income from these magical crystals? Because of his different experiences, Lin Li probably understood the power of money better than most mages in this world. Initially, he did not have the time to think about it, but after a reminder from Kevin, he recalled his experiences in the endless world. Had he not had that near-infinite amount of money, he wouldn't have possessed so many top-grade materials, much less trained all his life skills to the highest level. 10,000 gold coins might seem like an enormous amount in the eyes of others, but to Lin Li, it was just a beginning. That afternoon, Lin Li raided over 20 herb stores. When he had hired a horse wagon to bring the herbs back to the Emerald Tower, Jirian almost cried in excitement. He had waited for decades, and at last Emerald Tower had its own potion master. Damn the Pharmacist Association, go to hell. And then, both of them went into the reception room again. This time, the content of their conversation was kept secret even from Kevin. Kevin only knew that Jirian was beaming with satisfaction as he emerged from the reception room and announced on the spot that, from the day onwards, everything within the Emerald Tower would be open to Felik unconditionally. He was free to go anywhere and look up anything he wanted. This was probably the most exclusive privilege in the Emerald Tower apart from Jirian's, particularly for a mage who had just joined a few days ago. It was absolutely a miracle. Almost none of the mages in the Emerald Tower could understand why Jirian made such a decision. To them, it was a joke. Even the pride of Gerosis Guild, legendary mage Andoin, had never enjoyed such generous treatment before. What right did this young mage, who who had just joined the guild for a mere few days, have to deserve such favorable terms from Jirian? For a moment, Emerald Tower was in chaos, and all kinds of rumors were in full swing. There were speculations whether the relationship between them was normal or not, and questions whether Jirian was being fair. There were even a few petulant ones who threatened to pull out from the guild if Jirian did not rescind his decision. Jirosa's Guild of Magic had been lacking in talent, and the withdrawal of a few mages who were of at least level 9 would be a devastating disaster. Almost everyone thought Jirian would compromise. Otherwise, the Jirosa's Guild of Magic would completely disappear from Anril before the Supreme Council's assessment in 3 months' time. However, they were all wrong. Jirian was not only unwilling to compromise this time, he had also taken an unusually tough approach. Within 3 days, rumors in the guild were forcibly suppressed. The mages who threatened to quit were kicked out of the Guild of Magic that afternoon. The tumult had come and gone. It was almost over before it began, and everything seemed to be back on the original track. Lin Li still spent his days in the library, occasionally hanging out with Kevin outside of the Emerald Tower to see if there was anything good in the magic stores. The fat old man was still keen on instructing young mages in his own unique way as ever. The only issue was probably the mages who were kicked out of the guild. Not to mention Jirian. Even Lin Li heard it several times. These guys had been coming together lately, but no one knew exactly what they were discussing. Everything looked the same except for this. Under Jirian's tough approach, the small ruckus was crushed. But everyone knew that, in fact, these suppressed voices never really disappeared. They were merely waiting patiently. Once there was a slip-up from Lin Li, or if Jirian could not come up with a convincing reason, these voices would come out from the shadows again, louder than before. But to Lin Li, this was not a big deal. He had been so busy since he'd returned from the Jirosis exchange that he did not have the time to care about such matters. Every morning, Lin Li would head straight to the library. He had too much knowledge he needed to catch up with. Sitting in the quiet library, Lin Li felt as if he was back to the time before his college entrance examination. When he had finally looked up from the pile of books, he'd often go back to the potion lab without having his meals. There, herbs worth thousands of gold coins were waiting for him. What Lin Li had to do was to turn the thousands of gold coins worth of herbs into potions. Even Lin Li, a potion master, could not help but have a headache when faced with so many herbs. Moreover, there was that old fellow Jirian, who ran to the potion lab in the name of concern more diligently than anyone. In particular, the way he drooled when he looked at the bottles of finished potions made Lin Li want to drive him out of the lab. That day, the two of them had reached an agreement in the reception room. Lin Li would have the next highest privileges second to the president in the Jirosis Guild of Magic. Correspondingly, the guild would have the priority rights to purchase the potions he produced. That was the reason behind the fat old man running to the potion lab every day. As a matter of fact, the two men, young and old, did not differ much in their core personality traits. Both were Philistin, only that one was arrogantly Philistin, while the other had kept it low-key. The agreement was, of course, full of the spirit of utilitarianism. One wished to maximize the benefits of pharmacists, while the other wished to maximize the use of guild resources for his own work. Neither of the two jerks was good. Lin Li was satisfied with the agreement. Being a transmigrator, he knew the power of publicity more than anyone else. Especially in a world of swords and magic, if you had a giant like the Jirosis Guild of Magic standing behind you, you could sell the medicine more readily than others. A large amount of herbs was placed into their different categories, and the empty pharmacy was once more filled with the fragrance of herbs. According to Lin Li's plan, the first batch of herbs would be used in low-level potions as much as possible. After all, this was just the beginning. It was far from the point of showing off all of his skills. But with his ability as the potion master, even if it were some low-level potions, it'd be enough to make Anduin's eyes lit up. Heaven knew how many years had passed since the mages in the Emerald Tower had a smell of the calming potion. A delicate fragrance filled the potion lab while the potion in the beaker gurgled. Lin Li added nectar from the peace bloom into the beaker as he meticulously calculated the ratio of the 3 potions. He only raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead occasionally, quickly burying his head back in work. Behind him were bottles of completed arcane magic potion. Jirian had come to watch a few times. When he saw the bottles of arcane magic potion, the fat old man nearly bit his tongue off. It had been on his mind even without looking at them, but now that he had seen them, He was behaving like an aggrieved woman who hadn't been satisfied for decades, refusing to leave the potion lab and insisting on getting 2 bottles for him to have a taste. Lin Li tried every possible way to dissuade him, but eventually he got him a bottle and sent the aggrieved hag away. Other than that hag, Kevin also dropped by a few times to take a look. But the young mage was much more restrained than the fat old man. After greeting Lin Li at the door, he would squat in the corner and draw circles. When something happened, he could also help Lin Li. All he wanted was to witness the skills of a potion master. It took him almost a week to use up over 1,000 gold coins worth of herbs. It was Wednesday when Lin Li dragged his tired body out of the potion lab. Lin Li went to Jirian the first thing after he came out, and the old and young pair hid in the reception room once again. Their discussion took almost the whole afternoon, and both emerged with sly smiles on their faces. Lin Li could finally get a good sleep after finishing all these. Lin Li was dizzy from exhaustion after so many days of work. He fell asleep and did not wake up till Friday. By the time he woke up, news had spread through Gerosis City. I heard that Gerosis Guild of Magic discovered a High Elves relic not long ago and obtained many master potions from it. No, I heard they poached a potion master. This time, the Guild of Magic hit the jackpot. It was said that the potion master had brought a pile of potions with him from the Pharmacists Guild. Brag all you want. Who doesn't know what the Guild of Magic have been like these years? The fellows from the Pharmacists Guild have their eyes on top of their heads. If they really poached a pharmacist from them, I can chew off the spire of the Emerald Tower. I really don't know what they were thinking. Those are potions of the mastery level. They should be keeping them and drinking them in secret, but instead they decided to sell them. Damn, you few don't leave. Lend me some money. I should buy a bottle too. Dream on. With what little money we have, it's not enough to buy a bottle. It's probably enough to buy a bottle cap. And the source of all these was a word from Jirian. This Sunday, the Guild of Magic will be auctioning 30 bottles of arcane magic potion in the Emerald Tower. The mages in Gerosis, especially those who came from the mage families, could not even remember how many years it had been since they heard of arcane magic potion. Although the Gerosis Guild of Magic had been down and out in the recent years, due to the agreement made during the Dark Ages, they could more or less get some aid from the Pharmacists Guild. Although the aid was paid for with Jirian's old face, they were still happier than the mage families. The mage families had great wealth and enviable power, but the Pharmacists Guild was not as much an object of wealth and power. Every pharmacist had the rights to look down upon all of these. The skill they inherited from the High Elves dynasty was in itself the most precious wealth in the world. If a potion master wished so, he could easily destroy a magic family with a flip of his hands. There were too many strong people in the world willing to go through fire and water for a bottle of potion. Perhaps only a giant like the Merlin family had a small chance of getting a master potion, but it was really only a small one. The entire Gerosis city was in a complete frenzy ever since Jirian had released the news. Competent forces were scrambling to make money. The Merlin family, determined to acquire these 30 bottles of arcane magic potion, even disposed of several properties in the heart of Gerosis City in order to gain more bargaining chips in the competition. After all, old Jirian had said that the Guild of Magic would only recognize money this time. Whoever gave the highest price would have the best opportunity, and friendship or whatnot would have to wait after the items were sold. It was said that Jirian gave a flat refusal even when old Odin came calling. Everyone in Gerosis City knew that both of them wore the same pair of pants growing up. The Merlin family, which was just about to extend a friendly hand, immediately pulled back after hearing that even old Odin had been turned away. How are the properties in the city center handled? Matthew Merlin was 53 years old this year. He had been the head of the Merlin family for a decade, but he had never been as agitated as today. He paced back and forth in the living room, stepping on the soft carpet, but his mood could not be calm for a long time. The 30 bottles of arcane magic potion was a godsend of an opportunity for the Merlin family. He had never seen any force taking out so many bottles of arcane magic potion at once. Even the Pharmacists Guild had never been so generous. When he'd first heard the news, Matthew Merlin, who had never let his feelings show, was so excited that he dropped his wine glass on the spot. That was 30 bottles of arcane magic potion, which meant 30 chances to permanently enhance magic power. Although this opportunity was only for mages below level 5, weren't they what the Merlin family had the most? For most mages, level 5 was a difficult gap to cross. After crossing this gap, one would be entitled to wear a long mage robe and be called respected mage. But if one could not cross the gap, they would be a pathetic mage apprentice for life. A mage and a mage apprentice. It was one of heaven and one of hell. With the Merlin family's influence now, should there be another 30 mages beyond level 5? At the thought of this, Matthew could almost see the glorious future of the family. It's almost done. There are two places which are a bit of a trouble. The buyers are biting onto the prices and not willing to compromise. I've sent someone to negotiate with them, so we should be expecting some good news soon. Cromwell's expression was respectful, but there was a triumphant glint in his eyes. He had always wanted to prove that he was capable of managing the family in addition to his magical talent, so he had done his best to be perfect in the real estate disposal. In just one day, 5 properties worth more than 180,000 gold coins were disposed of. In such an urgent situation, he made sure the family did not suffer much loss. In Cromwell's opinion, it would have been difficult even for his father to do it better than him. Fool. But it was old Merlin's angry outburst that awaited him. The wine glass in the old man's hands fell to the floor again, and the fingers pointing at Cromwell were shaking slightly, accompanied by the sound of rapid breathing. Who told you to negotiate with them? Who gave you the rights to negotiate with them? Do you know that this is a matter of life and death for the Merlin family? You actually took the liberty of making such decisions on your own. Do you still have any regard for me? Father. Cromwell was completely dumbfounded. Old Merlin's anger was like a stick in the dark, beating him into bafflement. For a moment, the feeling of injustice welled up in his heart, and he just stood there speechless for a long time. It was his own son after all. After the scolding, Matthew's anger had subsided a little. The old man sighed helplessly. Why do you not think over it? If I hadn't been pressed for time, how could I have sold the properties in the center of the city? Did you really think us, the Merlin family, would be lacking in money? What we are lacking is time. The amount of time left for us is too short, only 2 days. After 2 days, those 30 bottles of arcane magic potion will appear on the auction. It'd be better if they could delay a few more days and I could dispose of some more properties. This way, our odds would be better during the auction. But Cromwell had no idea that old Merlin would be so determined this time. Are those 30 bottles of arcane magic potion really so important to our family? Even without the potions, we already have 40 mages level 5 and above. Other than the Guild of Magic, no one else in Gerosis has this kind of power. Why do we need to fight so hard for 30 bottles of arcane magic potion? Oomph. Old Merlin rolled his eyes. He shot an exasperated look at Cromwell, a look that also expressed that he'd expected better from him. I've long told you not to hang out with those old fellows in the family. Why won't you listen? Look at what they've taught you, these short-sighted geezers. 40 mages above level 5. It only looks nice. With these 30 bottles of arcane magic potion, what we will come to have are 70 real mages, and not some ridiculous mage apprentices. Old Merlin had a murderous glint in his eyes at the mention of this. Also, has it ever crossed your mind what will become of our Merlin family if these arcane magic potions fall into the hands of other families? Old Merlin's words plunged Cromwell into deep thoughts. He stood there, absorbed in the meaning of his father's words. Cromwell was not an idiot, and after a few moments, he began to grasp the key to his words. Cromwell felt his limbs turn cold at once, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he felt his throat was unusually dry. You mean, Merlin family will be replaced by other powers? Yes. Old Merlin's expression was serious. The 30 bottles of arcane magic potion may be an opportunity or a disaster for our Merlin family. I get it, father. These 2 days, other than disposing of the properties as soon as possible, it'll be better to hang around the Guild of Magic as well. It'll be good if you can get to know the origin of this batch of arcane magic potion. Even if you can't, you'll first have to establish a good relationship with the Guild of Magic. This time, they have most likely gotten themselves a potion master. When you go, bring those few level 14 spells from the family with you. Jirian will likely understand my intentions. Old Merlin sounded a little dejected. From now on, the Guild of Magic is not the Guild of Magic of the past. Okay, I'll get right down to it. Hold on. Cromwell was just about to leave when old Merlin called him. A few days ago, I seemed to hear that you were having a bit of a bad time with the Guild of Magic because of a young mage. About this, I can explain. What was done secretly was exposed on the spot by the old Merlin, and Cromwell's expression was now a flustered one. How much do you know about that young mage? There was not much reproach in the look on old Merlin's face. I know a little. Cromwell was slightly relieved and went on. This mage is called Felix. I got to know him when I was in the Sunset Mountains. He had encountered a wyvern, and I was the one who saved him. But this person did not know gratitude and wanted to deal with me again and again. Then, I heard he had joined the Guild of Magic, so I wanted Jirian to teach him a lesson. What about his strength? About level 6. Small character of little significance. Old Merlin shook his head. Your fault is that you shouldn't have let Jirian know about it. Try to see if you can rope him in this time when you go. If you can't, then... As he spoke, his gaunt fingers ran across the neck, indicating he was to eliminate the problem. Remember, if you do it cleanly. Understood. Although he had been berated, Cromwell was in a good mood when he left old Merlin's study. What could only have been done in secret was unintentionally approved of by old Merlin. To Cromwell, this was more important than anything else. With the strong support of the Merlin family, it was easier to kill a derelict of a mage than to crush an ant. As for trying to woo him, this had never crossed Cromwell's mind at all. As long as he took out those level 14 spells, even Jirian had to take him seriously. Was there any need for him to woo a down-and-out low-level mage? The storm brought on by the arcane magic potion swept in many of the powers in Jerosis City. From 11 mage families to 6 underground forces, almost everyone was struggling to raise money. Prime real estate, top-grade magical crystals, rare magic materials, and magic equipment. All these uncommon items seemed to have flooded the market overnight. Prices were dropping day by day as if taking a dive from a high platform. The whole Jerosis City had become crazy. All the powers qualified for the competition were fighting to force their way into the Emerald Tower. As for the Emerald Tower, it was of course the center of the storm. After Jirian had tossed the news out, he'd been staying in the Emerald Tower, feigning illness. Visitation? I'm really sorry, President Jirian is seriously ill. It's a malignant infectious disease. If you're infected, it will lie heavy on our conscience. Why not go back first and come back again a few days later? Sometimes, the circumstance was a scary thing. Just after 2 days, someone as honest as Kevin was poisoned into lying every time he opened his mouth. He spoke of the infection with an anxious expression of pain as if Jirian had not been just ill, but had been infected by a plague instead. Everyone knew what was going on, but there was nothing they could do about the fat old man Jirian. Everyone was at Jirian's mercy now, and what they were waiting for was to rip him off at the auction. So the members of the 10 mage families came and left, and then the members of the 6 underground forces came and left too. The seriously ill Jirian, however, was hiding in the basement, grinning. He counted the arcane magic potions again and listened to the noise coming from the hall, the grin on his face growing wider as he did that. He no longer remembered how long it had been since the Jerosis City had been so astir. For the last 20 years, the Guild of Magic had been the top influence in Jerosis City. But those with discerning eyes knew that it was only because the Supreme Council still existed. Without the support of the Supreme Council, the guild would have fallen apart in an instant. Before the emergence of the arcane magic potion, who truly had regard for the Guild of Magic? The same went for old Odin, whom he shared a friendly relation with. If he had not been the president, that old chap who controlled all the assassins in Jerosis would not have given the Guild of Magic any respect. Even that little rascal from the Merlin family had dared to come to his doorsteps to make a demand. PFF, kicking Felix out of the guild. Hats off to him for thinking about it. I am too brilliant. Thinking back to his decision, Jirian couldn't help but revel in it. It was all because of this decision that the Guild of Magic had become what it was today. 30 bottles of arcane magic potion had made the guild the focus of the entire Jerosis City. If these fellows who were fighting crazily were to know there were another 100+ bottles in the cellar, what expressions would they have on their faces? As the initiator of the potion storm, Jirian knew Lin Li's worth more than anyone else. In his opinion, the arcane magic potion was just the beginning, and it was still far from demonstrating the true worth of Lin Li. In fact, even Jirian himself wondered what kind of surprises would this almost miraculous potion master bring to the Guild of Magic. Just as everyone was going crazy over the 30 bottles of arcane magic potion, Lin Li was hiding in the potion lab alone the whole morning. Lin Li knew about the stir created by the arcane magic potion. If it happened in a different period of time, he would have taken pleasure in receiving the attention. But he had no mood for it now. He found something interesting in the potion lab. It was a few black petals. He had most likely been too tired the past 2 days and walked into the potion lab again in a daze this morning when he woke up. He wanted to leave once he came to realize where he'd gone, but then he suddenly spotted the flower petals among a pile of potion dregs. The black petals were mixed in the dregs. If not for Lin Li's good vision, he'd not have been able to differentiate the petals. In the beginning, Lin Li did not take it to heart. After all, gathering herbs was a troublesome task. Other than a herb master like him, an average person would inevitably pick up some weeds while gathering herbs. Who knew how many weeds he'd picked out from the herbs while he was concocting the arcane magic potion the past few days? Picking up those few petals was an instinctual reaction, just like how one would naturally grasp a woman's breasts when he had his arms stretched out in front of her chest. It was not a hooligan's behavior, but an extremely natural reaction. Anyway, Lin Li picked up one petal in his hand. It was then that he realized things were wrong. Upon closer inspection, this petal was actually the legendary Black Lotus. Isn't this too phony? Lin Li could never dream that he'd discover the petals of a Black Lotus among the Peace Bloom dregs. Although using Peace Bloom as the main ingredient of the arcane magic potion produced fairly good effects, the growing environment of these herbs was not at all harsh. Simply put, they could grow anywhere. As long as there were mountains and water, there would be Peace Bloom. The legendary Black Lotus, however, was on another end of the scope. Its growing environment was unbearably harsh. It had to be rich in magical elements and boast an extreme temperature high enough to melt steel. Most important of all, it had to be watered with molten lava coming from the core of the earth. The molten lava, however, could not be poured directly on the Black Lotus. Instead, it could only be run slowly about a meter away from it. All the conditions mentioned above were indispensable. Should there be any slight variance, the Black Lotus would wither away in the shortest of times, even if it somehow managed to grow. Aside from such perverted conditions, the emergence of the Black Lotus was universally acknowledged as impossible. Lin Li had put out a high price for news on the Black Lotus in order to achieve a breakthrough in pharmaceutics, but not the slightest simmer of bubbles could be seen even after putting out a reward of hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The reward had been out for a few months. Lin Li gradually began to give up on the Black Lotus, which only existed in the legends. He had not expected that, a few months later, he'd arrive in another world and discover the trail of the Black Lotus by chance. Could I be this lucky? Lin Li gazed at the petal in his hand and couldn't suppress his excitement any longer. If news of his luck coming upon a few Black Lotus petals among the Peace Bloom went out, it would scare some people out of their wits. Lin Li quickly opened up the ring of Endless Storm and took out 2 bottles of potion, a blue one and a red one. Sticking to the ratio of 3-to-1, he carefully poured them into a beaker. Once the 2 potions mixed, they immediately gave off an acidic smell, which filled the potion lab. This was a small trick Lin Li had learnt long ago. Mixing the recovery potion together with the sobriety potion would produce a cocktail potion with the simplest structure and most intense conflicting properties. Through this, the attributes of a certain herb could be perceived directly. Lin Li gingerly picked up a petal and slowly immersed it in the beaker. When that speck of black came in contact with the potion, a fizzing pop could be heard. The liquid in the beaker churned violently, and white mist arose from it. The acidic smell that had permeated the potion lab seemed to be swept away in an instant, and replacing it was a rush of refreshing fragrance. It is indeed the Black Lotus. Lin Li placed the beaker in his hands down on the table, as if he was afraid he'd drop all the Black Lotus petals into it. Black Lotus was frequently used in mental strengthening. One of the most powerful end products using it was the legendary Ephemeral Divinity Potion. In that 20 seconds of brief divinity, the user possessed an almost infinite mental strength and was immune to any mortal spells. This thing was definitely the deadliest of weapons. It could block almost anything from humans to gods, and could kill with just a glare. Granted, this thing was just a legend. No traces of the Ephemeral Divinity Potion could be found even in the formulas of pharmacist gurus. Perhaps only someone at the level of a divine smith would have it. In addition, the Black Lotus could also be used to create mental strengthening potions like the Infinite Magical Ability, Arcane Field, and more. Although they were less freaky than the Ephemeral Divinity Potion, these potions were far more realistic than the illusory Divine Smith level formula. At least Lin Li had mastered their formulas when he had reached the level of a pharmacist guru. Besides, these potions were not your average kind. They might not be as freaky as the ephemeral divinity potion, but they were definitely almost there. In particular, the infinite magical ability potion was as enchanting as one wanted it to be. These 3 instantaneous phenomenal spells were enough for a mage apprentice to defeat a legendary mage. Of course, to possess potions with such horrifying powers, the materials needed were not at all ordinary. Other than the legendary Black Lotus, a great deal of rare herbs was also hard to find. After the completion of the potion, sap from the Eternity Tree had to be added in. Only the sap from the Eternity Tree would be able to provide magical support to the 3 legendary spells. Anyhow, the Black Lotus could only be met but not asked for. Just these few petals would drive most pharmacists crazy. Moreover, these petals provided a clue for Lin Li to figure out the place pharmacists dreamed of, the spot where a Black Lotus was growing. The Black Lotus petals were gently kept into the ring of endless storm. Lin Li was mindful of his hands for the whole time, as if he was afraid he'd bruise the treasure by accident. He was finally done with the work and ready to leave when he met an acquaintance as he walked out of the potion lab. This fellow actually dared to come to the Guild of Magic. Lin Li was unnerved watching Cromwell enter the Emerald Tower in a distance. Didn't he just threaten Jirian a few days ago about what to do? And the next minute, he came calling on the Guild of Magic, right? The Jirian today was not the Jirian of yesterday. Ever since he had got a hold of the arcane magic potion, it was as if an old man had met an old army doctor. Without a few smokes of the cigarette every day, he'd not be at ease. This fellow had come in so casually. Wasn't he afraid that Jirian would take the chance to vent his emotions? The whole Gerosa city was all about the fat old man now that he had the arcane magic potion in his hands. Given the vindictive nature of the old man, he would never let Cromwell come to a good end for offending him. Fellow, I couldn't find you anywhere, so that's where you're hiding. Lin Li was contemplating whether to hide in a corner and watch the upcoming show when he heard Kevin's voice coming from the hall. Lin Li looked up, only to see Kevin with a face full of sorrow. What's with the expression? Lin Li knew best the kind of crap Jirian had arranged for Kevin to do these 2 days. The fellow smirked unkindly upon seeing Kevin's sorrowful face. How was it? I bet you've reaped some profits these few days. Don't even mention. Kevin's pretty face was smothered into a ball of worry. You don't know how I managed to pull through these 2 days. I haven't taken a break since morning. The people coming for Uncle Jirian were unceasing. Everyone was asking how his illness was. I've told the lie about that infectious disease at least 800 times, if not 1,000. I've even come to suspect I'll say the same things in my dreams. Then you'd have to get the time to sleep. Lin Li dropped another blow on Kevin heartlessly. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the noisy crowd outside the Emerald Tower. Look at the number of people. By the time you play them off, it'll probably be morning. Kevin was so engrossed in the chit-chat with Lin Li that he was caught unwittingly by Cromwell. After being reprimanded by old Merlin last night, Cromwell was even more anxious to prove himself. Early this morning, he walked into the Emerald Tower carrying a few level 14 spells. He had even planned out the plea he would give in his mind. In his mind, he had imagined Jirian being overjoyed when he presented him with the spells. Then, he'd start pulling strings, talking about the deep and long-standing friendship the Guild of Magic and Merlin family shared. And when the atmosphere became harmonious, he would represent the Merlin family, and with a tactful and sincere tone, asked to purchase the 30 bottles of arcane magic potion. Perfect. A reserved smile came to Cromwell's face at the thought of that exciting moment. Except, no matter how reserved his smile or how perfect his plan was, there had to be a chance for him to carry it out first. As soon as he walked into the Emerald Tower, Cromwell found that things were quite different from what he had imagined. The mages, who were nothing but polite when they saw him on other days, regarded him as heir today. Even the most enthusiastic ones merely nodded to say hello. Cromwell thought he was mistaken, but it had happened several times. At last, he began to panic. He had already messed up in his handling of the estates. If he couldn't even get this done well, it would be hard to keep his position in the family. So, Cromwell put on his best behavior, something that he rarely did, and tried his best to force a smile on his face, taking the initiative to befriend the mages in the Emerald Tower. Cromwell smiled as his heart bled. He was the son of Matthew Merlin, yet he had to lower his head and be the one taking the initiative to befriend these low-level mages. To the arrogant Cromwell, this was worse than killing him. What Cromwell could not tolerate was the attitude of these damned mages. Those high and mighty faces almost drove Cromwell crazy. He could not accept how these people who had tried so hard to butter up to him could now laugh so contemptuously at him. Cromwell could not remember how he'd managed to pull through that morning. Each time he was forced to show a friendly smile, all he received in exchange were several cold shoulders. Until a moment ago, when he finally saw Kevin. Cromwell, who had dealings with Kevin several times before, knew that if there was an honest person left in the Gerosis Guild of Magic, it would definitely be Kevin. In Cromwell's mind, it was much easier to talk to an honest person. Mage Kevin, long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Cromwell. Upon seeing Cromwell, Kevin's head began to ache. If possible, he wished he could say better not see. Instead, it was a pity they'd already seen each other. Cromwell, who was like a drowning man clutching at any straw that could save his life, rushed up and shook Kevin's hands, whether the latter wanted it or not. Long time no see, long time no see. Lin Li, who was standing at his side, was of course ignored. Cromwell had thought that now that Jirian was down with a serious illness, the person who should oversee the Guild of Magic would naturally be his nephew, Kevin. What reasons were there not to cozy up to the guild's in charge and instead engage in a chat with a mage in dire straits? Besides, as the heir to the Merlin family, Cromwell could not afford to lower himself and initiate a greeting with a low-level mage. Lin Li was good at taking hints. As Cromwell's expression fell into his eyes, he knew exactly what was going on in his mind. But it was better to accept being ignored, lest he should be approached with a smiling face and too embarrassed to make trouble for him in the future. Cromwell had thought of his plea before he came, but because he had to hold it back for the whole morning, he had almost gotten sick from keeping it in for too long. Now that he finally caught up with Kevin, he'd never give him a chance to resist. He had not let up ever since he had a grab of Kevin's hands. He began with the friendship they had shared since childhood, and then went on to talk about the deep and long-standing friendship between the Merlin family and the Guild of Magic. The bombardment of words and favor had made Kevin extremely drowsy and miserable. Brother Kevin, to be honest, I really admire you. Father once told me that you are the only young man in the whole Gerosis city with a stronger gift in magic than me. I had not believed him then. Only last year, when you had surpassed level 8 in the mage certification, did I realize Father's vision was not wrong. Upon hearing this, an honest person such as Kevin himself could hardly restrain from cursing. You son of a watermelon. One should avoid the face of the person he was beating up. Didn't he know about that? Kevin glanced guiltily at Lin Li and thought, surpassing level 8 surprises you? If you knew someone who had just been exposed to magic for 3 months surpassing level 8, wouldn't you be scared crazy right on the spot? Not to mention you. Your father would probably be driven crazy too if he saw the crystal ball glowing for 28 minutes. Lauding me as a magic genius in front of this someone. Isn't he trying to push me into a pit of fire? Kevin finally saw a silver lining when the sun was about to set. He had waited long for Cromwell to ask about Jirian. I'm so sorry. The president has been overly exhausted recently, and so he has not been feeling very well. He's resting in the Emerald Tower at the moment. Kevin was awfully agitated when he delivered the sentence. It was as if the race that had been enslaved for thousands of years suddenly saw the dawn of victory at the end of the Dark Ages. That's too bad. Cromwell's expression was aggrieved. Then, can I see him? My father had told me to bring him a small gift when I left home this morning. At last, Kevin had waited for this sentence after being tortured for the whole afternoon. Visitation? Well, I'm really sorry. President Jirian is seriously ill this time, and it's a malignant infectious disease. If you're infected, it will lie heavy on our conscience. Why don't you go back first and come back again a few days later? Kevin had repeated this for at least 1,000 times in the past 2 days, but never had he felt this joyful saying it. The words came as he opened his mouth, and he spoke without feeling burdened, much less worried that he'd sleep talk in the night. He even felt a stone lifted off his heart after he'd finished the sentence. The smile froze on Cromwell's face. This was not the result he had expected after all the meticulously prepared pleas, smiles, and flattery. For a moment, Cromwell stood at a loss, staring blankly at Kevin. He could not comprehend how things had become like this. Even Lin Li was shaking his head as he listened from the side. Circumstance was a scary factor. Even an honest person like Kevin was poisoned into lying as he opened his mouth. The smile that was meant to be a sign of resignation was deemed an ineffable sarcasm in Cromwell's eyes. Kevin's refusal had his breath stuck in his chest, and he suddenly found an outlet to vent it out. What are you laughing at? Cromwell's fair face was badly contorted, and a pair of gleaming red eyes were fixed on Lin Li in a glare. That bearing and expression looked as though he was about to devour Lin Li alive. Mr. Cromwell. Kevin was just feeling elated earlier on, and never imagined this was how things would progress in the blink of an eye. When realization finally hit him, and he was about to step in, things were already too late. Cromwell's eyes were fiendish, his expression contorted. His agitated outburst rained spittle on Lin Li's face. This is the end. Kevin knew things were bad as he recalled the two unlucky men outside Jerosis Exchange. He had figured out Lin Li's character after being together for a long time. His character was almost like Jirian's. As long as he wasn't provoked, everything could be talked about nicely. But once the fellow was provoked, he would not show any mercy to anyone he laid hands on. He would not move unnecessarily, but once he did move, he would definitely move in the direction of death. Although the Guild of Magic had some frictions with the Merlin family, they were after all the top influence in Jerosis City. If anything happened to Cromwell here, it would not be up to Kevin to imagine the chaos that would happen in Jerosis City. Do you have any manners at all? The things I've discussed with Mage Kevin were top secrets that belonged to the Merlin family and the Guild of Magic. What's your status now? Have you forgotten your name after worming your way into the Guild of Magic, having the guts to eavesdrop on our top secrets? Won't you scram yet? What made Kevin troubled was Cromwell not knowing what he was doing as he continued his reckless clamor. Kevin wanted to die after hearing the malicious bawl coming from Cromwell. He wanted to slap that fool across the face and ask him whether he knew whom he was swearing at. That person was the most privileged one in the Guild of Magic, and even Jirian had to welcome him with a smiling face. But now, he was being pointed at and asked to get out. Kevin felt himself turning crazy. It's the end, it's the end. Kevin's heart was thumping as he watched Lin Li, who was still smiling. Amidst Cromwell's outcry, the guild hall seemed to have fallen into silence in an instant. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to Cromwell. Their expressions were full of sympathy and compassion at first. Then, they turned to one of watching an idiot with a congenital disability. Jirian said nothing for the past few days, but in their hearts, they had already associated Lin Li with the 30 bottles of arcane magic potion. It was just too obvious. Jirian had just granted him the best privileges in the Guild of Magic, and in the twinkling of an eye news of 30 bottles of arcane magic potion came out. Even the blind could see the link between them. If there was anyone in the Guild of Magic that could never be messed with now, it would undoubtedly be the young mage wearing a worn mage robe standing in front of them. Even Cromwell's father, Old Merlin, who was said to be on par with Jirian in terms of magic attainments, would have no other way out except to die if he messed with the young mage, let alone someone like Cromwell. Someone who could bring out 30 bottles of arcane magic potion at once would not mind having another 30 bottles out. Under this fatal temptation, who knew how many assassins would be out there, waiting for Cromwell? Yet he was still clamoring endlessly, not knowing how the word death was spelled. Among all those present, perhaps it was only Cromwell who did not understand. Ever since returning from the Sunset Mountains, Cromwell had not felt this joyful before. The resentment that had been amassed for a long time exploded today, and the fury he had held in his chest finally found an outlet to vent it. Every word was vicious to the core and full of sarcasm, from the worn mage robe Lin Li was wearing to his inability to afford even a magic staff, his unawareness of his own status, yet participating in such an important conversation. Satisfying. Cromwell had never felt this satisfied in a long time. But satisfaction was intriguing. It was like that very thing, coming when the satisfaction was to the fullest. Cromwell was as such. He was satisfied, but just as his satisfaction reached the fullest, he saw Lin Li lifting his right hand. There were no other gestures, and no complex spells. There was only an intense magical wave and a muffled thud. Immediately, Cromwell felt as if he had been hit in the face with a hammer. In that moment, Cromwell even felt like his whole face was shattered. It was an incomparable force, bursting on his face all at once. The force was extremely powerful. Cromwell hardly had the time to let out a cry before being knocked off. He flew a whole dozen meters like a kite with broken strings. At last, he landed heavily on the steps of the door, with all eyes on him. Cromwell felt nothing except coldness and dampness. His head was heavy and spinning, as if someone had just clamped the door on him. His nose seemed to be broken as well, a gush of warmth flowing out from his nostrils. It mingled with the water stains on his face, with him not knowing if it was blood or water. He clearly saw what struck him was a water spout. It would indeed come for those who were satisfied to the fullest. But Cromwell was unlucky. It came for him, but it came on his face. The hall hushed all of a sudden. The dozens of mages present, including Kevin, had been studying magic for at least 20 years. They could easily see that the magic Lin Li used was a level 2 waterfall strike. A level 2 waterfall strike wasn't intimidating at all. What was intimidating was the way Lin Li had used it. There was no redundant gesture nor sound of chanting at all. It was merely a lift of the hand, and the waterfall strike was unleashed. This was a genuine, instantaneous burst of power. Even a mage apprentice knew that it was not the mental strength or the mana that limited a mage's ability to fight. It was the time taken to prepare. Complex hand gestures and lengthy spells kept the mage in a battle walking a tightrope. Most of the mages in the world were studying the same question: how to unleash magic in the quickest way. As for the interpretation of quick, it would no doubt be the instantaneous outburst. But it was just too difficult. Absolute control of the mental strength, accurate allocation of the mana, and the complete breakdown of the elemental structures. It had gone beyond the scope of knowledge and technology and belonged entirely to another level. Perhaps some mages above the level 10 could unleash 2 level 1 and 1 level 2 spell in an instant with their decades of accumulated experience. But for many mages, instantaneous outburst was nothing but a distant dream. But everyone had witnessed how a level 2 spell was unleashed instantly today. Furthermore, the one who had used this level 2 spell was a young mage not over the age of 20. All these had exceeded their imagination. Demon, a gray-bearded mage in the crowd looked on with a glazed expression. His words were a complete representation of the crowd's thoughts. Other than a demon, no one could come up with another word to describe the young mage. For a moment, the hall was alarmingly quiet. Except for the sounds of rapid breathing, only Lin Li's light footsteps could be heard coming from the steps. Lin Li kept the smile on his face. He even greeted Cromwell politely as he approached. "Long time no see, Mage Cromwell." Long time no see." Cromwell backed down subconsciously. Due to his wounded nose, there was a faint twang in the broken voice. Lin Li had killed a wyvern right before his eyes back when they were in the Sunset Mountains. But Cromwell had always thought that this lowlife mage was never his rival. It was only luck that he'd managed to kill the wyvern with that shot of icicle piercing right into the wyvern's wound. If not for that, he'd long be torn to pieces by the wyvern. Cromwell had always believed that Kevin was the only young man in the Guild of Magic worthy enough to be mentioned in the same breath as him. He had believed that the mage, 3 years older than him and 3 years ahead of him to be certified level 8, was his only rival in Jerosis City. As for Lin Li, he was nothing but a low-level mage. But now, he crumbled with a bang before such a low-level mage. There were no explanations and no reasons. It was merely a simple yet brutal waterfall strike, and it thoroughly shattered the pride Cromwell held for over 20 years. While on the floor, Cromwell suddenly realized just how frail he was. Lin Li bent over Cromwell, the smile never leaving his face. Only his eyes revealed a menacing light, such that Cromwell never doubted he'd kill him with a lift of his hand. Endless fear welled up from the bottom of his heart, as if he was back in the Sunset Mountains in an instant, faced with the terrifying thunder gorilla. He shrank back involuntarily once more. Enough! Just then, a voice came from below the steps. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Cromwell, who was just sinking into fear, was like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw. "Father!" "Shut up. Don't you find yourself embarrassing enough?" Old Merlin emerged from the crowd. He wore a black mage robe, his right hand clutching a green staff. He exuded an aura so powerful that even on the steps a distance away, Lin Li could sense an irresistible pressure. "Mage Felix, thanks for disciplining my child on my behalf." Old Merlin looked sincere and bowed slightly at Lin Li. But when he looked up, his eyes divulged a hint of murderous intent. "But some things should be left to me, the father. Young man, it never hurts to be a little kinder." As old Merlin's voice settled, the magical elements in the surroundings turned into a violent wave, like a giant vortex spreading across the area. Lin Li felt an unprecedented pressure standing in the center of this vortex. He had to clench his teeth tightly to ensure he wouldn't bend under this immense pressure. At the same time, old Merlin's mental strength was surging like torrential tide, dealing an impact with every wave to the center of the vortex where Lin Li stood. "You're too polite. Lin Li clenched his jaws, sparking an abnormal mental strength all of a sudden, barely enduring the battle with old Merlin where he faced too huge a gap in the first place. But between a level 15 archmage and a level 8 mage, mental strength alone would be far from enough to compensate for the huge disparity in power. It was an all-dimensional disparity, not only in power and experience, but also in the comprehension of rules. At this moment, old Merlin seemed like a veteran who had mastered the rules of the game, bullying a newcomer who had just entered the gaming circle. Once you surpassed level 15 to reach the realm of an archmage, your understanding of the entire world of magic would be on completely another level. No matter how strong Lin Li's mental strength was, or how near infinite his mana was, he could never overcome such disparity in level. What he could do now was to hang on and persevere. But even so, he could not hold on for too long. For Lin Li could clearly feel the giant vortex spinning at a crazier speed. After waves and waves of mental strikes, he was on the brink of collapse. It was a feeling of desperation. In the midst of the huge vortex, Lin Li felt that he had no room to fight back. An archmage is indeed impressive. It was the first time Lin Li had met an adversary impossible to overcome ever since he had transmigrated. A profound sense of frustration sprung from his heart. In fact, at this time, old Merlin was feeling no more peaceful than Lin Li. The young mage before him was no more than 20 years of age, much younger than Cromwell. But in the control of power, he was several times stronger than Cromwell, who had displayed an outstanding talent from a young age. Old Merlin had also observed in the probe earlier on how horribly strong this young man's mental strength was. He had given it his all, yet he couldn't figure out where his limit actually was. Old Merlin knew very well it was all because of his deeper understanding of the rules that he was able to dominate the battle. There was a difference of 10 levels between both sides, and in the end this would be the way to decide the winner in this battle. Mage was a highly hierarchical profession, and each level implied a great progress in power. The gap between an archmage and a mage was vaster than the sea of darkness. It was only in leveled battles, such as those between old Merlin and Jirian, that competition was the rule. An archmage oppressing a mage was an absolute crush. But the crush that was expected eventually came to such a situation at present. Even old Merlin could not help but be startled. The only thing that pleased old Merlin was that this unequal yet ridiculous battle was at last coming to an end. Thinking it over, old Merlin felt pathetic. He was an archmage, yet he was taking pride in defeating a mage. The giant vortex spun insanely, and the waves of mental strikes were each one wave higher than another. Just as Lin Li thought he would be swallowed by the giant vortex, a familiar voice rang from within the Emerald Tower. "Matthew, I see you're really getting out of it." The next moment, Lin Li felt the weight lifted off his body. The giant vortex seemed to vanish without a trace in an instant, as if it had never been there before. Old Merlin still stood at the bottom of the steps a distance away. His eyes shifted from Lin Li to the depths of the Emerald Tower. Jirian came out of the tower, looking as clumsy as ever. His round figure was moving rather than walking. "Cut the crap, Jirian. You've got to give me an explanation for what happened today." "Give you a F***CK. Jirian retorted with a glare. "I say, Matthew, you're old enough now. Shouldn't you be more sensible? Demanding an explanation when you bullied someone from my guild. Do you really think I'm easy to bully now that I've gained weight in these 2 years?" As Jirian's voice fell, the atmosphere outside Emerald Tower turned intense. All hearts were lifted to their owners' mouths. This was not a battle between Lin Li and old Merlin like the one before. That was merely payback from a father for beating up his son. Now, both men standing there were archmages over level 15, and were likewise 2 of the top powers leading Gerosis. Once the 2 powers turned against each other, the whole of Gerosis would fall into turmoil. "You sure?" Old Merlin placed a foot on the step. Cromwell lay not far from where he stood, but old Merlin did not even look at him. He pointed his green staff at Jirian, the huge magical crystal that was embedded at the tip of the staff emitting a misty green flame. The violent magic wave seemed to bring along a gust of strong wind outside the Emerald Tower. Dust and scraps of paper on the ground were picked up and swirled like little dancers in the sky. A compelling aura was felt from old Merlin. It was different from the confrontation with Lin Li earlier on. This time, the aura was even more violent and powerful. Only then did Lin Li know how lucky he was as he felt the power contained in the aura. If old Merlin had not suppressed him with his mental strength and attacked directly instead, Lin Li would probably have ended up lying flat on the steps long before Jirian came to his rescue. It was totally two different worlds for a level 8 mage and a level 15 archmage. Old Merlin was wrong for choosing a field Lin Li was best at. That was an abnormal mental strength that even a legendary mage would be jealous of. But even in this field, old Merlin, with his understanding of the rules, had won without a doubt. Lin Li stood watching old Merlin from afar. He could only see one word from him: difference. As old Merlin walked up the steps, Jirian tightened his grip on the staff. A powerful aura, as powerful as that of old Merlin, radiated from Jirian. His body, originally overstuffed, was as imposing as a mountain in that instant. It would only take a moment for two of the most powerful mages in Gerosis to collide with a dazzling spark. You had long wanted to teach me a lesson after putting up with me for so many years, right? Jirian's manner was as calm as before, even in the midst of immense pressure. Cut the crap, Jirian. Old Merlin's expression was firm, but in his heart, he let out a sigh. If Cromwell hadn't failed him, he wouldn't have challenged Jirian, who was an archmage just like him, with no assurance of winning. Those 30 bottles of arcane magic potion were important, but what old Merlin was more interested in was the Guild of Magic that had its own pharmacist. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Guild of Magic, which had been down and out for decades, could still stand against the Merlin family in Gerosis City. How would it look if they were to have a pharmacist of their own? For an archmage like old Merlin, he had sent Cromwell to convey their good intentions, and had even presented for level 14 spells that had been in their family hoard. Apart from the 30 bottles of arcane magic potion, what he had wanted to do more was to repair the relationship with the Guild of Magic. How could old Merlin not see with that wisdom of his that the Guild of Magic with its own pharmacist would eventually unify the whole Gerosis City? Of the many forces in Gerosis City, the Guild of Magic would definitely be dominating all in the future. Since the rise of the Guild of Magic was something that couldn't be stopped, old Merlin thought it wise to extend a friendly hand to them before it happened. Besides, old Merlin had been doing it well for the past 20 years. He had not had any conflict with the Guild of Magic, and had even materialized some business dealings with them. Old Merlin believed that as long as he was sincere, Jirian, judging by his character, would have made the same wise choice as he did. Therefore, he had sent Cromwell with 4 level 14 spells. But this rascal had ruined everything. Just 2 days ago, he had even sworn to him that the young mage named Felik was merely at a level 5 or 6, and had just joined the Guild of Magic for no more than 10 days. At the thought of this, old Merlin was so angry he felt his lungs were about to explode. Just look at how he had performed, unleashing a level 2 waterfall strike in an instant. How was that the strength of a level 5 or 6 mage? This was probably the general standard of most magic shooters. And look at Kevin's expression standing before him. He was Jirian's nephew, and undoubtedly the second in command in the Guild of Magic. Yet he had to do things as he pleased. How could he be an insignificant character? But it was too late for anything. In fact, even old Merlin had not imagined this young mage Felik would be so ruthless. There were no greetings or negotiation, only a direct waterfall strike with the lift of his hand. The waterfall strike had shattered not just the pride Cromwell had held for over 20 years, it had also shattered the plans that old Merlin had before. The instant Cromwell was swept out of the Emerald Tower, old Merlin knew everything was over. The Merlin family had lost all in the competition for the arcane magic potion, and it had also completely blocked the path to restoring its friendship with the Guild of Magic. No one would choose an ally who harbored resentment, even if it was only the ally's son who harbored the said resentment. Unless old Merlin was willing to disown Cromwell and choose another successor. But everyone knew it was impossible. Old Merlin had only one son, and Cromwell was his only choice. Old Merlin had only one choice at the moment, to defeat Jirian. Jirian and he had always been two of the most powerful mages in Gerosis City. It was only by defeating him that he could establish himself as the #1 mage in Gerosis, and allow the Merlin family to tide through the future crises peacefully. Before the absolute power of the #1 mage, the mage families that had been waiting for their chance would most likely remain well-behaved for a period of time. At the same time, Jirian's defeat would also silence the Guild of Magic for a long while. They would have to gather their strength again and wait for the next opportunity to rise. The time might not be long, but it would be sufficient for the Merlin family in their preparations. For old Merlin, this would be the best outcome for this whole event. But, if possible, he wished he would not have to go that far. After becoming an archmage, there were many things that often did not have to be seen with the eyes. Just by feeling, old Merlin was sure that Jirian's power would not be any weaker than his own. The winner of the battle between the archmages would probably have to be decided by luck. Old Merlin would never do anything uncertain in his life. He had never given everything to luck, like what he was doing now. The green flame rising up from the magical crystals raged on, and at the same time, the surrounding magical wave had reached its peak. With a short and rapid recitation of the spell, a red flame lit up on old Merlin's hands. With a stamp of the staff in his hand, everyone present seemed to feel space distorting in the surroundings. Stalks of red lotus with long flaming tails in tow emerged, as if from hell, and bombarded the emerald tower amidst their howl. Just as the stalks of red lotus were about to erupt, Jirian held up the staff in his hand, which was followed by a likewise short and rapid recitation of the spell. Almost immediately, a water-blue barrier was erected outside the gates of Emerald Tower. The stalks of red lotus fell into the water curtain like stones falling into water as ripples appeared on the barrier's surface. "Damn you, old Merlin!" An angry roar came out of the tower, accompanied by Jirian's furious interrogation. "What does your mother do? You son of a b***tch. Are you trying to tear down the Emerald Tower?" Old Merlin paid no heed to his fury. His lips continued their rapid recitation of the spells. The green flame burned fiercely from the magical crystal at the tip of his staff, and another layer of fire rain came falling down, hitting the blue water curtain with a sizzle. "You've got guts." Jirian let out a furious bellow, and the blue water curtain was instantly stretched to its limit. He made a strange gesture with his fat hands, and magical elements came pouring out from the ground all at once. And the source of magical elements was right beneath the steps where Cromwell lay. Old Merlin's expression changed, and he aimed his staff right onto Cromwell's shoulders. Before the latter could understand what was happening, the magical crystal at the top of the staff exhibited a peculiar distortion, as if it had changed into a pair of giant hands in just an instant, clutching Cromwell in it. Cromwell felt weight leaving his body, and then he was pulled to the back of where old Merlin stood. Almost concurrently, two razor-sharp rock spines broke the earth and thrust themselves out of the ground. Cromwell looked back and felt nothing but a tingling scalp. If he were to let those two rock spines stab through his body, even if there were 10 Cromwells there, they'd be done for altogether. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jirian took a big stride and lunged out of the tower. With the support of the levitation spell, his plump body was floating in the air as soon as he came out. There was no hesitation at all. Large verses of spells came streaming out from his mouth, his fat hands constantly making abstruse and incomprehensible gestures. Old Merlin pushed Cromwell aside and met Jirian without fear. The magical elements outside the Emerald Tower swarmed madly. Each time the grandiose magic collided, it'd spark off resplendent rays of brilliance. As old Merlin levitated into the air, both exchanged almost 10 strikes. Each attack was no less an extremely powerful top-level magic. Lin Li stood at the bottom of the tower a distance away. He'd realized his previous battling styles were in no sense perfect after watching the battle of the two archmages. Instantaneous outbursts of numerous low-level magic could indeed take an unexpected effect, but in the face of absolute power, a low-level magic would be rendered a joke. Not to mention how he'd go about blocking old Merlin's fire rain. If he were to throw wind blades at the blue water curtain Jirian had drawn up, it would probably take years for him to break it. This was a typical battle of the mages, so their battling styles were no doubt the most traditional. There was no control at all, and no counter-control as well. What they were battling with was absolute power. The one that had stronger magical power and a more abundant level of mana would eventually emerge as the winner. Of course, it was not to say that instantaneous outbursts of magic were inferior. But, sometimes, instantaneous outbursts were not everything. The two archmages possessed the ability to unleash low-level magic instantaneously, and were even adept at that, as compared to Lin Li. But they had never showed any instantaneous outburst of magic since the start of the battle, for they knew clearly that the instant magic outbursts they could unleash would never pose a threat to the other. As for long recitation of spells, it would only be a death-seeking move in a battle of this level. Even if it was only a second slower, it'd be enough to send people to eternal doom. Both had chosen the middle course almost undesignedly. Short and rapid recitation of spells together with swift gestures had created a magnificent and ever-changing battle. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Lin Li was even more absorbed in the battle, not batting his eyelids once. Every gesture and recitation were etched in his mind. With every fierce collision, Lin Li gradually figured out answers to questions he had before, and at the same time, questions he had never thought of before arose in his mind. If there was anyone who benefited the most from the battle, it would undoubtedly be Lin Li. The teachings and influence of a legendary mage had laid the most solid foundation for him. His extraordinary talent had also given him higher comprehension than ordinary people. A battle like this would be a grand and exciting one in the eyes of others, but never as enlightening as it was to Lin Li. When the battle reached its climax, Lin Li even forgot his own existence. He had totally immersed himself in the magical collision. His heart and soul all fluctuated with the battle, and his nerves trembled with the magical elements. It was an almost abstruse state, and Lin Li, being immersed in that state, was as if in another world by himself. In this world, he was approaching the nature of magic with unbelievable speed. Boom! Both sides collided again. The aftershock brought on by the collision of two enormous lumps of mana radiated off and pushed Lin Li a few steps back. Sparks of scorching meteors fell from the sky, leaving behind glamorous trails. The earth-shaking strike had finally brought the magnificent battle to a close. Among the blazing light, two silhouettes descended slowly, a sign of mana exhaustion. Damn! Lin Li had never imagined a classic and perfect battle like this would end up with both parties exhausting their mana. Countless powerful spells had at last exhausted all mana of both parties. They had exhausted their mana almost at the same time. The slow descent was merely a buffer with the levitation spell. Jirian held onto his bucket-thick waist as he gasped for air. The fat on his body rose and fell with dramatic gasps, and cold sweat broke out on his pale, chubby face. Although he was still staring at old Merlin fiercely, everyone present knew that he was a spent arrow now. Old Merlin was no better. He had to rely on Cromwell's support in order to stand firm on his feet when he landed. But, for some reason, old Merlin's pale face carried a hint of a smile. Jirian had given up. Things were obvious. Both were archmages, and both had exhausted their powers. No one could do anything to each other now, so how could he still smile with such confidence? In fact, Jirian felt a tinge of joy as soon as the mana was exhausted on both sides. Neither had the strength of an archmage now, and he had dozens of people standing behind him. It would be a challenge the moment when they'd rush forward and surround the Merlins. Not to mention, he had a physical advantage. Just think, a 200 or 300-pound man pouncing could easily crush him flat. Hence, Jirian could not figure out just why old Merlin was all smiles and victory when he had such a huge advantage over him. The old fellow glared at old Merlin. "You can still laugh after being beaten by me? Are you a damn ostrich?" Old Merlin was barely able to steady himself with the help of Cromwell and still looked weak. He had heard Jirian's yell but chose to ignore it, clinging onto his chest as he broke out in a violent cough. Old Merlin looked like an old man with one foot in the grave, worn and weak, without the bearing of a great archmage. However, regardless of how weak he was, old Merlin's had a confident smile on his face all this while. It made Jirian all the more unhappy to see it. He dragged his weak body and set forth towards old Merlin. He would not let the mages in the guild lift a finger. He was going to crush that bastard old Merlin all by himself. But as old Merlin's smile gradually expanded and his emaciated right hand reached into the pockets, Jirian's expression stiffened all of a sudden. He saw old Merlin pulling something out of his pockets. It was a sky-blue crystal. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the sparkling crystal reflected a colorful halo. That halo was gorgeous yet blurry, like the most beautiful of dreams. A pure magical aura was emitted from the crystal. There were no traces of impurity in the aura at all. It was authentic and clean, gentle and soft, like a flowing river from the countryside, moistening the earth without a sound. The confident smile of old Merlin was even more unfathomable under the gleam of the crystal halo. "If you had a strong energy crystal, you'd probably be smiling like me now." Though he was answering Jirian's questions, his eyes were fixed on the crystal on his hand. He was somewhat enchanted by the colorful halo, and also somewhat unwilling to shift his eyes away from it. The whole Emerald Tower became silent as old Merlin's voice spread throughout it. Everyone's attention fell upon the halo. All kinds of emotions intertwined: confusion, shock, greed, and uncertainty, creating a strange atmosphere within the Emerald Tower. The people present were mages of at least level 5 and above. Other than a dabbler like Lin Li, who had never heard the great name of the strong energy crystal, it was something that almost every mage yearned for. Its powerful calming effect prevented the bite of mana when unleashing spells. To a mage, the bite of mana was much more fearful than the opponent. In addition, the strong energy crystal could amplify the effects of meditation. As long as one had the crystal by their side, the meditation's effects could be raised to a terrifying level. But the real power of the strong energy crystal was that it could completely restore mana. For a mage, nothing was much more valuable than mana. Full restoration of mana could change almost everything at the critical moment. For example, the battle between two archmages right before their eyes. Being the most powerful mages of Gerosis City, and having exhausted the last of their mana, with old Merlin's condition worse than Jirian's as he could not even steady himself, it seemed to be over. But right at this crucial point, old Merlin had taken out the strong energy crystal. Jirian's expression changed when the sky blue crystal was taken out. His pale, chubby face turned to a terrible color of bluish-white. It was nearly an expression of despair. It did not matter who. There would only be profound anguish for anyone in this situation. Both had exhausted all their mana, but the enemy possessed the opportunity to restore all his mana at the most critical time. There was probably nothing else in this world that could feel more helpless than this. Jirian stood glued to the ground. The gaze he had on old Merlin was a lifeless one. He had never felt so powerless before. What had obviously been an evenly matched enemy became one that could throttle him to death in an instant as effortlessly as crushing an ant. After the initial stupor, the mages in the Emerald Tower seemed to have realized all of a sudden what the strong energy crystal meant. It meant that old Merlin could kill Jirian any time now, sending the Guild of Magic into depths of despair once and for all. But as soon as realization hit them, almost all the mages had an expression of vivid fear on their faces. Everyone knew that the Guild of Magic actually belonged to Jirian alone. It was all because of Jirian that the guild was able to survive such a difficult time for 20 years and was able to stand against the #1 mage family, the Merlins. Once Jirian collapsed, it would be the end of the Guild of Magic. Perhaps it was only a dabbler like Lin Li who had not understood the situation. He stared puzzled at old Merlin, thinking about how despicable that old fellow's smile was. Could it be that he had a secret weapon with him? As it was a good habit to ask when one didn't know, he nudged Kevin with his elbow and asked humbly, "What is that thing that the old fellow has in his hands?" "Strong energy crystal." Kevin was distracted. He was worried about the circumstances Jirian was in. But after the repeated questioning from Lin Li, he explained the origin of the strong energy crystal in a simple way. Other than the effects of calming the mind and strengthening meditation, it also has the power to restore mana. Although such power can only be used once, under this situation, I'm afraid, Uncle Jirian. Restore mana? Lin Li was astounded. That old fellow Jirian looked to be a smart person and knew how to exploit his own surplus value usually. How could he see a broken crystal this day and be scared silly by it? Was it possible that the battle with old Merlin had damaged his brain? Restore mana. Lin Li touched his nose. He felt like asking Jirian, "How many times do you wish to recover?" Old Merlin squeezed the crystal ball in his right hand, and all at once traces of light escaped from the gaps between his fingers. The pure and clean aura gushed into old Merlin's body at an unimaginable speed. With that surge of power, color had returned to the pale and frail face. Everyone could clearly feel that old Merlin was recovering his mana at lightning speed. The depletion brought about by the earlier battle was quickly recovered to the full by the strong energy crystal. In just a few seconds, the seemingly frail old man would become the most powerful mage in Gerosis. Outside the Emerald Tower, the sky was covered with layers of thick, dark clouds. A bitter smile came across Jirian's face. The winner of the battle between the most powerful mages of Gerosis was actually decided by a crystal. Everyone was in despair, including Kevin. All was for naught in the face of a mage with a fully restored mana. Though they had plenty of people in the Emerald Tower, none could help Jirian. Old Merlin's smile spread across his face. It seemed like the situation was too far gone beyond repair. Just when everyone thought that the defeat of the Emerald Tower was a foregone conclusion, Lin Li shook his head helplessly. Looks like his brain was really damaged. The voice wasn't loud, but enough for everyone around to hear. Immediately, about 4 or 5 mages turned around. The stares they gave Lin Li were filled with rage, even Kevin's. He was the one most familiar with Lin Li out of all others. And it was due to this that he knew how much Jirian valued Lin Li, and how much pressure Jirian had endured when those privileges were given to Lin Li. Never had he expected Lin Li to say such a thing when Jirian was at the most dangerous of times. Kevin's face turned unusually surly as he looked at Lin Li with rage and contempt in his eyes. Mage Felix, you really disappoint me. Why are you all looking at me like that? Also, Kevin, if you're to be disappointed, you should be disappointed in that old fellow. Lin Li shook his head resignedly and slowly pulled out a sky-blue bottle from his pockets. If his brain wasn't damaged, he would have asked for help long ago. Does he really think that he could take the whole Gerosis city being an archmage? Under the deepening eventide, the sky-blue bottle flared an even dazzling glow than the strong energy crystal. It was likewise gorgeous yet blurry, emitting the same pure magical aura. When the beam of halo penetrated from Lin Li's hands, the few people who were glaring at Lin Li were dumbfounded almost at the same time. Kevin blushed, then showed a look of surprise on his face. As for the mages behind him, all of them let out cheers. The cheering alarmed everyone, including old Merlin and Cromwell. All kinds of looks were shot in their direction, looks of doubt, surprise, and suspicion. And then they saw Lin Li emerge from the crowd. Looks like you're really getting on age. Even your brain stopped working, Lin Li whispered quietly. Under Jirian's astounded stare, he stuffed the sky-blue glass bottle into his hand. Jirian was slightly confounded, but very soon sensed mana tumbling in the glass bottle. It was pure and clean, just like the strong energy crystal in old Merlin's hands. This is similar to the strong energy crystal. I remember it was called the awakening potion or something, Lin Li added softly, but I prefer to call it the Red Bull drink. Who had the time to study the Red Bull drink with him at this critical time? Before Lin Li's voice faded, Jirian had already removed the bottle cap and poured the awakening potion into his mouth. He took in the pure mana contained in it while savoring the sweet yet sour aftertaste in his mouth. As soon as he gulped down the awakening potion, Jirian knew what the outcome would be. The speed of mana recovery brought on by the awakening potion far exceeded that of the strong energy crystal old Merlin held in his hands. Almost instantly, the exhausted mana was restored to its peak. Feeling the magical wave coming from Jirian, another cheer broke out from the crowd outside the Emerald Tower. This was the miracle of a pharmacist. Everyone's heart was filled with the joy of having survived a disaster. If it hadn't been for the bottle of awakening potion, there would probably not be any guild of magic in Gerosis in the future. The ups and downs of life were indeed exhilarating. The mages who were clutching their hearts a moment ago could now await the chance for victory. They had even outlined a scene in their minds, Jirian taking on old Merlin again after recovering his mana. When both sides exhausted their powers once again, the crowd at the Emerald Tower would rush forth and knock old Merlin out completely. Of course, other than President Jirian and Mage Felix, the most glorious position must be left for oneself. Unfortunately, Lin Li did not give them any chance at all. The mages, immersed in their imagination, soon saw Lin Li's hand reaching into his pocket again. This time, what he took out was yet another sky-blue glass bottle, likewise with the dazzling halo and the pure magical aura. Let me give you another bottle on account of how excitingly you fought. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the crowd outside the Emerald Tower collapsed. Particularly old Merlin, who felt a throbbing pain in the heart as he held onto the strong energy crystal. The strong energy crystal was hard to come by. Even with the power and wealth of the Merlin family, only one had been found for so many years. But when it came to the Guild of Magic, just look at what this young Mage Felix had done. It was enough to stuff the awakening potion, which was no less precious than the strong energy crystal, into the hands of Jirian. But Jirian had just finished a bottle, and he immediately stuffed him another one based on account of how excitingly you fought. The most precious awakening potion, when it came out of his mouth, was like a carrot that was being stuffed into his hands. Old Merlin wanted to ask if there was any justice left in this world. Everything was over. Feeling the powerful aura coming from Jirian, old Merlin let out a slight sigh and released his grip on the strong energy crystal. All was meaningless. Even if he could absorb as much mana as he could from the strong energy crystal, he would be almost on par with Jirian at his peak. To old Merlin, that meant defeat. What old Merlin had was merely a strong energy crystal, which could only be used once. But what the Guild of Magic had was a potion master who could gift away an awakening potion, and he had just gifted 2 at once. If the previous awakening potion had brought old Merlin disappointment, then this bottle had no doubt left him in despair. A fully recovered Jirian was enough trouble. Now that he had another awakening potion in his hands, how could old Merlin fight him? Looking at the young mage who was all smiles, old Merlin was filled with regret. All along he had been guessing, who exactly was that mysterious pharmacist in the Gerosis Guild of Magic? He had once thought it might be Jirian himself, or Kevin who was near his 30s. He had even thought it might be the mages outside the Emerald Tower, those who were well stricken in years but average in their performance. But he had never expected it would be a young mage not even over the age of 20. To be honest, it would be hard to fault old Merlin for it. Everyone knew that years of accumulation were required in pharmaceutics. There were no shortcuts in this field, and even more so there were no so-called geniuses. Regardless of how intelligent one was, it was necessary to accumulate experience through the failures in the long quest to seek a way to reach the top. If he had known that he was the pharmacist, he would have killed him earlier on. He'd not have cared if Jirian had stepped in to help. As long as he killed the pharmacist, the Merlin family would not have any more rivals in Gerosis City. Who would care if he hurt himself along with Jirian in that battle? Surely the Merlin family of today could defeat the Guild of Magic after it lost Jirian. But now, it was too late to say anything. Jirian had completely recovered. With his protection, he had no chance to lay his hands on that pharmacist. For the first time, a dejected expression came across old Merlin's face. He knew that he had lost, and he had lost utterly at that. From the beginning where he had sent Cromwell to convey their good intentions, until when he finally relied on the strong energy crystal to challenge Jirian. He had counted every step beforehand, but it just happened that all the steps had gone wrong. Cromwell being swept out of the Emerald Tower by a waterfall strike, Jirian being able to stand again with a bottle of awakening potion. All these were because of the young mage named Felix. Unwittingly, this young man had become the most fearful enemy of the Merlin family, even more so than the most powerful mage of Gerosis, Jirian. In order to let the Merlin family cruise through future crises, they had to first get rid of this terrifying young mage. Old Merlin took a look at Cromwell, who was standing by his side, and then at Lin Li, who was smiling away. Finally, he clenched his teeth and came to a painful decision. I lost. Old Merlin's voice was dry, but everyone had heard it clearly. Ha ha ha. Jirian laughed with no manners at all, and even the people on the streets could hear his arrogant voice. Need you say? Go and look in the mirror. You're beaten, all swollen by me. Old Merlin had been mentally prepared before he opened his mouth, but now that he heard what Jirian said, he had the urge to cough up blood. Did this old fatty know what was shame? Old Merlin told himself desperately that he had to bear with it. Did I lose to you? Old Merlin shot Jirian a glare, and shifted his focus onto Lin Li. The one I have lost to is this young pharmacist. What's the difference? Jirian's laughter was unbelievably pompous. You have restored your mana anyway. If you're indignant, you can still fight me and see who is the most powerful mage in Gerosis City. Old Merlin's face turned purple with rage, and he paid greetings to all 18 generations of Jirian's family in his heart. A rematch? That son of a watermelon. He had the awakening potion in his hands now. Only a lunatic would fight him once more. Forget it, Jirian. I'll admit that you are the most powerful mage in Gerosis City. In order to swallow the fury, old Merlin had almost chewed his teeth till they bled. He said with tears for every word, but what's the point? Even if you are the most powerful mage in Gerosis City, does this mean you can shield and connive? Everyone has clearly saw Mr. Pharmacist here humiliating the heir of the Merlin family. If the Guild of Magic is unable to give an explanation for this, I will make sure there's a battle between the two most powerful influences in Gerosis City. It will not do you any good. Though Jirian's tone was tough, his facial expression had changed. After having the potion master, the Guild of Magic already had the opportunity to rise. So long as they auctioned off the 30 bottles of arcane magic potion, the Guild of Magic would be able to grow to a considerable degree in a short time. By that time, the 11 mage families and 6 underground forces would all have to adjust their behavior toward the guild. At this critical point, Jirian would definitely hate to battle it out with the Merlin family. Although Jirian was not afraid of the Merlin family. More so, he had the confidence that he could destroy them with the help and pharmaceutics Lin Li provided. It was not in line with the Guild of Magic's interests. The conflict between the two most powerful forces would just end up in a Pyrrhic victory, and this would leave room for other powers. It was for this reason that Jirian had not acted rashly. He had gained a definite upper hand, and if he was willing, he could always rely on one bottle of awakening potion to kill old Merlin and his son outside the Emerald Tower. But what for? The Merlin family was not the Guild of Magic. Their strength came from wealth and authority. Losing old Merlin, an archmage, would not be fatal to them, yet the revenge that had come later on would plunge Gerosis City into chaos. For the dignity of the Merlin's family, I'd sometimes take on thankless tasks. Old Merlin had gained the upper hand for the first time in the conversation. Dignity. That's right. Old Merlin's expression was serious as he pointed his staff towards the crowd where Lin Li stood. Since this pharmacist had the guts to humiliate the heir of Merlin family, then I guess he'd have the guts to take on the humiliated's challenge. Upon hearing these words, Jirian shot Cromwell a peculiar glance and burst out laughing. This is your so-called dignity? Is it possible you're still half awake, thinking that the little rascal from your family would have the chance to defeat Mage Felix? All I want is a chance for a fair match. Only the two of them, and no one can interfere. After so long, just for this. Jirian's mood lit up immediately. Only then did he understand that the old fellow had threatened him just to let his good-for-nothing son fight it out with Lin Li. Considering the disparity in strength between the two sides, he had agreed almost readily when he suddenly recalled that Lin Li was not an ordinary member of the Guild of Magic. He did not express his stance immediately, but instead turned to ask Lin Li, "What do you think?" "We'll just battle." Lin Li was somewhat indifferent. Although he wasn't so optimistic like Jirian, he knew very well Cromwell's strength. So long as old Merlin did not interfere, all would be well. No matter what schemes he came up with, it would be hard for Cromwell to pose a threat to him. After the battle today, he'd had a deeper understanding of magic. Absolute power was definitely more important than skills. Even if one did not have an extraordinary gift, he could rely on brutal power to make a clean sweep off everything, like what old Merlin had done to him at the beginning. A month later, I will invite the leaders of all forces in Gerosis. They'll be the witnesses of this duel. Do you think it's fair enough, Jirian? Doesn't matter. Your son is a piece of cake anyway. Humph. Old Merlin could not keep it in at last. With a flick of his sleeves, he left with Cromwell in the midst of Jirian's arrogant laughter. After the battle between old Merlin and Jirian, the Merlin family seemed to have quieted down all of a sudden. And together with the Merlin family, the pharmacist from the Guild of Magic had also stayed quiet. The revelation that Lin Li was that pharmacist spread like wildfire following the battle between the most powerful mages in Gerosis. Now, more than half of Gerosis City knew about the young pharmacist named Felix in the Guild of Magic, and that he was not even 20 years of age. Perhaps due to the overwhelming glory of being a pharmacist, many people actually overlooked the fact that he was also a level 8 mage. In actual fact, it was level 9. Lin Li had learnt too much from the battle between Jirian and old Merlin. For the subsequent few days, he had not stepped out of his room. He did not even have the time to care about the auction of the arcane magic potions. He'd locked himself up in the room and calmly pondered over every bit of the battle. Lin Li studied repeatedly each spell and gesture that both of them had used. After he had left the Sunset Mountains, Lin Li vaguely felt that he had encountered some sort of hindrance in the progress of his magic. It was a strange feeling, like being blocked by something. He had been training diligently every day, and he also knew that he had an exceptional talent. But he couldn't seem to overcome that ridge. He was helpless and aggrieved. But there was no other way. What Lin Li could do was to practice and read all kinds of magic books more diligently, hoping to make up for all this with diligence. But the effect of such effort was rather frustrating. The daily practice of elemental sequencing had indeed brought Lin Li's mastery of magical elements to a high level. He could even unleash the level 2 waterfall strike instantaneously, something which many archmages above level 10 were not able to accomplish. Reading all kinds of magic books desperately had also allowed him to be gradually rid of the awkward status of a novice mage, becoming a full-fledged one instead. At least most of the time now, he didn't have to ask Kevin about everything when he had encountered problems. But that ridge was still there. It was still the feeling of impotence. It was like there was a mountain in front of you which you could not get around in any way. This situation lasted for a long time, until a few days ago, when the battle between the strongest mages of Gerosis took place outside the Emerald Tower. Lin Li gained so much from the battle. The direct exchange between the two great archmages was even more effective than a legendary mage's precepts and examples. The subtle control of magical elements, the precise distribution of mana, and the flexible use of various kinds of spells, etc., not only opened Lin Li's eyes, but also exposed him to a world he had never imagined before. The kind of feeling was like a closed door suddenly opened. It was a sense of enlightenment. It was only then that Lin Li suddenly understood why Andoan had said he had nothing more to teach him back in the Sunset Mountains. Some things just couldn't be described in words. If you understood, and if you didn't, you'd still not understand no matter how much was said. When the magic power reached a certain level, language seemed to become pale and powerless, and no amount of preaching would be as real as fighting one another. Feeling that the mountain was loosening up bit by bit, Lin Li plunged into a state of excitement. He had locked himself in his room for several days, his mind full of the battle between Jirian and old Merlin. It was not until the fourth morning that he came out of the room. When Kevin saw him, his eyes were bloodshot and his whole body looked terribly gaunt, but Kevin could only feel the word powerful coming from that weak and gaunt person. At first sight, Kevin almost thought he had mistaken Lin Li for someone else. Although Lin Li was a gifted Superman and possessed the hidden identity of a pharmacist, Kevin never felt unable to contend with the former when he stood in front of him. Kevin even felt he was better than the young mage in some ways. But only 4 days passed, and Kevin could feel that Lin Li had already left him far behind in magic. He was somewhat surprised and somewhat dismayed. Kevin could not help but feel dejected hanging out with a freak like Lin Li every day. Kevin was among the top talents among the young people in Gerosis City. He had been exposed to magic since he was sensible, all the way until he had become a level 8 mage at the age of 25. Even the proud Cromwell had to admire him given his speed in advancing. But in front of a demon like Lin Li, his genius had suddenly come to nothing. From ignorance to a level 8 mage, and then another breakthrough from level 8 to level 9 and above, it took him only a mere 3 months. How was he any different from a beast? Good morning, Felix. Good morning, Kevin. After the greetings, Lin Li dragged Kevin to the level certification hall without another word. The glow from the crystal ball confirmed Kevin's earlier speculations. Lin Li's magic level had indeed gone beyond level 9, and even reached the peak of level 9. Even though he was prepared, Kevin sighed a little helplessly when he saw the light from the crystal ball. This was too freaky. A young man under the age of 20 had attained a top level 9 in magic. It would only take him just one more step forward to reach the realm that all mages dreamed of, the Archmage. Perhaps only someone like Kevin, who grew up with traditional magic education, knew how many mages had been dreaming of being an Archmage all their lives, and how many had never been able to achieve that dream. If they knew that a young man who had only been exposed to magic for 3 months had come so close to being an Archmage, who knew if they would be so very ashamed and resentful that they'd kill themselves over it. It was fortunate that Kevin had gotten used to it. Ever since he'd met Lin Li, the young mage had been working miracles. An unprecedented magic genius and enigmatic potion master, Kevin was more or less numb after the repeated surprises. Even if one day Lin Li suddenly picked up a hammer and stood by the fire forging iron, Kevin felt that he would probably only mutter "monster" and then lower his head to do his own thing. "Oh right. Felix, I heard people from the guild say someone came looking for you yesterday." Kevin suddenly remembered after they walked out from the level certification hall. "Looking for me?" Lin Li was slightly confounded. Other than people from the Guild of Magic, did he have other acquaintances in Gerosis? Apparently, it's a beautiful female adventurer. Blonde hair, long legs. Lin Li was surprised at first, but quickly recovered. The only beautiful female adventurer he knew in this Gerosis city would probably be Ina. Seems like it. Why? Is it your girlfriend? Kevin, you were infected by Jirian's nosiness. Where is she now? I had someone settle her down in the reception room. Wonder if she's still there. Lin Li knew the father and daughter too well. If they had not encountered something that could not be solved, they would never have come looking for him. Lin Li was somewhat anxious at the thought of this. He rushed out of the level certification hall and hurried over to the reception room as he complained, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I wanted to tell you." Kevin rolled his eyes. As soon as you locked yourself in your room, the president warned that anyone who tries to disturb you will have their heads screwed off by him. Do you think I'd still dare to come? This old fellow, Lin Li grumbled, but in his heart, he was slightly touched. Jirian, that old fellow, was thoughtful, afraid that Lin Li'd be disturbed at the critical moment of his breakthrough. The two of them reached the reception room promptly. As soon as Lin Li pushed open the door, a weeping beauty came into sight. Mr. Felic, the long-legged beauty choked in between sobs. Please help my father. Calm down first, Ina. Tell me slowly. Lin Li was at a loss after hearing the cries from the long-legged beauty. He hurriedly pacified her. Tell me first, what exactly happened to Mr. McGrin? Father is dying. Ina's pretty eyes were red and swollen from all the crying. Under Lin Li's constant reassurances, she managed to hold back the sadness and began to speak intermittently, describing what had happened. That day, after parting at the gate of the Adventurers Guild, McGrin and his daughter successfully completed the quest with the manticore's tail Lin Li had given them. According to their usual habits, they would often rest for a period of time after one quest was completed before taking another. She wasn't sure what happened that day, but after turning in the quest, McGrin insisted on going to the quest notice board to have a look. It was also coincidence that as soon as the father and daughter arrived at the quest notice board, they noticed a new batch of quests had just been announced. One of the quests was to go to the Forest of Whispers in search of an ancient castle. McGrin chose this task at first glance. The Forest of Whispers was heaven compared to the Sunset Mountains. The most powerful magical beasts there were no higher than level 10, and they were pitifully few in numbers. If you were lucky, you wouldn't run into one even if you stayed there for 2 or 3 years. The quest was also simple. They only had to find out the exact location of the castle. A detailed map of the Forest of Whispers was sold in the Adventurers Guild for a mere 10 gold coins. The features of the castle were also clearly described in the mission, a black castle that appeared only after dark. Completing the quest was only a matter of time with these 2 clues. Moreover, the reward was as high as 100 gold coins, which was much more cost-effective than hunting for manticores in the Sunset Mountains. So, McGrin coolly took the quest. He did not rest in Jerosa City that day. After a little restocking of supplies, he took Ina and set off for the Forest of Whispers. As McGrin had expected, the quest went smoothly. Both father and daughter did not encounter any danger along the way. It took a little over a week to find the ancient castle mentioned in the mission. McGrin was overjoyed at the time, and after marking the location of the castle on the map, he planned to return to Jerosa City. But it was at this moment when the accident happened. McGrin, who had just put the map into his backpack, suddenly collapsed without any warning. Ina was scared stiff at the time. What was the scariest was that there was no wound on McGrin's body, and it didn't look like he was attacked by any mental spells. Everything seemed the same, except that McGrin was asleep. According to Ina's description, McGrin's current situation could only be described as being asleep. Even after returning to Jerosa City, he could occasionally be heard snoring softly. But McGrin had slept for too long. From the day the castle was found to the day the two returned to Jerosa City, McGrin had slept for 7 days. He did not wake up once or eat anything in those 7 days. He was in deep slumber, and his body was languishing day by day. According to Ina, McGrin had been worn down to a shadow of his past self when she came this morning. Lin Li frowned as he listened to Ina, but he could not recall what kind of magic could have caused that. Thus, after much thought, he decided to have a look. Ina, bring me to Mr. McGrin first. I can't think of any solution yet. Yes. Ina nodded obediently. Since her father collapsed, the girl's heart had been at 6s and 7s. Under Lin Li's constant reassurances, she recovered some of her previous vigor. Lin Li was rather anxious and did not have time to inform Jirian. He found Kevin and told him, "My friend's in trouble. I have to go take a look. Help me inform Jirian later." Oh no, I forgot to tell him about this. Lin Li had already stepped out of the Emerald Tower when Kevin suddenly recalled something important. But when he wanted to chase after them, he found that both of them had long gone out of sight. McGrin and his daughter did not stay far. After coming out of the Emerald Tower, they turned a few streets and soon reached an old house. This house looked like it had been there for ages. As they walked up to the bedroom on the 2nd story, Lin Li could feel the wooden boards tremble under his feet. The room was clean and tidy, though the furniture was slightly shabby. Even the blankets that had been draped over McGrin had several patches. He remembered McGrin telling him that the reward for hunting level 5 magical beasts like the manticores in the Sunset Mountains was only a few dozen gold coins, so Lin Li more or less understood the father and daughter's situation. But Lin Li kept it to himself and said nothing to Ina. McGrin was covered with a thick blanket and snored slightly from time to time. He seemed to be sound asleep, but his face was unusually pale, as if without a trace of blood. His eyes were deeply sunken and his face was ghastly thin. If it hadn't been for Ina's words, Lin Li wouldn't have been able to connect him with the McGrin he knew. McGrin's physical condition had actually weakened to this extent even though he was a warrior above level 6, and his physical quality was 10 times stronger than an average person's. Lin Li frowned and cast a detection spell. But the result was disappointing. McGrin had no residual magical wave on him. That was to say, his slumber had nothing to do with magical attacks. Lin Li looked at the gaunt McGrin, unsure what to do. Have you called for a doctor? I've called for them a few days ago, but they all said that father is very healthy. Tears were brimming in Ina's eyes. She fought hard not to let them fall. Don't worry, Mr. McGrin will be fine. Lin Li consoled Ina before shifting his attention back onto McGrin. This time, Lin Li had found something different. It was an inconspicuous black line on McGrin's right hand. It was thin and indistinct. If Lin Li had not looked carefully, he might not have discovered it. Lin Li had a foreboding feeling in his heart as soon as he saw the black line. Without bothering to explain it to Ina, he grabbed McGrin's shirt sleeve, and with a sniffle, he tore it apart. Taking another look at the arm, there was indeed a thin black line spreading to chest. It's actually this thing. Lin Li felt troubled all of a sudden as his speculation was confirmed. Never had he thought that it was the Twilight Curse that had put McGrin to sleep. The reason why Lin Li remembered the name of this curse was because of a herb called Heart of Death. The Heart of Death usually grew only in places with strong death aura. The stronger the death aura, the easier it was for the Heart of Death to spawn. The places where the Heart of Death grew would usually be haunted by high-level undead creatures. After it spawned, the Heart of Death would need the power of a curse to grow. The Twilight Curse was one of the several curses that could breed the Heart of Death. Lin Li had taken a look at some curses when he was studying herb knowledge, and among them was the Twilight Curse. It would take at least a powerful level 20 existence to master the Twilight Curse. They used their own blood and strength as a guide before they died, cursing all creatures which stepped into the realm and making them fall into eternal sleep. At the thought of this, Lin Li knew that the Black Castle was not that simple as mentioned in the quest. Lin Li heaved a sigh of relief as he found the cause of McGrin's deep slumber. Although the Twilight Curse was formidable, it was not entirely unbreakable. At least he knew of 2 ways that could resolve it. Of course, strictly speaking, one of the ways was slightly boring. Using a flame to purify the bones of the cursed person in order to break the power source of the curse. This was indeed boring. Casting the Twilight Curse before death would almost 100% turn someone into an undead creature. Just think about a strong existence above level 20 turning into an undead. If he was a mage before he died, then congratulations, you might have encountered a lich. Committing a suicide would be easier than purifying his bones. The other way was undoubtedly much more practical. 1 bottle of purifying potion would solve the problem completely. It's okay, Ina. I've found a way. Really? Ina's eyes were full of tears, but there was a smile of surprise across her pretty face. Ina had been in a panic ever since McGrin fell into deep sleep. She had tried everything that she could think of, and looking for Lin Li was only a matter of hope. In her heart, this young mage had always been so reliable. He had saved her from the talons of the wyvern, and then again from the hands of the Leviathan gorilla. Perhaps he could save her father this time again. So, she went to the Guild of Magic. In fact, she knew that hope was slim even when she went there. She had thought of so many ways, but her father was still in deep slumber. Although Mr. Fellick was an impressive mage, could he really wake her father up? No problem. Lin Li counted the herbs in his pockets and nodded affirmatively. Just then, there was a knock on the door downstairs. It should be Dr. Rowling. Mr. Fellick, please wait while I get the door. Ina shyly wiped away the tears in her eyes, then ran briskly down the stairs. Lin Li was in a pretty good mood seeing Ina had regained her vigor. He fumbled through his pockets and placed the herbs on the table. There were 4 ingredients required to make the purifying potion: silver hairgrass, sungrass, dream petal, and terracone. Among them, The effects of the silver hairgrass and sungrass were similar. Both had strong divine purifying effect. Using one alone would enable you to concoct a potion that could amplify the divine power. Using two at the same time would enable you to purify almost every negative effect. But it was also because the purifying power was overly strong that it had to be accompanied by the dream petal and terracone. The dream petal was used to calm the mind, while the terracone was used to protect the consumer's body from harm due to the overly strong divine power. The four herbs complemented yet restrained each other. An ordinary pharmacist usually would not dare to concoct the purifying potion because the dosage of herbs had to be accurately controlled. A small mistake could hurt the consumer. Of course, to Lin Li, this was not a big problem. Besides, the preparation process was very easy. It only involved simple extraction and blending, and did not even require assistive tools. Considering that he didn't even need any tools to aid him, Lin Li decided not to return to the Guild of Magic. He took out 4 glass bottles from his pocket and set them on the table. Just as he was beginning to extract the succus, he heard footsteps coming from the stairs. Lin Li turned around and saw a head of long, fiery red hair. Underneath the long hair was a stunningly beautiful face. Lin Li glanced in a hurry, but he could only describe it as amazing. It was an almost fatal kind of aesthetic, proud yet cold. A person couldn't help but feel the desire to conquer her, and even with Lin Li's mental cultivation, he had gotten momentarily lost the moment he looked back. Seeing a stranger by the sick bed, the red-headed beauty knitted her fine eyebrows slightly with a hint of caution. "Ina, who is he?" "Mr. Felix from the Guild of Magic." "Why did you let him in?" The red-headed beauty had some discontentment in her tone, but when she saw Ina's innocent eyes, that trace of discontentment turned into helplessness. "Ina, I've told you many times, Mr. McGrin's illness cannot be cured by an average person. If mages were of use, I would look for one for you." "But, Mr. Felix, Ina was somewhat aggrieved, her big eyes blinking at Lin Li, asking him for help. "Ina, be good and listen. I will find the way to cure Mr. McGrin." The red-headed beauty turned her autumn-like eyes to Lin Li after coaxing Ina. "Let me warn you, don't try to hit on Ina. If not, even if Jirian comes, he may not be able to save you." By the end, the red-headed beauty's voice was bitterly cold. The imposing manner that was displayed by her inadvertently frightened Lin Li. It was an aura of at least a level 10 player. At this moment, the red-headed beauty was like a magnificent sword, full of murderous intent in her eyes that flowed like the autumn waters. This was actually a warrior above level 10. Lin Li was slightly surprised, but he showed no sign of it on his face and merely laughed gently. "If I leave, will you be able to cure Mr. McGrin?" This is none of your business." "None of my business." Lin Li suddenly chuckled. "Mr. McGrin is my friend. If not for him, I would have probably still been lost in the Sunset Mountains. And you say this is none of my business? Furthermore, since you'd like to be in charge of the treatment, let me ask you, do you know where the problem lies with Mr. McGrin?" Still thinking you're capable, with the topic being what she knew best, the red-headed beauty lifted her fine eyebrows and a confident smile appeared on her face. "There are no wounds on his body, and there was no magical attack. There are only 2 possibilities for Mr. McGrin's current situation. It can be either a mental attack or a curse." "Not bad that you're able to see this. It means you're a decent doctor." Lin Li complimented her with a grin, but quickly changed the subject. "A pity your eyesight isn't good." As Lin Li spoke, he lifted McGrin's right hand. "Look at what this is." The red-headed beauty shifted her attention and turned pale from fear as she saw the thin black line. "Curse. Do you know what this is?" Lin Li stopped mid-sentence and did not reveal the answer. He sat grinning on the bed, looking at the red-headed beauty teasingly. The expression seemed to say, "Want to know? But I won't tell you." That abhorrent look fell into the eyes of the red-headed beauty, and she was as annoyed as she could be. She cursed in her heart, "Just a scoundrel getting his own way. I'll show you who's good sooner or later." However, she could not hold back her curiosity. The red-headed beauty, who was as proud as a swan, had to put down her pride temporarily. "May I ask, what is the curse?" Lin Li was highly satisfied with "may I ask." It was like having a cold drink in the dog days, the satisfaction going down from the top of his head to his feet. The fellow was dizzily immersed in it for a while before pointing out in a self-important way, as if he was the senior. "Look carefully, a black line like this extending from the arm to the heart is called the Twilight Curse. No matter how powerful a creature is, once the twilight curse has fallen upon it, it will inevitably fall into a deep slumber and be gradually weakened in its sleep, until death. Seeing how Lin Li was reveling in self-satisfaction, the red-headed beauty felt even more humiliated. After cursing silently, scoundrel got his way. She was quickly attracted by Lin Li's words. The red-headed beauty was born to an illustrious family and had been instructed by a famous teacher. She had reached a strength of level 10 and above at such a young age. Her high attainments in medical skills far surpassed those of others. As a teenager, she had even received pointers from a pharmacist. But she had never heard of the so-called twilight curse, nor had she thought that this twilight curse could kill people in their sleep. Everything the young mage had said seemed to be from another world to her. At the beginning, the red-headed beauty was slightly miffed, thinking that this young mage had made up some lies to deceive her, and there was no such thing as twilight curse in the world. But as Lin Li talked about the twilight curse, the red-headed beauty was finally moved. After all, she had been instructed by a pharmacist, and knew that there were some things in the world that could not be invented out of thin air. Even if the twilight curse was fake, when it came to details, he would never deceive a real expert. Some of the things mentioned by this young mage were no different from those mentioned by the pharmacist who had instructed her. It was even more detailed and clearly explained than the pharmacist had at some points. The red-headed beauty had a mix of emotions in her heart, somewhat surprised and somewhat filled with admiration. But when she saw how cocky Lin Li looked, she felt a sense of shame and anger once more. Anyway, this is what happened. This twilight curse is not a big problem, but it is not something you doctors can touch. I say, red-headed little sis, go back and be the quack doctor you are. Don't come out for nothing and harm others. Regardless of her emotions, Lin Li was not at all polite to come to a conclusion after the long speech. But he had spent too much time with Jirian and became unforgiving in his words. You called me a quack. The red-headed beauty's apricot eyes were wide open, and a look of disbelief came across her face. She was born illustrious and possessed strong abilities. Since young, no one had dared to say a single harsh word to her, except her teachers. Since the opening of the hospital, countless lives had been saved by her. There had only been words praising her superb medical skills, and no one had ever told her she was a quack. Never had she imagined that, this day at Iona's house, this young mage would have thrown out that word so easily. Recalling his cocky manner earlier on, the red-headed beauty could no longer contain her anger anymore. In her wrath, the pair of beautiful eyes divulged boundless killing intent. A strong aura erupted from her. The red anger was like a flame that filled the air. From a distance, the red-headed beauty was as if a phoenix bathing in fire. Editor, Atlas Studios. Lin Li did not budge under the oppression of such strong anger. The words he uttered were not at all polite. Why? Starting a fight because you can't outspeak me? You couldn't even find out the cause of Mr. McGrin's illness. Yet you had the audacity to say you'll be responsible for his treatment. What do you think this is? This is not just any beast, it's a human life. Have you ever thought what you will do if I'm chased out by you and you couldn't cure Mr. McGrin? I really don't know how your teacher has taught you. Treating someone's life as a joke. How are you not a quack? The killing intent coming from the red-headed beauty subsided slightly, but her pretty face was flushed. She wanted to defend herself, but was rudely interrupted by Lin Li. What Are you going to say you'll find a way for sure? All right. I'll take it as saying you'll come up with a way sooner or later. But please open your eyes, look closely at Mr. McGrin's condition now, and think if he has the time to wait till you've found a solution. What Lin Li hated most in his life was quack doctors ruining the life of someone. If it hadn't been for a darned quack, his father would not have been left with a lifelong disability. Although his father had escaped death, pain and disgust for quacks were deeply engraved in Lin Li's heart, and could not be erased no matter what. When he was questioning the red-headed beauty, Lin Li had unconsciously taken her as the darned quack. It was your ridiculous doubt that nearly caused Mr. McGrin to lose his life. What do you treat yourself as, and what do you treat your patients as? You say you're not a quack. Then what are you, a killer? By the end, Lin Li was livid, and his tone was filled with endless resentment. The words were so serious that the red-headed beauty wavered because of them. Lying on the sickbed, McGrin's face was ghastly pale and his body gaunt. Every breath he took seemed to exhaust all his strength. Looking at how extremely feeble McGrin was, the red-headed beauty lost confidence for the first time. She asked herself repeatedly, Can McGrin really wait till I find a way? The answer to her question was cruel. Absolutely not. She didn't even know what the Twilight Curse was. Don't even mention coming up with a way to break it. And McGrin, who was lying on the sickbed, most likely couldn't even wait another day. If this young mage really had the ability to save people, but was repeatedly stalled and even driven away by her, then wouldn't the result be? The red-headed beauty was stunned by the possibility. The curling flame was gradually put out, and the aura of a level 10 power also vanished without a trace. The red-headed beauty at the moment was like a little girl who had done something wrong. She pulled Ina into a tight hug. Her voice had a tinge of sob in it. Sorry, Ina. I really wanted to help Uncle McGrin. I've really never thought of. Sister Rolling, I know. Ina held the red-headed beauty's shoulders and comforted her. If you know you're wrong, then go hide in a corner and cry. Don't get in the way here. It's tiresome. Lin Li shot a cold glance at her and paid her no more heed. The control of dosage for the purifying potion was somewhat troublesome. Lin Li dared not allow himself even the slightest negligence. After a meticulous calculation of the amount of silver hairgrass and sungrass to be used, he took 2 terracones and twisted them in his hands. With tens of thousands of concoctions done in the past, Lin Li had developed a sensitive feel in his hands. With the 2 terracones in hand, Lin Li knew at once that the amount was too much. So he took out a silver knife from his pockets and gingerly cut one of the terracones in half. After finishing up all these, a beaker suddenly appeared in Lin Li's hand. Neither Ina nor the red-headed beauty could tell exactly how the beaker came to be there. The whole process seemed like a magic trick. With a twitch of his wrist, the terracone fell into the beaker, followed by a gas blast spell. Lin Li had controlled it carefully, releasing his mana bit by bit, turning an aggressive gas blast spell into a slow compress. If Jirian had seen this scene, it would probably surprise him again. Such a subtle mana control would probably take at least a decade for an average mage to achieve. Under the compression of the gas blast spell, the 2 terracones began to deform slowly. As the mana released by Lin Li slowly increased, the 2 round terracones eventually turned into 2 thin pieces. With a gentle pick of the silver knife, the 2 pieces of terracone peel were picked out. The clear beaker was brimming with thick terracone succus. Looking at the bizarre scene in front of her, the red-headed beauty, with tears still in her eyes, could not help but ask timidly, What are you doing? None of your damned business. Lin Li, who was completely absorbed, paid no attention to her. After cursing rudely, he added the dream petal into the beaker. It was followed by the recitation of the spell of flaming hands. As usual, Lin Li was careful in controlling his mana, only lighting a small flame on his hand, then slowly roasted the bottom of the beaker. After the terracone succus began to boil, Lin Li carefully grabbed the silver hairgrass and sungrass. The 2 herbs were added into the beaker almost simultaneously, which was followed by white mist rising into the air and a strong medicinal smell permeating the room. Even warriors like Ina and the red-headed beauty were deeply moved by the divine power contained in it. Lin Li fed half a beaker of purifying potion into McGrin's mouth and massaged him for a while to make the potion work as soon as possible. Hearing McGrin's breathing gradually stabilize, Lin Li finally breathed out a long sigh of relief. Everything's fine, Ina. Mr. McGrin will wake up in about half an hour's time. Thank you, Mr. Fellick. Ina was pleasantly surprised. Her lips were pursed as if she was about to cry. McGrin is fine now. You should be happy. Why are you crying? Lin Li kept the beaker into his pocket, then carefully reminded Ina. Although he's fine now, his body will still be extremely weak. I reckon it might still take some time for him to recover. You had better persuade him not to take on any quests for the next 2 to 3 months. Mr. Fellick, thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Ina's eyes were filled with gratitude. You've helped us so many times, but I have nothing to repay your kindness with. What's there to thank for? If it weren't for your help in the begging, I could still be stuck in the Sunset Mountains. I should be the one thanking you both. Such was the character of Lin Li, clear about kindness and enmity. He would remember for life the kindness and grace he had received from someone. McGrin and his daughter had helped him unintentionally, but Lin Li had kept it firmly in his mind. If there's nothing else, I'll get going. If not, when your father wakes, he's going to thank me without end again. Lin Li packed his stuff, getting ready to return to the Guild of Magic. Teehee. Ina could not help but laugh at his funny remarks. Lin Li insisted on leaving, so Ina could not make him stay and had to see him out of the door. After watching Lin Li's figure fade into the distance, Ina returned upstairs with a hint of reluctance. As soon as she went upstairs, she heard Rollings crying out an apology. Ina, sorry. It's all right, Sister Rolling. You were kind enough to want to save Father. Ina comforted her gently, and the red-headed beauty stopped crying. That mage earlier on, who is he? How did you two meet? Rolling wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, but couldn't contain her curiosity with regards to Lin Li's identity. I've introduced him, he's Mr. Fellick. I met him when Father and I were in the Sunset Mountains. He's an impressive mage who helped me and Father many times. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to repay him. Fellick, this time, Rolling had finally heard it clearly. Never had she expected that the young-looking mage from just now was actually Fellick, the pharmacist who had been the subject of heated discussions in Gerosis recently. Father and I had been pursued by a wyvern. It was Mr. Fellick who had appeared suddenly and saved us. And afterwards, I was captured by a large gorilla. Ina recalled the days in the Sunset Mountains, but Rolling could not hear a thing she said. She was still reeling in shock. It was no wonder he could see the cause of Mr. McGrin's illness at once and concoct such a peculiar potion. So he turned out to be a real pharmacist. The alternate identity of the young mage came to her mind, and Rolling's fine eyebrows were knitted once more. Lin Li saw Kevin coming out of the door before he could enter the Emerald Tower. Fellick, you're finally back. Kevin wiped cold sweat off his forehead as he continued with a lingering fear in his heart. If you had come back half an hour later, Uncle Jirian would have beat me to death. What happened? You went out in a hurry just now, so I forgot to tell you something. As they walked toward the Emerald Tower, Kevin explained the matter to Lin Li. The auction for arcane magic potion has been postponed. Why? Lin Li was taken by surprise. Could Jirian have taken the wrong medicine? This old fellow had waited for decades for the day when the Guild of Magic could finally hold its head up high. The 30 bottles of arcane magic potion had given him the opportunity. How could he be willing to postpone it? He had always thought that after the battle between Jirian and Old Merlin, those 30 bottles of arcane magic potion would be sold. He was still thinking about when to ask for his bonus from Jirian on his way back to the Emerald Tower. Never did he expect the old fellow to delay the auction. A bitter smile came across Kevin's face. Because you weren't here. What bird crap reason is this? He delayed it because I wasn't here. That's what Uncle Jirian said. As for the real reason, he did not tell me, and I was too scared to ask. Lin Li knew that Kevin was as scared of Jirian whenever he saw the fat old man as the mouse was of the cat. Since he said that he didn't know, then it had to be true. So, Lin Li did not pester him further. He instead asked, then, until when is it postponed? Today, half an hour later. That's why I said earlier on that if you'd returned half an hour later, I would have been beat to death by Uncle Jirian. Kevin's fair face was full of joy. That day, when Uncle Jirian found out you had locked yourself in the room, he said that you would complete your last breakthrough today. So, the new auction date has been set to today. Oh, where is he now? He just went to the reception room. He wanted me to tell you to look for him after you came out of the level certification hall, but I've forgotten about it. Go and do what you have to do. I'll go look for him. Jirian's chubby face came into his sight as soon as Lin Li stepped into the reception room. What excuse did you give? Jirian was taken aback. What excuse? The excuse to delay the arcane magic potion auction. Oh, bad mood. Jirian was indifferent. I've told them Old Merlin came fighting at our doorstep, and it has made me very unhappy, so I delayed the auction for the arcane magic potion. You're sick. Lin Li wiped his sweat off secretly. Only Jirian could come up with this kind of excuse. Anyway, those 30 bottles of arcane magic potion are still with the Guild of Magic. They can only watch with their mouths closed even if they have any dissatisfaction. Who would dare to talk about it in front of us? What exactly is the reason? Didn't I tell you? Because you were not here. Jirian's expression was serious for the first time. This auction will attract all the forces in Gerosis. How can I introduce all these forces to you if you're not present? Lin Li was slightly puzzled. Introduced to me for what? I'm getting on age. I didn't want to admit it, but after the battle with Old Merlin that day, I knew I was really old. If I were 10 years younger, I wouldn't need your awakening potion. I could crush him with one hand. Jirian seemed to be a little dispirited. Think about it. I am 60 years old this year. At my age, how long can I continue to manage the guild? Sooner or later, the guild will have to change leaders. If the new president doesn't know what kind of forces Gerosis has, how can he manage the guild? You're very ill. Do you want me to prescribe some medicine for you? I'm not joking. Jirian fixed his eyes on Lin Li. He looked more serious than ever. You know the guild has no one of use. Look at those useless bums in the guild. The old are too old, and the young are too young. The old are mediocre, and the young are fools. None of them will work out. My hair is all worried white for these bastards. Luckily, we brought you into the guild. The disciple of the legendary mage Andoin, a magic genius, a potion master. Other than you, who else is qualified for the position? Kevin. Don't kid me. Kevin turns weak in the legs whenever he sees me. How will the guild listen to him? After you've taken over my position, you can ask Kevin to help you out. He's pretty good at running errands. Lin Li stared at the chubby face for a long time and finally confirmed that Jirian wasn't joking. You're serious? Absolutely. F*CK? Can you choose someone else? I can make do with something else, but the president? Maybe I'll lose all your money in a few years. None of my damned business. Jirian's eyes were wide open as he answered with no sense of responsibility at all. By the time you lose the guild, I'll probably be dead already. Why would I still care about whatever flood there is after I die? Definitely no. Lin Li would not do it no matter what. He really didn't want to be the president of any guild. This was not an easy position. If you wanted to do it well, you'd be exhausted to death. It would not be tiring fooling around, but you'd probably be criticized to death. Lin Li did not want to be exhausted to death nor criticized to death, so not being the president would be the best choice. Don't be anxious. It's not like I'm asking you to take over now. It's just my idea. You can think it over first. If you're still reluctant to take over in a few years' time, then we'll talk again. Jirian knew not to push him too hard. He comforted him repeatedly, and with a roll of his eyes, changed the subject. Other than this, there's another reason. What is it? I heard that some families are already starting to sell their family hoards in order to get the arcane magic potions. I thought, rather than benefiting others, why not benefit the Guild of Magic instead? So, I told them it's alright if the money's not enough, they can use items. Regardless of ingredients or equipment, as long as it can be of use, the guild will accept it. I reckon that when the time comes, there will be a variety of things brought to us. At this point, Jirian was shameless enough to flatter himself. Although I am knowledgeable, I can't guarantee to know everything. In this guild, you, too, have a good eye for things besides me. You can help me keep an eye to see if I missed anything. Lin Li thought, just tell me straight up you want me to help with the authentication. Is there a need to beat around the bush so much? Lin Li did not decline. He was a guru well-versed in all 5 series, plus a master in general skills. When it came to professional stuff, he would naturally have a better eye than Jirian. Besides, he was also very interested in what the major forces would offer. It seemed to him as fun as a treasure hunt. The 2 jerks had a discussion in the reception room. When they came out, their eyes were shining. Anyone who saw them would have the feeling of being targeted by wolves. The preparation for the auction was almost done when they came out. All 17 forces of Jerosis City were present. Even the Merlin family, which had a fight with Jirian just a few days ago, had shamelessly sent someone to attend the auction. After entering the guild's hall, the 2 jerks who were supposed to be the main characters refused to greet them at the front. Instead, they creeped to the back row and sat between a group of mages from the guild. President Jirian. The group of mages at the side turned around to see Jirian, and all of a sudden, they felt chills on their backs. Why did the old fellow come to sit here? Shut up. All of you sit properly and watch. No one should make a sound. If anyone dares to sell me out, I'll let him know what's to come after the auction. Jirian glared, and all the mages shut their mouths in fear. See the little mustache, the one in the middle of the second row, wearing a red mage robe and looking all hussy. Jirian hid among the group of mages, stretched his hand, and pointed pettily at the front row. That is Evan, the 3rd son of the Merlin family and Matthew's younger brother. Among the 3 brothers in the Merlin family, he's the good-for-nothing one, merely a magic shooter now. Then what about the 2nd son? The 2nd son is Fario, the only one I couldn't figure out among the 3 brothers. Speaking of which, this fellow has always kept silent and low-key. I've beaten him up a few times when we were young, and have always thought he's a useless bum. But, unexpectedly, this fellow has climbed higher and higher, and now he has climbed to the position of the Minister of Wealth of the Felon Kingdom. He is in charge of the economic lifeblood of the kingdom, but I heard he has some problems with Matthew and has not been back in Jerosis for several years. The 2 of them were whispering when a clamor was heard outside the Emerald Tower. Looking up, They saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothing enter the tower. From a distance, he looked to be about 40-year-old. His face was slightly pale, but he exuded an air of authority. But what really surprised Lin Li were the two attendants he'd brought along. One of them was wearing a black mage robe. His whole face was covered with a hood, making it impossible to see his features clearly. But the aura that was emitted from him could definitely be described as strong. Among the mages Lin Li had seen, besides Andoin, Jirian, and Old Merlin, this person had to be the most formidable of them all. The other, probably also in his 40s, had a shabby beard and a broadsword leaning on his back that was giving off a scorching aura. Lin Li could see that it was definitely an excellent weapon of fire attribute with just a glance. Damn! Jirian's eyes were wide open at the sight of the middle-aged man. Lin Li had rarely seen Jirian so without composure since he had joined the Guild of Magic. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Which big shot is it now?" "The Castellan of Gerosis City, Isaac." Jirian's head began to throb. He pointed at the two attendants behind him. "See those two guys? One is Elliot, the strongest warrior in Gerosis. He had made a clear breakthrough to level 14 last year. I don't even have the confidence that I can win against him. The other one is Andrew, chief mage of the Castellan Mansion. Besides Old Merlin and I, he's probably the most ruthless out of all mages in Gerosis." At this point, Jirian's chubby face was completely sullen. "We're in big trouble. If the Castellan is interested in those 30 bottles of arcane magic potions, who else would dare to compete with him?" "Probably not." Lin Li shook his head, disapproving of Jirian's speculations. "The arcane magic potion has too many limitations. You know it too. Only a mage apprentice below level 5 who has drunk it can permanently enhance their mana. The biggest demand can only come from the 11 mage families. He's Gerosis' highest official in name. How would this stuff interest him?" "Makes sense." Jirian scratched his head. "But just in case." "There's nothing like just in case. Send someone to get in touch with him quietly later and find out what's going on first." Lin Li became active once interests were involved. Taking a million steps back, even if he's interested in the arcane magic potion, the demand won't be high, at most a few bottles. When the time comes, you will get him a few bottles from the basement secretly. And don't talk about money, just give it to him as a personal favor. We might come to some gains in the future. As long as he doesn't compete openly, it shouldn't be a problem. We'll do just that." Jirian nodded. He was going to entrust a mage with this important task, but hesitated. "I shall just do it personally. It'll seem more respectful this way." "Might as well." After Jirian left, almost everyone arrived. 11 mage families, 6 underground forces, Castellan of Gerosis, Gerosis Guild of Magic, plus a few dozen weaker forces and a few hundred wild men from all over the place. Everyone qualified to compete for the arcane magic potion in Gerosis was sitting in the guild's hall. For a moment, the spacious guild hall looked crowded. What made Lin Li's jaw drop was that Kevin, who had always been genteel, had taken off his mage robe and put on a white, high-collared, long-sleeved blouse this day. He, who wore a black waistcoat, stood on the stage holding a small hammer in his hands, temporarily acting as an auctioneer. "Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest auction ever held in Gerosis is about to commence." Kevin, who was usually stoic and honest, showed no signs of stage fright acting as an auctioneer for the first time, and his words were full of incitement. "What will be auctioned next will be nothing less than a miracle created by the guild's potion master, Mr. Felic." Kevin's rousing words were like a boulder dropped in the lake, at once causing a commotion in the hall. Since the battle between Jirian and Old Merlin, almost everyone in Gerosis City knew that there was a potion master named Felic in the Guild of Magic. But knowing it was one thing. The Guild of Magic had never admitted, nor publicly announced, on any occasion that they had a potion master. Until just now, when Kevin finally admitted it personally. Even if the people present already knew something, they could not hide the shock hearing Kevin admit it. What was the concept of a potion master? It was someone who was long out of the ordinary. A few small bottles of potions would be enough to make a power rise from decline and a huge family fall apart in an instant. A character that only existed in hearsay had finally become a fact in Kevin's words, and all at once the guild's hall was thrown into a pandemonium. Everyone was whispering and looking about. The moment of ferment almost drowned out everything else in the guild's hall. The scene was out of control, but Kevin was not in the least alarmed. He merely looked on with a smile on his face and waited patiently for them to quiet down. At the same time, Jirian was having the most congenial talk with Castellan Isaac. Not far from the two men, the leaders from several forces were looking around, trying to join in and form a friendship with Jirian. The Guild of Magic this day was not the same as it was at the beginning. Before Lin Li joined, who would be willing to have any dealings with the Guild of Magic? They had no money nor talent. They had the title of the #1 force of Gerosis, but led a poorer life than anyone else. Not to mention the 11 mage families, the people from the 6 underground forces, and even the weaker forces, were most likely not interested in having dealings with the Guild of Magic either. But since news of the Potion Master was out, the Guild of Magic transformed from a pheasant into a phoenix. It became the most sought-after force in Gerosis Guild in an instant. Who wouldn't want to butter up to Jirian at this time? This was a guy who hung out with the Potion Master. If they could make good of their relationship with this old fellow, not to mention other things, just the auction alone would be worth at least 100,000 gold coins to make things convenient for themselves. Moreover, that was a Potion Master. It was impossible for him to have only a few bottles of arcane magic potion. As long as they befriended Jirian, they'd have a steady supply of potions. Thinking back to the past, the Guild of Magic had already come down in the world, but because of the agreement made during the Dark Ages, they could get a batch of potions from the Pharmacists Guild every year. This had established their position as the #1 force in Gerosis. If there was a constant supply of potions, who else could compete against them in the whole Gerosis city besides the Guild of Magic? It was a pity that Jirian already had his eyes on bigger things. The leaders of the several forces cowered at a side. They wanted to come over, but were stopped by the two attendants of the Castellan and could only turn to Jirian for help with their piteous eyes. But Jirian had no time to care if they were dead or alive. The leaders stood there for a long time, but Jirian did not even blink an eye. He was busy having a heart-to-heart talk with the Castellan now. "Isaac, since you called me Uncle Jirian, then I can't be that petty as your uncle. It's only a few bottles of arcane magic potion. If you need them, just tell me. I may not have much ability, but I can still make the call for such a small matter." Isaac found listening to Jirian's endless talk both amusing and ridiculous. He vaguely mentioned that his father had met Jirian when the latter had still been a young mage. To his surprise, the old fellow brought their relationship up another level with a turn of his eyes. They became old family friends, the other party even claiming to be Uncle Jirian. He was almost 50 years old this year, and Jirian was no more than 60 years old. Was there such a young uncle like him? But Isaac had been sitting in the position of the Castellan for a decade. He was no ordinary character. Gerosis was a place where all the major forces were tangled in warfare and chaos. He would have been devoured alive if he had no means to cope with it. Although he felt somewhat amused and annoyed, he showed no signs of it on his face. He simply made use of the opportunity and acknowledged Jirian as his uncle. In any case, it was not too bad to acknowledge Jirian as an uncle given his current position. Uncle Jirian must be joking. I have no desire for the arcane magic potion. I've come to the Guild of Magic today to have a look at the legendary Potion Master. Isaac was somewhat of a genius. He had gotten a convenient uncle out of the blue, but addressed him so easily, as if Jirian was really an old family friend. That won't do. It wasn't easy for you to come to the Guild of Magic. How can I, your uncle, let you return empty-handed? Jirian was overjoyed hearing that he did not have the intention to compete for the arcane magic potion, but he did not display it on his face. He wanted to give him a gift on their first meeting no matter what, and seemed just like an elder who doted on his juniors. After a round of declining from each side, Isaac couldn't win Jirian at last, and a bottle of arcane magic potion was stuffed into his hand. Jirian walked away in contentment, leaving the Castellan sitting there at a loss whether to laugh or cry at the situation. After a long while, the chief mage of the Castellan mansion came over and spoke to him in a whisper. "Can't find." When Isaac lifted his head, there was no trace of embarrassment at all. Instead, his expression was serious and dignified. "You mean, you can't find the person?" "Yes, Master Castellan. I've tried using the way Mr. Grimm has mentioned, but I can't find the person completely." Could it be that Mr. Grimm had guessed it wrong? The Castellan's face was serious. His eyes swept over all the faces in the hall. Once again, he lowered his voice and asked the mage in black robe, "Do you think it's possible that this person does not belong to the Pharmacists Guild?" "I don't think it's possible. Other than the Pharmacists Guild, who else is able to concoct the arcane magic potion? Are there no other possibilities?" Isaac massaged his temples. A pained expression seemed to come across his face. The hubbub continued for about half an hour before the hall gradually quieted down at last. Kevin, standing on the stage, still had the smile on his face as he hit the table with the gavel in his hand. The auction for the arcane magic potion officially begins now. A simple sentence was more effective than a terror spell. All of a sudden, the spacious hall fell silent, and not even the slightest sound could be heard. Just as Lin Li was patiently waiting for the auction to start, he saw Jirian return sighing in despair. How was it? Lost a bottle of arcane magic potion. Jirian plopped down on the chair with a resentful expression on his face. Damn, this is such a big loss. Only one bottle. Lin Li rolled his eyes. What was the big deal about it? He thought they were robbing eggs. It's also money. 5,000 gold coins. Just as Jirian was grudging over it, someone in the hall began bidding. Lin Li got a shock as soon as the bid was called out. He knew the arcane magic potion was worth a lot, and he also knew these fellows could afford it. But he had never thought that the first bid for the arcane magic potion would be raised to such an alarming level. What was the concept of 5,000 gold coins? If he were to think of it as a quest from the Adventurers Guild, then McGrin and his daughter would have to kill 100 manticores or look for 50 black castles before they could get the chance to exchange for a bottle of arcane magic potion. Moreover, 5,000 gold coins was merely a starting price. It was a short young man in his 20s or 30s who had called out the price. He wore a mage robe with fine craftsmanship. Jirian couldn't remember his name even after taking a few looks at him. He was most likely a leader of some smaller force. This guy was probably just like Lin Li, not having seen too many gold coins. After he had called out 5,000 gold coins, he thought that victory was in his hands and was smiling smugly as he sat among the crowd, a smile that said the bottle of arcane magic potion was his to claim. But before he could sit tight, someone offered a new price. 10,000 gold coins. It was a middle-aged man who participated in the competition. Jirian took a look at him and whispered to Lin Li, "This is Aaron Matsis, the leader of the Blood Brotherhood, one of the 6 underground forces in Gerosis that is mainly in control of the casinos. This fellow is not simple. Old Odin has fought for the control of the casino rights with him, but not once did he succeed. Just look, that shorty is in trouble." The price was doubled abruptly, which was apparently beyond the young mage's expectations. It was obvious that he was at a loss, but at last, with clenched teeth, he offered a new price. 12,000 gold coins. 15,000 gold coins. There was no hesitation from Aaron Matsis at all. The shorty's voice had just settled when a 15,000 gold coins bid was thrown out. Aaron Matsis bidding without hesitation was a fatal blow to the short mage. 15,000 gold coins was not the latter's ceiling, but the other party's tone as if it was not 15,000 gold coins, but only 15 silver coins made him feel despair. 15,000 gold coins going once. The gavel landed on the table, but it felt just like it landed on the short mage's heart instead. 15,000 gold coins going twice. 20,000 gold coins. Cold sweat broke out on the short mage's forehead. It was all of his assets. He had expected to get at least 2 bottles of arcane magic potion, but now, the hope of getting even a single bottle was slim. He finally realized how deep the water for the auction was when he recalled how he had arrived at the auction with big ambition. 30,000 gold coins. Aaron Matsis sentenced the short mage to death without even blinking his eyes. This was a price that would send someone into the depths of despair. The hall was shockingly silent. There was only the sound of the gavel landing on the table. All eyes fell onto Aaron Matsis. Even the leaders of several mage families were surprised. The Blood Brotherhood had always kept a low profile, and its reputation was far less impressive than that of old Odin. To think that they had such wealth and guts. 30,000 gold coins going thrice. The gavel in Kevin's hand landed heavily on the table as he announced the first done deal of the day. Deal. Congratulations, Mr. Aaron Matsis. It's 30,000 gold coins just like that. Lin Li's mouth was agape. The money had come too easily. This is just the beginning. Jirian was dismissive of his reaction. Although the 6 underground forces are running various lucrative businesses, they are still far from boasting the wealth accumulated by the 11 magic families over the past 1,000 years. Look on carefully. When the time comes for them to show their hands, it will be the real highlight of the auction. How come these fellows have so much money? We won't talk about the 6 underground forces. Almost all the lucrative businesses in Gerosis are in their hands. But compared to the 11 mage families, they are merely a group of nouveau riche. You've seen old Merlin. Do you know how much the staff he was holding cost? At the mention of old Merlin's staff, Jirian's eyes were full of envy. 1,000,000 gold coins. F***CK. Lin Li almost bit his tongue off. 1,000,000 gold coins for a staff? No wonder he had a son like Cromwell. Don't feel that it's too expensive yet. If not for old Merlin's reputation, he might have not even got it for double the price. Jirian took advantage of the opportunity to educate Lin Li lest the kid always made a fuss about small things. He stretched out his chubby hand and pointed at the few mages beside. And look at these useless bums. The gear they wear is worth at least 80,000 or even 100,000. A mage is such a profession, it all depends on spending money. Of course, except for a monster like you. Damn it. I have never seen you buy a piece of equipment before. Why do I need to buy equipment? Lin Li mumbled softly. In his heart, he thought, I am a guru well-versed in all 5 series, and I'm still buying equipment from others? If this goes out, where should I put my face? At this point, Lin Li couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Guild of Magic is so poor. Wrong again. Unexpectedly, Jirian shook his head. The guild is not poor. Just the 3 rare mineral veins in the Demon Fall Valley alone bring in a steady income of 3,000,000 gold coins every year. Then why does it seem to me that all of them are emaciated and sallow? Do you abuse them usually? Wait, why do I feel like the name Demon Fall Valley sounds familiar? Whoever has the damn time to abuse these useless bums? Jirian shot them a glare. The mages shrank back immediately, afraid that they might draw fire to themselves. Jirian then continued, the first time you arrived at the Guild of Magic, wasn't I talking to someone from Shadow City? We were talking about the control of the Demon Fall Valley at that time. I guess you remembered it from there. Oh, yes, I remember. That place belongs to our Guild of Magic. And our Guild of Magic had lifted Jirian's mood tremendously. This meant that Lin Li was gradually seeing himself as part of the Guild of Magic. This was definitely a good sign to Jirian. He believed that as long as he put in a little more effort, he'd be able to fit the Guild of Magic presidents. Hat onto the fellow's head. That's right. Jirian answered with greater patience in light of his good mood. The reason why the Guild of Magic is still the #1 force in Gerosis today is that we have the control of the Demon Fall Valley. There are 3 rare mineral veins and a great variety of herbs in that valley. Most importantly, it also abounds in all kinds of high-level magical crystals. When the auction for the arcane magic potion is over, I'll bring you there so that you can see for yourself. As they spoke, 3 more bottles of arcane magic potion were off the shelf. Among them, the lowest price was above 30,000, and the highest price even reached 60,000 gold coins. From this auction onwards, the number of arcane magic potion will be increased to 3 bottles. The gavel in Kevin's hand landed heavily on the table. The starting bid will be 50,000, and the minimum increment 5,000. Let the bidding begin. 50,000 gold coins. 70,000 gold coins. 80,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. Kevin's gavel had just come down when the bidding calls rang out continuously, each higher than the other. In a moment's time, the price for the 3 bottles of arcane magic potion was raised to a high of 100,000. See, the Roland family has shown their hand. The previous ones were all on the small scale. From now on, it is the highlight. Just watch. If the final bid for these 3 bottles of potion is less than 200,000, I'll screw my own head off. Jirian laughed pompously at his side. The leader of the Roland family had gone completely amok. Competing with him was a good-looking young woman around 30 years of age. She was beautiful and charming, her voice soft and sweet, and her every action was exceedingly fascinating and amorous. Perhaps only a wily old fox like Jirian would recognize her. The attractive young woman was Daphne, the leader of the Dark Moon, one of Gerosis' 6 underground forces. She controlled all the thieves in Gerosis. Jirian told Lin Li, memorize the woman's face? If someday you lost your wallet on the streets, you must look for her. But don't get it wrong. She's the leader of the thieves, not a brothel madam. Anthony Roland was about to bleed from his nose out of anger. He had not expected that rather than the big families he was most worried about, he would have roused this mad woman instead. What was more surprising to him was that this mad woman could be so merciless. She raised the price to 140,000 each, and was refusing to let up. If this continued, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. 140,000 gold coins had already exceeded the Roland family's budget, But Anthony Rowland had no choice but to hang tough. These 3 bottles of arcane magic potion were his best chance. Giants like the Merlin family, the Mans family, and the Saruman family had yet to make a move. Once he had waited for them to strike, the Rowland family would have no chance at all. Moreover, Anthony Rowland really needed these 3 bottles of arcane magic potion. Out of his 3 sons, the youngest was already 16-year-old, but was still a level 4 mage apprentice. There was only 1 step away from level 5, just 1 step, but it couldn't be overcome no matter what. Which parent in the world would not want their children to be successful? So when he heard that the Guild of Magic was going to auction the arcane magic potion, he was utterly thrilled and immediately started to raise money. He had even disposed of several profitable industries at a low price in order to make his 3 sons into mages successfully. But the Rowland family was not the Merlin family. The total amount of money he could gather was only about 200,000. If this mad woman continued to push on, Anthony Rowland dared not imagine what would happen next. But this was often the case in the world. The more you didn't want it to happen, the more it would happen. As he turned the idea in his mind, Daphne called out another bid once more. 200,000 gold coins. Anthony Rowland almost blacked out when he heard the figure. At this moment, Anthony Rowland even thought of jumping on this woman to strangle her to death. But this was merely a thought. Not to mention this mad woman was no less strong than him, and he probably wouldn't be able to strangle her to death even if he did jump on her. Just disrupting the auction alone would be enough to put him on the spot. This was not the Emerald Tower of the past. The Guild of Magic today was at the height of their influence. Even the Merlin family dared not compete with or challenge the Guild of Magic head-on. That would be no different than seeking their own death. With Jirian's character, he would probably be blown down by his fireball before he could get to jump on the mad woman. Anthony Rowland hesitated for long before he finally put a hand into his pocket. 200,000 going once. 200,000 going twice. 200,000 going. Just as Kevin was about to hit the gavel for the 3rd time, Anthony Rowland suddenly emerged from the crowd. Hold on, Mage Kevin. What's the matter, Mr. Anthony? Kevin was inwardly delighted, but managed to put on a troubled expression on his face. Do you have any doubts regarding the auctioning process? No, I definitely don't mean that. Anthony Rowland waved his hands. This was not a joking matter. Having doubts about the auction would mean having doubts about Jirian's character, and it'd be equal to challenging the Guild of Magic. He would not dare to challenge the Guild of Magic, which was at the peak of its influence, even if he was given 10 more guts. I remembered Mr. Jirian had said that if cash is not enough, we would be allowed to replace it with items of equivalent value. Now, I would like Mr. Jirian to evaluate how many gold coins this item is actually worth. There was a thin silver necklace hanging obliquely on Anthony Rowland's thumb, shimmering with silver light. But what really stood out was the blue gem mounted on the necklace. The oval gemstone was about the size of a thumb and wrapped in silver wires like a petal, giving off an air of mystery and elegance under a sheet of silvery light. As soon as the silver necklace was taken out, the mage's eyes turned wide open, and even Jirian drew in a hissing cold breath. What a big piece of Enigma sapphire. The hall was exceptionally quiet. All eyes fell onto the Enigma sapphire. Even the attractive young woman who was contending with him couldn't stop amazement from showing in her beautiful eyes. This was definitely a treasure a mage would wish for. Storing mana was too important for a mage. Even an archmage would not be able to fill such a big Enigma sapphire. A group of mages were whispering among themselves. It's worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Such a big piece. I reckon it's more than 100,000. The Rowland family has always been low profile, but they can actually bring out such good stuff like this. Looks like the water is not regular deep for the 11 mage families. But it's a little bit of a pity for such a big Enigma sapphire to be set into the silver necklace. You should get a mithril necklace at the very least. It doesn't do any justice to the gem the way it is now. How much do you guys have? Why don't we gather our money and acquire the necklace for ourselves? Then everyone can take turns using it. As soon as the guy finished speaking, he realized there was no sound around him. He looked around in puzzlement, only to see his colleagues who had been chatting amicably with him just a moment ago, all far away from him. The expressions of fear on their faces were as if they were afraid of getting infected by the plague. What's with the expressions? The group of mages really wanted to jump on him and strangle him to death. You actually dared to come up with such a thought in front of Jirian. How is it different from putting your hand into the president's pocket and taking money from it? Moreover, You had even mentioned everyone taking turns to use it. You'd be lucky if Jirian didn't find someone to tread you over. Come, come, everyone, gather our money. I think I have 30,000 here. How much do you all have? The group of mages tried desperately signal him with their winks, but the guy was utterly oblivious to it and still gathering money without knowing what death was like. Everyone seemed to see Jirian's frown. Under His Excellency's influence, the group of jerks couldn't care less about friendship and simply sold the clueless guy off. President, we swear we really don't know him. President. That slow-witted mage finally remembered whom he was sitting nearby. He felt cold sweat breaking out all over his body all at once, and tried to pull his face into a smile that was uglier than crying. Heh, heh heh, why are all of you so nervous? It was just a joke. Luckily for him, Jirian was too busy talking to Lin Li to notice his rebellious thoughts. What do you think of giving him 50,000 gold coins? 80,000. Lin Li did some calculations in his heart and decided to raise the price. I reckon that fellow only has 200,000 gold coins in his hands. If we give too little, I'm afraid he won't have a chance against the thief leader. I have to get this necklace. You're also interested in the Enigma Sapphire? Jirian was slightly taken aback. He knew the kid too well. He had always thought that even if all the mages in the world would need the Enigma Sapphire, this kid wouldn't have any use for it. The scene at the level certification hall had left too deep an impression on him. A magic output 28 minutes long was absolutely beyond the scope of a monster and could only be described as a demon's. I'll let you have the stone. I only want the necklace. Lin Li's eyes were glued to the thin silver necklace. He was too familiar with the aura emitted from the necklace. He had once felt the same aura from the enchantment guru back in the endless world. If his guess was correct, the metal used for the necklace was definitely the deep silver. In the endless world, the deep silver could only be found by luck, but not by searching. In order to jolt his magical enchantment profession, Lin Li had used all his connections just to coat the gold rod with one layer of deep silver. But this stuff was just too rare, almost no one had seen it in the endless world. For that period of time, Lin Li spent his days squatting at the auction house. The Mercenary Guild's private commission was hung all year round, and the reward was increased by a small amount every day, and then saw a huge increase every 3 days, but no one had ever brought the stuff out. Thinking it over, Lin Li felt that he was really pretty lucky. With his wealth and status in the endless world, he could do anything he wanted. But it was the Black Lotus and Deep Silver that he couldn't get even after trying everything possible. To think he had encountered them a month after having transmigrated. Lin Li was grinning from ear to ear just thinking about the gold rod coated with deep silver. That was a genuine worldly weapon. In addition to strengthening the attributes of magical enchantment, it could also raise the enchantment success rate to a terrifying level. A 100% would be an exaggeration, but it could guarantee at least 90%. Just think about an enchantment guru with a 90% success rate. What a demonic thing it would be. Well, do as you wish. Jirian only nodded after hearing what Lin Li said and did not ask what was so extraordinary about the necklace. Then, the people in the hall saw Jirian, who was supposed to be the star of the auction, rising from a shabby spot in the audience. From what I see, this Enigma Sapphire is worth around 80,000 gold coins. Thank you, President Jirian. When Anthony Rowland heard the figure, his suspended heart finally descended into place. He had a total of 200,000 on hand. Adding the 80,000 gold coins, it would be enough to acquire the 3 bottles of arcane magic potion. Then, let the auction continue. Kevin's gavel landed on the table again. Madame Daphne had offered 200,000 gold coins. Anyone else with a higher bid than Madame Daphne? 250,000. With Jirian's promise in hand, Anthony Rowland raised the price to 250,000 without any hesitation. This astonishing figure immediately drew murmurs from the guild hall. 250,000 for 3 bottles of arcane magic potion. The average price had far exceeded the previous few bottles that were sold. To many, this was no longer an auction, but a fit of pique. 250,000 was indeed a ruthless bid. Even a wealthy thief leader like Daphne did not dare to follow through. After receiving the arcane magic potion from the guild's mage's hands, Anthony Rowland was so agitated that he held the 3 bottles tightly in his arms for a long time, reluctant to let go. With Kevin's gavel hammering down once again, the auction resumed. Just then, Jirian suddenly noticed his convenient nephew coming his way. I'm so sorry, Uncle Jirian. I have some urgent matters on hand to deal with, and I'm afraid they can't wait until the auction is over. Castellan Isaac's face was regretful. Lin Li was waiting for someone to deliver the deep silver necklace to him when he heard Uncle Jirian, all of a sudden, and almost bit his tongue off out of shock. How could he not have seen before that Jirian had the talent of a social butterfly? Earlier on, he had said that he had no relations with the Castellan, but after turning a circle back, he had been upgraded to Uncle Jirian. Important things come first. Go and do what you need to do. Uncle will not make you stay any longer. But if there's time in the future, you must come to the Guild of Magic to visit Uncle. Jirian's smile was gentle and amiable, just like an affable senior's. Sure. Castellan Isaac felt his temples throbbing again. He answered vaguely in a hurry and fled the Emerald Tower. After stepping out of the gates, Isaac took a deep breath of the fresh air outside and swore to himself that he'd never come to this darn place again if he didn't have to. Master Castellan. The three men walked out of the Emerald Tower, and the mage in black robe asked with some hesitation in a low voice, "We didn't find the person this time. Will it be difficult to answer to Mr. Grimm?" Mr. Grimm is magnanimous and won't haggle over such trifles with us. Besides, with Mr. Grimm's ability, how can he not find someone if he sets his mind to it? Looks like we were too meddlesome this time. Since leaving the Emerald Tower, Isaac's expression was unusually relaxed. To him, no matter how bad things were, they couldn't be worse than facing Jirian, that old jerk. After finishing the previous sentence, the Castellan's brows were knitted again. He spoke to the mage in black robe in a low voice. "Andrew, if you have nothing much to do lately, you might want to pay more attention to the Guild of Magic. I'm actually also interested in the man Mr. Grimm is looking for." "Yes, Master Castellan." After watching the three men leave, Jirian's expression was somewhat odd. "Laugh if you want. Why try so hard to hold it in? Aren't you scared you'll suffer internal injuries from holding it in?" Lin Li pouted and moved closer out of curiosity. Come, tell me what exactly happened. Why did the Castellan address you as uncle? Could it be that you really know his father?" "That's of course." Jirian's face was boastful. "The Castellan said it personally. His father saw me 20 years ago. Apparently he instructed me. Damn it, so many mages instructed me 20 years ago. How would I know which one was his father?" "So, you became his uncle?" Lin Li's eyes were glazed and expression dazed. He took a look at Jirian in front of him and thought of the Castellan's age. He looked up to the heavens and sighed heavily. This shameless old man. You can't blame me. He was the one who wanted to pull strings. Since he wants it, then I'll give him the chance. Besides, he's so enthusiastic. If I don't become his uncle, he might be very disappointed. Lin Li felt a heartfelt admiration at his words. "You are a genius." As the old and the young were whispering away, another deal was completed in the hall. This time, it was still the beautiful young woman and a mage family who competed. Only this time, the beautiful young woman's rival was not the Roland family, but the Kareka family. The result was still the same. When the price was raised to 230,000, the beautiful thief leader was defeated again. Lin Li took a glance at Daphne and concluded in a low voice, "She has no chance anymore." Jirian was stunned for a moment and asked surprised, "How do you know? Didn't you realize? Both times when the price was at tens of thousands, she would raise it to 200,000 all of a sudden. She should be trying to scare off the opponent, but to little avail. If my guess is correct, she only has exactly 200,000 gold coins with her. If I can see this, the other mage families can see it as well. Just look, if she participates in the next contest again, someone would surely second kill her with a direct 200,000. Lin Li was indeed correct. When the second round of auction began, Daphne was once again the first person to offer a bid. 210,000. Contending with her was the Merlin family. It was the mage in red robe whom Jirian described as Hussy, the third son of the Merlin family. He quoted the startling price without so much as wrinkling his brows. So, the hall fell into dead silence. Although Daphne's expression was awful, she did not offer a higher price. Not to mention Jirian. Even the mages who were sitting at the side understood that the thief leader indeed could not take out more money. Damn, Jirian blurted out a swear. This kid was too accurate. 210,000 going once. 210,000 going twice. 210,000 going thrice. The gavel in Kevin's hand dropped heavily on the table. Deal. Congratulations, Mr. Evan. This was probably the weirdest auction of the day, with only a total of 2 bids from the start. The increment was unprecedentedly big. It was 50,000 higher than the starting bid, and a 110,000 increment at once. However, after a brief silence, Kevin pushed the auction to a climax with a message. In order to get enough arcane magic potion for everyone to buy, the guild has decided to take out another 3 bottles of arcane magic potion for everyone to bid on. And the next auction will be a one-shot sale of 10 bottles. No one had expected the Guild of Magic to be this bold, going from 3 bottles to 10 bottles at once. Even with the additional 3 bottles, there would only be 2 opportunities for them to contend. You taught him? Lin Li glanced at Jirian strangely. When did the old man learn to be so clever, knowing to play the game of killing 3 warriors with 2 peaches? Haha, I used telepathy to inform him just now. Jirian laughed in a gratified manner. 3 big families, but only 2 chances. I'll see how they're going to compete. Brilliant. Jirian had indeed executed a brilliant maneuver this time. Among the 3 major mage families in Gerosis, except for the Merlin family that had taken a whirl earlier on, the Man's family and the Saruman family had not even made a move. The reason for their inaction was not hard to imagine. As one of Gerosis' 3 major mage families, they knew each other through and shared an unspoken understanding. The 3 families knew how many bottles each should take, and no one would undermine this tacit understanding. Too bad Jirian would not give them the opportunity. You like to play modestly? Then I'd simply give you a push. The Merlin family had taken 3 bottles just now and would surely not be satisfied. Everyone knew they had the most level 4 apprentices. The other 2 families had not taken any bottle and would be even less likely to give up. This was the arcane magic potion. If the opportunity was missed, who knew when the next one would come? This time, it would be impossible for the 3 families not to fight at close range, even if that was not what they wished for. There seemed to be a hint of smoke in the quiet hall. The 3 families were sitting at the first row, not far away from one another. They had occasionally exchanged a few words at the start of the auction. But as the alarming news came out, each of the 3 parties seemed to have erected an invisible wall around them. No one was in the mood for talks anymore. Their eyes fell on Kevin, waiting for the small wooden gavel to drop. The atmosphere in the hall became a little stifling at once, like the panic-stricken feeling one would get before the storm struck. By this point in time, the 6 underground forces and the 8 mage families had lost all their chances to contend in the auction. Their wealth and power were a far cry from the 3 big mage families. In fact, even if they had had the chance, they would not have dared to step forward. In the entire Gerosis city, who would dare to challenge the 3 giants head-on besides the Guild of Magic? The quiet guild hall was meant to be the stage for the 3 big families. But they were still feeling nervous. The auction of the arcane magic potion would likely change the currents in Gerosis city. Even a small detail might decide the life and death of thousands of people. See, the guy in front wearing a black mage robe and covering his head with a hood is the patriarch of the Saruman family, Reuben Saruman. The only people who were not tense would probably be the old and young hiding in the back. Jirian looked relaxed, stretching his chubby fingers out toward the front row and patiently introducing VIPs to Lin Li. Lin Li took a glance from a distance and found the aura coming out from the leader of the Saruman family a little peculiar. It was pure feeling, not about strength nor magical wave. It was just sheer sense that this person was weird, as if he was dead, and however you looked at it, it'd always give you an uncomfortable feeling. You felt it too? Jirian chuckled as he saw the bewildered look on Lin Li's face. Strictly speaking, this fellow is not really a real mage. He's actually a conjurer. Conjurer? Lin Li was startled by that word, and thought of McGrin and his daughter. You mean he's skilled in curse spells? That's right. Isn't it weird? The leader of a mage family is in fact a conjurer. You have insider information? Lin Li knew the old man had to have some insider information judging from the look on his face. Actually, it's not really an insider information. Almost half of Gerosis City knows about it. There was some fear in Jirian's voice. In Gerosis City, other than that old bastard Matthew, Reuben is the one I fear the most. This fellow didn't have any magical talent when he was young. He was still a level 4 apprentice at 20. At that time, not to mention us, even his father had given up on him. Not long after his 25th birthday, old Saruman announced his successor, Reuben's half-brother, Sosa. On the day old Saruman announced the news, Reuben disappeared from Gerosis City. His disappearance lasted for 5 years. No one knew where he went, and no one knew what he did in that 5 years. He did not return to Gerosis until he was 30. At this point, Jirian paused slightly before he continued. After he returned, the first thing he did was killing. From his half-brother to his father, those who were qualified for the position of the patriarch were killed off by him in a night. After that, Reuben had the whole family tightly controlled in his hands with his iron fist. In the subsequent 30 years, he had even brought the then small Saruman family to become one of the 3 biggest families in Gerosis today. Ruthless. This was Lin Li's only comment on Reuben Saruman. This guy is a lunatic. Jirian shook his head. There was a sense of frustration in his tone as he said, although Matthew is formidable, at least he has a weakness we can grasp. For example, his brothers and son. But this lunatic from the Sarumans, there's really nothing I can do with him. Unless you have an absolute power that can kill him with a flip of your hands. But this lunatic knows how to endure, and he will not provoke an invincible enemy unless he is absolutely confident. Lin Li did not pay much attention to Jirian's final comment, for he had another thing on his mind. Did the curse on McGrin have something to do with the Saruman family? But after much deliberation, Lin Li could not figure out any possible reason behind it. McGrin and his daughter were merely ordinary adventurers. Their strength was only at a level 5 or 6. Wealth and power were far from the answer as well. With Reuben Saruman's status, there was no reason he'd want anything from them. While Lin Li was racking his brains, Kevin announced the climax of the auction. 10 bottles of arcane magic potion, starting bid 100,000 gold coins. Let the bidding start. 110,000 gold coins. Right. Felix, you must know this person. The richest man in the whole Gerosis city all the way till Felon Kingdom, the patriarch of the Man's family. Isra Mans. The Man's family. On hearing the name, Lin Li couldn't help but think of the gilded rose that had bloomed over Gerosis. If he hadn't seen the staff selling for thousands of gold coins in the gilded rose, he would not have thought of concocting potions to make money. But the funny thing was that after circling around, that money would be made on gilded rose. Lin Li looked up and cast a glance, only to find that the owner of the gilded rose seemed a little too young. He looked to be in his 20s and not quite 30. He was handsome, fair, and refined, exuding a scholarly aura that would leave a good impression on people. Why is he so young? Lin Li was rather surprised, and even slightly stunned for a moment. What can he do? His father died too early, and he didn't have many sons. He's not older than Kevin, right? 2 years younger than Kevin, but he's much more promising than him. The boy was only 20 when he took over the Man's family. At the time, us old fellows thought that the Man's family would be weakened this time. But who knew that, for all these years, not only did the Man's family not decline, it was more prosperous than in his father's hands. As Jirian spoke, he shot a discontented glare at Lin Li. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Damn it, what kind of world are we living in? Why is Gerosis full of this kind of demons? A few years ago it was Isra, and now there's you, a little bastard, even more demonic. Lin Li scratched his head, wondering whom he had offended. Speaking of which, it's odd. The boy has been in charge of the Man's family for 7 years, but has not fought even once. No one knows what his actual strength is. You know old Odin. A few years ago, due to some business strife, the old fellow sent a few assassins to sound him out. In the end, none of the people he sent returned, and a few days later, his beard was shaved while he was asleep. The old fellow woke up in the middle of the night and was scared silly on the spot. He ran over to the man's house overnight, begging for mercy, and apologized for what he did. Only then was the matter finally settled. While the two men were talking, the price for the 10 bottles of arcane magic potion was raised to 400,000. 450,000. Reuben Saruman always seemed to have a gloomy chill around him. Every time Lin Li heard him bid, he'd feel a chill creeping over his body. 480,000. Isra's smile was gentle like a breath of fresh air, but his bid was firm and quick. He raised the price by 30,000 almost as soon as Reuben's voice fell. Reuben Saruman was also a ruthless character. If not, he wouldn't have killed his father and brother in one night. An emaciated arm was raised from under the black mage robe. 550,000. This astonishing price was not enough to scare off the wealthiest man of Gerosis. The emaciated arm was barely down when Isra Mans raised the price by another 30,000 yet again. 580,000. Damn! The people in the guild's hall went completely mad as soon as the new price was out. The group of mages looked at each other and wondered if they had misheard. Lin Li drew in a cold breath and pinched his thighs forcefully. Even Jirian, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help clutching the armrest of the chair and yammered under his breath. Too exciting, too exciting. Mr. Kevin, please hold for a moment. Izra Mans did not continue his bid, but requested for a break instead. I remembered President Jirian said that if we're tight on cash, we could use items to replace it. Is that right, Mr. Kevin? The hall fell silent all of a sudden, and all eyes were on Izra Mans. This sentence was much more shocking than the Saruman family's bid. No one had thought that the second one who admitted that he did not have enough cash apart from Anthony Rowland would be Izra Mans, the wealthiest man in Jirosis City. You are right, Chief Izra. Then, I would like President Jirian to evaluate how much this set of mage equipment is worth. The young patriarch gave a quick order, and his attendants quickly brought in a set of equipment. There were 3 pieces in this set: a staff inlaid with a level 8 magical crystal, a black rune mage robe, and a mithril necklace hung with a singing crystal. Jirian stared at the set of equipment without saying a word, but in his heart, he was berating him. Damn you, pretty boy, are you trying to make fun of me? The stuff was good. All 3 pieces of equipment were excellent products, particularly the mithril necklace. Normal mages would be envious should they even get a look at it. However, it was the auction for arcane magic potion now. Such an underachieving set of equipment would only reap in 20,000 gold coins from the Gilded Rose at most. In a business involving thousands of hundreds gold coins, these 20 or 30,000 gold coins would not even create bubbles, much less if he wanted to pay with it. More like paying with life. Everyone was in their own state of mind when the young rich man spoke again. To be frank, President Jirian, the man's family is tight on cash recently. The smile on the young patriarch's fair face was gentle as always, but the words spoken next sent the Saruman family into complete despair. Therefore, we would like to use 100 sets like this to exchange for 10 bottles of arcane magic potion. What do you say, President Jirian? 100. 100 sets. Jirian swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. Yes, 100 sets. Deal. The hall was frighteningly quiet. This had to be the most absurd scene of the auction. The whole deal was not even validated by Kevin's gavel, but not one present doubted the validity of it. What struck them as absurd was the man's family using 100 set of excellent equipment just to exchange for 10 bottles of arcane magic potion. They had even wondered if the young patriarch had gone mad. And with the absurdity came the unprecedented sense of crisis. The Guild of Magic today could be described as the sun at high noon. They had one of the most powerful mages in Jirosis City and a real pharmacist. On top of this terrifying power, the man's family gifted them 100 sets of powerful magic equipment. The leaders of several forces felt their heads numb just thinking about it. What a horrifying force would it be with 100 well-equipped mages? Moreover, the leaders of these forces were not fools. After the initial sense of absurdity had passed, they quickly came to realize that the man's family would not be doing a losing business for no reason. After taking out the 100 sets of excellent equipment, they would surely form a series of collaborations with the Guild of Magic. Everyone had the same idea in mind as they thought of the collaboration of these 2 giants. There was going to be a change of weather in Jirosis City. It was the richest man in Jirosis City on one side, and the most powerful mage in Jirosis City on the other. Before the faces that carried a variety of expressions, 2 hands were clasped tightly together. President Jirian, I have a small request. The young patriarch spoke in a soft voice as he held Jirian's hand. I wonder if you can introduce me to the young pharmacist in your guild. This is perhaps the only thing I can't decide. I'll have to ask him before I can make a decision. Jirian's expression was helpless. Indeed, he couldn't call the shots in this matter. Lin Li could be said to be the most unique member in the Guild of Magic. No one could force him to do the things he didn't want to, including Jirian. Everyone knew that without this young mage, there would be no future for the guild. Then that's too bad. Izra was regretful, but quickly regained his smile. Then, could I trouble you to tell the pharmacist that I happen to have a big deal on hand, and am in need of 3 magica potions? If he's willing to help, the reward will be absolutely satisfactory for him. He can choose any 3 items from the collection of the man's family. Jirian gasped in surprise. The man's family was the richest in all of Felon Kingdom. Who knew how much good stuff they had hidden in the 1,300 years after the Dark Ages? Jirian had never once imagined such thing as getting to choose any 3 items. Not long after the richest man in Jirosis left, Jirian came over with a creepy look on his face. That kid wants to discuss a business deal with you. Are you interested? Lin Li knew the old fellow had to have gotten something good judging by the look on his face. What business deal? Tell me. 3 bottles of magica potion. As for the rewards, Jirian raised up 3 fingers, and his expression was slightly exaggerated. You get to choose any 3 items from the man's family's equipment bank. Not interested, Lin Li replied without even thinking about it. F***ck. Jirian felt his legs turn weak, and his old illness almost relapsed from the scare. The old man barely managed to steady himself by holding onto the chair and didn't even have the time to straighten his tilted hat. Utterly discomfited, he roared, "You're not interested?" Faced with the president's sudden rage, the group of mages were scared silly at once. They looked at Jirian with trepidation and desperately shrank back for fear that the old fellow might spill blood on them. For the moment, there was a big space around Lin Li, and he sat there by himself as if nothing had happened and still had the time to stretch out his hand and point to Jirian's head, kindly reminding him of his image. "Your hat is tilted." Oh. Jirian was taken by surprise at his words and quickly straightened his mage hat. But halfway through, he remembered the reason for his anger. "Damn it, don't change the topic. I'm asking you a question. Are you sick?" The man's family's hoard is something that many people could not dream about. You get to choose any 3 items from them, and you're still not interested? Are you trying to piss me off, you little bastard? Sit down first. I'll explain to you slowly. Lin Li pulled Jirian back to his seat and continued. Say, you're an old man. How could you still have such a big temper? It'll hurt your health if you get too agitated easily. To tell you the truth, it doesn't pay for this business. How does it not pay? As soon as Jirian heard the word business, all his anger was gone. In particular, he was dumbfounded when he heard that it would not pay, and looked at Lin Li with confusion on his face. The magica potion is not that easy to concoct as you think it may be. Jirian got anxious at his words. Even you're unable to concoct it. Not that it can't be concocted, it's just that the ingredients are not easy to get. Lin Li shook his head and held out his hand, counting each and every one out for Jirian. The essence of 2 elements, fire and water, the blood of a high-level demon, magical crystal above level 15. Can you get all these items? I have a level 15 magical crystal. As for the others, so don't think about it. Lin Li concluded with the sentence. Actually, there was another reason that he did not reveal, mainly because he was worried it might frighten Jirian. The old man was 60-something this year, and if anything happened to him, it would lay heavy on Lin Li's conscience. The man's family was indeed the richest in Gerosis. Lin Li had no doubt they had an abundant collection in the family, but choosing 3 pieces of equipment had no meaning for Lin Li. He was a guru well-versed in 5 series. As long as the ingredients on hand were enough, was there any equipment he couldn't get? Jirian pondered over it and was unwilling to give up. If not, I'll go ask Isra again to see if he has enough ingredients. Then you go and find out first. Lin Li was not really interested in this deal, but Jirian was so enthusiastic it didn't seem nice to cast a damp over it. At this time, he was actually more concerned about the auction going on in the hall. There were only 10 arcane magic potion bottles left now, but out of the 3 families, 2 still had their eyes on them. Particularly the Saruman family, which hadn't gotten a single bottle yet. Now, the 3 bottles had completely driven them to the edge of the cliff. It was just as what old Merlin had said before. 30 level 5 mages coming into their own hands would be an icing on the cake, but if it fell into the hands of a rival, it would definitely be a deadly threat. 500,000. So, Kevin's gavel had just come down when Ruben Saruman announced a startling figure. Lin Li and Jirian looked at each other. The auction had far exceeded their estimates. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins and 100 sets of excellent magic equipment. If the last 10 bottles were sold for a sky-high price, the 2 men would probably be reduced to the point of smashing people with money. Both their eyes were glowing, but little Merlin Evan was utterly regretful. If he'd known that things were going to get this far, he would have made his move sooner. 9 bottles were sold off consecutively earlier on, and if he had gotten them, he wouldn't have been forced to fight at such a close range with the Saruman family. Ruben Saruman was a lunatic, and a lunatic would not reason with you. Just look, this bastard had offered the princely sum of 500,000 at the beginning. Was he going to leave a damn way for others? Little Merlin felt his scalp bursting at that price, but he had no choice except to shore up his offer. Before he left the house, Matthew had instructed him to at least get 10 bottles of arcane magic potion back. There was only a pitiful 3 bottles with him now, not even half of 10 bottles. 550,000. Little Merlin said with utmost resolution, going completely head-on with Reuben Saruman. But what kind of a character was Reuben Saruman? He was someone who said he'd kill his father and brother and really did it without even batting his eyelids. He raised the price by another 100,000 once more. 650,000. Little Merlin felt his heart bleeding. He only had 800,000 gold coins with him. If he went with that lunatic Reuben's increment speed, it would only take 2 rounds for him to be kicked out of the contest for the arcane magic potion. 700,000. Little Merlin felt his liver churn when he shouted the price out. As soon as Reuben Saruman uttered the price, everyone present fully believed the fellow to be a lunatic. 800,000 gold coins were thrown out without even a wrinkling of his brows. This was an absolute sky-high price. So what if this was the arcane magic potion? With this 800,000 gold coins, you could get 10 level 5 mages with just a throw of the money. Little Merlin could see nothing but blackness, and blood was almost spat out from his mouth. This fellow was really a lunatic. He didn't even have the strength to speak. He barely managed to lift his arm, and with the idea of leaving things to luck at last, he quoted a price with much difficulty. 820,000. You win. No one had expected Reuben Saruman to let go at this time. Sitting in the hall were leaders of the city's forces. How could they not see that Little Merlin was already a spent bullet? From the previous unstoppable momentum of a 100,000 increment to the last dying struggle of a 20,000 increment, everyone knew that this was all the cash the Merlin family could offer. At this time, even an addition of 10,000 would be enough to completely crush the Merlin family, but Reuben Saruman did not do that. He watched Kevin's gavel fall and let the stunned Little Merlin bring home the last 10 bottles of arcane magic potion. Deal? Congratulations, Mr. Evan. Until Kevin announced that it was a done deal, Little Merlin still stood there, dumbfounded. The feeling was too complicated. It was like a battle between 2 archmages. One saw that his mana was exhausted and struggled to unleash an icicle at the last moment, but as a result, the icicle stabbed the opponent right in the heart. It was as if having survived a disaster, and Little Merlin was immersed in it for a long while. Little Merlin did not realize what was wrong as Reuben Saruman turned around to leave. When Reuben Saruman passed by the last row, he dropped a word to Jirian without a look back. You owe me a favor. On hearing these words, the old and the young sitting at the last row couldn't help but laugh. This fellow, who did not even recognize his own kin, was indeed good at forbearing, just like Jirian said. In the face of the Guild of Magic that was at its height of influence, he had wisely chosen to take the initiative to befriend them. And the way he demonstrated his friendly intentions was simple and straightforward. For this auction, the greatest benefit was undoubtedly to maximize the value of arcane magic potion, forcing out the bottom line of the Merlin family with an astounding price. This alone was enough for the Guild of Magic to owe him a debt of gratitude. But on further thought, this was like a magic show. It looked like dancing on a tightrope, but in actual fact, it didn't involve much risk. He had created an aggressive momentum at the beginning, and at the end, he crazily got to an increment of 100,000, forcing the breath out of Little Merlin. But he was desperately calculating all along, figuring what was the exact bottom line for Little Merlin. Finally, he succeeded in pushing Little Merlin to stake all he had with a bid of 800,000. Little Merlin had won the arcane magic potion at last, but Reuben Saruman had won the favor of the Guild of Magic. And the risk he had undertaken was not that high as he had imagined. Even if he had miscalculated, he'd only have had to buy 10 bottles of arcane magic potion with 800,000 gold coins. It might be a little expensive, but he could still win the favor of the Guild of Magic nonetheless. The most foolish person would not reject a generous buyer, much less a shrewd person like Jirian. The Merlin family could only envy. Since the battle between old Merlin and Jirian, there was no possibility of any partnership between the Guild of Magic and the Merlin family. But it was still possible for the Saruman family and the man's family. The patriarch of the second family had chosen to take the wise path, though he had taken a slightly different approach. Regardless, the Guild of Magic indeed owed the Saruman family a favor, though upon careful thought, it would seem that this favor was a rather cheap one. The auction finally came to an end. The old and the young had brought out 33 bottles of arcane magic potion and harvested over 1,000,000 gold coins, 100 sets of excellent magic equipment, and a Guild of Magic at the peak of its power. After this auction, everyone was clear that the Guild of Magic would be the single most powerful force in Gerosis. Regardless of the 11 mage families or the 6 underground forces, no power would be able to contend with the Guild of Magic. The leaders of the forces sat in the guild hall with different expressions on their faces, but the same thought in their minds. Some of the clever ones were already planning in their heads how to hold on to the Guild of Magic. Even the slightly slow-witted ones were reminding themselves to control their men when they got back. They were not to approach and provoke any guys in Jerosa's city who were wearing long robes. The follow-up work could not be sloppy for such a grand auction like this. The leaders of the major forces who had attended the auction had to be served well. The gold coins they sent would need someone to count, of course. Meanwhile, the 100 sets of excellent magic equipment sent by the man's family should be open to the guild mages to apply for. All the matters were in a mess, and just thinking about them would make anyone's head ache. However, the old and the young took their hands off all of it and dumped the matters to Kevin. They openly hid in the reception room on the grounds of having something important to discuss. The important thing they meant was to divide the spoils. To these jerks, the dividing process was undoubtedly filled with joy and pleasure. 1,540,000 gold coins were divided into 2 shares. The Guild of Magic would take 300,000, and the remaining 1,240,000 would all go to Lin Li. After all, for this auction, the herbs and work were all provided by Lin Li alone. The Guild of Magic had merely lent him the space, so it would be perfectly justified to give him the bigger portion of the pie. Moreover, there was the 100 sets of excellent magic equipment. This is your crystal card. That 1,240,000 is in it. You must keep it well. It'll be big trouble if you lose it. Jirian tossed him a translucent crystal chip with a few small letters etched on it with star sand. Lin Li took a look and realized it was the name he used in Anril. How do I use this stuff? Lin Li was a little perplexed. He knew that the crystal had a memory function and was often used for recording after being processed by magical means such as magic spells and sound image. But he was puzzled by a thin crystal card like this. I really don't know how Andoan has taught you. Jirian was full of disdain. Glitter Gold's crystal card can be used anywhere in Anril. There's a Glitter Gold bank in every city in general. If you need money, you can withdraw it directly. Surely you wouldn't want to carry the gold coins around. That's over 1 million we're talking about. If melted into a golden ball, it'd be as tall as a house. Can you even carry it? Oh. Lin Li carefully put away the crystal card and took out the deep silver necklace from his pocket. The Enigma sapphire is yours, the necklace is mine. With a slight use of strength, Lin Li pulled out the Enigma sapphire from the necklace. He tossed it to Jirian without even taking a look at it. Although storing mana was a powerful ability, to Lin Li, it was not really of much use. If his almost infinite mana was exhausted, one more piece of Enigma sapphire would probably make no difference. Jirian received the gemstone cheerfully and then leaned in for another look. He asked curiously, "What exactly is this necklace?" "Deep silver, something you don't understand." After coming out from the reception room, Lin Li dived into the guild's alchemy lab before he could catch a breath. He couldn't wait any longer now that he had the deep silver in his hands. He really wanted to know the kind of magical power a gold bar coated with deep silver would possess. All the mages were gathered in the guild hall for the auction. When Lin Li entered the alchemy lab, it was quiet with no one in sight. Feeling assured, he opened up the ring of endless storm. Looking at the dazzling array of metal ingots, even Lin Li himself had to admit that he was some kind of freak of collectormania. From the cheapest copper and iron ingots to the expensive adamantine and mithril ingots, and then to all kinds of magical metals that were rarely seen in everyday life. There were actually dozens of kinds when counted together. What Lin Li had to do now was to select the materials for the gold rod from the dozens of metals. The gold rod was different from weapons and equipment. It wasn't that the higher the grade of metal, the more powerful it would be. This was more like a trade-off. Using ordinary metals would bring a higher level of stability from magical enchantment and greatly reduce the possibility of enchantment. Failure, while using magical metals as material, would bring stronger enchantment effect. Different magical metals would also result in different enchantment effect. For a high-level magical enchanter, stability would always be the first priority. No matter how powerful the enchantment effect was, if it was not supported by stability, it would only be a joke in the end. Hence, almost all successful magical enchanters would choose the eternal adamantine to forge the gold rod. The eternal adamantine was known as the most stable of all metals in the world. A gold rod forged from it could also increase the success rate of enchantment by at least 10%. Lin Li had always been cautious. When he had begun to jolt his magical enchantment profession, the use of eternal adamantine had always been his aim. He had even prepared several pieces of eternal adamantine in advance for this purpose. He had never imagined that he could get the deep silver one day. Now that Lin Li had the deep silver in his hands, the metals that he could choose were just too many. The stability of gold rods coated with deep silver already reached an appalling level. What he had to consider now was how to maximize the enchantment effect brought on by magical metals. In front of Lin Li were 3 magical metals: dream iron, abyss mithril, and runes adamantine. He had chosen them from the array of metals. Although there were many other magical metals, they were inadequate in various ways and did not fit Lin Li's requirements for the gold rod. Only these 3 magical metals would task Lin Li's mind. Forging the gold rod with dream iron might bring magical dispelling effects to the equipment. Forging the gold rod with runes adamantine would greatly enhance the element attributes. Forging the gold rod with the abyss mithril would allow the equipment to possess a higher resistance to magic. All 3 were rare magical metals, and getting even one of them would be enough to keep a mage awake at night. Perhaps only a beast like Lin Li could take out all 3 at once, and this led him to face a blissful problem. All 3 magical metals were so excellent, but only one could be coated with the deep silver he had on hand. This was indeed a big dilemma for Lin Li. After spending an hour in the alchemy lab, he finally came to a decision with clenched teeth. The effect of strengthening element attributes was too singular, and the magic dispelling effect could only activate with a certain probability. After weighing the gains and losses, Lin Li chose the abyss mithril at last. Compared with strengthening element attributes, the application scope of magical resistance was much wider and could work every time, unlike the magic dispelling effect, which could only depend on luck. After deciding on the material for the gold rod, there was nothing else to worry about. When he was trying to jolt the magical enchantment profession, he washed away countless amounts of gold rods. To do such a thing now was as facile as driving along a familiar road in a light carriage. There was a small melting furnace in the alchemy lab which was usually used to smelt alchemy materials such as star sand and navy sand. The temperature was a little low, but it was not a problem for Lin Li. At the end of the recitation of a spell, the flaming hands was unleashed. The near-infinite mana fueled it wildly, and the scorching flame clung to the bottom of the furnace. It took only a moment before the abyss mithril began to show signs of melting. Lin Li used an iron clamp to pick the red abyss mithril up and, with the other hand, took out a hammer from the ring of endless storm. Sparks flew on the forging platform. The dazzling magical runes swung back and forth, magnificent like fireworks in the night sky. Under Lin Li's consummate skills, the gold rod forged with the abyss mithril begun to take its form on the forging platform. A blacksmith guru was totally a demonic existence. In the blink of an eye, a gold rod was almost completed. The whole process was incredibly fast. There were still sparks dancing on the forging platform by the time Lin Li put the hammer down. Then, he waited for it to cool. Unlike ordinary metals, magical metals could not be actively cooled down. Otherwise, it would cause a huge loss of magical properties in the metal. What Lin Li could do was only to wait patiently. While he was waiting, he put his hand into the ring of endless storm once more. This time, he took out a magical crystal the size of a longan. The relationship between the gold rod and the magical enchanter was held together by the final touch of mental strength. The enchanter could not provide mana for the gold rod, so a magical crystal that was strong enough had to be embedded on it. Lin Li had chosen a level 15 magical crystal of a Void Walker. It was the strongest magical crystal he could take out at present. Although his hunter form had killed countless back then, he hadn't had the time to transfer most of the magical crystals to the smurf account. It had always been on Lin Li's mind ever since. Of course, what really strangled Lin Li was the Dragon of Destruction, Azardus. After the death of this legendary dragon, Lin Li could not find its magical crystal anywhere. The only thing that looked like a magical crystal was a stone found somewhere around its heart. But it was dull, thick, and rough. It didn't possess even the faintest magical wave. How could it be the source of mana for the legendary dragon? In the end, Lin Li could only dismember its body in anger. After a round of sick ravage, The famous dragon of destruction was skinned to the bones and all its remains thrown into the ring of endless storm. But this was not important. The magical crystal was just to provide the gold rod with mana. If he could kill an even more powerful magical beast in the future, he could always replace the level 15 magical crystal. After putting down the level 15 magical crystal, Lin Li took out another 2 gemstones, a ruby and an emerald. This was the core essence of the gold rod. The ruby and the emerald were collected from the nest of the dragon of destruction. After killing Azardas, the mountain of treasures there had left a deep impression on Lin Li. These 2 gemstones were embellished on top of the pile of treasure, like cherries on a birthday cake. Lin Li had yet to find out the origins of these 2 gemstones. He only knew that they looked brighter and purer than ordinary gemstones, and this was the kind of quality the gold rod needed. The purer and brighter the gemstones, the better it would be for decomposition and fusion. The ruby was used for decomposition, the emerald for fusion. The gold rod had gradually cooled down and was lying quietly on the forging platform, exuding the unique aura of an abyss mithril. It was a dark and abysmal feeling, just like a bottomless pool. Lin Li picked up the cooled gold rod. With a slight exertion of strength in his hands, he set the magical crystal onto the tip of the gold rod, followed by the ruby and emerald which were set at either side of the rod. After Lin Li was done, he opened up the ring of endless storm once again. This time, he took out a small bag of star sand. Lin Li looked around the alchemy lab, but couldn't find the amethyst vessel. He couldn't resist cursing the poor, wretched guild of magic. Finally, he thought it over and pulled out a glass beaker from his pocket instead. With one hand grasping the opening of the pouch, Lin Li shook it carefully, letting a little star sand into the beaker. An azure blue halo appeared in the beaker with that little bit of star sand. Through the refraction of the beaker, it looked as gentle as if in a dream. But Lin Li did not dare to get immersed in it. The star sand had to be held in amethyst. Otherwise, the mana contained in it would disappear. He was forced, having no other way but to use a glass beaker for the time being. Once the star sand was poured into the beaker, Lin Li speedily took out a bottle from the ring of endless storm. As soon as the bottle stopper was pulled out, a thick scent of blood filled the alchemy lab. It was the blood of the dragon of destruction, the most important ingredient for the dragon's blood ink. Half a vial of the dragon's blood was poured into the beaker. It instantly merged with the star sand. If looked at from up close, one could even see thin blue threads swimming in between the crimson. Another spell recitation for the flaming hand sounded. Lin Li carefully controlled the mana, letting the flickering flame stroke the bottom of the beaker gently. The dragon's blood began to boil, and a peculiar smell permeated the air. It was the smell of heated and evaporated blood mixed with the freshness of the star sand, a smell that was strange and pungent. Threads of blue were slowly dissolving in the boiling blood. This was a remarkably slow process. The dissolution of each blue thread seemed to darken the dragon's blood by a fraction. By the time the last strand of blue thread disappeared, a deep blue hue was faintly glowing in the crimson liquid. Lin Li stopped the output of his mana and placed the completed dragon's blood ink at a side. Then, he opened up the ring of endless storm again. This time, he took out a crystal pen carved from crystal. The center of the crystal pen was hollow and the tip was covered with fine lines. Lin Li dipped it into the star ink. The thick dragon's blood ink flowed along the lines from the tip of the pen and quickly filled the pen as its lead. Lin Li picked up the gold rod at hand. The crystal pen dipped in the dragon's blood ink leaped swiftly, sketching lines on the gold rod. Since seeing the deep silver, these lines had been played back in Lin Li's mind hundreds and thousands of times. Every line and stroke had been conceived countless times. There was no need to hesitate where to set the magic nodes and where to construct the magic circuits. With merely a gentle brush of the nib, the lines were there, as if undesigned. If the owner of the mageweds in the level certification was present, he would have to praise Lin Li once he saw how impressive the latter had been. The construction of 2 high-level mageweds at the same time had completely transcended the scope of inscriptions. Moreover, the 2 mageweds were mutually opposed and mutually exclusive. However, Lin Li was swiftly pinning away at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the 2 mageweds had taken shape. The 2 magic circuits led to the end of the magic crystal, from which magic was continuously absorbed. 26 magic nodes encircled the ruby and the emerald like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The power of the two mageweds was thoroughly activated through the ruby and the emerald. Lin Li drew the last line at the same time the dragon's blood ink dried up. Lin Li let out a long sigh and looked at the abyss mithril gold rod on his hand. It had no trace of the previous coarseness. The luster was dark and abysmal, the patterns exquisite and delicate. Under the embellishment of the two sparkling, pure gemstones, a mysterious yet resplendent aura was revealed. It would be an almost perfect gold rod if it was coated with deep silver. After he was done with all these, he took out the deep silver necklace from his pockets. Holding the necklace in hand, he unleashed the flaming hands again. The massive power recalled as soon as it was released. When he opened his hand again, the fine deep silver necklace had been melted into a thin piece. The whole process was tremendously fast. The release and recall of his mana was done in a flash. It was not until he had covered the gold rod with the thin piece of deep silver that he somewhat felt his palms burning. Thereupon, the mana output was slowly increased, and the flame on Lin Li's hand burned more vigorously. The deep silver adhered on the gold rod began to melt under the blazing flame. Precise control was required. Any slight mistake could turn the valuable deep silver into nothing. Even Lin Li, who had always been calm, couldn't stop fine beads of sweat from breaking out on his forehead. The melted deep silver glided over the rod. The mageweds were like ravines. As the last ravine was filled, the previously mysterious yet gorgeous gold rod seemed to recover its original simplicity. It looked an integral whole, silently emitting a misty silver light. Lin Li placed the gold rod on the platform and finally heaved a long sigh of relief. Except for the madness before he had transmigrated, he had never been as tired as he was this day. Creating a small gold rod utilized almost all the professions he'd acquired. Weary, Lin Li's eyes fell onto the platform again, and when he saw the gold rod lying quietly there, he seemed to feel that everything was worth it. This was something sufficient to make all the magical enchanters crazy. Forged with the abyss mithril, using the dragon's blood ink to construct the mageweth, 2 gemstones from the nest of dragon of destruction, and not to mention the last coating of deep silver. Lin Li was not someone who could keep still. With such a deadly weapon in his hands, was there any reason not to use it? After a short rest, Lin Li opened up the ring of endless storm again. Without even looking, he grabbed a handful of magical crystals and counted them on the forging platform. There were about a dozen or so of these magical crystals, most of which were level 4 and 5, with 1 or 2 level 6. And 7 ones. I've become so poor. Lin Li scratched his head in disbelief. Fortunately, there was no one in the alchemy lab. If these words went out, he would most likely be struck by lightning. Someone who could grab a handful of magical crystals at once actually had the gall to complain that he was poor. However, this fellow quickly accepted the reality. He had miscalculated his steps and failed to transfer the magical crystals from the hunter at an earlier time. More than a dozen magical crystals lay on the table. Lin Li held the gold rod in his hand. After a slight hesitation, he removed the robe of wrath he was wearing. The robe of wrath did indeed look insignificant now. The terrific thing about the robe of wrath was that it could carry 30 scrolls and could be activated in an instant. For the ordinary mages, this was definitely a treasure they'd dream about. But to make it fall into the hands of a freak like Lin Li whose mana was infinite was like casting pearls before a swine. It was like giving an eunuch an erotic painting. He could see it, but there was no way he could use it. But Lin Li had always felt it to be fitting after wearing it for so long, and never thought of replacing it. Most mage robes were as such anyway, making an issue out of the scroll space. Besides, a few low-level magical crystals like these couldn't really turn over any waves, so it wouldn't hurt at all to waste them away. Lin Li tightened his grip on the gold rod with one hand and controlled with precision the mental strength he had previously imbibed. With the stimulation of the mental strength, the source of mana at the end of the gold rod began to run. A wave of mana was slowly released from the magical crystal and flowed through the complex magic circuit, at last activating the 13 magic nodes. At the instant the 13 magic nodes were activated, the pure ruby gave off a dazzling light as well. Lin Li extended the gold rod forward. It landed on a level 5 magical crystal. In an instant, a ray of light rose from it as the magical crystal was dissolved into the purest essence of magic, leaving only a glittering halo on the gold rod. It only took the twinkling of an eye from the stimulation of the mental strength to the completion of dissolution. It was indeed different compared to the gold rods that were used in the past. Lin Li's mood was lifted at once. The gold rod in his hands moved swiftly, dissolving the magical crystals into pure magic essence. After the magical crystals on the forging platform were emptied, there was a thick layer of magic essence on the gold rod. The glittering halo also seemed to have become thick and viscous. With the change of the mental strength, the mana suddenly took a 180-degree turn, bypassing the complex magic circuit and activating the 13 magic nodes surrounding the emerald. Then, Lin Li lifted his hand, and the gold rod landed on the robe of wrath. A series of runes arose instantly, and there was a distorted magical wave on the robe of wrath. By the time all these subsided, Lin Li completed his first magical enchantment in Anril. Putting the robe of wrath back on his body, Lin Li could clearly feel that he was surrounded by a powerful wave of magic resistance. Even Lin Li felt surprised at it. The power of this magic resistance was totally beyond his estimation. Usually, at least a level 15 magical crystal essence was needed in order to achieve such a powerful effect. But, on the second thought, there was nothing strange about it. The gold rod was certainly a sick item. The abyss mithril itself could strengthen magic resistance, and after being greatly enhanced by the deep silver, a low-level magic resistance attribute had been made incredibly potent by him. If the robe of wrath was worn out, it would probably make mages under level 5 utterly depressed. Lin Li meticulously put away the gold rod into the ring of endless storm and began to envision other high-level magical enchantment. A low-level magic resistance attribute could be this sick. Then wouldn't the dragon's clout and flow of eternal wisdom send people to heaven? By the time Lin Li came out of the alchemy lab wearing the enchanted robe of wrath, the leaders of the various forces in the guild hall had almost all dispersed. Only a few leaders of the smaller forces still crowded around Kevin, desperately trying to pull friendship with him. Poor Kevin had been acting as an auctioneer for the whole morning and was so tired that his limbs were weak, and yet he was blocked by these leaders. This made it impossible for him to either leave or stay easily. He seemed to have found a savior when he saw Lin Li coming out from the alchemy lab. He excused himself from the leaders in a hurry and quickly fled. Felix, Kevin caught up from behind and greeted Lin Li. Lin Li was a little puzzled. How were those fellows willing to let you go? I told them, why don't I ask President Jirian out to discuss the details with them? PFT. Lin Li nearly choked on his saliva hearing the words out of the blue. Discussing the details with Jirian? Kevin was trying to push him into the pit of fire. Oh right, proper business at hand. Kevin suddenly recalled halfway through the walk. The Castellan has sent someone with an invitation, inviting Uncle Jirian to a banquet. What has it got to do with me? Uncle Jirian's intention is for the two of us to go in his place. Damn, where's he? Lin Li knew the old fellow was up to no good upon hearing what Kevin said. He was still thinking about making Lin Li the president of the guild. If not, why would he want him to attend the Castellan's banquet? News just came from the Demon Fall Valley. There's something important, and they want Uncle to go over. He should almost be out of Gerosis by now. Oh, for reasons unknown, Lin Li would recall the first time he came to the Guild of Magic and the middle-aged man who felt like a poisonous snake whenever the name of the Demon Fall Valley came up. What happened there? Seems like there's a conflict with Shadow City. Time was tight, so Uncle Jirian did not tell me the details. He only told me to inform you of the banquet. Then let's go just this once. When is the banquet? Tomorrow night. There seemed to be some celebration today. The Castellan mansion was brightly lit with lights. Lin Li and Kevin got out of the carriage, and soon a servant came up to meet them. He took the invitation card from them with great respect and politely escorted them into the mansion. Outside the richly decorated banquet hall was a garden full of exotic flowers and plants. The banquet had not yet started and many guests still remained in the garden. As the two passed through it, they naturally drew curious looks from the other guests. Although Kevin was honest and low profile, he was Jirian's nephew after all. Moreover, he was also famous for being the magic genius of Gerosis City since young. There were some sharp-eyed ones among the guests present, and both of them had barely taken a few steps when they were recognized by these people. The Guild of Magic was at the peak of its power now. Who in Gerosis City wouldn't want to claim a relationship with them? Now that Jirian's nephew had graced the event, how could the guests hold back? In the blink of an eye, Kevin was surrounded by a crowd of guests. Mage Kevin, you don't recognize me? I'm your Uncle Road. I came to the Guild of Magic about 10 years ago. I even carried you in my arms then. To think you've grown so tall after not having seen you for more than a decade. A chubby businessman looked at Kevin with kindness and relief. Lin Li was listening at his side, and he nearly burst out laughing. How come the fatties like to claim to be uncles nowadays? Oh, so it's Uncle Road. Long time no see indeed. Brother Kevin, why have you not visited me for so long? Kevin was politely playing along with the businessman when an affectedly sweet voice suddenly rang out from behind. He turned around in shock and saw a lady in her 30s pressing forward with her full bosom. When did I go to you before? Kevin was almost half dead from the scare at her words. The guests did not care whether he was frightened or not. They finally had a chance to befriend the Guild of Magic, and were trying desperately to squeeze through the crowd just to have a word or two with Jirian's nephew. As for that someone who was hiding at a side watching the comical scene, no one really paid any attention to him. Since joining the Guild of Magic, Lin Li rarely showed his face in public. In addition, the robe of wrath he was wearing now was crumpled and old, giving people the impression of him being poor and miserable just by looking at it. Even if he entered the garden with Kevin, the guests only regarded him as Kevin's footman. It was already late to curry favor with the master now. Whoever had the time to make friends with a footman? Excuse me. The chubby uncle had only said a few words and was accidentally squeezed to his side. How was he willing to take it lying down? He hurriedly pushed Lin Li away with his physical advantage and moved up to Kevin again. Mage Kevin, how about having a dinner with me after the banquet? Uncle Road has a business deal to discuss with the Guild of Magic. For a moment, Kevin was swarmed. He wanted to flee, but realized he was surrounded by people front and back, without even the slightest gap. He did not dare to move as well for fear that he would touch something that he shouldn't. For example, the auntie who had addressed him as Brother Kevin. Brother Kevin, you have to invite me for a dance at the banquet later. The auntie was still pushing herself on him so hard that Kevin felt the hair on his body rise. He was utterly regretful that he had agreed to attend the banquet now. Little buddy, how about doing me a favor? Lin Li was hiding at his side, gloating at Kevin's misfortune, when someone leaned in on him unwittingly. What? Lin Li was slightly stunned. When he turned around, he saw a lanky middle-aged man in his 40s taking out a few gold coins from his pockets. A small token. Lin Li had yet to grasp the situation, but the lanky middle-aged already stuffed the gold coins into his hand. Then, he patted Lin Li's shoulders affectionately. Little buddy, you have joined the Guild of Magic at such a young age and followed Mage Kevin. Your future is definitely promising. Thank you for the kind words. Lin Li scratched his head, somewhat understanding what this fellow was trying to do. If my guess is correct, you must be Mage Kevin's assistant. He wanted to say Mage Apprentice, but took back his words after seeing the robe of wrath Lin Li was wearing. With the Guild of Magic's financial resources, how could Kevin's apprentice be so underdressed? Something like that. Bright future. The middle-aged man stuck his thumb up and took a letter out from his pocket. When we get to the banquet later, can I ask you to do me a favor and pass this to Mage Kevin? Tell him that my little girl admires him very much and would like to invite him for a dinner at our place. Another day. Lin Li took the letter, dumbfounded. The envelope turned out to be an equivocal pink with a bright red lip print on the bottom right side. Little buddy, you can rest assured. The small token earlier on was nothing much. When it's done, I'll reward you handsomely. The middle-aged man was flushed, addressing Lin Li as a little buddy, ever so affectionately. The mysterious gratitude of the middle-aged man made Lin Li feel a little anxious. In his heart, he was speculating that Kevin might have run up to some romantic debt and didn't dare to tell Jirian. But now the person came looking for him. Castellan Isaac has arrived. Just as he was letting his thoughts run wild, he heard another clamor coming from outside the garden. Lin Li looked up and saw Jirian's convenient nephew walk into the garden, still followed by the two powerful attendants. As the castellan of a city, the people who wanted to claim a relationship with Isaac were no less numerous than the admirers of the Guild of Magic. A throng of guests surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon as he walked into the garden, but Isaac was not at all flustered. He wore an adequate smile on his face, greeting the guests as he walked towards the banquet hall, neglecting no one on the way. Master Castellan. The appearance of the Castellan gave Kevin a breather from the misery. Kevin finally found an excuse to flee when the guests gathered around Isaac. He saw Lin Li laughing at his discomfiture as soon as he got out of the crowd, and in that moment, Kevin lost his temper. Felix, you're too unkind. You should thank me. Lin Li took out the envelope from his pockets as he spoke. Look, if it weren't for me hiding at a side, how would I have the opportunity to receive this love letter on your behalf? After Kevin took the letter, he merely glanced at the signature on it and threw it into his bag without opening it. Instead, he broke out in sweat hearing what had happened, and in his heart, he cursed the lanky man. Note: in the raw text it was written as fatty, but after revising, the author was talking about the lanky middle-aged man who had approached Lin Li for a favor in the previous chapter, over and over. Reward handsomely after it's done? Mage Kevin's assistant? Kudos to him for coming up with that. Letting this kind of demon become my assistant. The two talked for a little while, and were about to enter the banquet hall when they were recognized by the eagle-eyed Castellan. Good evening, Mage Kevin. The smile on Isaac's face was cordial. After greeting Kevin, he was slightly befuddled. Why didn't President Jirian come? I'm really sorry, Master Castellan. Something has cropped up in the guild and requires President Jirian to deal with it. He's unable to make it for the banquet today. Then that's too bad. The Castellan's expression was pained, but in his heart, he was secretly delighted. He would not have to address the old fellow awkwardly as Uncle Jirian now that he was not here. After returning from the Guild of Magic, Isaac felt regretful countless times. He could have talked about any other things, but he had to mention that his father had met Jirian before. This was like digging his own grave. When Isaac's eyes fell on Lin Li, his brows were slightly furrowed. The robe of wrath was simply too old. Isaac furrowed his brows not because he thought Lin Li's appearance was shabby, but because he thought the young man seemed to have little respect for him. After all, this was a banquet hosted by the Castellan of Gerosis City. People who attended the party should dress themselves decently. It seemed a little too casual coming to a dinner in an old mage robe like what the young mage was wearing. But Isaac was, after all, a man of high rank as a Castellan. Even though he was slightly unhappy, he still displayed a warm and gentle smile on his face. And this is Mage Felix from the guild. The smile stiffened on the Castellan's face. Felix of the Guild of Magic had been a legendary figure in Gerosis ever since the battle between Jirian and Old Merlin. Even though Isaac was the Castellan, he had never thought Felix would come to this banquet in person. He did not even imagine that the legendary potion master, who alone supplied the 1,000,000 gold coin auction, would be a young mage who looked no more than 20 years old wearing an old mage robe. However, Isaac was a staid person. Although his heart was pounding, he managed to keep his emotions in control. His smile froze for a moment, and then he held out his hand amicably. Welcome, welcome. I've never expected to have such a distinguished guest like Mage Felix. You flatter me, Master Castellan. Isaac was so excited that he could no longer spare the effort to attend to the other guests. He warmly escorted the two of them into the banquet hall, while at the same time expressing his admiration for Lin Li. The other guests were slightly further away, and so they were unable to hear Kevin's introduction. Although they found Isaac to be overly enthusiastic, they did not take it to heart. They merely thought that the Castellan was like themselves, hoping to befriend the Guild of Magic, and hence regarded the two young mages sent by the Guild of Magic as important. The Castellan mansion had evidently put in a great deal of effort for this banquet. The spacious banquet hall was bright as day, illuminated by 12 crystal chandeliers. The floor was covered with a thick red carpet, and looked especially gorgeous under the crystal chandeliers. Lin Li entered the hall and felt as if the surroundings were bathed in magnificence and filled with a luxurious aura. From time to time, handsome young waiters carrying trays of wine ambled through the hall, and beautiful waitress fluttered between the tables like butterflies. Lin Li was somewhat unaccustomed to it, attending a banquet like this for the first time. Besides, he had no acquaintances at the banquet. He talked to the Castellan with a prudent look on his face, but it was mostly about unimportant matters. Matters such as he had left in a hurry at the last auction and didn't have the time to say hello to Mage Felix, and that he was sorry about it. Or that Mage Felix was so young but his attainments in pharmaceutics were so advanced, making Lin Li's head turn as big as a bucket. But he could not tell Isaac that he had smashed in countless gold coins and a scroll of wishes to attain his status as a guru of all 5 series. It was money that paved the way. You could do it as well if you had the money. In addition, guests would approach from time to greet them, either asking the Castellan to discuss some confidential matters or trying to befriend the Guild of Magic. Lin Li gradually became bored, so he made up an excuse to leave, took a glass of red wine from a waitress, and went to hide in a secluded corner. After he had withdrawn himself from the banquet and hid in the secluded corner, he found some interest in observing the company of guests. The majority of the guests were distinguished personages of Gerosis. Apart from the 17 forces, there were many rich businessmen and celebrities. The men and women were all dressed to the nines, fluttering about in the banquet hall like butterflies. It looked an extremely lively scene. Among them, the 17 forces were obviously the main characters of the banquet. For example, the previous owner of the deep silver necklace, the patriarch of the Roland family, was present at the banquet as well. When Lin Li spotted him, he was already surrounded by at least 5 or 6 guests blatantly flattering him. And Mr. Anthony Roland seemed to enjoy the feeling. He was talking incessantly and eloquently in front of the guests with a triumphant expression on his face. Lin Li had not recognized him at first glance. He was nothing like the jittery patriarch of the Roland family who had asked Jirian for an evaluation the previous day. He shifted his gaze away from Mr. Anthony and saw someone he knew entering the banquet hall. It was the red-headed beauty he saw at Ina's place. Lin Li's eyes widened as soon as he saw the fiery long hair. He never thought that he would see this woman at the banquet in the Castellan mansion. And this red-headed beauty looked as if she was close to the Castellan. Upon entering the hall, she took Isaac's arm affectionately with a coquettish look on her face. Isaac seemed to be very fond of her as well, his expression kind and loving, just like how Jirian had looked at Lin Li in the beginning. Seeing the scene made Lin Li even more confused. McGrin and his daughter could be said to be the lowest level of adventurers, and a reward of 12 gold coins was sufficient for them to risk their lives in the Sunset Mountains. The relationship between the red-headed beauty and the Castellan was not at all shallow, and they most likely shared some family relations. Their statuses were far apart from each other, so how did she know McGrin and his daughter? As he was still puzzling over it, he suddenly saw Isaac along with the red-headed beauty coming in the direction of where he was sitting. In that instant, Lin Li hesitated. To be honest, he wasn't keen on seeing this rolling woman. Unfortunately, regardless of how much he was reluctant to see her, the Castellan brought her to him. As she got closer, Rolling saw Lin Li in the corner too. She was again reminded of what happened at Ina's place, and embarrassment could at once be seen on her pretty face. Mr. Fellick, why are you sitting here alone? Are you blaming Isaac for the poor reception? The Castellan spoke, but found the atmosphere rather oppressive. With his acumen, he naturally caught on quickly that the people he was about to introduce to each other had already met previously. However, Isaac was tactful in his approach. After he had grasped the situation, he did not reveal it on his face. He gently patted the red-headed beauty's hands that were holding him. Come, Rolling. Let father introduce you to the famous Mage Fellick. Mage Fellick, this is my daughter, Rolling. She has been very fond of studying medicine since young and is also interested in potion making. If Mage Fellick ever has the time, you might as well guide her along. Take it as giving me some face. You must be joking, Master Castellan. Miss Rolling has superior medical skills. How could she need my guidance? Lin Li joked lightly, planning to play this matter off. The speaker had no intention in his words, yet the listener read her own meanings into it. The phrase superior medical skills fell into the ears of Rolling, and at once her pretty face turned ghastly pale. Although Ina had never blamed her, what happened that day still weighed heavily on her mind. If it had not been for the young mage's insistence, she would have nearly killed her best friend's father. The thought was like a viper, lodging itself in Rolling's heart, and kept her in constant self-reproach and remorse. The Castellan noticed his daughter's odd expression and asked out of concern, Rolling, what happened? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, father. Go on without me. I'll be fine after taking a short rest here. Then, take a good rest. Isaac hesitated for a moment. Still slightly worried, he asked Lin Li for help. Mage Fellick, could you help keep an eye on my daughter for the time being? There are many guests today, and I really can't excuse myself. Rolling has not been in good health since young, I'm afraid. Just in case. All right. Lin Li paused for a while, but nodded in response. After Isaac left in a hurry, the atmosphere in the secluded corner became even more awkward. Both of them did not speak at all until the red-headed beauty broke the silence. Sorry. The sudden apology confused Lin Li. I was wrong the other day. I shouldn't have doubted your intentions towards Ina. And even more so, I shouldn't have stopped you from treating Mr. McGrin when I wasn't even confident. Rolling was as proud as a swan since a young age. Although she had recognized her mistake now, when it came to apologizing, her pretty face was still flushed and her voice quiet like a mosquito. Lin Li spared a great deal of effort before finally making out what she had said, and felt it amusing in that moment. You sent the Castellan away on purpose just to tell me this. I only wanted to apologize, being seen right through at once. Rolling blushed even brighter. There's no need for an apology, we don't know each other well anyway. If you're looking for peace of mind, save your apology for Mr. McGrin. The one who was nearly killed in your hands was him, not me. Lin Li always felt unsettled at the red-headed beauty who had nearly killed McGrin. At her apology, he suddenly felt irritated for no reason, and put down his wine glass with a cold expression on his face. If there's nothing else, can you please leave? I'm not used to being alone with a pretty girl, so leave lest I can't help my animal instincts from acting up and do something bad. Rolling had never been treated so unkindly by others before. She was aggrieved and angry in that instant. Her beautiful eyes fogged and tears were glistening in her eyes, looking ready to fall any time. Anything else? Rolling's red lips opened slightly, but she couldn't get the words out. Her expression was even more aggrieved, and tears started dripping on the dining table. Lin Li was made even more frustrated by her crying. He placed his wine glass down and stood up. You're not leaving? Then I'll leave. As soon as his obstinacy acted up, he had no care whether it was a black-haired beauty or a red-haired beauty. He kicked his chair aside and walked towards the center of the banquet hall. Rolling was slightly taken aback, then realized he was indeed leaving. She couldn't care about the embarrassment anymore. With clenched teeth, she came to a decision. I'd like to learn potion making from you. What? Lin Li stumbled and nearly fell on the thick carpet. He turned around with a look of disbelief and stared at Rolling for a long while before repeating what she said with much difficulty. You'd like to learn potion making from me? Yes. Rolling's flushed face was masked with a look of determination now. I'd like to learn from you. Lin Li stood there in a daze for more than a minute and asked unsurely, Are you muddled from anger? I am serious. Rolling's eyes were resolute, with a hint of enthusiasm. Looks like it's not mild. I'll have someone prescribe some medicine for you. Lin Li did not dare to look into those fervent eyes. He mumbled a curse and was ready to slip away. That fervent look had frightened him, and he did not dare to continue hanging around this wench anymore. Rolling really wanted to learn potion making. She studied medicine from an early age and had been instructed by a pharmacist. After her medical skills gradually became profound, she discovered that the problems which couldn't be solved with medical skills could actually be solved with a small bottle of a potion. But pharmacists in Anril were rare. Even with Rolling's noble status, to learn potion making was a purely imaginary matter. Until that day at Ina's place, after the ridiculous misunderstanding, she realized that the person she had misunderstood was actually the pharmacist she had been looking for all along. At that moment, Rolling had been utterly ashamed and regretful. She had been ashamed for she had almost killed her best friend's father, and regretful for she had let slip a pharmacist. Many times she had wanted to visit the Guild of Magic to apologize in person, but was held back by the hint of reserve in her heart. To think that she would see the young pharmacist again at her father's banquet 2 days later. This time, Rolling had abandoned her reserve, but the answer she got was, "You're ill, and it's not mild." The aggrievement in Rolling's heart that she could not express turned into glittering tears that swirled in her eyes before falling in drip drops on the red carpet. Walking in the splendid banquet hall, Lin Li suddenly felt a little amused at the situation. He had never expected the red-headed beauty to apologize to him out of the blue, and even more so to request to become his apprentice. From what Lin Li saw, this request was absolutely ridiculous to the core. To be honest, Lin Li was not a stingy person, and he definitely did not have the habit of thinking highly of his own doings. Otherwise, he would not have given Andoin his best guidance back in the Sunset Mountains. Strictly speaking, Andoin really had no talent in pharmaceutics. He was in his hundreds, yet he couldn't even remember the simplest potion formulas and was brash and clumsy when concocting the potions, blowing up the potion lab on every occasion. By comparison, Rolling, who was proficient in medicinal studies, was actually more suitable to become Lin Li's student. Medicinal studies and potion making had too much in common. Lin Li could even be sure that as long as he was willing to guide her with all his heart, Rolling, with her superior medical skills at such a young age, would be able to achieve good results in pharmaceutics within a year. However, Lin Li had no intention to teach her at all. What happened at McGren's house had left too bad an impression on him. Perhaps it was because his experiences were different. Lin Li had always felt that there was nothing more precious than life in this world. All lives should be respected, especially as a doctor. One should absolutely respect the patient's life. Lin Li was essentially an introvert who preferred to keep things to himself. Unless someone, like Cromwell, who repeatedly provoked him and even spat directly in his face, picked a fight with him, Lin Li would not show any extreme behavior in general. Lin Li could tolerate a lot of things, for example Rowling's self-righteous character. He could even understand that such character was a privilege of a beauty, not to mention that Rowling was the daughter of the Castellan. But she should never use this kind of self-righteousness on her patients. This was what Lin Li really could not tolerate. A self-righteous doctor, even if he mastered advanced pharmaceutics, would still be bringing lifelong misfortune and disaster to the patients. After having experienced this bizarre transmigration, Lin Li had become more mature, completely over the age of being disoriented with a woman's beauty. Besides, he was not the kind of person who couldn't walk at the sight of a beautiful woman from the start. Rowling might be attractive in other people's eyes, but in Lin Li's eyes, she was merely a quack who almost killed her patient. Rejecting a little redhead beauty was not much of a psychological burden to Lin Li at all. However, whether it was Lin Li who had breathed a sigh of relief or Rowling who was secretly weeping, none of them had noticed that the scenario at the secluded corner had fallen into the eyes of a young man. "Mr. Anthony, do you know this mage?" The young man looked to be in his 20s. He had a handsome, fair face and gorgeous blonde hair, dazzling like sunshine under the crystal chandeliers. He wore a well-tailored dress suit, which, judging from the fine craftsmanship, had been made by a famous designer. He had no other accessories, except for a ruby ring on the fourth finger of his right hand. He'd merely held out his right hand and pointed pettily at Lin Li. The ruby reflected a pure and dazzling light under the crystal chandeliers. Looks a little unfamiliar, but he came with Mage Kevin, so he should be his attendant or apprentice of sorts. Although he did not know the true identity of this young man, Anthony had maintained a respectful attitude throughout the conversation. This young man was introduced by the Castellan, who said that he had come from the capital of Felon Kingdom. From the way they talked and behaved, Anthony could clearly see that they were in no ordinary relationship. Since the rise of the Guild of Magic, the Roland family had shown signs of declining. Seeing that he had been pushed to the border of the 11 mage families, and even the thief leader dared to compete with him for the arcane magic potion at the auction, Anthony had watched with an anxious heart. He had attended the banquet meaning to claim a relationship with the Castellan. In addition, when he heard that the young man had come from the capital, Anthony's speech and manners were all the more flattering and enthusiastic. It was a pity that the Castellan had divulged too little information, and the young man was so secretive about his origins that, so far, Anthony only knew his name was Betrayal, from the capital city Alana of the Felon Kingdom. "Is it?" Betrayal nodded and did not question further. He excused himself and walked to Lin Li with a glass of red wine in his hand. "Don't you think you should apologize to Miss Rowling?" "Oh." Lin Li was distracted with his own thoughts when he suddenly heard someone talking to him. From the voice, it seemed to be coming from a stranger. Lin Li turned around in doubt, only to see a handsome young man standing in front of him, carrying an expression that Lin Li didn't like. It was an undisguised sense of superiority, just like how when Cromwell had told him, "The Merlin family does have a say in the Guild of Magic." "Do I know you?" Lin Li had always detested the idea of superiority, so it was natural that there was no politeness in his words. He merely took a glance at Betrayal from the corner of his eyes. It looked like he was looking at something or a mass of air. "You don't have to know me." Betrayal's expression was still full of superiority. "Of course, you're not qualified to know me as well. A small mage like you should feel utterly honored to be able to step foot in this banquet hall. Why do you not know what is self-respect? Did you not look in the mirror to see what your status is before you pestered Miss Rowling?" "When did I pester her?" Lin Li's eyes widened with anxiousness at his words, and in his heart, he was filled with injustice. He'd like to ask Rowling, "Did I ever pester you?" "You didn't pester Miss Rowling? Are you going to tell me that Miss Rowling was the one pestering you?" Betrayal scoffed at Lin Li's excuse, and his handsome face was full of a disdainful smirk. "Duh." Lin Li rolled his eyes and decided not to pay any more attention to him. In his heart, he thought, "This person might have some psychological issues. I should suggest he sees a doctor some other day." "Stop there. You're leaving after offending Miss Rowling." Betrayal was filled with just anger and stretched out his hand to block Lin Li, who was ready to leave. Mr. I am not qualified to know who. Can you tell me in simple terms what you want to do? Lin Li asked in a faint voice. He was about to be driven crazy by this fellow. He didn't even know where the fellow came from, what he wanted to do, nor even what his name was. However, he had been accused of pestering and offending Rolling. Lin Li couldn't understand it all. Even if he did pester and offend Rolling, did it even have anything to do with him? This is Castellan Isaac's banquet. I don't want to blow things up, but I would advise you to apologize to Miss Rolling immediately. The other party's pertinacious behavior rankled Lin Li, and his expression turned cold. What if I don't apologize? You'll know then. The undisguised sense of superiority seemed to return in Bathurler's smile. You might get beaten up and then thrown out of this banquet. You might even get kicked out of the Guild of Magic. I think your master, Mage Kevin, would not choose to fall out with Castellan Isaac for an attendant. Lin Li listened agape to all sorts of horrible ends supposedly waiting for him. Could this be the legendary genius? He could speculate so many things with only a few tears from the red-headed beauty and even came up with all kinds of horrible repercussions. How strong an imagination was needed for all these. It would be a pity if this man did not change his profession to writing chivalric novels. Have you thought it through? Seeing Lin Li did not respond for a long while, Bathurler looked even more pleased. He seemed to already see the other party's humiliating admission of guilt and the apology to Miss Rolling after being pushed by him. I've thought it through. Simply put, if I don't apologize, I would be very, very miserable. Lin Li nodded earnestly. He had indeed thought it through carefully. But after thinking through, I've still decided not to. Lin Li turned around to leave after tossing the words out. He was really reluctant to be near a wacko. You. Bathurler's expression froze. That high and mighty smile turned hideous at once. Lin Li's words were like a slap, smacking severely on his face. Bathurler, who lived in prosperity all his life, had never been so discomfited before. After a brief stupor, anger instantly engulfed his reason. Bathurler raised his right hand forcefully, and the ruby inlaid on the ring gleamed with red light. Lin Li had just taken 6 or 7 steps when he suddenly felt a violent distortion of the magical elements around him. Almost subconsciously, he felt something was wrong, but it was too late to react, so he only managed to put up an elemental shield. Then, he saw a flash of light on the ruby, and dazzling flames spread out like fire dragons rushing forth, or like a giant flaming web descending from the sky. Bathurler, stop! Isaac was talking in a low voice with a middle-aged man, who knew that when he looked up, he'd witnessed this horrifying scene. At that instant, Isaac was crushed. That was the treasure of the Guild of Magic. If anything happened to him at the banquet, that convenient Uncle Jirian would probably tear down his Castellan mansion. But Isaac's shriek came too late. At the moment he opened his mouth, dozens of fire dragons crashed into the elemental shield. Boom! An awful rumbling was heard in the banquet hall. A blaze of fire spattered and countless sparks fell on the thick carpet, burning black dots on it. Under the blast of the 2 magic waves, the tables and chairs were thrown upside down, and a dozen white napkins danced around under the crystal chandeliers. Several guests who were closer were pushed to the ground by the blast. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Including Isaac, the Castellan of Gerosis City watched the spattering sparks, his eyes full of despair. He held out his hand and pointed at Bathurler, wanting to scold him, but found himself speechless. With a complex expression, he sighed and slowly lowered his outstretched hand. Rolling, who was weeping like a pear blossom bathed in rain in the secluded corner, had also witnessed the gripping scene. In the light of the spattering blaze, Rolling's tear-streaked pretty face was filled with horror and despair. Her ruddy lips slightly opened, but she felt something being blocked in her heart. At this moment, she was actually worried about the young mage. And almost at the same time, Kevin dropped the wine glass in his hands and lunged to the side like crazy. Why, Uncle Isaac? Bathurler seemed to be satisfied with his strike. He leisurely removed a napkin from his head and clapped his hands, displaying a relaxed smile on his face. But when he turned around, he saw Isaac standing there with an ashen face, and couldn't help but feel puzzled by it. Clap! What awaited him was a solid slap in the face. Isaac lost his usual grace in his fury. Uncle Isaac, why did you hit me? The slap had Bathurler stumbling a few steps back. He covered his left cheek with his hand, and his expression was glazed. Isaac was trembling with rage. Do you know what you have done? What have I done? Isn't it just a small little mage? If Uncle Isaac feels that it's a pity, I'll have someone send you 20 mages tomorrow. Bathroler had never been slapped in public before. Isaac had slapped him now, and although he did not dare to confront him, his tone was more or less resentful. 20 mages? Ha ha ha. Isaac laughed in anger. You're so generous. Unfortunately, not to mention 20, even if it's 50, it wouldn't be comparable to a strand of his hair. Forget it, do what you wish. I wash my hands off this. Besides, even if I wanted to help, I have no control over this as well. You write your own letter to your father. Hopefully it's not too late before Jirian returns. There's no need to wait for Jirian to come back. I can deal with it on my own. Lin Li, who was undoubtedly dead in the eyes of everyone, turned over and stood up from the carpet. What I detest the most is someone sneaking in an attack from behind. Lin Li's eyes were fixed on Bathroler, but on his hand he had already produced a handprint. Not waiting for the flustered Bathroler to grasp what was going on, a shot of windblade came whistling out. Because I myself like to do it. Bathroler could not understand at all how this person came to still be alive. Unfortunately, there wasn't time for him to ponder. Lin Li lifted his right hand, and the wind blade raked over his hand. A tchh sound was heard, and Bathroler felt his hand tingle at once. It was followed by a spatter of blood. Bathroler's ring finger was severed by the blade and landed on the carpet with a few rounds of rolling. The ruby, now stained with blood, emitted an unearthly glow under the crystal chandeliers. Lin Li was unwilling to stop after that shot of windblade. An icicle was formed on each of his hands. The crowd heard a swish, and two long, thin icicles tore through the air. The speed of Lin Li casting a spell was too fast. Before the crowd could react, Bathroler let out another scream yet again. The two slender, razor-sharp icicles pierced through Bathroler's palms, and in an instant, fresh blood poured out and drenched the thick carpet red. The bloody scene fell into the eyes of the guests and at once triggered screams of horror. Isaac looked at Lin Li with a complex expression on his face. This was the first time he saw Lin Li infuriated, and it was also only now that he realized this seemingly harmless young mage in fact had a violent and cruel side to him. Bathroler's shrieks echoed in the banquet hall for a long time. The voice sounded like a wounded beast, full of malice and despair. Mage Felix. Isaac tried to mediate for Bathroler, but when he was about to speak, he heard a low rumble of recitation from Lin Li. The Castellan's heart tightened when he heard it. He had not once heard Lin Li recite any spell when he had unleashed that awfully fast shot of windblade and the two tyrannical icicles. At this point, he had suddenly recited a spell. Then, the spell that he was about to release, wasn't it? The magical elements around distorted madly. A flame was blazing atop Lin Li's hands. The searing breath was higher with every wave, and no one among the guests dared to take a step forward. Bathroler's hands were bleeding profusely, but his eyes were filled with fear and despair. He had never expected he'd die in a small place like Gerosis. He did not even expect the abject-looking young mage to be so terrifying, not giving him a chance to repent at all and intending to kill him once. He started his attacks. Boom! Countless fire dragons roared past as the last spell fell. Compared to Bathroler's ruby ring, the fire dragons summoned by Lin Li were greater in number and strength, like a torrential flame that was about to devour Bathroler completely. It had happened too fast for Isaac to stop. His heart sank, and he felt hopeless like dying embers. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, only muffled explosions could be heard without end. Under the collisions of countless fire dragons, the blistering fire elements raged wildly, and the whole hall was bathed in a scorching atmosphere. Before Bathroler's desperate eyes, numerous fire dragons swarmed up and swallowed him whole in a flash. The banquet hall was alarmingly quiet. Other than the bursts of muffled explosions, there was no other sound at all. Everyone stared at the flame in daze, their hearts filled with shock. The young mage, who looked no more than 20 years old, had demonstrated strength that was infinitely close to that of a magic shooter. They were all rather curious. Since when was there such a young genius in Gerosis City besides Kevin and Cromwell? Of course, there were those with a keen mind. From a strength that was infinitely close to that of a magic shooter and an age below 20, they associated it with the rumor that was recently raging in Gerosis City. In that moment, those with keen minds were astounded by their own guess. If their guess were correct, the abject-looking young mage in front of them was currently the most legendary figure in Gerosis City, the hope for revival of the Guild of Magic, the potion master below the age of 20, the one who had single-handedly facilitated the million gold coins auction, and the one who, after having triggered the battle between the most powerful mages, was wrapped up in rumors but rarely appeared in public, Mage Felix. Just as everyone was in their own thoughts, the monstrous flame brought on by the countless fire dragons dissipated at last. Only then did the crowd of guests discover that Betrayal, who was supposed to be dead, was still standing unhurt in the ashes. Although his expression was lifeless and his palms were still dripping with blood, he was still alive. There was no doubt about it. Perhaps only a few guests were aware that the reason why Betrayal could survive the fire dragons was due to a layer of magical shield. This layer of magical shield was vastly different from that of Lin Li's elemental shield. It was the release of the purest mana without any spell at all. At the moment Lin Li unleashed the flaming storm, he sensed there was something different. The violent and muffled explosion was caused by the collision of two magical elements. If it had hit Betrayal directly, it wouldn't have made such a great noise. It would only take a flame to engulf him in an instant. So, after he had unleashed the spell, he did not even look at Betrayal, but shifted his eyes to the banquet hall. That layer of magic was too peculiar and powerful. He was much more interested in the person who had cast the magical shield rather than killing Betrayal. "Little kid, you're Felix?" At this time, an aged voice was heard in a quiet corner of the banquet hall. Lin Li's eyes followed to the source of the aged voice and saw an old man wearing a gray mage robe. This old man looked to be around the same age as Andoin. His hair and beard were white, and his face was full of wrinkles too. But his gray mage robe looked clean and tidy, totally opposite in comparison to the scruffy Andoin back in the Sunset Mountains. The Castellan heaved a long sigh of relief having seen the mage in gray robe intervene at last. Tonight's banquet had been too tiring for him. The previous surprise attack by Betrayal had already scared half his wits off. He was so afraid something would happen to Lin Li and draw Jirian's revenge. But then the situation plummeted. Lin Li stood up with a turn and dealt a heavy blow to Betrayal with two instantaneous spells, and even unleashed the flaming storm to kill. At that instant, Isaac had lost heart. Betrayal was born into an illustrious family. Even Isaac, with his status as a Castellan, had to fear it. If Betrayal really died at his banquet, Isaac couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be. Luckily, Isaac's heart gradually descended back into its place when the mage in gray robe emerged from the quiet corner. As long as he was willing to interfere, Betrayal's life should be saved. "Felix, are you all right?" Right then, Kevin finally squeezed in from the crowd and inquired on Lin Li's injury with concern. He was utterly frightened just now. Watching the moment when Lin Li was hit by the fire dragons, Kevin was stupefied. Lin Li meant almost everything to the Guild of Magic at present. His value even surpassed that of Jirian. Kevin would not have known what to do if Lin Li had died under those dozen fire dragons. The present Guild of Magic definitely couldn't afford such a loss. "I'm all right." Lin Li shook his head, reassuring Kevin. It was true he was unhurt, but the thought of the whole process unnerved him. The power of the ruby ring was stronger than he had expected. When the dozens of fire dragons surged forward, it was equivalent to the power of a level 8 magic. Although Lin Li had weakened most of the damage with the elemental shield, there were still 1 or 2 fire dragons that broke through. The blockage of the elemental shield directly attacking his body. However, with the strong magical resistance attribute of the Robe of Wrath, the fire dragons did not cause any harm to him. They disappeared in the magical resistant field upon contact in an instant. Now that Lin Li thought back on the perils in it, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Luckily, he had enchanted the Robe of Wrath with the magical resistance attribute. Otherwise, even though the fire dragons would not be fatal, they were also likely to injure him. Then, Lin Li looked at the mage in gray robe doubtfully. "I am Felix, you are." "I am Andoin's old friend." "Oh, you know Andoin." It was the first time Lin Li had heard of news about Andoin after leaving the Sunset Mountains. He couldn't resist taking another few looks at the mage in gray robe. "How's he like now? Is he still as stubborn as ever?" "Haha, just about so. A few days ago, in Atlanta, he mentioned you. I thought you were interesting, so I specially came to Gerosis to have a look." The mage in gray robe smiled amicably. The eyes that were looking at Lin Li had a glimmer of admiration. "You really flatter me." Lin Li's expression was modest and respectful, but his eyes were furtively glancing at Betrayal. He was silently calculating the time Bathruller's hands were bleeding while repressing him with a hint of mental strength. How could such a petty trick escape the eyes of the mage in gray robe? For a moment, the old man felt annoyed yet amused. However, in his capacity, he naturally could not expose him. He merely reminded Lin Li with a look of slight embarrassment on his face. This. Felix, can you first let Bathruller off? If he continues to bleed, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. You know Bathruller? The dirty tricks he did in secret were exposed, but Lin Li was not the least bit embarrassed. He pretended to give a look of surprise. So that's to say, the layer of magic previously was released by you? This. The mage in gray robe felt that he seemed to be bitten in the face at these words. However, since Lin Li had already asked, he could only try to mediate. I saw what happened just now. It was indeed Bathruller's fault. But I'm unlucky to know his grandfather. In order not to let that old fellow blame me for not doing anything to save his grandson from ruin, I had to intervene just now to help him. Besides, you've already taught him a lesson. Can you give me some face and forget about this matter? Oh, so this is it, Lin Li answered coolly. He recalled his mental strength without hesitation. It's only a small matter. I'll do as you said and forget about this matter. Then, I'll thank you on Bathruller's behalf. The mage in gray robe probably did not expect Lin Li to agree so readily. He supposed it was unfair to Lin Li, so he gave his guarantee apologetically, but you can rest assured. I will definitely make the old fellow from their family give you an explanation for what happened today. No need to trouble yourself with it. It's a small matter, I won't take offense at him. Lin Li smiled agreeably, but he had already assembled a wind blade in secret. The mage in gray robe had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly sensed a surge in magical wave. Before he could react, there came a ripping sound in the air. Bathruller had just been released from the mental suppression when he suddenly felt a tingle in his hand. Then, a sharp pain shot through his left hand. When he lowered his head, he saw another ring finger landed on the thick carpet. In addition to the damage left by the previous icicle, Bathruller's left hand was a bloody pile of flesh as well. The tearing pain went on, and Bathruller fainted from the excruciating pain on the spot. It was too late for the mage in gray robe to intervene. He sighed slightly and looked at Lin Li helplessly. Why bother? I can't tolerate him sneaking in an attack from behind. But you are Andoan's friend. I don't want to put you on the spot too. Lin Li was all smiles as if nothing had happened. So this is the best way out. Andoan was really right. You, little fellow, are a wolf. You must bite back at anyone who provoked you. The mage in gray robe shook his head, his expression amused yet helpless. Forget it. He had already lost a finger anyway. Losing one more would balance it out. You flatter me. Lin Li grinned modestly, but his eyes were fixed on the mage in gray robe. Now, can you tell me, other than being Andoan's friend, do you have other identities? I am Grim Burnside. The casual self-introduction from the mage in gray robe seemed to hit the guests like thunder above their heads. Everyone drew in a cold breath. The banquet hall was filled with surprised gasps. The name, Grim Burnside, was a living legend to the people of Gerosis City. There were two of Gerosis' most famous mages in the last 100 years. One of them was Andoan from the Guild of Magic. The other was the old man wearing the gray mage robe standing in front of them, Grim Burnside. To some extent, the two mages had a lot in common. For example, both were from Gerosis City, both had reached the legendary realm every mage had dreamed of, and both were immersed in pharmaceutics. And in the field of pharmaceutics, both had taken completely different paths. Andoan's poor talent had reached such an astonishing level that even a pharmaceutics expert like Lin Li developed a deep sense of hopelessness when faced with him. Moreover, his obstinacy was simply a disaster. Just think, a stubborn old man who had lived for over 100 years couldn't even get the most basic of equations right. But in his hands he possessed the formulas for high-level potions, attempting highly difficult concoctions such as the bull's strength potion as and when he liked. It was an absolute miracle that all those lab accidents over the years hadn't been able to kill him. Grim, who was also a legendary mage like Andoan, was a rare pharmaceutics genius in Felon Kingdom. He had already made remarkable achievements in his 20s. His geniosity had even alarmed the Pharmacists Guild. On the day he'd become a magic shooter at age 30, the Annual Pharmacists Guild officially announced that they had accepted Grim Burnside as an official member of their guild. Decades had passed since then, and Grim Burnside was already at the mastery level in pharmaceutics. Even within the Pharmacists Guild, He was definitely an important person who had a say in the guild. Under the two glorious halos of a legendary mage and a master pharmacist, Grim Burnside had become the most representative figure in Gerosis City, his reputation even surpassing that of Andoin, who was also a legendary mage. In Gerosis City, one could not know the 6 underground forces or the 11 mage families, or even the Guild of Magic and the legendary mage Andoin, but they could never not have heard of the legend of Grim Burnside. When such a legend which could only be looked up to stood living in front of everyone else, there was only one word in their hearts: awe. At that moment, whether it was the fat man who wanted to introduce his daughter to Kevin, the auntie with the full bosom, or even Anthony Rowland trying to get Bathriller's favor by flattery, the looks they gave Grim Burnside were full of heartfelt admiration. In Grim Burnside's long life, he had long gotten used to being the center of attention. Surrounded by the crowd of guests, his wrinkled face still wore a gentle smile, and he even nodded at several familiar family leaders in a greeting. But he kept his gaze on Lin Li. In fact, the reason why he came to Gerosis City was to have a look at this young mage. At the capital Alana, Andoin had lauded the ladder to the skies like there was nothing impossible for him. At the age below 20, he had already had a profound gift in pharmaceutics and was a magic genius, comparable to that of the god of mages. Despite his friendship with Andoin, Grim was still skeptical about it. It wasn't because he felt that Andoin was lying. It was just that old Grim thought that, theoretically, such a person shouldn't exist. Both magic and pharmaceutics required a lot of time to study, especially pharmaceutics. Old Grim himself was a master pharmacist, hence he was most aware of the hardships thereof. Formulas that could never be mastered, equations involving astronomical figures, all the experiments and failures, even. A little progress would need a lot of time to accumulate. The mage in front of him was barely 20, and there was even a look of childishness on his face. Even if he had begun studying pharmaceutics the moment he was born, it would have been impossible to achieve such a huge breakthrough at this age. Moreover, he would need the same huge amount of time to study magic concurrently. Speaking of magic, old Grim had to admit that the young man named Felik was indeed a rare talent in magic. The previous Flaming Storm was nothing. It was not surprising that he had unleashed a level 9 magic with his proximity to the realm of Magic Shooter. But the Wind Blade and Icicle had instead left a deep impression on old Grim. Skillful and precise mana control, amazing elemental sequencing speed. Although it was just a Wind Blade and Icicle, from what Grim Burnside saw, it was definitely more surprising than a level 10 magic. Mana control and elemental sequencing were the fundamental skills that every mage was required to learn. But it was only in his state that he understood how important these two fundamental skills were to a mage. It was like laying a solid foundation before building a house. Without a solid foundation, however tall and gorgeous the house might be, it could still collapse overnight. As the magic level advanced, a mage's real strength was often judged by these fundamental things. A more precise control of mana and faster elemental sequencing could allow more variations and a quicker conjuration of magic. It was like old Grim and Andoin at present. They were both legendary mages, but if they were to battle it out, old Grim had no confidence at all. After all, he had spent too much time on pharmaceutics. Though Andoin was equally immersed in it, he spent far more time on magic skills compared to Grim. In a battle of their level, the most fundamental thing had become the most decisive key to victory. But old Grim still had some degree of doubt about the young mage's level in pharmaceutics. He needed some time to verify whether this young mage was really a genius in pharmaceutics, as what Andoin had said. If he was really as good as what Andoin had said, old Grim thought that he could give him a little guidance and even lead him into the Pharmacists Guild. As an important member of the Pharmacists Guild, old Grim was well aware of its current situation, decaying and withering day by day, without any enterprise or energy. What the Pharmacists Guild needed the most now was fresh blood to tide over the possible crisis, and the young mage in front might well be a good solution. But with old Grim's eminent status, it was impossible for him to step forward like the Ani with full bosom. He was the most famous mage of Gerosis, so he naturally had the reserve of a legendary mage. Hence, after the brief self-introduction, he waited for Lin Li to speak. Unfortunately, Andoin had completely forgotten to tell him that the little fellow before him was a half-baked mage, not to mention Grim Burnside. Even if the god of mages, Jeresko, was standing in front of him, he would be ignorant of it and ask, "Who is Jeresko?" So you are the famous mage Grim Burnside. I've heard so much about you. Under old Grim's reticent gaze, Lin Li looked appalled. He tried hard to squeeze out a pleasantly surprised expression on his face while secretly nudging Kevin, and asked in a very quiet voice, "Who is Grim Burnside?" Kevin had given up all hope upon hearing his words. While trying to hide the embarrassment on his face, he turned to face the other side, hoping to pretend that he didn't know Lin Li. A mage who reached the legendary realm had already surpassed the scope of this profession itself. As long as it was within the range of his mental powers, he could learn of anything he wanted. How could Lin Li's furtive whispers escape the eyes and ears of old Grim? Even with old Grim's indifference to fame and fortune, his face turned liver-colored when he heard Lin Li's whispers. But old Grim was someone who had lived for over 100 years after all. Although he was embarrassed by Lin Li's question, he did not show it on his face. He merely chuckled with a self-deprecating expression. "Haha, looks like Andoin, that old fellow, didn't speak ill of me in front of you." "Haha," Lin Li laughed dryly, hoping to conceal his ignorance with it. Andoin indeed did not mention Grim Burnside. Besides, he had made the old man memorize all kinds of potion formulas back in the Sunset Mountains, and he was also forced by the latter to fight all kinds of magical beasts. Both were about to fall apart from exhaustion at the end of the day. Where would they have the time to talk about some Grim Burnside? Old Grim shook his head resignedly. He could make out something judging from the young mage's reaction. This fellow had no idea who he was at all, not even what his achievements in pharmaceutics were. "When we were in Alana, Andoin has mentioned to me that other than your magical gifts, you are also a rare genius in pharmaceutics." Hence, old Grim had to find something to talk about. "Coincidentally, I'm quite a decent pharmacist myself. If you like, maybe we can discuss pharmaceutics issues together." The hall was completely silent at old Grim's words. Everyone held their breaths, and it was as if their heartbeat had stopped. The banquet tonight was a real thrill for all the guests. They were startled twice in a row previously when Betrayal launched the sneak attack, which was followed by Lin Li's retaliation. It was extremely risky, but fortunately there were no problems. Then, Lin Li's identity was exposed. The young man in the old mage robe was actually the mysterious pharmacist from the Guild of Magic. When the mage in gray robe came out to reveal his identity, the guests were thoroughly shocked. No one had expected themselves to be able to see the living legend in person. Even more so, they had never expected that Grim Burnside would say words like "discuss together" to a young mage. All the people present were either wealthy or respectable, and they were all prominent figures in Gerosis. Even the lowest among them were the cronies of the leaders of a certain force. How could they not hear the meaning behind old Grim Burnside's words? They had even gotten jealous of Lin Li's good luck. Those words almost meant that old Grim had taken interest in a talent and would like to guide this young mage in pharmaceutics. Just think, he was one of the most important figures in the Pharmacists Guild. With the guidance of a master like him, it was not impossible to join the Pharmacists Guild in the future. The silence in the hall was frightening. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Li's face. They would like to see whether the young mage would be able to continue keeping his calm in front of a godsend of an opportunity like this. "You flatter me," Lin Li smiled modestly. No one had expected to hear the words that followed. "But I've indeed encountered a lot of problems lately, so it would be great if I could talk to you about it. Do you have time now? Why don't we go over there for a drink?" As soon as Lin Li uttered these words, a few guests fainted right on the spot. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Many had begun cursing in their hearts. How did such an idiot come out from the Guild of Magic? It was such a good opportunity to become Master Grimm's apprentice, and he literally wanted to discuss with the master. Damn your stupid discussion. Some were even suspecting that he was deranged after Betrayaler's sneak attack. How could such a clever-looking kid utter such idiotic words? I have time." Old Grim wiped his cold sweat off secretly. He was beginning to doubt Andoin's vision. However, he had already said the words, and it wasn't good to take them back on the spot. He made up his mind to test Lin Li with a few difficult questions to see if he could come up with some constructive ideas. If he was satisfied with the answers, he would guide him. If he was not satisfied, then he'd use this as an excuse to leave. Lin Li lifted his head and glanced around the banquet hall, only to find the place a mess due to the sneak attacks he and Betrayaler made on each other. At the moment, there was not a clean and secluded place in sight. Just as he was at a loss, old Grim stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction behind him. "Let's sit there." The legendary mage wanted to talk to Lin Li alone. who'd be insensible enough to intrude. Although the guests were curious, they had to disperse, albeit slowly. At the instruction of the castellan, a servant came shortly to pick up Betrayal, who was still in a coma, and soon the banquet hall was restored to its previous state. The crystal chandeliers still emitted the soft light, and the music still sounded soothing and gentle. The fatty continued to introduce his daughter to Kevin. The auntie with the full bosom continued to speak coquettishly. The mercenary guests were still working hard to secure their personal gains, and deals were picked up where they were left off previously. It was as if the prior chaos had never happened before, and everything was back as it used to be at the beginning. A few folding screens separated the quiet corner, which was slightly dim under the hazy crystal lights, providing a suitable place for guests to talk about confidential matters. The old and young each found a chair to sit, and when they were about to speak, they were embarrassed to discover that there were others in the secluded corner. For a moment, both of them were stunned. The tears had dried on Rolling's pretty face. Before the startled eyes of both men, she called out timidly, "Grandpa Grimm." "Haha, so it's little Rolling." Old Grimm's smile was amiable, and the eyes that looked at Rolling were affectionate and kind. "Come, tell Gramps, why are you sitting here alone?" Rolling glanced at Lin Li with a complex expression on her flushed face and said softly, "It's too noisy outside. I wanted to be alone." "Haha, then come and sit with Grandpa Grimm." Old Grimm had taught Rolling some knowledge of pharmacy because of his friendship with her grandfather, but he was caught up with something else and did not have the time to teach her anymore. Nevertheless, he had always liked this little girl who was proficient in medicinal skills. He had even had the idea of bringing her into the Pharmacists Guild. In Old Grimm's mind, he was about to advise Lin Li anyway. It might be better to have the little girl sit in and listen as well. Perhaps she could learn something. Despite his intentions, Old Grimm still asked Lin Li politely for his opinion. "Kid, is it okay with you?" "Okay." Since the old man had already spoken, Lin Li would not refute him in his face. Furthermore, it was not a secret matter. There was no harm letting Rolling listen to it. Lin Li shifted his chair to make room for Rolling. The three of them sat down again around the table. Old Grimm then nodded at Lin Li and signaled that he could ask his questions. "Please have a look at this bottle of sobriety potion." Lin Li pulled out a blue glass bottle from his pocket and passed it across to Grimm Burnside. Old Grimm took the glass bottle. He removed the cap and brought the bottle close to his nose, taking in a slight whiff. Then, Rolling, who had been sitting there quietly, noticed the look on Old Grimm's face changed at once. It was a look of disbelief, as if what he had seen was not a blue glass bottle, but an elephant bitten to death by an ant. "This is impossible. Is this really the sobriety potion?" Old Grimm's eyes were wide open. He looked at Lin Li with a face full of doubt. "What's added in it?" "Some netherbloom and a little dracaena grass." Lin Li scratched his head, his expression troubled. "Recently, I have been trying to increase the concentration of the sobriety potion. In order to make the sobriety potion possess a higher degree of purity, I've tried over 30 kinds of herbs. In the end, I realized that if I mix netherbloom together with the dracaena grass, I'll get a similar effect. But what?" Old Grimm was anxious at this point. He was a mage, so he knew very well what a concentrated sobriety potion would mean to mages: a longer time to cast a spell and a faster recovery of the mana. The sobriety potion had been criticized for its short-lived effects. A bottle of sobriety potion could only last for 10 seconds. Hence, even within the Pharmacists Guild, very few people would make the sobriety potion. Even if they occasionally did concoct 1 or 2 bottles, they were usually given as alms to the Guild of Magic. When Lin Li said that he was trying to increase the concentration of the sobriety potion, Old Grimm wanted to talk him out of it. The same attempts had been made by the Pharmacists Guild, but no one had achieved anything so far. The potion itself was an extremely sensitive thing. All kinds of conflicting medicinal properties maintained a delicate and fragile balance in a small bottle of potion. In particular, prescriptions like the sobriety potion, which had been passed down from the Dark Ages, had long been proven ones that could not be improved. So, Old Grimm was completely stunned when he opened the bottle cap. Just this bottle of sobriety potion was enough to subvert the knowledge of most pharmacists. He had always thought that the genius pharmacist, in the words of Andoin's mouth, was merely a young man with a gift in pharmaceutics, perhaps a little more gifted than Rolling, but definitely not by much, since Rolling was a rare talent after all. However, when Lin Li had finished his sentence, Old Grim realized that he had been wrong, and he was ridiculously wrong at that. This young mage, Felik, was not a genius at all, but a potion master who had already achieved great success. He even had a good chance to surpass the mastery level in a very short time. It was then that Old Grim understood why this young mage Felik had been so brazen earlier to want to discuss with him. He was really qualified to do so. Lin Li had no intention to be an apprentice, nor had he thought of asking for advice. He simply considered Old Grim as a peer for discussion. After he had straightened out the matters, Old Grim could not help feeling his face burn despite having lived for over 100 years. It felt as if he had rushed forward with excitement, but was suddenly slapped in the face. The embarrassment mingled with a sense of loss, so the look on Old Grim's face was extremely complicated. But Old Grim was not like those young people in general. He had already lived for 100 years and learned to take things easy. That endless embarrassment was soon forgotten by him, and he turned his attention to discussing the sobriety potion with Lin Li. However, this time, Old Grim did not dare to treat him as a junior who needed advice, but a potion master who was qualified for a discussion together. But Lin Li shook his head helplessly. After adding the Netherbloom and Dracaena grass, the concentration for the sobriety potion was indeed increased, but it also has potent side effects. I've tried drinking a little bit of it last time, and it led to an extreme mental confusion. If it's the whole bottle. So serious? Old Grim was slightly startled. A little of it would cause mental confusion. Then, if one were to drink the whole bottle, wouldn't it cause a complete mental breakdown? Lin Li nodded and spoke no more. He had been really vexed by it lately. Ever since he had concocted the arcane magic potion, Jirian had been pestering him to come up with some other potions no matter how to enhance the strength of the mages in the Guild of Magic. Lin Li had given it some thought at that time and felt it necessary as well. Although the Guild of Magic had ultimately risen, its influence was contained only in Gerosis City. Outside Gerosis, there was a handful of forces hostile to the Guild of Magic, such as the one of the middle-aged man whom Lin Li had met when he first arrived in Gerosis. The middle-aged man represented a force called the Shadow's Nest. Because there were many rare mineral veins in the Demon Fall Valley, many forces were coveting that fertile land. Among them, the Shadow's Nest was the most direct. They had asked the Guild of Magic several times to leave the Demon Fall Valley, and even assassinated several guild mages as a threat. The Guild of Magic today was far from being able to rest easy. Lin Li was not an ungrateful man. He knew most clearly how everyone in the Guild of Magic treated him. Jirian, in particular, had even bet the guild's future on him. At that point, Lin Li felt obligated to contribute to the guild. After a slight deliberation, he had chosen the sobriety potion. In terms of combat effectiveness alone, the sobriety potion was the most cost-effective among the formulas Lin Li knew. 3 kinds of inexpensive herbs and an uncomplicated concoction process could produce an overstepping effect, plus a small amount of mana restoration. And in the process of preparation, Lin Li also had the most intuitive understanding of the shortcomings of the sobriety potion. Of course, these sobriety potions were enough for ordinary mages, especially the ones in the Gerosis Guild of Magic. That was the smell of sobriety potion that they might never get a whiff of in a decade. It was a good thing that they got to have a taste of it. How would they still complain that the effect's duration was too short? However, Lin Li, a pharmaceutics guru, would never be content with it. He had much more to consider than ordinary mages. Ever since he had become a guru of all 5 series, he had always wanted to go even further and enter the illusory realm of the Divine Smith. The near-infinite power of the Scroll of Wishes hadn't allowed him to enter directly into the realm of the Divine Smith, because the realm itself transcended the scope of knowledge and skills. This was more of an abstruse realm, and the phrase "a skill approaching the practice of Tao" was most likely referring to such a dimension. It was because of this ambition that Lin Li had never stopped moving forward. Although he was already a guru of all 5 series and had already reached the peak of his profession, Lin Li knew very well that there was still the illusory Divine Smith beyond this peak. This was the difference between Lin Li and ordinary pharmacists. Almost all the pharmacists, including Grim Burnside, followed the formulas strictly. They had never considered the reasons why they had to do this or why they could not do that. They were bound by their imagination and dared not break the inherent rules. They might have the chance to reach the realm of a guru by their own efforts, but they would never be able to reach the realm of a divine smith. After completing 100 bottles of sobriety potion, Lin Li had been wondering whether there was a way to prolong its effects. Increasing the concentration of the potion was undoubtedly the most direct way, so Lin Li performed a series of experiments. Unfortunately, at present, his experiments were a failure. At least, he couldn't solve the problem of mental confusion caused by the increased concentration. And Old Grim, who was from the Pharmacist's Guild, naturally became the best partner to have a discussion with. In order to discuss with Old Grim, he could even tolerate Rolling's presence, which was a very rare thing with his obstinacy. Old Grim thought for a very long time, but still could not quite grasp the reason behind it, so he asked in puzzlement, "I can understand the nether bloom is used for purification, but why do you add in the Dracaena grass? Besides being used for purifying, the nether bloom also has the effect of stimulating the growth of mental strength, which effect can be further amplified after heating. But the sobriety potion itself has the knot elixir, which can also stimulate the growth of mental strength. The addition of nether bloom will cause a loss in balance of the medicinal properties, so I added the Dracaena grass. When the potion reaches its boiling point, the calming effects of the Dracaena grass will curb the medicinal properties of the nether bloom," Lin Li said as he dipped his hand in the red wine and listed down a few equations on the table to explain the whole process more clearly. Old Grim listened attentively. It felt like he returned to decades ago, when he was still an apprentice, looking at his teacher with eyes full of the thirst for knowledge and listening to him explain mysterious and complex potion formulas to himself. He had completely forgotten Lin Li's age and was simply immersed in the knowledge of potions. Rolling sat there quietly, listening to the conversation of the two men, but her gaze resting on Lin Li was more complicated than before. She knew Lin Li was a pharmacist back at Ina's place, but Rolling had not imagined that he would be qualified to discuss pharmaceutical knowledge with Grandpa Grim, and even dominating the discussion to some degree. Rolling's pharmaceutical attainments had completely failed to keep up with their thinking. The equations listed down on the table were like Greek to her, but Rolling knew what kind of figure Grandpa Grim was. He was someone of a mastery level, and even within the Pharmacist's Guild, he was considered one of the most important members. Looking at the old man who was listening modestly at the moment, Rolling had some doubts in her mind. Is this really Grandpa Grim? If I could learn potion knowledge from him. Rolling took another glance at Lin Li with a complex expression. The idea that had been abandoned earlier bred quietly in her heart once more, and this time, it was firmer than before. The increased concentration of the sobriety potion leading to mental confusion after consumption was a very complicated problem in itself. It involved almost astronomical changes and conflicts. Other than a pharmacist of the Divine Smith level, there was probably no one else who could grasp each and every change in the potion. The old and the young in the seats were considered top figures in pharmaceutics. One was a master and the other a guru. But they had talked for a long time and yet still failed to figure out any solution. Instead, Old Grim learned a lot from the discussion. What he had never heard nor thought about before came up in his head all at once, and all kinds of unheard of novel theories had been an eye-opener for Old Grim. As for Rolling, who was listening at the side, it all sounded Greek to her. She only had a superficial knowledge of potions anyway, and sitting in front of her were a master and a guru in pharmaceutics. What they were discussing was already beyond Rolling's understanding, so at the end, she simply couldn't hear what the two men were talking about. She merely sat there, looking at Lin Li with a complicated expression, many times about to speak, but saying nothing in the end. "Mage Felix, I've got a few ideas these few days. Do you think it will work?" As the conversation went on, Old Grim's tone changed from one of discussion to one of asking for advice. Although the discussion failed to help solve the problems of the sobriety potion, Lin Li could feel from their conversation that Old Grim really deserved the title of a master pharmacist. After all, it was decades of accumulated experience. There were some things that sounded new to a guru like him as well. Hearing that Old Grim had come up with a question, Lin Li's interest was piqued as well. "Tell me about it. Maybe we can study about it together." It's like that. Old Grim had just begun to speak when someone else walked into the secluded corner. Lin Li lifted his head and saw Kevin walking towards them with an anxious expression on his face. Something must have happened. Kevin looked tense and his footsteps were hurried. Worry was written all over his fair face. "Felix, something has happened." "What happened?" "Don't rush, speak slowly." Lin Li's heart tightened at his words. Kevin had always acted with poise, possessing a demeanor that wouldn't flip even if a mountain collapsed before his eyes. Lin Li had never seen him so flustered after being in the Guild of Magic for so long, especially when the first thing that he said was actually something has happened. Lin Li knew very well that since Kevin said so, something had to have happened. Just now, there was news from the Demon Fall Valley that Shadow's Nest had launched a sneak attack, killing a dozen mages and even injuring Uncle Jirian. Kevin gasped for breath, finally making things clear. Shadow's Nest. Lin Li knitted his brows and asked Kevin in a low voice, "Who else in the guild knows about this?" "Only you and me." "Return immediately." Lin Li pushed his chair aside and said to Old Grim apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mage Grim. Something has cropped up in the guild. I have to return immediately. If you're still interested in studying potions together, you can find me at the Guild of Magic. I believe President Jirian will be very happy if he knows you're coming. Then I shall not hold you up anymore. In case..." Old Grim hesitated slightly, then continued, "In case there's anything you need help with, you can send someone to look for me at the Castellan Mansion. I will be here these few days. Although I'm getting on in years and not as useful as compared to a few years ago, I should still be able to help you with trivial matters." "Then I'll thank you in advance, Mage Grim." As this involved the lifeblood of the Guild of Magic, Lin Li dared not tarry further. After informing Isaac, he set off for the Guild of Magic with Kevin. Looking at Lin Li's receding figure, Rolling bit her lips lightly. Her eyes revealed a complicated emotion. "Why, little Rolling?" A hint of smile appeared on Old Grim's face. With his experience, how could he not see what was on Rolling's mind? Rolling bit her lips and asked hesitantly after some time, "Grandpa Grim, are all potion masters unwilling to impart their knowledge to others?" "How could it be? There are only two things that a true potion master is proud of in his whole life. One is concocting a new potion, and the other is finding a disciple who can inherit his knowledge. Just like Grandpa Grim. I am over 100 years old, but I'm still busying myself every day with trying to find a good apprentice. Then you've come today. Isn't it all because of Andoin, that old fellow's instigation? I was planning to take that young mage as my disciple, but who knew I'd arrive here to see that he was at the level high enough to be my teacher?" At the mention of this, Old Grim's beard curled with anger. Haha. Though Rolling was upset, she could not help giggling when she heard Old Grim put it in such an interesting way. But after the giggle, there was a look of bashfulness on her face. "Then, Grandpa Grim, do you think I have the gift to become the disciple of a potion master? Little Rolling is thinking of taking someone as your teacher?" Old Grim laughed slyly. "I wonder who's the lucky one, getting to teach Little Rolling. Let me guess. Anyway, it sure isn't me. Oh right, is it Mage Felix who has just left?" Grandpa Grim. Rolling's pretty face was beaming red, but her voice was somewhat bitter. "But he doesn't want to teach me." "Why? You have the gift and possess medicinal knowledge. Where can he find such a decent disciple like you? Why is that kid unwilling to teach you? Tell Grandpa Grim. I'll go look for him at the Guild of Magic tomorrow." Pressed by Old Grim, Rolling had no choice but to recount what had happened that day. Old Grim's brows furrowed as he listened on, and when Rolling finished her story, Old Grim let out a long sigh. "No wonder I felt you two kids were behaving awkwardly just now. So that's what happened. But, Little Rolling, it was really you in the wrong. As a doctor, you can't be willful, especially in a situation concerning the life and death of a patient." "I know that I was wrong, Grandpa Grim." Rolling's expression was aggrieved. "But I've apologized after that. Why won't Grandpa Grim give you an idea?" "You have an idea?" Rolling beautiful eyes lit up at those words. Lin Li had totally no idea what Old Grim had in mind. He was in a hurry now. After returning to the Emerald Tower, both of them had been trying to contact Jirian. But on the crystal ball, there was not a single tree or stone of the Demon Fall Valley. The crystal ball in the Emerald Tower was placed by Jirian personally. It was connected to the Demon Fall Valley through 100 Warlock's Eye spells. Such situation would not be happening as long as there was even one Warlock's Eyes. Moreover, the Warlock's Eyes was a level 10 magic. With Jirian's level 15 strength, he could easily restore one with no effort. The fact that the crystal ball was completely silent only meant that the battle in the Demon Fall Valley was far more intense than in the news Kevin had received. "What do we do now?" Kevin's face was already strained after waiting for an hour in the guild's hall. "We'll wait and see." Lin Li hesitated slightly. "If there is still no news by tomorrow morning, we'll have to make a trip down to Demon Fall Valley." "All right." The two of them waited by the crystal ball till the wee hours. Just as the two of them were in a state of extreme anxiety, the crystal ball, which had been silent, lit up finally. Felik, look, there's news. I see it. Both of them rushed forward almost at the same time, only to see Jirian's chubby face. Jirian looked exceptionally haggard in the image within the crystal ball. His usually rosy face was now frighteningly pale, and he looked short of breath. This was the result of an overexertion of the mental strength. The old fellow took some grass off his hair and forced a smile at the two of them. Only then did he say in a weak voice, "Good morning." What exactly happened? Lin Li was worried sick. He was not in the mood for any greetings. What else can it be? Jirian rolled his eyes. It's all because of that rascal from the Shadow's Nest, looking for trouble in the Demon Fall Valley of all places. What about now? Now? I just brought a bunch of people with me to fight back. I guess things will quiet down for the next 10 or more days. Izerhole, that jerk, really doesn't know how the word death is spelled. Just watch. I'll flip the Shadow's Nest over sooner or later. Seeing how Jirian still had the energy for big talk, the two of them who had been waiting in the hall for half the night were relieved at last. All's well as long as nothing happened to you. Other matters can wait till you come back. I'm deadbeat now after waiting for you for so long. You can restore the warlock's eyes slowly. I'll go sleep first. Uncle, I'll go to sleep too. Hey, I've not finished. You two little rascals, this is too much. Jirian returned to the Emerald Tower at noon the next day. Jirian walked into the guild's hall with a murderous look on his face, asking people to find out where Kevin was. Unfortunately, Kevin knew he'd return today, so he had hidden away from the Guild of Magic early in the morning. Jirian couldn't find him anywhere in the Emerald Tower, and at last he had no choice but to knock on Lin Li's door. So early, Lin Li had waited almost the whole night for news the day before and didn't wake up until noon today. He opened the door for Jirian with a sleepy face. I hurried back after I've restored the warlock's eyes. I was so tired I could barely keep my eyes open on the road. Jirian walked into the room and lay down on Lin Li's bed regardless of his protests. It's so comfortable lying down. Forget it, take a nap first. I'll let you have the bed. No, I can't sleep yet. Jirian lay for a while, then sat up from the bed. The more I think about what happened in the Demon Fall Valley, the more it feels wrong. I won't sleep today if I don't get to the bottom of it. What's wrong? Warlock's eyes. Perhaps it was due to him being overexhausted, but Jirian's voice sounded slightly hoarse. Damn it, there were so many Warlock's eyes. Even I can't remember clearly where they were. How did the people from the Shadow's Nest know? Anyhow, something must be wrong. 125 Warlock's eyes were destroyed almost at the same time, and the Shadow's Nest arrived soon after, killing a dozen of our mages in the blink of an eye. If it hadn't been for my timely action, who knows how long the situation would have dragged on. Could it be? They, too, have mages helping them. That's possible. The Shadow's Nest has been expanding ferociously these few years, and could have recruited a few scums, Jirian pondered, then shook his head and dismissed the speculation. But it still isn't right. There were 125 Warlock's eyes. Even I myself couldn't have possibly destroyed them all at the same time. If the Shadow's Nest really has such a formidable character, why would they still do a sneak attack? They could just kill me directly. Other than the Warlock's eyes, there was something else that's abnormal too. These few years, because of the Shadow's Nest, I've spent a great deal of effort on the Demon Fall Valley. Apart from the 125 Warlock's eyes, about 20 additional sentry posts were set up as well. But last night, these 20 sentry posts were as if non-existent. The people of the Shadow's Nest had sneaked in all the way, but I didn't even receive any news. At this point, Lin Li sort of understood what Jirian was trying to say. The Warlock's eyes were destroyed all of a sudden, and the people from the Shadow's Nest had gotten a hold of the way to bypass the sentry posts. Almost all the signs were pointing to within the Guild of Magic. Mole. Jirian made his judgment with clenched teeth. There's definitely a mole. No wonder you rushed back early in the morning. Can't be helped. I'm worried there will be a greater disaster if I don't get rid of these guys. You have a clue? Not currently, but it's not hard to look into. Apart from me, you, and Kevin, anyone that has access to the secret of the Warlock's eyes has to be at least a magic shooter. And then, think again, among the magic shooters, who is the most likely to betray the guild? Or, who are the people unhappy with you? Lin Li had understood at this point. That's right. In that instant, both of them were invigorated. Jirian did not sleep. The old and the young conspired in the room to catch the mole. The discussion between the two men lasted until the evening. When Jirian was unable to hold out, Lin Li helped him pull up the blanket and quietly walked out of the bedroom. Jirian was truly furious this time. At dawn the next day, he went out with all the magic shooters from the guild. Such a terrifying force emerging from the Emerald Tower had shaken up Jirosa's city in an instant. The leaders of the various forces were trying desperately to get information about the situation, afraid that they would draw Jirian's fury to themselves. The Castellan mansion was in a state of panic, thinking that Jirian had come because of what had happened at the banquet and was leading a troop of men looking for revenge. Isaac asked for protection from Old Grim while loading Bathriller onto the carriage, sending him back to Alana on the same day. Until, around noon, all the forces suddenly realized that it was a false alarm. It was as if Jirian was out for a stroll. After turning around in Jirosa's city, he quietly brought the men back again. He was simply toying with them. The leaders of the dozens of forces broke out in curses. That old bastard Jirian had nothing to do, bringing so many people with him out for a stroll. Could he be any more ostentatious? Of course, no one dared to say it in front of Jirian. Every one of them was scrambling to hide from the fat pestilence when they saw him come out, who still had the guts to provoke him in his face. Hence, no one had noticed that there was an unfamiliar face among the group of magic shooters he led. Now you can speak. Who made you do it? In the basement of the Guild of Magic, Jirian's chubby face was livid. He was interrogating a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. His eyes were swollen, but the mages present who had good memory mostly recognized this middle-aged man. When Lin Li had first arrived at the Guild of Magic, Jirian had caused a lot of dissatisfaction within the guild in order to open up the highest privileges for him. Among them, the most vehement opposition came from several magic shooters, who even threatened to withdraw from the guild in order to pressure Jirian, who knew they would go for wool and come back shorn. Jirian's obstinacy acted up, and he drove them out of the guild instead. And the middle-aged man turned out to be one of the few magic shooters who were driven out by him. His name was something like Luke. I don't know what you were talking about. You don't know? Jirian's face was gloomy, and his eyes looked as if they were about to be ablaze. Then I guess you'd surely not know of the Shadow's Nest, or even the positions of those 125 warlocks' eyes. As for the route that bypasses the sentry posts, it was surely not you who'd sold it to the Shadow's Nest. Jirian, I don't belong to the Guild of Magic anymore. What right do you have to keep me in captivity? Who the F***ck cares whether you belong to the Guild of Magic? Jirian's expression was ferocious, and his angry roar echoed in the basement for a long while. I am seeking revenge now. Seeking revenge, you understand? Go out and scream that the Guild of Magic has kept you captive. See whether anyone dares to speak up for you. Still talking about what damn rights do I need them? Let me tell you, don't think that you can muddle through this by playing dead. You're still waiting for the people of the Shadow's Nest to save you, right? Dream the hell on. You're merely a tool that can only be used once. After they've used it once, they'll never be able to use it again. Do you think they will come and save something that is worthless? You can't malign me. Jirian, you have no proof. You want proof? Jirian pondered for a while and admitted, all right, I really don't have any proof, but it's okay. I am seeking revenge, and seeking revenge does not need any proof. Lin Li was sweating cold sweat while listening at his side. Is an extortion of confession like how you do it? I can't help it. He won't talk, Jirian answered boldly. It's all right if he won't talk. Anyway, this could only be done by the few of them. Other than them, who else in the guild would do that? Jirian's words might sound crude, but his reasoning was sound. Right now, the Guild of Magic dominated Jirosa's city, and even the Castellan had to offer his friendship. Wherever the guild's mages went, they'd receive the most generous treatment. Even in the Gilded Rose, the equipment they bought would be given at least a 30% discount. Since the auction, the benefits had never ceased. First, there were the 100 sets of magical equipment gifted by the man's family. They were excellent equipment worth 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins each. With a wave of his hands, Jirian sent it all to the mages in the guild. As long as they'd reached the level of a magic shooter, they'd be qualified to apply for a set. And not long after, it was another 100 bottles of sobriety potion. On the day the news was announced, a group of elderly mages was thrilled to tears on the spot. They could not remember how many years it had been since they had had a whiff of the sobriety potion. When they returned with a bottle of sobriety potion in their hands, they felt as if they were living in heaven. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Lin Li was in the Guild of Magic, no mage would be willing to leave. What could the Shadow's Nest give them? It was nothing but money and equipment. The Guild of Magic had no lack of these. Every year, millions of gold coins were collected from the Demon Fall Valley, and now 100 sets of equipment were provided at once, and various kinds of potions were distributed. Continuously, bathed in such great happiness, who'd be willing to leave? Perhaps only the few magic shooters kicked out of the guild would be that down and out to the point of betraying the secrets of the Guild of Magic. Granted, strictly speaking, this would indeed not be considered a betrayal. After being kicked out by Jirian, they had no more connections with the Guild of Magic. Selling the secrets to the Shadow's Nest would only count as revenge on the Guild of Magic at most. However, Jirian would not care about these. Whether it was betrayal or revenge, it had dealt damage to the interests of the Guild of Magic. Damaging the interests of the Guild of Magic would be equivalent to damaging his own interests, and the one who damaged his interests had to be destroyed. Such was Jirian's logic. Forget it. Let me handle this matter. Lin Li knew Jirian's character too well. He was afraid this unlucky magic shooter wouldn't say things right, getting Jirian all riled up to the point of blasting a fireball at him, and then they'd have nothing left at all. Jirian was surprised. You know how to extort a confession? I don't know. Lin Li shook his head. He fumbled about in his pockets and pulled out a glass bottle. But it knows. I'll make a trip to the potion lab for a while. Don't touch him for now. Lin Li reminded Jirian before he left the basement. I'll listen to you this time. Jirian watched Lin Li leave and threatened the unlucky magic shooter in a gloating manner. Retard, you were given a chance just now, but didn't know how to grasp it. Now, you've roused that kid. He may look gentle, but his strikes are more savage than mine. You've forced him to take action in person. Who knows what kind of sick potion he'll concoct this time. Maybe it's the kind that itches and festers all over and takes a year of pain before dying. The middle-aged man felt chill in his body as he listened to Jirian's horrifying description, but he was still holding out. Because there was one thing that even Jirian would not have guessed. He did not sell the defense arrangement of the Demon Fall Valley to Shadow's Nest. Instead, he sold it to someone else, and that someone else had promised he could worry not about the guild's revenge, because the Guild of Magic would be uprooted by him soon. Still won't talk? Forget it. Even if you want to speak now, I won't listen to it. Anyway, that kid would be concocting the potion in a moment. You'd even come clean about the age you had your first wet dreams. Lin Li, who was busy in the potion lab, had no idea how Jirian was intimidating the unlucky magic shooter. He was meticulously calculating the dose of the potion now. This was the first time he'd actually concocted the fear potion since he had gotten hold of the formula, so he was naturally more prudent in the process. Any person would have some negative emotions hidden in his heart. The effect of the fear potion was to trigger these negative emotions and magnify them indefinitely. Among the three ingredients, the nightmare seed and devil's tears possessed a similar effect. After mixing them, the effect would be greatly enhanced. In order to avoid excessive fear leading to a mental breakdown, a certain amount of peace bloom was added to calm the mind. The succus from the nightmare seed was boiling in the beaker. Lin Li held a peace bloom in his hand, gingerly plucking the petals one by one. This was a very crucial process. Excessive amounts of peace bloom would seriously reduce the effect of the fear potion. If there were too little peace bloom, it would not achieve the purpose of calming the mind. So, every time Lin Li tore a petal off, he would gently shake the beaker and wait for the petal to dissolve fully in the potion before judging whether the dose was enough according to the color. After all, this was his first concoction of this kind. Unlike the arcane magic potion, where the result could be judged by experience alone. When the seventh peace bloom petal was added, the nightmare seed succus in the beaker began to turn turbid. Lin Li knew that it was a sufficient dosage of the peace bloom, so he picked up a devil's tears from his pocket. The devil's tears was a kind of black fruit about the size of the pinky. It tasted bitter and astringent, and if consumed directly, it would create all sorts of horrifying illusions. Unless a tranquilizing drug was taken, one would never be able to get out of this illusion and would continue to be tormented until he finally broke down. Lin Li pulled out the silver knife from the ring of endless storm and gently cut off the skin of the devil's tears. When he saw a drop of succus about to spill, he quickly dropped it into the beaker. A plume of mist rose up instantly. The potion fused with the succus of the devil's tears immediately filled the potion lab with an intoxicating fragrance. It was a rather unique aroma, like one of a vintage wine that was too thick to diffuse and full of deadly allure. Bearing the temptation of the fragrance, Lin Li poured the contents of less than half of the beaker into the glass bottle he had prepared and then secured the bottle opening tightly. When he returned to the basement, he overheard Jirian threatening the unlucky magic shooter. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. You don't have much time left. When that kid comes out of the potion lab, I'm really afraid that it'll be too late for you to cry." "Cry what?" Lin Li heard Jirian slandering him upon entering the door. "Heh, nothing. How did the concoction go? If it's not done yet, you can go and study it over again. Such a thing like extorting a confession, I can do it as well. You're still going to do it." Lin Li was startled. "Another move by you, and this guy will be scared to death. I'm doing this for his own good." The old fellow just had to boast shamelessly. Lin Li came to the magic shooter with the glass bottle in his hand. "Do you drink it yourself, or do I feed you?" The shameless intimidation by Jirian had cast a shadow of potions in the middle-aged man's heart. When he saw Lin Li coming over with the glass bottle in his hand, he was scared out of his wits at once, shaking his head desperately while subconsciously retreating backward. But he had only retreated a few steps when his body pressed against the cold wall. The middle-aged man's heart was cold, just like the wall behind him. His magic shooter strength was useless, having his mana sealed by Jirian. Now, he was no better than an ordinary man. He could only watch Lin Li open the bottle cap and let the intoxicating fragrance pervade the basement. "You actually want me to feed you?" Lin Li frowned, his hand gripping the middle-aged man's chin. "Don't blame me for being too rough." I. The middle-aged man really wanted to cry. He was a magic shooter, highly respected everywhere he went. However, at present, he was held by the chin by a young mage who wasn't over 20 years of age who even threatened to douse him with the potion violently. "You'll really drink it on your own?" Lin Li glanced at him skeptically, yet warned him kindly. "You'd better not have any tricks up your sleeves. I've concocted a few dozen bottles of this potion altogether. If you break this bottle, don't blame me for dousing you with bottle after bottle. I won't care if anything bad happens then." The unlucky magic shooter was about to break the bottle upon receiving it, but his hand froze in midair when he heard Lin Li's words. After weighing the gains and losses, the middle-aged man, trembling, eventually brought the glass bottle to his lips. At last, he accepted his fate, and with his eyes closed, he gulped the bottle of potion down. "Drink slowly, won't be good to choke on it." Lin Li reminded him kindly again, then turned to Jirian and said, "You do your interrogation slowly. I'm going out to take a breather first. Let me know when there's news." After sitting in the hall for less than half an hour, Lin Li saw the basement door open. Jirian emerged with a look of fear on his face, and the mages who followed behind revealed an expression of awe when they looked at Lin Li. Jirian found a chair to sit in and asked Lin Li with lingering fear, "What potion did you give him? Why is it so brutal?" "I've only asked him casually, and that fellow spilled everything out while begging for forgiveness, asking me to have mercy on him. Damn it, I've never even done much to him." The fear potion is like that, indefinitely magnifying all kinds of negative emotions. Anything would fill him with fear. Maybe you were tormenting him with various kinds of savage tortures in his fantasy. Lin Li casually mentioned the effects of the fear potion and then asked curiously, "So, what exactly did he say?" "Simply put, these three bastards were unhappy with me kicking them out of the guild. Then, someone offered a high price as a lure, so they coolly sold the defense arrangement of the Demon Fall Valley." At this point, Jirian sighed guiltily. "If we were to pursue this matter, it's actually my fault. After I had driven them out of the guild, I should have adjusted the defense arrangement of the Demon Fall Valley. The three of them had actually replenished the mana of 125 Warlock's Eyes back then, and those 20 sentry posts were actually arranged by the three of them as well. But I got so busy with the auction that I totally forgot about it. Plus, I actually thought that the Shadow's Nest wouldn't dare to mess with the Guild of Magic. Then it turned out to be such a big matter." "It is indeed your negligence," Lin Li nodded. "Apart from him, the other two fellows were the accomplices. But consider them lucky today that I didn't manage to pull them out when I went out this morning. According to this guy, they've sought refuge with one of the forces of Jerosa City, but I've yet to confirm whether that is true. Looks like we have to hold another auction another day. I've got to dig those fellows out no matter how. Quit counting on me." Lin Li knew what the old fellow was thinking upon hearing his words. He did not want to spend his days in the potion lab. It was not easy for him to come to a totally unfamiliar world. There were still many places he had not ventured to, many things that he had not tried. How would he be content with staying in the potion lab all day? Just saying. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about business. Jirian pursed his lips and then lowered his voice. You'll never imagine who bought the defense arrangement of the Demon Fall Valley from him. Who? Evan, Matthew's hussy brother. Damn, he's got guts. Lin Li was astounded, but quickly calmed down. Evan Merlin's that stupid? This is such a shady business. He could have sent someone to do it for him. How could he be so stupid to do it personally and even be identified? Evan didn't go personally, but sent a low-level mage to contact him. But this fellow was not assured after the contact, so he secretly tailed the person Evan sent. Just think, he has the strength of a magic shooter. It's nothing for him to tail a low-level mage. So after tailing him, he found out who was the mastermind behind it. This fellow has saved us some trouble indeed. Lin Li mulled over it carefully. The Merlin family was really weird. Ever since the battle with Jirian, Matthew had disappeared from the scene, and even Cromwell had not shown his face in front of anyone. The only thing that was related to them was the 800,000 gold coins deal at the auction. Save trouble? Jirian swore as he grumbled. The Merlin family is sure to have something to do with the Shadow's Nest. Darn, I've got a headache just thinking about it. One Shadow's Nest is trouble enough. Now there's the Merlin family. An enemy in the dark is a terrifying thing. Since we know who is looking for trouble now, this matter is much simpler. Why? Could it be that you're afraid of old Merlin? I'm afraid of him. Jirian glared and was about to utter something crude when he thought of the battle outside Emerald Tower and smiled embarrassedly. But he's surely not afraid of me too. If it wasn't for your awakening potion last time, I'd probably be dead in his hands. What can one bottle do? I'm planning to give you a bag of it this time. Even if you drink one and toss the other one away, you can still tire him out to death. Lin Li said with clenched teeth, and then asked Jirian again, Oh right, how long is it until my duel with Cromwell? Not many days left. But that kid is a useless bum, no need to worry. Hard to say. Old Merlin is not an idiot. Since he dared to put in such a request, he must have his own plan. I need to seize the time and enhance my magic level. It'd be best if I can reach the magic shooter level before the duel, then I'll have more confidence to deal with Cromwell. Do you have any ways to enhance the magic level in the shortest time? Dream on. Jirian gave Lin Li an angry glare. If there was a way to enhance the magic level in the shortest time, would dozens of bottles of arcane magic potion be selling for millions of gold coins? No, now I remember, there is indeed such a way. Jirian hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly recalled something. I've read about it in a magic book some time ago. The High Elves have a way to enhance the magic level by force. It is said that the highest level it can go is by 5 levels. But after the enhancement by force, the person's potential for life will be completely exhausted, and there will never be any progress. You can keep it to yourself. I'll just drink a few more bottles of potion when the time comes to keep it safe. Why are you suddenly placing such great importance on this duel? Because I don't want to worry about the Merlin family doing something behind our backs when we're dealing with the Shadow's Nest. Jirian couldn't help the surprise showing on his face when he heard it. You want to deal with the Merlin family? Not me. Lin Li shook his head and smiled innocently. The person who is going to deal with the Merlin family is the Archmage, President Jirian. Starting tomorrow, President Jirian will be launching a comprehensive crackdown on the Merlin family. By the time it comes to the duel, old Merlin will probably be mad as hell and would vent it all on me. I think I'd better bring a few more bottles of potions to protect myself. The two bastards were discussing how to deal a blow to the Merlin family when they heard a guild's mage come forward to inform them that Mage Grim Burnside came. Grim Burnside. Jirian seemed to have been struck by lightning as he sat dazed on the chair for a long while before stammering out his instructions. Hurry and invite Mage Grim Burnside in. Jirian immediately went out with excitement when he heard about the legendary mage's visit, but halfway through, he stopped as doubt came over him. Grim Burnside never had any dealings with the Guild of Magic. Why would he suddenly come calling? The mage who had passed on the message swallowed his saliva and replied with seemingly much difficulty. Said he came to see Mage Felix. Jirian stared at Lin Li with jealousy. How did you know Grim Burnside? He attended the banquet at the Castellan mansion a few days ago. Damn, kid, your luck is extraordinary. There are only 2 legendary mages in Gerosis, and you know them both. Jirian grunted as he walked out of the Emerald Tower. He saw Grim Burnside standing below the stairs in his gray mage robe, and quickly put on a warm smile on his face. Welcome. The Gerosis Guild of Magic is deeply honored by Mage Grim's visit to the Emerald Tower. You're too polite, President Jirian. Old Grim still had the gentle smile on his face. He then directed his smile at Lin Li. Long time no see, Mage Felix. The three men exchanged greetings below the stairs, and Jirian solemnly escorted Old Grim into the guild hall. For the Guild of Magic, Grim Burnside's visit was truly a sensational event. Even Jirian, who was usually arrogant, dared not show a slight negligence. The reception was of the highest class, enough to make the leaders of all the forces in Gerosis red-eyed with envy. In order to receive Grim Burnside, Jirian had summoned all the mages in the guild. Even those stationed far away in the Demon Fall Valley were to pass on their welcome message through the crystal ball in the hall. The scene was spectacular and lively, and even Grim Burnside, who had lived for over 100 years and regarded all things lightly, couldn't help but like Jirian a little more. Looking at Jirian beaming away, Lin Li was worried for the leaders of the various forces in Gerosis in spite of himself. Jirian had deliberately made it sensational so that news of this day's event could spread as far as possible. When the leaders of the 17 forces knew that the legendary mage had visited them, who knew how terrified they'd be? After the impressive welcoming ceremony, Old Grim and Lin Li went into the potion lab to continue the unfinished discussion they had had on the day of the banquet. This time, Jirian, who always liked to be involved, did not follow them in. He was in the guild hall, delivering a speech to all the mages. The speech took a long time, but the content circled around a single topic. The Merlin family and the Shadow's Nest had joined hands. Such were Jirian's words. You bunch of fellows are going to rot staying in the Emerald Tower for the whole day. From today onwards, everyone must hang around Gerosis City. What you want to do is up to you. As long as it makes the Merlin family uncomfortable, I will support it all. Whoever has the ability to do away with the bastard, Matthew, I will reward him with a year's worth of profits from the Demon Fall Valley. The Guild of Magic had put up with Jirian as long as the number of years he had been the president. Among the mages present, who had never experienced the contemptuous looks from others, each and every one of the 17 forces in Gerosis City had dared to throw their weight around the Guild of Magic. And among them, the Merlin family had demanded from the guild time and again. Even someone like Cromwell had dared to come up and demand that Jirian kick Lin Li out of the guild. No matter how wise or how calm a mage was, it was inevitable to be antagonized in face of such reality. After so many years of tolerance, the anger accumulated in their hearts was enough to ignite the entire Emerald Tower. And with the rise of the Guild of Magic, the fury in their hearts grew day by day. When the Shadow's Nest launched that surprise attack on the Demon Fall Valley, that fury was pushed to the peak. The Guild of Magic had been silent for these 2 days, but everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. And now, Jirian's words had completely ignited the Guild of Magic. There were 36 magic shooters and 113 mages in the Emerald Tower, in addition to the people who were stationed in the Demon Fall Valley. The mage apprentices below level 5 were numerous, and by the afternoon, nearly half of them were driven out to the city by Jirian. A terrible chaos was caused with such a force swarming into the city of Gerosis. Just this afternoon, the Merlin family's businesses in Gerosis City had suffered huge losses. First, a fire was started in several industries located in the city center. Then, a few mysterious mages appeared in the casinos the Merlins ran with the Blood Brotherhood. It was obvious that the mages had come to make trouble, because they were utterly arrogant. Who was in charge of this casino? The few mages demanded to see the casino's in charge as soon as they entered. The men from the Blood Brotherhood went out to have a look, just to see they were people from the Guild of Magic. Who in Gerosis City would dare to provoke them now? So they fled through the back door, leaving behind a few men from the Merlin family who had no choice but to face them. Damn it! When are you going to return us the money you borrowed? What money? The man from the Merlin family only hesitated slightly, and the few fellows who were at least the level of a magic shooter suddenly turned hostile. This was simply worse than a beast, totally not giving the other party a chance to admit they were wrong before smashing the casino with their magic powers, then finishing it off by igniting a fire before they left to look for another target. The most immoral of them all was undoubtedly the gang consisting of more than a dozen mages. This bunch of fellows turned around the city but couldn't find a place to start, so they went out of Gerosis City, straight to the Mariana Canal. When they saw the Merlin family's merchant ship in the middle of the canal, their eyes flashed like a hungry beast seeing its prey. Each of them downed a bottle of sobriety potion, and a wave of spell recitation resounded. Before people on the merchant ship could react, a monstrous blaze rose to the skies. That dozen of mages joined hands to unleash a level 8 flaming storm. To the people from the Merlin family, it was like the end of the world. Countless fire dragons raged and roared, and the blazing flames devoured the huge merchant ship in a single instant. The people on board were lucky enough to escape with a few small sampans. But the goods that were worth millions of gold coins on the merchant ship were burned to ashes by the fire. The news soon spread through the whole Gerosis city like wind. Everyone was flabbergasted, including Castellan and Isaac. They were shocked by the Guild of Magic's high-handedness. To them, the Guild of Magic now was absolutely an unreasonable bandit. All the while, the forces in Gerosis had been able to maintain a semblance of calm because everything was done behind closed doors. The struggle between the major forces had always existed, but no one had dared to put it on the table. Often, there were two forces fighting in secret, but when the two leaders met, they would talk harmoniously about wine and roses. It was like when the auction was held, of all the various forces present, who did not have any enmity with another. But under the seduction of the 33 bottles of arcane magic potion, the auction still went smoothly, and no one was killed on the spot. Everyone knew that the Guild of Magic had the supremacy in Gerosis now. But no one could have imagined that they would be so arrogant and insolent, completely disregarding the rules of the game and directly putting the fight on the table. In just one afternoon, the Guild of Magic wiped out more than 20 businesses of the Merlin family. These included several casinos ran jointly with the Blood Brotherhood and 2 merchant ships moored in the canal. This afternoon alone, the Merlin family lost countless gold coins. For a while, all the forces were outraged, especially the Blood Brotherhood, which had several casinos smashed by the guild's mages. Aaron Matsis almost had a heart attack from the rage. F***CK Ugirian, you're seeking death like this. If you continue to do this, we'll all just have to die together. But in the face of Jirian's anger, who would dare to go to the Emerald Tower to reason with him? The leaders of the dozens of forces were not idiots. The incident that happened at the Demon Fall Valley and the Guild of Magic's revenge on the Merlin family, it was obvious what was the connection between them. Everyone knew that Jirian was retaliating, so who would be that ignorant to offer themselves up in such a sensitive time? The chaos did not subside until evening. At this time, the Merlin family was already in disorder. When news came in the afternoon, anger had seized old Merlin's heart, and he fainted right on the spot. When he woke up, his face was still livid as he ordered the servants to call for his brother, Evan. Look at what you've done. Old Merlin seemed to have aged several decades after he woke up. The ever-energetic Matthew looked so old and weak at the moment. Big brother, let me explain. Explain? Old Merlin's face was leaden, and his somewhat murky eyes stared fixedly at Evan. How many times have I told you? Things must be done cleanly and never leave any tail behind. Look at what you have done. Of the 3 traitors from the Guild of Magic, 2 have been poached by other forces, and the remaining one is even more impressive, getting found by the Guild of Magic. I really can't understand. What exactly are you trying to do? Why did you not silence him? Do you think the Merlin family today can still be as reckless as we were in the past? Evan opened his mouth, trying to defend himself. I've only wanted to give it a shot, see if I could persuade them to work for the family. After all, they are magic shooters. It's a pity to kill them off. I'm doing it for the sake of the family. For the sake of the family? Ha ha ha. Old Merlin laughed in anger. Streaks of blood were apparent in his eyes. Now are you happy? Just this afternoon, the Merlin family has been greatly undermined. Do you know how much we have lost in the afternoon? Including the 2 ships in the canal, it's a total of 3,700,000 gold coins. Evan, it's 3,700,000 gold coins. Is the family earning so much in 1 year? And the 2 merchant ships were the ones that helped the Duke smuggle his goods. Ferio had a hard time setting this up for us, but after what happened, do you think the Duke will still be willing to trust us? Evan was completely dumbfounded hearing the huge figure. Forget it, old Merlin sighed heavily, his expression dejected. Let's not talk about this first. To be honest, I have to bear a little responsibility too. I knew you have been indecisive since young, but I still allowed you to handle this matter. How's Cromwell lately? Cromwell is improving fast. He has reached level 12 yesterday. Not bad. There was finally a glimmer of relief on old Merlin's face when he heard the news, but his expression turned gloomy at once. This kid has been getting more sensible lately. Unfortunately, as descendants of the Merlin family, we sometimes have to make some sacrifices. Big brother, Evan hesitated. He paused between words as he said, Cromwell is the only heir of the Merlin family. Even if he could kill that pharmacist from the Guild of Magic in the duel this time, his whole life would be completely ruined. A magic shooter who would never progress. Isn't this a little too cruel to Cromwell? It is a necessary sacrifice. Old Merlin's expression was cast in shade, but the look in his eyes was extremely resolute. What the Guild of Magic has today was brought by the mage called Felik. Do you remember my battle with Jirian? If he hadn't taken out the bottle of awakening potion, Jirian would long be dead. I knew then that as long as this young man is present, the Guild of Magic would come to dominate Gerosa's city sooner or later. The arcane magic potion auction confirmed my speculations. Two major families had conveyed their friendly intentions at the same time. Did you think they were trying to butter up to Jirian? You are wrong. They were actually trying to butter up to that young potion master. But I heard that Felik is merely a low-level mage. Cromwell doesn't necessarily have to. Low-level mage. Old Merlin chuckled bitterly. Didn't Cromwell tell you that the other party had only used a magic spell to cast him out of the Emerald Tower? This is a real magic genius. He possesses an extremely powerful mental strength and mana. Even I had to utilize my Archmage strength to defeat him. It will be terrifying to allow such a magic genius like him to grow. He has to die in this duel. When old Merlin had finished, he closed his eyes wearily and never looked at the horrified Evan again. Gerosa's city was in disorder, but the Emerald Tower was unusually quiet. About half the mages were out, leaving behind some mage apprentices below level 5 and a few others, such as Jirian and Lin Li. Old Grim looked up from a pile of beakers and asked in a seemingly casual way, Felik, when I saw you teaching Bathriller a lesson that day at the banquet, you should have been at the strength of level 9. About there. I've reached level 9 just a few days ago. Lin Li nodded and then continued gloomily. But strangely, lately I feel that I've run into a bottleneck again. It's the feeling that you know you have the potential, but you just can't exert it. Oh, despite having some understanding of Lin Li's strength, Old Grim did not expect that he would be encountering a bottleneck in his breakthrough to the magic shooter level at such a young age. For a moment, the old man was intrigued. Does the Guild of Magic have a practice ground? I'll have a look at your situation first, and then see if I can provide you with any suggestions. That'll be great. After this afternoon, the old and the young gradually became familiar with each other. There was less politeness, but more intimacy in their conversations. The two men went downstairs and spoke to Jirian, hoping to find a suitable place for actual combat. But when the old fellow heard that the legendary mage was about to showcase his skills, he forgot all about the proper business and insisted on going with them to have a look. At last, Lin Li failed to dissuade him and had to let him bring the both of them up to the 3rd level. This is the best place. You can use any spells here. As long as it's not a legendary level spell, it will be no problem. Jirian fished out a key and unlocked the tightly shut door. Initially, Lin Li thought he was bragging, but when he poked his head in to take a look, he realized Jirian was actually too modest. On the spotlessly white wall, there were 6 magical shield fields and 6 elements annihilation fields. With the 12 mageweds laid out, the room was an impregnable fortress. Not to mention ordinary spells. Even if a legendary level spell was used, it would be difficult to blow the room apart. Impressive. In Anril, even the general mages would have studied inscriptions, much less a legendary mage like Old Grim, whose accomplishments in inscriptions were also extraordinary. The moment he entered the room, his eyes naturally fell onto the 12 mageweds. This is by Delavi. Old Grim was rather amazed, passing before the 12 mageweds. You have fine eyes, Mage Grim. This was indeed designed by Master Delavi 1,300 years ago, when the Guild of Magic was established. Lin Li was rather lost. Who is Delavi? A level 22 mage. Old Grim's expression revealed a look of yearning. Level 22. Lin Li was startled. Even a half-baked mage like him knew that as the magic level reached the realm of an archmage, even a single level of ascension could bring about a nearly qualitative change in power, not to mention the legendary realm above the archmage. A level 22 mage would probably equal up to 10 Anduins, and that was a conservative estimate. Lin Li had no idea that there had been such a powerful person in Gerosa's Guild of Magic. But his greatest achievement in life was actually in inscriptions. If it weren't for him, the study of inscriptions today might be a totally different story. He was the first person to combine inscriptions and magic. Since then, inscriptions have become a required course for mages. Felik, after talking about Delavy's achievements, Old Grim took a few steps back. That day at the banquet, I saw that you had done a good job in releasing the icicles. Why don't you try again now and attack me using the wind blade? Okay, just focus on your spell, don't worry about hurting me. Afraid that Lin Li would worry about hurting him, Old Grim specially reminded him. Lin Li nodded, and his expression became serious. There was no recitation nor even the slightest sign. Lin Li raised a hand, and an icicle tore through the air. Driven by Lin Li's tremendous mana, the icicle was as fast as lightning. As soon as it was released, it disintegrated into the air, creating a blue stream of light. But as the stream of light approached Old Grim, it stopped without warning and just hung quietly in front of his chest. It was like there was an invisible hand in the air, catching it with an unparalleled speed. There was a smile of approval on Old Grim's face. Very well done, but it's still not enough this time. When you were teaching Betrayal a lesson a few days ago, you had unleashed a few spells consecutively, so you should have ample mana. Don't stop. This time, we'll change it to the wind blade. Release as many as your mana allows. Jirian touched his nose in spite of himself when he heard it. Okay. From the previous icicle, Lin Li knew that Old Grim's strength was fathomless and that it was impossible to hurt him with his own strength. Hence, he showed no mercy anymore, and the wind blades came one after another. In an instant, the shrill sound of tearing filled the air and dozens of wind blades fell down like raindrops. But all these wind blades, without an exception, were met with the invisible wall. None of them ever touched the corner of Old Grim's robe. With the strength of a legendary mage, it was impossible for Old Grim to be hurt by a few low-level spells. He didn't even require any magical shields. It was enough to protect himself from harm just by releasing his own mana, like what he had done when he'd saved Betrayal at the banquet. There was deep admiration in Old Grim's eyes as he watched Lin Li release the wind blades. Andoan's judgment was indeed right. This was a true magic genius, skillful and with an abundance of mana, just like Andoan in the past. The only difference was, he was much younger than Andoan had been back then and had a deeper understanding of magic. But as time went by and the wind blades Lin Li released were already in the hundreds, the admiration in Old Grim's eyes gradually turned to amazement. The mana of this young mage seemed to be overly abundant. Although the wind blade was just a level 1 magic, he couldn't afford to unleash it like this. The power consumed by more than 200 level 1 spells was already well beyond the reach of a level 9 mage. From the look on his face, the young mage did not seem to be tired at all. Over 100 level 1 spells was as easy as eating and drinking water for him. No wonder Andoan had mentioned many times that this kid was nothing but a monster. Old Grim thought he was talking about pharmaceutics, but now it suddenly dawned on him that Andoan was talking about the kid's freak mana. Jirian was laughing up his sleeve when he saw the look of amazement on Old Grim's face, and the thoughts in his mind were more or less sinister. It doesn't seem to be a big deal being frightened by this freak back then. See, I wasn't the only one. Now even the legendary mage is startled. Stop. When there were about 300 or 400 wind blades released by Lin Li, Old Grim finally called for a timeout. President Jirian, can you tell me, how long was his mana output when Felik was going through his level certification? Jirian paused for a while and crept beside Old Grim's ear. 28 minutes. What? Old Grim almost jumped upon hearing it. The look on his face was no different from Jirian's back then. He looked at Lin Li as if he was looking at a monster. In the face of such a freak with infinite mana, there was no difference whether it was an archmage or a legendary mage. In fact, they did not know that what they were feeling now had been felt by Andoan several times back in the Sunset Mountains. Old Grim wavered. He had wanted to find the root of the problem from the strength of the mana, but now it seemed that Lin Li's mana was infinite, and so that seemed doomed to be in the wrong direction. Actually, I feel that what Felik lacks most now is actual combat. Both of them were startled at Jirian's words. Lin Li mulled it over and realized it seemed to be true indeed. When he was in the Sunset Mountains, he was faced with different magical beasts every day. Beasts from level 4 to level 8, from manticores to wyverns. He was struggling on the delicate line between life and death almost every day. In this struggle, his magic level had improved dramatically. From a mage apprentice to a level 8 mage, it seemed to be just the blink of an eye, without feeling any hindrance at all. And then he got to Jerosa's city. There were better learning conditions, but the time he used magic was suddenly reduced. The number of real battles was pitifully few, a mere total of 3.5. In 3 of these, he had gained an absolute upper hand. The only time he couldn't win was the pure mental strength battle with old Merlin. But none of them had used any spells, and so, strictly speaking, it should only be counted half a time. At the same time, Lin Li's magic level stagnated all of a sudden. If he hadn't benefited greatly from the battle between the two archmages, he would still have been at level 8. Magic was such a strange thing. Having a huge mana and mastering a lot of spells did not necessarily mean a stronger fighting capacity. Many things could only be comprehended during actual combat. Just like pharmaceutics, someone who knew a large number of formulas was not necessarily a master of potions. He probably wouldn't be able to concoct a sobriety potion when it came to the application. President Jirian is right. Let's do it this way. I have nothing else to do these few days anyway. Why don't I help you improve your actual combat experience? This doesn't seem appropriate. Lin Li scratched his head and hesitated. You are the legendary mage. Isn't it the same as seeking death if I practice with you? Don't worry about this. I'll only use the strength of a magic shooter, and the spells I use won't be over level 10. Jirian was like an ant on a hot pan, glancing at Lin Li continuously. This little bastard will be the death of me. The legendary mage wants to deliberately suppress his power in order to give him advice, and he is still dallying there. If it was me, I would already jump on him directly. All right, Lin Li nodded and took a few steps back. Wait, Old Grim suddenly called out at this point. This habit of yours is really bad. Lin Li was about to cast an ice armor spell on himself when he heard Old Grim calling for a pause. He stood there dazed and asked in bewilderment, what habit? Retreating before you cast a spell. Old Grim pointed to the spot Lin Li stood at previously. You did the same thing just now when you were releasing the icicles, taking a few steps backward before casting the spell. This is a bad habit. A mage is not an archer. There's no need to distance yourself deliberately, and even more, so there's no need to make use of the surrounding environment to win a battle. A real mage can take control of the rhythm of the battle in an instant, at any distance, and in any environment. What we use is always our own strength. Lin Li listened quietly. He knew that this was indeed his shortcoming. His hunter profession in the endless world had brought him a good sense of rhythm, but it also brought him a lot of deep-rooted bad habits. For example, retreating before the battle out of habit. For example, adding the hastening spell on himself during combat, and using the delaying spell on his enemy to slow them down in order to maintain his advantage in speed. For example, placing too much emphasis on the distance between himself and the enemy, etc., etc. For a mage, there was no need at all to do such things. You must remember, in a mage's battle, there'll always be 2 kinds of rhythm, control and outburst. I'll keep that in mind. Lin Li nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, a shot of wind blade tore through the air. This time, he did not retreat at all. Haha, you've learnt fast. Old Grim could only use the power of a magic shooter, and it was no longer possible to block the wind blade with his mana alone. But the old man still looked unhurried, and almost as soon as the wind blade roared, the ice armor spell was summoned. The wind blade cut through the glittering ice and made a shrill noise. Old Grim's counterattack was quite different from Lin Li's. Under the protection of the ice shield, the old man began his recitations. His recitations were not fast, and even were slower than Lin Li's to some extent. But there was a sense of skill and fluency, with no pause in the middle. By the time the last spell fell, 7 arcane missiles had coalesced into shape. With a wave of his hand, the 7 arcane missiles fired at Lin Li at the same time. In an instant, the ice armor was shattered, and the elemental shield that was just propped up was reduced to a thin layer. It would only take 1 spell from Old Grim to break it completely. Lin Li was barely maintaining the functioning of the elemental shield, but there was no panic on his face. He retaliated with mana feedback that interrupted the casting rhythm of Old Grim. At the same time, he began to recite the spell for delirium, hoping to drag the combat into a match of pure mental strength. The surging mana of Old Grim slowed down abruptly following the mana retroaction from Lin Li. The 7 arcane missiles lost control and vanished in an instant. Old Grim still remained unhurried. His thin arm rose slightly, and a mental protection field rose. Under the safety of the mental protection field, Lin Li's delirium spell was like a stone thrown into a pond, merely creating ripples on the calm water. Both had amazing casting speed. One was swift and the other fluent. Lin Li was constantly challenging the limits of magic counterreaction by virtue of his superior mental strength. Old Grim relied on years of experience to minimize the length of the spell. Jirian, who watched from the side, exclaimed countless times in his heart. These two fellows, young and old, behaved nothing like a normal human being. It was a dazzling combat with a tremendous rate of casting. The transition between attack and defense was often made in the blink of an eye. Often, they cast a spell and would cast protection on themselves before the spell could even fall on the opponent. Old Grim was a legendary mage after all. Although he was using only the power of a magic shooter, the legendary level vision and experience were still there. The choices he made in between the counterattacks, seemingly casual, often hit Lin Li's vulnerable point. Not to mention that, in his long life, he had accumulated a huge amount of spellcasting skills. In the face of such skills, any genius could not help but appear feeble and futile. After the failure of the mana retroaction, Lin Li, who had been grappling for long, gave out at last. At the moment the mana retroaction failed, Lin Li knew it was a trap. Old Grim first used a lot of low-level spells to suppress Lin Li, and when Lin Li was so overwhelmed that he couldn't even lift his head, Old Grim departed from his usual style and cast a flaming storm instead. Lin Li was all too familiar with this level 9 spell. It had power comparable to that of the magic shooter and a horribly long recitation. Lin Li, who had completely lost the opportunity, had only two options in the face of this level 9 spell. One was to force out the elemental shield and be in a state of no protection from the elemental shield for about 30 seconds. The second was to risk being tricked again and carry on with another mana retroaction. Lin Li chose to take the risk, and then he was tricked. This was a classic example of deceit that was worth including in magic textbooks. As early as the moment the spell sounded, Old Grim had already cut off the mana output. Breaking off a spell was a skill that every mage needed to learn, let alone Old Grim, who was already a powerhouse in the legendary realm. For him, it was no more difficult to break off a flaming storm than to eat and drink. At this time, although the spell was still being recited, there was no mana output at all. Mana retroaction, of course, could only react against mana. For a magic spell that did not produce any mana, the mana retroaction was like a punch in the air and had no effect at all. Apart from a few low-level spells such as the Wind Blade, Icicles, and the delaying and hastening spells, most other magic spells had their own cooldown time. After one use, one had to wait for the cooldown time to pass before one could use it again. This process was called the spell cycle. Everything had its rise and decline, and magic was no exception. When a spell was used, it would surely go into depletion, and then await the next cycle. This was the law of things. Of course, the time was not definitive. Many mages were able to compress the cooldown time with skills and mental strength, but such compression was almost negligible in most cases. Even a legendary mage as powerful as Anduin could only compress the cooldown time of mana retroaction by 2 seconds, at most. And Lin Li, who possessed a sick mental strength, was in fact close to the legendary level in this aspect. He could almost do as much as Anduin could. But as far as the current situation was concerned, let alone doing what Anduin could do, even if he surpassed Anduin, it would be equally useless. Old Grim didn't even give him a chance to wait for the next cycle and proceeded to drown him in a large number of arcane missiles. In a zero-interference spellcasting state, it was similarly terrifying even with the strength of a magic shooter. The arcane missile shot down incessantly, and the elemental shield on Lin Li's body was extremely fragile. In a twinkling, the arcane missiles broke through the protection of the elemental shield and landed directly on Lin Li's body. Lin Li was barely hurt under the protection of the element's annihilation field, but there was a look of disappointment on his face. Since transmigrating, due to lack of actual combat, Lin Li had never been so miserable as he was today. The previous match with Old Merlin was more of mental strength, not to mention it was an absolute suppression of an archmage. Though Lin Li had lost in the end, it could be said to be a glorious defeat. But this time, Lin Li had lost, with nothing else to say. Throughout the battle, Old Grim did not use force beyond level 10. Even when he was using magic, he chose some of the lower level ones as much as possible. And the deciding factor, the mana retroaction deceit, left Lin Li chagrined. If he had been more composed then. Are you thinking you could have won if you had been more composed then? Old Grimm's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said what Lin Li was thinking. Yes. No. Old Grimm shook his head. You were composed enough. I could feel that you were struggling between elemental shield and mana retroaction, but it doesn't matter at all. Whether it was the elemental shield or the mana retroaction, anyone who enters the depletion cycle will undoubtedly lose. So, this has nothing to do with composure. There was a smile of admiration on Old Grimm's aged face. Actually, you're doing quite well at your age. Whether in skills or rhythm, you've already reached the limit of your age. I know you still possess an enormous amount of mental strength. Even I almost suffered with that delirium spell. In this spar, you've lost due to the lack of experience. Experience? That's right, experience. Old Grimm nodded and began analyzing the fight for him. I was actually affected by that delirium spell, but you were engrossed in the mental protection field and failed to judge the situation right. Didn't you realize? After casting the mental protection field, my casting speed was slower than usual. And why was that? That is because I had to divide some of my mental strength to suppress the negative effects brought by the delirium spell. Lin Li pondered over it carefully and realized it was indeed, as Old Grimm said. The latter's spellcasting speed had decreased significantly. If he had used a large number of low-level spells to suppress him then, the whole fight would have been a different story altogether. And that failed mana retroaction. If you have enough experience, it is entirely possible to judge quickly whether I was really releasing mana when I was reciting the spell. At this point, Old Grimm paused for a while before delivering the conclusion. President Jirian is right. You need actual combat. After pointing out Lin Li's shortcomings, Old Grimm identified the mistakes and highlights of the spar, then proceeded with a detailed analysis. It was almost evening by the time he finished. Old Grimm saw that it was late, so he fixed a time with Lin Li for the next day before he left the Emerald Tower and disappeared into the darkness. Old Grimm came every day in the days that followed. While Lin Li continued to make up for his lack of practical experience, the chaos carried on in Jirosa's city. The victory that day had put Jirian in a good mood. He insisted on taking a few bottles of awakening potion from Lin Li as a reward for the group of mages who burned the 2 merchant ships down. Under the incentive of the awakening potion, the crowd's enthusiasm surged. Almost every day before dawn, the group of mages would depart from the Emerald Tower straight to the Merlin family's businesses in the city. Unfortunately, the Merlin family had shrunk completely because of the devastating blow that day. Dozens of magic shooters and more than 100 mages were searching around Jirosa's city like a pack of hounds. Eventually, only a few abandoned businesses were found, as well as a few members of the Merlin family oblivious to the situation that dared to roam about at this sensitive moment. Under the threat of this horrifying force, the forces in the city were all the more miserable. They were living in fear every day, afraid that one of their men would offend the people from the Guild of Magic. This group of bastards was driven by bloodlust now. Anyone who provoked them would be poking at a hornet's nest. They were a group of real bandits, barbaric and unreasonable, especially those of the 6 underground forces. Except Old Odin, who had maintained a good relationship with the Guild of Magic all along, none of the remaining 5 forces were not in a state of apprehension. When the Guild of Magic was down and out, they had each done their fair share of treading upon them. Although not as arrogant as the Merlin family to the point of directly interfering in the guild's affairs, those wicked things done behind the scenes had long been remembered by all the mages. These days, the leaders of the several forces were praying every day. They had never been so devout before. They were just hoping that the madness of the Guild of Magic would pass over soon, or the Merlin family quickly wiped out. Otherwise, if it continued like this, they would be driven to insanity. Almost everyone was cursing. Not only that the Guild of Magic was a bunch of bandits, but also that the Merlin family was a herd of cowards. The most reviled of them all was Aaron Matsis of the Blood Brotherhood. He was really driven to the wall. Because of them running a few casinos with the Merlin family, it directly led to the people from the Guild of Magic smashing the casinos as soon as they saw one, regardless of whether the casinos were jointly run with the Merlin family or not. Aaron Matsis felt that he had been wronged. The bastards, Merlins, had offended the Guild of Magic, but somehow he was hurt as well. More than a dozen casinos controlled by the Blood Brotherhood were smashed in the week. Aaron Matsis' heart ached when he thought about it, and whenever his heart ached, he couldn't help but curse. *CKU, Merlin family. Your whole family was transformed from tortoises. You guys are at ease in hiding, while my casinos were smashed to ruins. If you have the guts, then hide forever. See how that old bastard, Jirian, is going to smash all your tortoise shells." Aaron Matz's words were blood and tears, almost spitting onto the Merlin family's face. But even so, there was still no news from the Merlin family. The forbearance was absurd to all the Gerosis forces. The Guild of Magic now was as arrogant as if someone had stepped on your head and peed in your face, and the Merlin family could still endure. This was just like the endurance ninja from Legends. Even within the Merlin family, perhaps only a handful of confidants, like Evan, knew that old Merlin endured only to wait for the duel that would take place a few days later. All the problems would cease to be problems after Cromwell killed Felix. The Guild of Magic's arrogance seemed to be stinking to the heavens, but in fact, they were nothing without the young mage. What about Jirian? Old Merlin was an archmage as well. The battle before the Emerald Tower had already proved that the two men were neck and neck. And with all the equipment hidden in the family, Old Merlin was even more confident of defeating the most powerful mage of Gerosis. Only Old Merlin, who had personally experienced the battle, knew how terrifying the young pharmacist was. It took only a bottle of blue potion to wipe out all his efforts. It was as if the winning ticket was held, but suddenly someone had struck you with a loud slap. What was most devastating to Old Merlin was that, after Jirian had regained his mana, the young pharmacist had even brought out an extra bottle as a backup. The feeling of despair was still etched in Old Merlin's heart. From that time on, he knew that to destroy the Guild of Magic, he had to kill the pharmacist first. So, Old Merlin had been enduring. He did not even say a word when the two merchant ships in the canal were burned down, because he knew that the chance he had been waiting for was coming. Old Merlin constantly had faith in the coming duel. Because his only son, Cromwell, had broken through to level 13 this morning. This breakthrough finally gave the guilty Old Merlin a glint of relief. Level 13 was a height that most mages could not achieve after a lifetime of hard work. Although this height was bought with no further progress for life. Looking at the confident Cromwell, Old Merlin kept a twinge of guilt in his eyes. "Cromwell, how do you feel now?" "Very good, father." There was a faint trace of hysteria in Cromwell's confident eyes. The waterfall strike at the Emerald Tower was engraved in his mind. For Cromwell, it was a disgrace for life. He remembered vividly how he could not resist in front of the mage named Felix and how he was thrown out of the Emerald Tower like a piece of garbage. So when Old Merlin asked him if he would like to carry out the family's secret ritual after he came back, Cromwell agreed without hesitation. He knew that once the ritual was held, he would run out of his full potential and would not be able to make any further progress in his life. But Cromwell knew well that this would bring him a powerful strength, enough to easily kill Felix. Cromwell was imagining the whole time during the ritual, when he appeared with a powerful strength, would the hateful mage also show a look of fear in his eyes like how he did when he was lying on the steps of the Emerald Tower, looking up at him? Cromwell was absolutely confident about winning this duel. He was intoxicated with the unprecedented powerful feeling after breaking through to level 13. He believed that no one in Gerosis' younger generation was his opponent, including Felix, who once made him feel fear. The shame in Emerald Tower had to be cleansed with blood. When he was answering Old Merlin, Cromwell began to plan in his heart how to kill his opponent as cruelly as possible. The humiliation through words alone was inadequate. It was not enough to wash away the shame on himself. The mage named Felix had to shed the last drop of his blood before he could die in endless pain and remorse. There are two pieces of equipment in the basement, in the third compartment on the right side of the door. I've told you before how to open it. Now go and take them out." "Yes, father." Moments later, Cromwell returned to Old Merlin with a mage robe and a staff. "These two things were meant to be given to you after you became a magic shooter." Little did I expect. Old Merlin looked at the two pieces of equipment and remembered that Cromwell would never be able to progress in his life. He couldn't help but feel dejected. "It's all right, father. I am also a magic shooter now." Old Merlin nodded. He stretched his hand and picked up the staff. "Even I have never used this ether staff before. It has been passed down in the Merlin family for more than 10 generations and can be said to be the most powerful piece of equipment in the family hoard. Look at this magical crystal. What do you feel?" "A powerful mana, at least level 15 or above." "Not bad," Old Merlin nodded. There was a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "This is a level 18 magical crystal. In addition to increasing the magic power, it also contains one of the biggest secrets that only the heads of the Merlin family in previous generations knew. This level 18 magical crystal can be activated by a special method, and when it is activated, you can get a chance to cast an overstepping spell of 5 levels. Cromwell hissed, sucking in a cold breath. What did an overstepping spell of 5 levels mean? Take himself as an example. He was a level 13 magic shooter. If the magical crystal was activated, he would be able to cast a level 18 spell. Such a terrifying level of spell would even be able to defeat Old Merlin and Jirian. And this soul branding robe. Old Merlin put down the staff and picked up the gray mage robe. It has magic resistance attributes. After wearing it, chances of you getting hurt by low-level spells will be much smaller. In addition, it also has space for 16 scrolls. Before the duel begins, I will prepare 16 scrolls for you. I get it, father. Cromwell looked at the 2 pieces of equipment with some disregard. He felt that Old Merlin was making a mountain out of a molehill. Now that he was a level 13 magic shooter, he might even be able to fight the leaders of the other mage families. That Felix was at most level 8 or 9 in strength. He did not need any equipment to aid him. He could easily crush Felix with his strength alone. Are you thinking I'm making a big deal of a fuss here? How could Old Merlin not see what Cromwell was thinking with that vision of his? It made Old Merlin helpless. Although Cromwell had grown up a lot after the setback at the Emerald Tower, his supercilious character had never changed completely. Father, I feel. Say no more. Cromwell tried to justify himself, but Old Merlin waved his hand wearily. There's one thing I haven't told you in order to avoid distracting you. That day, outside the Emerald Tower before Jirian came out, I tried to suppress Felix with my mental strength. Do you know what the result was? Cromwell looked at Old Merlin with surprise in his eyes. Old Merlin sighed. I wonder what kind of luck has struck the Guild of Magic to have such a genius with them. Not only is he a pharmacist, he also has an alarming magical talent. His mental strength is stronger than any mages I have ever seen. At that time, if I hadn't suppressed him with the strength of an archmage, I might have lost our Merlin family's face without waiting for Jirian to come out. For all his arrogance, Cromwell was not really an idiot. Especially after breaking through to level 13 in magic, he understood better than before what a powerful mental strength meant to a mage. Don't belittle your opponent. And don't forget, he's a pharmacist at the same time. Old Merlin carefully handed the 2 pieces of equipment to Cromwell. There are 7 days left before the duel, and you still have a chance to complete the final ritual. If you can break through to level 14 in these 7 days, the Merlin family is really going to win this duel. I get it, father. Cromwell nodded heavily. With the 2 pieces of equipment in his hands, he bowed himself out of the room and gently closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, inside the Emerald Tower, Lin Li had once again fallen under the arcane missiles. Looks like you need a little luck. Old Grim, who won, had a look of relief on his face. If he hadn't cast the spell too fast to trigger the bite of mana, he might have lost the combat. The young man progressed too fast. Andoin was right. He was a real magic genius. This speed of improvement was enough to make any mage jealous. At the beginning, he could use the strength of a magic shooter to triumph over him easily. But these days, Lin Li had made a leap from day to day. He had even required luck to win on this day. Every time he entered the hall, Old Grim would feel that he was standing in front of a stranger. That kind of feeling was too strange. They obviously looked the same, but the strength was completely different. It was less than 10 days from the beginning, when Lin Li had no ability to retaliate, to now, when he could exchange strikes with Old Grim himself. Old Grim lived 100 years and had never seen such a monster before. It was as if he had been born to learn magic. In particular, his terrifying combat talent gave Old Grim chills whenever he thought about it. This hurt his self-esteem. Old Grim felt incredulous looking at the young mage before his eyes. The same person couldn't even tell if a spell was really released a few days ago, but in the battle just now, he accurately judged Old Grim's intention with a mental confusion spell. He seized the brief pause after Old Grim's spell casting and successfully suppressed it with a few low-level spells. Old Grim's fear swelled as he watched Lin Li grow stronger day by day. He recalled the shot of Ice Blast earlier on. If he had not encountered the bite of mana, the one lying on the ground now would be him. I'm still too impatient. Lin Li recovered from the dizziness caused by the arcane missiles, but he was not in a hurry to get up. Instead, he sat on the cold floor and summed up his earlier failure. This was a habit he had developed in the recent days. After each failure, he would analyze the combat and look for the key to his failure. This is just one of the reasons. Old Grim shook his head. With your current mental strength, even if your casting speed is fast, it would be hard to encounter the bite of mana. You were just unlucky this time to encounter it. Your real problem lies in your mentality. You have been losing these few days. Today, you finally got the chance to win, so you'd inevitably be a little out of your mind. You wanted to beat me with that ice blast, but in that situation, I was already under the spell of the mana retroaction and couldn't cast any spells for 5 seconds. Although the elemental shield was still there, it had already blocked off several low-level spells. Why did you not continue to use low-level spells to suppress me then? You only needed 2 or 3 wind blades to cut through the elemental shield. At that time, why did you choose to recite the spell for Ice Blast that took 3 seconds long? Did you ever consider that if there was a mistake with the Ice Blast, then the opportunity you've managed to grab would slip away from you and even put you in a passive position throughout the combat? Lin Li carefully recalled the situation at that time. It was indeed just as Old Grim said. His mentality was unbalanced in the face of the coming victory. Old Grim's expression was stern. In his heart, he had already regarded Lin Li as his student. The bite of mana this time was by coincidence. However, a real powerful mage would never leave any chance to his opponent. Such is the battle between mages. One such coincidence can be fatal. Maybe you're much stronger than your opponent. You can win him 99 times in 100 battles, but that one time could kill you and you'd never have the chance to fight him another 99 times. Thank you. The old man's words fell into his ears, and Lin Li felt a twinge of gratitude in his heart. He knew very well that the experiences Old Grim mentioned were summed up in his lifetime. This was more precious than any magic knowledge, and no mage would be willing to speak of it except those who really cared about him. But, Felix, at this point, there was a smile of relief on Old Grim's face. Your performance amazes me. If it had been 2 days ago, I would never have expected you to push me to such a degree. I even secretly used a magic steel once earlier on. This is a level 14 spell. No wonder, Lin Li tumbled. I was thinking I had lost my elemental shield too fast. Haha, why don't we do it again? But this time you promise you won't use magic steel. Sure, Old Grim agreed readily. The battles with Lin Li these days had made him feel like he was a few years younger, as if he had returned to the days when he was a young man following the team of adventurers to every corner of Anril, hunting for magical beasts and precious herbs. At the same time, the old man nodded his head. Lin Li, sitting on the floor, had released 2 shots of wind blades with a swish. He had prepared the 2 wind blades for long, only waiting for Old Grim to accept the invitation. Old Grim had said that himself. A mage was not a knight and should cast a spell whenever possible. There was nothing to worry about bad manners as long as you could kill your opponent. A dead body was not entitled to talk about manners. Not bad, you learnt fast. Old Grim was not flustered. An ice armor was erected and easily blocked the wind blades released by Lin Li. It was then followed by a recitation that was unhurried yet remarkably fluent. Just as his spell was about to end, he suddenly felt an abnormal surge of mana. The raging fire element seemed to have frozen suddenly. Old Grim looked up and saw Lin Li's triumphant smile. This was a brilliant mana retroaction, released just a second before the end of the spell. It not only disrupted Old Grim's spellcasting rhythm, but also successfully consumed the duration of his ice armor. However, Old Grim did not panic. With a thin layer of ice armor, he resisted the suppression of the low-level spells that came after. The battle between the 2 men dazzled Jirian. Artful spellcasting techniques, precise time calculation, rapid attack, and defense changeover. All kinds of qualities were displayed incisively and vividly. Especially in these 2 days, as Lin Li's strength skyrocketed day by day, the battles became more and more exciting, making Jirian reluctant to leave. Unfortunately, he received a message from Kevin just as he was watching in excitement. The Shadow's Nest had once again barged into the Demon Fall Valley. Iserhole, you've got guts. In the guild hall, the furious Jirian slammed his fist onto the table and nearly smashed the crystal ball connecting to the Demon Fall Valley. In his towering rage, Jirian spoke to Kevin in the crystal ball in a shouting voice. What is the damn situation in the Demon Fall Valley now? They have around a dozen thieves that sneaked in from the Nightsong Forest. They destroyed 2 guard towers and took the mages in the towers hostage. Bloody hell. Jirian broke out in curses. After a while, he gradually calmed down. How many people have been taken hostage? A total of 4. Write a letter to Iserhole right now to request an exchange of hostages. Didn't we capture a few Shadow's Nest people last time? Exchange them. If they don't agree, you can increase the price a little. Anyhow, we must get our people back, Jirian said in one breath and paused before adding. There are 7 days left before the duel. You must hang in there. If you can't keep the outlying guard towers, give them up. We can recover them anytime. The most important thing is that you are all right. Kevin, who was holding his ground in the Demon Fall Valley, passed every day as if it were a year. Lin Li, who was in the Emerald Tower, felt like time was flying by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days were reduced to 1 day left. Accompanied by Jirian, Lin Li walked into the level certification hall once again. Old Grim had just left half an hour ago. Before he left, the old man's expression was somewhat hurt. In one afternoon, Lin Li had beaten him 4 times in a row, and each time was done neatly and efficiently. He'd even used magic steel on one occasion, but still failed to avoid a defeat. Even Jirian, who was wild with joy while watching, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Beast. Old Grim was a legendary mage. Though he used only the power of a magic shooter, it was hardly justifiable to beat him over and over again. Go and certify your level once more. With your current strength, you should have reached the magic shooter realm. At Old Grim's reminder, Lin Li suddenly remembered that he had not gone to certify his level for a long time. He wondered how much progress he had made after this period of tempering. Still the same empty level certification hall, still the same crystal ball protected by the mage weths. Under the eyes of Jirian, Lin Li once again pressed his hand on the crystal ball. As time went by, the light on the crystal ball became more and more dazzling. Lin Li had once again broken his own record. This time, the mana output was extended by a full 2 minutes to become a horrifying 30 minutes in total. 30 minutes. Jirian's jaw was wide open and looked as if an egg could be stuffed into it. He stared dumbfounded for long before asking incredulously, "You little bastard, are you still human?" To Jirian, this kid was a monster in human skin. The initial 28 minutes was enough to put people in despair. To think this beast in human skin could extend the time. Jirian was even wondering if this bastard would blow up the crystal ball directly when he came back in another few years' time. Before Jirian's dumbstruck eyes, the brightness of the crystal ball soared through level 9 without a doubt, and then went straight into the realm of a magic shooter. What drove Jirian completely mad was that the light still showed no signs of stopping after it had passed the realm of the magic shooter, and it broke through level 11 with an irresistible force. Damn, magic shooter, it indeed is the magic shooter. When the crystal ball's brightness rested at level 12, Jirian's screams almost lifted the roof off. Bloody hell, it's a level 12 magic shooter at that. Level 12? That much. Lin Li couldn't help feeling astounded. He had been practicing with Old Grim every day recently, and he could really feel his strength growing by leaps and bounds. But he had never expected the extent of his ascension to be so great. Not only did he enter the realm of the magic shooter directly, he also reached a height of a level 12 magic shooter in just over 10 days. Heck, you tell me, are you human? After practicing with Grim Burnside for a few days, you've jumped from level 9 to level 12. Jirian had gone totally insane, grabbing Lin Li's neck and shaking it with all his might. I've fought for decades, and had 800 if not 1,000 battles in total. So why have I never got promoted so fast before? How would I know? F***CK, this is inhuman. Jirian was extremely indignant, and looked at Lin Li with suspicion. If you continue practicing with Grim Burnside for another couple of days, will you break through to the Archmage realm directly? You're dreaming. Lin Li was at a loss whether to laugh or cry hearing Jirian's whimsical words. Right. Jirian chuckled embarrassedly as he wiped off the cold sweat that broke out on his forehead. To break through to the realm of an Archmage could only be said out of fun. If there was really such a good thing in the world, why did they need to study magic? They could just battle with a legendary mage like Old Grim or Andoin, who would probably be worked to death. In fact, Jirian knew that the root of Lin Li's achievements lay not only in his unique talent, but also in his diligence and accumulation. It could be said that Jirian had watched this talented mage grow up. From the level 8 mage, when he first came to the Guild of Magic, to the level 12 magic shooter he had broken through today. Jirian was perfectly clear how much sweat and effort Lin Li had put in the process. Not to mention the Emerald Tower. Even if you looked all over Gerosa City, There was probably no mage beyond level 8 who still practiced the basic skill of elemental sequencing every day, and more so no one would stay in the library for a whole day just to find a shorter spell. But Lin Li could. Jirian often found this genius mage staying in the room for a whole day. When asked what he was doing, his answer was actually practicing elemental sequencing. Gerosis was the famous city of chaos in northern Anril. There were 18 forces here, and a life full of splendor and various temptations. Even an honest guy like Kevin failed to resist the temptation and sparked off a relationship with the daughter of a wealthy businessman a few years back. But this young man, who was several years younger than Kevin, could resist the temptation. With his status as a potion master, the wealth of over 1 million gold coins on the crystal card, plus the strength of a level 9 mage, there would be countless ladies willing to throw themselves on him with him just standing around in the daylight square. But he did not, and was instead holed up in the Emerald Tower every day, studying magic or making potions, as if these were all his amusements. This made Jirian perplexed but pleased at the same time. The accumulation of diligence and perseverance finally broke out at once and led him to leap directly from level 9 to level 12. The combat with Old Grim was merely an inducement. Without his previous diligence and perseverance, even if the legendary mage personally guided him, he would only obtain some additional combat experience, which would not be helpful to the ascension of magic level. For Lin Li, the fighting over the past 10 days was like a key that opened the door to his dreams. Before this, he had been wandering in front of the door for a long, long time. After coming out from the level certification hall, Lin Li locked himself in his room once again. The duel with Cromwell would begin in a day's time. He had a lot of things to prepare before it. As Old Grim said, a truly powerful mage had to put an end to all accidents. Lin Li couldn't prevent all accidents by himself with his strength, so he had to prepare some items for himself. It was a must to wear the Robe of Wrath, which could carry 30 scrolls, and which he enchanted with magic resistance attributes using the Abyss Mithril Gold Rod. The space to carry 30 scrolls was a little unnecessary, but the magic resistance attribute was definitely what Lin Li needed. How could Lin Li have gotten away unharmed at Castellan Isaac's banquet if he had not worn the Robe of Wrath? After deciding on the mage robe, Lin Li fumbled about in the ring of endless storm again. But the result was embarrassing. Despite the extent he was rich to in the endless world, he had forgotten to prepare a set of equipment for his mage smurf. The Robe of Wrath was the only thing he had. So, Lin Li had to dig out the winter staff, which was the only equipment Anduin gave him. Although the tip of the staff was inlaid with a magical crystal from a level 8 frost troll, it was a handsome weapon for Lin Li, who had always loved ice spells. Lin Li suddenly saw two familiar things when he took out the winter staff from the ring of endless storm. It was a dirty canvas and a ring embedded with a black diamond. Lin Li vaguely remembered that the two things should have been offered by the Leviathan gorilla when he went to rescue Aina. The dirty canvas was quickly thrown aside by Lin Li, for he couldn't understand what was painted on it anyway, but he was delighted by the ring. This was something that carried a strong magical wave. When they found it in the tree hole of the Leviathan gorilla, Lin Li knew that it was at least on the same level as his Robe of Wrath. But after coming to Gerosis City, he had no use for it at the time, and he also had no time to use it. So, he had actually forgotten about it in the long run. Now that he had found it again, Lin Li decided to study it in detail. He first tried to input mana into the ring to see if he could trigger the magic attributes of the ring itself. This was general knowledge Anduin had taught him. If he was unable to judge the use of a piece of magic equipment, the best way to find out was to input mana into it. Under the stimulus of the mana, most magic equipment would reveal its own attributes. What Anduin had taught him was indeed true. Lin Li had just begun to input his mana into the ring when the black diamond inlaid on it began to emit a faint light. The light was strange, deep, and dark, like the eyes of the legendary abyssal demon. Lin Li's confidence rose seeing there was a reaction from the ring. He slowly began to increase the intensity of his mana output. It was a process that required patience. An overly intense mana output was likely to destroy rare magic equipment. But very soon, Lin Li found that he was being too careful. The intensity of mana output was constantly increasing, and the light coming out from the black diamond glowed brighter and brighter. But the true attribute of the ring was never revealed. Lin Li began to feel a little anxious. The increase of his mana output began to amplify from the previous caution to a subsequent full output. but the strange ring remained the same. F***ck? What birdcrap stuff is this? Lin Li knew his mana like the palm of his hand. At present, he was close to the maximum output of his mana. With such a massive influx of mana, even the most powerful magic equipment would be activated. How is it that this birdcrap ring had no response at all? Did I use the wrong method? The method of mana input did not work, but Lin Li was not discouraged. After all, this was only one of the ways to judge the attributes of a magic equipment. It was just the most widely used method. Apart from this, there were many ways to activate equipment. Some creators even deliberately placed traps on the magic equipment. Lin Li gently held the ring inlaid with the black diamond in his hand and began his attempt to penetrate it with his mental strength. It was just like when he was forging the gold rod. He could establish a subtle connection with the ring with the penetration of his mental strength. Mental strength was a sensitive and delicate thing. Through the trace of mental strength, Lin Li could clearly grasp any situation that was in the ring. Lin Li felt an anomaly the moment his mental spirit penetrated the black diamond. It was a bizarre feeling, as if the trace of mental strength fully incarnated into Lin Li himself, and that little black diamond had become the whole world. The world in the black diamond was just like the deep, dark light it gave off, bearing a strong, peculiar aura. Lin Li was aware of the abnormality as soon as his mental strength seeped in. There was an endless gloom all around. It seemed that no trace of mental strength could escape the darkness. A powerful attraction force, chaotic and violent, poured in from all directions, as if to tear the thread of mental strength to pieces. From the moment the powerful attraction force appeared, Lin Li knew he had done something stupid. The penetration of the mental strength was a very dangerous thing, not to mention doing it with a ring of unknown origin. If the mental strength was completely torn apart, even if he made great progress in magic in the future, it would not be able to make up for the flaw left behind in the mental strength. However, it was too late to regret now. Under the pull of the powerful attraction force, he was unable to recall that trace of mental strength. Lin Li could only try to steady his mind and control the mental strength with caution. Shuttling swiftly through the darkness, his goal was the only glint of light in the endless darkness. That glint of light was far ahead, faint and flickering, but exceptionally brilliant in the endless darkness. The powerful attraction force was tearing in all directions. The darkness swept past, and every now and then, there were voices husky and deep, whispering and murmuring, and everything was as if in a dream. And with these voices were all kinds of emotions, sadness, joy, laughter, and tears. These innumerable emotions seemed to pour into his mind all at once, and even with his sick mental strength, he almost collapsed in an instant. After barely managing to steady his mind, Lin Li felt cold sweat breaking out all over his body. The pure mental attack was more frightening than a magic spell. It took only one careless move to plunge himself into a state of eternal damnation. At this point, he had begun to regret venturing to penetrate the black diamond with his mental strength. The sudden influx of a large amount of emotions was frantically tearing at Lin Li's mental strength. At that moment, he felt as if he had completely broken down, or as if he were a schizophrenic, at one time laughing and at another crying. Accompanying the laughing and crying was a splitting pain. The pain that gushed out of the depths of the mind had nothing to do with the body. It was just the purest of all pain that couldn't be diverted nor relieved. He could only let it wreak havoc in his mind. Lin Li felt that he had gone insane under the inhuman suffering. No one knew how long this pain lasted. Perhaps it was only 1 second, perhaps it was a year. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, a ray of light tore through the endless darkness. It was as if a red sun rising from the east at the darkest hour before dawn, shining in all its splendor and filling the whole world with life and vitality. This was what Lin Li felt at the moment. After that wisp of light tore open the endless darkness, boundless rays of light permeated it all at once and cleared away the haze in an instant. The world became pure all of a sudden. The dreamlike voices disappeared and the various emotions were gone without a trace. Through the mental strength, Lin Li could feel a kind of peace and tranquility very clearly. Apart from the dazzling light, there was an immense void all around. There was neither time nor space around, only the purest and most primitive nothingness, as if it were all but for the purpose of making this piece of light exist. After a short respite, Lin Li extended his mental strength and examined the bright light quietly. With his recent lesson, he did not dare to be careless. Everything was done with caution. His tenuous mental strength was divided into dozens of feelers, probing around one by one. The light seemed to contain some kind of power and rules. It maintained a tenacious and unyielding resistance to the invasion of that trace of mental strength from Lin Li. This resistance made the invasion extremely difficult, and Lin Li had to control his mental strength to wander around in search of cracks to penetrate. This was a process that required patience. After a few thousand tries, a trace of mental strength managed to get through at last. The mental strength fused with the light the moment it succeeded. At the same time, there seemed to be a loud noise in the deeper part of Lin Li's mind. It was a complete fusion, as if a soldering iron had come down, and a unique imprint of Lin Li had been branded on the ring. The branding was more thorough than the one on the gold rod. The gold rod was only controlled by a trace of residual mental strength. However, this time, Lin Li left his own mental mark on the ring completely, making the ring part of his mental strength. To prompt it, he didn't need any mana or connection through his mental strength. A mere thought could activate the attributes of the ring. Good stuff. When the ring was branded with his mark, Lin Li knew exactly what kind of magic equipment it was. It never occurred to him that a level 8 magical beast like the Leviathan gorilla could come to possess such a powerful treasure. What was really powerful about this ring was that it could create an elemental channel in an instant. All the magical elements that might hurt oneself would be guided into this particular channel. The magical elements guided into it would then be stored in their complete form. Regardless of the elemental sequence or the magic structure, there would be no change. When needed, the owner of the ring could also release the stored magic by mana activation. The only thing that was regretful to Lin Li was that the channel could only be created once a day, and the magic that could be guided into it could not exceed his own level by 5. But apart from these two flaws, this ring with the black diamond was absolutely invulnerable. Not to mention the opportunity for a magic immunity, there was also an additional powerful magic spell on the house. If the ring was utilized well, with Lin Li's current strength, he might even have the chance beat an archmage. Not bad, not bad. After putting on the ring contentedly, Lin Li was grinning from ear to ear. It was only after a long time of elation that he suddenly remembered such a handy magic equipment had yet to have a name. Since it's used to immunize magic through a channel, I'll simply call it the Torrent of Elements. With this Torrent of Elements ring, Lin Li felt that he had no need to go to Jirian again. The Guild of Magic had been poor for years, and the only magic equipment it could bring out were probably the one that the man's family contributed. The magic equipment in the guild's warehouse either enhanced mental strength or supplied mana. What little enhancement did a monster like Lin Li, who was almost like a magical beast, need? Fumbling through the ring of endless storm again, there seemed to be no more equipment that could be used. So, Lin Li naturally had his mind on potions. After selecting several commonly used herbs, Lin Li hesitated for a while, and gingerly took out a black lotus petal. This was probably what they called character determines destiny. If Jirian were to fight in this duel, with the old man's arrogant character and an opponent who had been defeated easily before, he would have gone to the duel straight, without even bringing his staff. But Lin Li had always been cautious. Even facing Cromwell, whom he had easily beaten before, he would still want to be fully prepared before the duel. Although the black lotus petals were precious, they were not worth mentioning compared to his own life. Moreover, he would not be so naive to think that this duel would be easy. Old Merlin had seen clearly what happened in the Emerald Tower that day. With his vision, how could he not see that Cromwell was no match for Lin Li? He was not an idiot. How could he send the sole heir of the Merlin family to die knowing the disparity in power? Lin Li was almost certain from all these unreasonable points that the Merlin family definitely had something formidable up their sleeves for this duel. The Cromwell who would appear at the Daylight Square tomorrow would definitely be a lot stronger than the one he knew. There was a heavy mist in the potion lab. Lin Li was busying himself with a solemn expression on his face. He was about to concoct the Elixir of the Sages, a true master-grade potion. This was the first time Lin Li used a master-grade formula ever since he'd transmigrated. The previous sobriety potion and the arcane magic potion were merely medium-grade formulas. Even the awakening potion that allowed Jirian to stun old Merlin outside the Emerald Tower was only a product of a high-grade formula. A master-grade potion that made use of the petals of the Black Lotus was not to be mentioned in the same breath with the other potions he had concocted before. Even Lin Li, who was accustomed to using the flaming hands for heating, lit up an amethyst lamp today. This was a luxury item that a real pharmacy master was qualified to possess. The amethyst was by nature extremely sensitive to mana. By filling it with a low-level fire magical crystal, the temperature could be precisely adjusted through the use of mana. Half a small beaker of peace bloom succus was placed on top of the lamp holder woven by the eternal adamantine thread. As the temperature of the amethyst lamp rose little by little, the beaker containing the peace bloom succus gradually began to boil. Lin Li gently swung the test tube in his hands, carefully shaking the wild steel bloom succus up. But in his heart, he was carefully calculating the time taken for the peace bloom succus to boil. The elixir of the sages was a fragile thing, and would not allow any room for error. If the boiling time was too long, it would lead to serious volatilization of the potion, and the effect would be greatly reduced when used. If the boiling time was too short, its mind-calming effects would not be completely achieved. A bottle of elixir of the sages that could predict the future would likely become a maddening lethal potion. The wild steel bloom succus in the test tube was completely shaken up, which was also the moment when the peace bloom succus in the beaker turned from turbid to clear. Lin Li quickly poured down the succus of the wild steel bloom. The mixture of two solutions, one cold and one hot, not only fogged the potion lab, but also quieted the boiling liquid in the beaker in an instant. The wild steel bloom grew in dark, damp places and had some medicinal properties tending towards cold. It was suitable to be used to cool the boiling peace bloom succus. After pouring the wild steel bloom succus, Lin Li did not adjust the temperature of the amethyst lamp. According to his calculations, it would take at least 30 seconds for the liquid in the beaker to boil again. Although 30 seconds was not long, it was enough for him to complete a bottle of the potion. Lin Li used the silver knife in his hand and gently cut 4 stalks of Dracaena grass into portions of equal length. And then there was another cut, and a piece of terracone was cut in half. 1/2 of terracone and the 4 stalks of Dracaena grass were put into the beaker at the same time, and they floated lightly in the clear liquid. After all these, Lin Li released an ice blast, creating a cold mist on the potion table. The little black lotus petal was enveloped in that mist. Under the stimulation of the two distinct attributes, a hiss was heard. The cold mist dispersed almost instantaneously, while the temperature on the potion table was still hot. Lin Li was not flustered as he released another ice blast. The black lotus, which grew only in the extreme temperatures, naturally contained massive amounts of fire magical element. It did not look any different than usually, but once the medicinal properties were released, or when it collided with other magical elements, the blazing temperature could erupt. In an instant, if it was put directly into the beaker without any prior processing, it could probably evaporate the whole beaker of succus in an instant. After cooling down with 3 ice blast spells, the black lotus petal was frozen at last. Under the light, the frozen black lotus petal exuded a glittering mystery. However, Lin Li had no time to admire it. The 3 ice blast spells had used up 9 seconds of his time. When that piece of sparkling frost fell, the liquid in the beaker that was about to boil seemed to rest suddenly. No fog arose and no magical element stirred. Only a refreshing breath overflowed the beaker. There was a deep red glow in the previously clear liquid. This was the true color of the black lotus, as red as the fire, its own attribute. Lin Li heaved a long sigh of relief after finishing all these. This was probably the most tiring concoction ever since he'd transmigrated. Although the required skills were not profound, it demanded the precise control of time. Every step had to be precisely calculated in seconds, in particular the last 30 seconds where the cooling of the black lotus petal had to be completed. However, watching the full beaker containing the elixir of the sages standing there, Lin Li felt that all his tiredness was worth it. It was a master-grade potion using the black lotus petal. It would take only a small bottle to produce a time-warping effect, allowing the user to know in advance what would happen within 20 meters in the next 10 minutes. Even among the master-grade formulas, the elixir of the sages could be considered a true high-quality product. To some extent, forcibly distorting the rule of time was near to a miraculous realm. As long as a bottle of elixir of the sages was in his hand, Lin Li really did not believe that Cromwell would be able to hurt him in the following day's duel. The door of the potion lab opened suddenly as he was thinking of the duel. Jirian poked his head in and asked with an obsequious smile, "Felik, You are concocting potions again. Please cut the crap, President Jirian. Lin Li rolled his eyes in spite of himself. He knew the old fellow would find his way here. Ever since the arcane magic potion, Jirian's nose seemed to become more sensitive. As soon as he smelled something coming out of the pharmacy, the old fellow would rush in and watch at the side, waiting for Lin Li to prepare the potion so that he could fill his pockets with 1 or 2 bottles. Anyway, the old fellow was too thick-skinned to be driven away. After a few times, Lin Li simply paid no attention to him anymore. Moreover, it was really boring, waiting for the potion to boil. It seemed that time passed faster when there was someone nearby to talk to. As for the few bottles of potions he pocketed at the end, he'd just treat them as a payment for his company. But this time it was the elixir of the sages. Even he himself had to think it over time and again before finally deciding to concoct a bottle, so naturally it had nothing to do with Jirian. So, without waiting for him to open his mouth this time, Lin Li shook his head and rejected him. Don't think about it this time. I've prepared this for tomorrow's duel. Don't be a stranger, all right? A blush came to Jirian's aged face when his intentions were exposed, but with his character, it was impossible for him to acknowledge it. After laughing it off embarrassedly, he continued stubbornly. I saw that you've been in the potion lab for a long time and came to see whether there's anything you need. You could fool Kevin with that. Rascal, you don't know good from bad. I'm concerned about you. Jirian turned angry from the embarrassment and grumbled. At last, he was unwilling to give up and finally revealed his intentions. Is it true you only concocted 1 bottle? Lin Li only felt energy sapped from him. If it's really 1 bottle, then forget it. Seeing Lin Li's expression, Jirian knew that this time was out of the question, and he dropped the subject. For some reason, the more I thought about it these 2 days, the more I felt that something is wrong with the duel tomorrow. Do you think Matthew, that old jerk, has prepared some trap for me to jump into it? You can't place a trap as and when you like. Without sufficient strength, it's useless even if you really set it up. Lin Li shook his head, dispelling the doubts in Jirian's mind. The situation in Gerosis is too clear. You've already stepped on old Merlin's face, and that old fellow didn't even dare to make a sound. What are you afraid of? But there's no buts. I've also thought it through these few days. That day, there was only one reason why old Merlin forced me into a duel with his son, his hope that Cromwell could kill me in the duel. At this point, Lin Li stretched out 2 fingers. There are 2 benefits that arise from this. 1, to weaken the strength of the Guild of Magic. 2, to get rid of the threat of potions to the Merlin family. Jirian was still in doubt. Cromwell has the ability to do it. Maybe he does have. He's the only heir of the Merlin family. Should I kill him in the duel? Even if the Merlin family doesn't die, they'd be crippled. Old Merlin's not that stupid. But luckily, I'm not stupid either, and my luck's not too bad too. After practicing with Mage Grim for a few days, I've actually managed to climb to level 12 by accident. Even if old Merlin is formidable, he probably wouldn't have expected me to become a level 12 magic shooter. Of course, who would have expected? At the mention of this, Jirian felt seriously resentful. They were all mages. By what virtue could this little rascal progress so fast? Besides, I've prepared some petty stuff to surprise him in the duel tomorrow. With the torrent of elements ring and the elixir of the sages in his hands, Lin Li really doubted Cromwell could do anything to him. But just in case something happens, there was still worry on Jirian's face. After hesitating for a while, he clenched his teeth and fished out a necklace from his pocket. Why not wear this tomorrow? What's that? Lin Li was stunned for a slight moment, then reached out his hand to receive the necklace. Careful, this isn't expensive stuff, don't spoil it. Jirian was in great trepidation as he watched Lin Li handle the necklace carelessly. This green quartz contains a purge spell. Activate it with the mana when you use it. It will help you remove undesirable conditions caused by spells below. Level 10. You rascal must be careful with it when you use it. This was the only item Teacher Osric gave me. I didn't even use it myself. I'll lend it to you tomorrow, and when the duel is over, remember to return it to me. Thank you. Lin Li nodded and prudently kept the necklace close to him. All right, in this. Jirian pondered and took out a pile of scrolls from his pocket. Choose a few useful ones. They might come in handy when the time comes. Okay, leave it here first. I'll pick them out later. After taking out the 2 stuff that he had long prepared, Jirian was still somewhat uneasy and began nagging at Lin Li about the things he should pay attention to during the duel. The Jirian at this moment seemed to differ from the usually arrogant president of the Guild of Magic. He seemed like a long-winded old man with his wordy advice. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye. While the two men were talking, they heard the door of the potion lab ring. Lin Li went to open the door. As it turned out, it was Kevin who had returned. Why did you come back? Lin Li was slightly surprised seeing the wan expression on Kevin's face. Let me catch a breath first and tell you slowly. Kevin had rushed back overnight from the Demon Fall Valley and was already deadbeat. After entering the potion lab, he took in a few breaths and began explaining the purpose behind his return. I came back this time because of the hostages. Lin Li vaguely remembered that the Shadow's Nest had launched a sneak attack on the Demon Fall Valley around last week, not only destroying 2 guard towers, but also capturing a few mages. As soon as Jirian had received the news, he had asked Kevin to do everything he could to get the hostages back. He was asked to offer additional money if he couldn't exchange them with the hostages from the Shadow's Nest. Izerhole was unwilling to exchange. No, he's willing, but not exchange hostages with hostages. Kevin shook his head, and there was some helplessness in his expression. What Izerhole mean is, we can exchange for the hostages, but it must be done with potions. F***CK. Jirian's anger rose in an instant. What a grand dream he has. Wait. The old fellow was about to lose his temper, but was stopped by Lin Li. How do they know that the Guild of Magic has potions? Kevin carefully recalled and said with uncertainty, maybe the news got out from Jerosis. The middle-aged man that Izerhole sent seemed to have mentioned the arcane magic potion auction once. How many do they want? Did they clearly state what kind of potions they need? 10 bottles for a hostage, and they specified the elixir of empowerment. Then that's simple. Lin Li mulled it over and laughed all of a sudden. Go and reply Izerhole. Say that the Guild of Magic will accept his terms. 40 bottles of elixir of empowerment will be sent to him the day after tomorrow at the latest. Let him send someone to prepare for the exchange of the hostages. That won't do. Kevin had yet to speak when Jirian, who was at the side, got anxious. How can you agree to such terms so easily? It's obvious that the jerk, Izerhole, is trying to extort us. That's what I hope. Lin Li's smile was unfathomable. If he doesn't extort us, I really couldn't think of anything else at the moment to stuff him to death. This time, we have to let that fellow from the Shadow's Nest know that pharmacists are actually capable of killing. And the more impressive the pharmacist is, the more impressive the way they kill. The next day, Jerosis City seemed to be shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. With the exception of the Merlin family and the Guild of Magic, the leaders of the other 16 forces arrived at Daylight Square early in the morning. They put on their best clothes, as if they were going to a big dinner party. Whether it was the assassin leader or the casino tycoon, all of them seemed to get along very well on this special day. There was harmony in the Daylight Square. They talked about the changing weather, the chaotic Jerosis, the results of the arcane magic potion auction, but never about the duel. That was to come. At the beginning of the day, several streets near the Daylight Square were already blockaded. This was on an order issued by the Castellan Mansion and jointly executed by the 18 forces. No one could resist this force in Jerosis City. Vendors and residents were temporarily relocated, leaving only an empty Daylight Square. All those qualified to watch this duel were prominent figures in the Jerosis City, Castellan Isaac and his attendants, the leaders of the 18 forces and their henchmen, and several wealthy businessmen and celebrities in Jerosis City. The worst of them were at least eligible to attend the banquet at the Castellan Mansion. The grand scene left the assassin leader, Old Odin, with some regret. Why hadn't he taken up some celebrities' assassination requests before he came? In this way, he might have been able to earn some gold coins as an allowance after watching the duel. But he only entertained such thoughts in his heart. This was a duel between the Guild of Magic and the Merlin family. Even if Old Odin had 100 times more nerves, he wouldn't dare to challenge the two giants of Jerosis City, in particular the current Guild of Magic. Old Odin was in no condition to provoke them. Backed by the wealth of the 18 forces, temporary stands were built overnight at the southern end of the Daylight Square. A polished marble table was arched around less than half of the Daylight Square. The previously harmonious atmosphere in the square immediately became quite distinct after a group of celebrities ascended the stands. The 6 underground forces and the 10 mage families were sitting at the top of the stands with the best view. Among them, 3 of the most prominent positions were left for Castellan Isaac, President Jirian, and Chief Matthew. The 3 most powerful men of Jerosis City should naturally sit in the most prominent positions. Even Isra of the man's family and Reuben of the Saruman family did not dare to lay their hands on these seats. Among these forces, there was also a hierarchy. Among the mage families, Isra and Saruman were the closest to the 3 seats in the middle. As for the 6 underground forces, Old Odin was the leader. After the rise of the Guild of Magic, this old friend of Jirian was suspected to be the leader of the 6 underground forces. As for the rich businessmen and celebrities, they naturally sat below the 18 forces as befitting their position in Jirosa City, where they had always been trampled by the 18 forces. What followed was a long wait. It was as if the Guild of Magic and the Merlin family had agreed beforehand. None had shown up at the Daylight Square. Although the leaders of the various forces on the stands waited anxiously, no one dared to complain, including Matsis of the Blood Brotherhood. Although he did dare to lash out at the leaders of the 2 powers behind closed doors, calling Jirian a lunatic and Old Merlin an old turtle. Once he was in the stands, he would not dare to insult either of them even if someone lent him 100 guts to do it. Amidst the anxious and helpless waiting, 2 figures finally emerged from the end of the streets. Cromwell was wearing a gray robe and clutching a staff embedded with magical crystals in his hand. His handsome, young face was brimming with confidence as he strolled through the streets with a radiant smile. On the contrary, beside him, the powerful archmage Old Merlin looked somewhat aged and tired, and the smile he showed from time to time carried a hint of bitterness in it. When the old and the young entered the square, several of the strongest people on the stands, such as Reuben from the Saruman family, Isra from the man's family, and Andrew, the Castellan's mage, felt almost at the same time that Cromwell seemed a little out of the ordinary today. Cromwell was the sole heir to the Merlin family, and also a famous genius mage in the younger generation of Jirosis, so the man's family and the Saruman family had paid close attention to him every day. At the same time, the 2 men also had to admit that Cromwell was really good, having the strength of a level 7 mage at such a young age. But when Cromwell showed up today, the 2 men suddenly realized they did not recognize him anymore. Is this person really Cromwell from the Merlin family? Isra and Reuben looked at each other incredulously. If it was really Cromwell, how could they be frightened by the aura he exuded? Both of them were powerful figures, and it would never be just a level 7 mage who made them feel the fear. At least level 14. The voice of the black-robed mage, Andrew, sounded from behind and startled both Isra and Reuben. Apart from Jirian and Old Merlin, Andrew was definitely the most authoritative mage in Jirosis. Now that even he had said so, Cromwell's strength must have grown by leaps and bounds. How is this possible? Although Reuben specialized in conjuring, the Saruman family had its roots in magic after all. How could he not know that the ascension of magic level was by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2? In addition to the accumulation of mana and the training of skills, a great deal of time was required for research. He had not thought, not even in his dreams, that there would be someone like Cromwell who went up 7 notches in a month. For a moment, the looks of the 2 family patriarchs were somewhat complicated. They were the first 2 forces to swing to the Guild of Magic at the auction for the arcane magic potion. To some extent, they had been tied to the Guild of Magic. Cromwell having level 14 in magic was definitely no good news to them. Just as the 2 men were feeling complicated, another 2 figures appeared at the end of the street. It was also a pair of an old and a young. But compared to the previous pair, the old looked full of confidence while the young was helplessly shaking his head, sighing. Jirian's presence always seemed to carry a sense of humor. The fellow shouted at Old Merlin from a distance before he entered the square. "Good morning, Matthew. You were too scared to sleep last night, weren't you? Look at your dark circles." Half of the force's leaders on the stand fainted on the spot. Could this old fellow be more arrogant, more unmannered? "Jirian, you're like a fly." Old Merlin's face was livid. He shot a cold glare at Jirian and walked straight up to the temporary grandstand. "Matthew, don't be in a hurry to walk away. Can't we have a little more talk?" Jirian refused to give up. He promptly followed Old Merlin onto the stand and plopped into the seat that was prepared for him. He even winked discreetly at Castellan Isaac, who was sitting in the middle, beckoning him to make way so that he could get closer to Old Merlin. Lin Li stood in the middle of Daylight Square, shaking his head resignedly as he watched Jirian's overstaffed figure from the back. Now that both of them have arrived, let me, the overseer, say 2 words. Isaac ignored Jirian's harassment and rose from the marble seat, his voice booming over the square. A month ago, the Merlin family and the Guild of Magic had agreed on this duel. I, Isaac, am honored to be its overseer. I will do everything in my power to maintain the fairness of this duel. Now, allow me to introduce both sides of the duel. They are Felix of the Gerosis Guild of Magic and Cromwell of the Merlin family. Isaac's voice had just dropped when there was a burst of applause from the stand. This was dedicated to Cromwell and Lin Li. In this chaotic city of Gerosis, people only respected the strong and courageous. Whatever his status, the duelist who dared to walk into Daylight Square was entitled to all the applause. Isaac took his seat amidst all the applause, but his face was full of worries. After this duel, Gerosis City would no longer have peace. Old Merlin stood up with a weary look. His voice sounded hoarse, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. I only want to say, whoever humiliates the Merlin family will have to pay the price. In the condemnation of old Merlin's double-edged remark, Jirian naturally rose to his feet. The smile on his chubby face was still there, but his voice spread like muffled thunder under the effect of magic. *CK the Merlin family. So what if I humiliate you? The Daylight Square suddenly quieted down. There was a startled expression on everyone's faces. No one knew what exactly had happened, and they merely stared blankly at the two archmages. Old Merlin's face was livid and his eyes were fixed on Jirian as if they were about to burst into flames. Had it not been for Castellan Isaac sitting in the middle, holding the two men down, perhaps there would have been another battle between Gerosis' most powerful mages on the stands before the duel below started. Forget it. I shall not teach you a lesson for the time being. I'll settle it with you after the duel ends. Jirian, who was just chewing out old Merlin earlier on, swore in a fit as if he was the victim now. Only with Isaac's persuasion did he sit indignantly in his place. There was a lot of drama on the stands, but Lin Li's attention had been on Cromwell. Cromwell, on the other side, seemed to be very different from the past. Surrounding him was a powerful aura, something Cromwell had never had before. The magical wave emanating from him was even more powerful than Lin Li's own. The Merlin family is indeed impressive. Feeling the surprise from Lin Li, a cruel smirk appeared on Cromwell's confident face. He had been waiting so many days for the moment when he would step onto the Daylight Square. He relished the surprise in Lin Li's eyes, and hoped that the mage who had humiliated him would show the expression of despair and fear in the face of absolute power in the ensuing duel. The humiliation caused by the waterfall strike in the Emerald Tower had always been deeply engraved in Cromwell's heart. He could still remember how Lin Li had looked at him with condescending disdain, not regarding himself as a level opponent at all. The waterfall strike had knocked him out of the Emerald Tower, which seemed to him like throwing out a bag of garbage. Long time no see, Mage Felix. Cromwell greeted him in exactly the same way as when Lin Li was leaning over him on the steps of the Emerald Tower. Cromwell's heart was full of anticipation when he said that sentence. He anticipated seeing the expression of fear on his opponent's face, like how he did when he was lying on the steps. Long time no see, Mage Cromwell. Unfortunately, Lin Li disappointed him. The surprise in his eyes was only fleeting, and it was followed by a smile that Cromwell abhorred. This polite, yet condescending smile instantly reminded him of his humiliation. I hope you can still smile later. A faint gleam of malice was revealed in Cromwell's narrowed eyes. Same to you. Just as the two were head-to-head with each other, Castellan Isaac rose from his seat once again. As the overseer, I declare that the duel begins now. As soon as Isaac's voice fell, Lin Li sensed a violent wave of magic. Then, he saw Cromwell lift his staff, and a ball of fire with a flaming tail in tow was roaring towards him. Damn! Lin Li propped up his elemental shield, while secretly regretting sneaking an attack on him with the waterfall strike. Not only did it trigger the battle between Gerosis' most powerful mages, he even taught such a guy like Cromwell to be smart. He even knew how to play a preemptive strike. Now, when the ball of fire hit the elemental shield and stirred up a dazzling spark, Lin Li couldn't help but startle. When did this fellow become so strong? Just a fireball had almost caused his elemental shield to collapse. He was probably nearing the strength of a magic shooter. After barely receiving the fireball with his elemental shield, Lin Li dared not have the slightest negligence anymore. He prepared a wind blade in each hand, but was not in a hurry to release them. He was waiting for Cromwell to begin his spell recitation. The smile on Cromwell's face deepened after the fireball. Although it failed to crack down the elemental shield completely, it gave him a good sense of his opponent's strength. A mere level 12. In Mage's battle, a difference of more than 2 levels almost meant that it would be a crushing of one side. Cromwell already had full confidence in winning this duel. He cast an elemental shield on himself too, then began reciting at the full height of his voice. When the light of the elemental shield shone, a wry smile appeared on Lin Li's face. This fellow had really smartened up, but now his arrow was fitted to the string, and he had no choice but to fire. The two wind blades tore through the air with a piercing sound and bumped into the elemental shield. That was on Cromwell without suspense. Lin Li knew very well that the two wind blades wouldn't do any damage. With Cromwell's strength being close to that of the Archmage, the elemental shield that he held up could probably withstand even a level 15 spell, not to mention the two level 1 wind blades. So, Lin Li did not dare to hope for any results at all. As soon as the two wind blades were released, he also began a long recitation. With his massive mental strength, Lin Li barely caught up with the progress of the spell. Both of them completed a level 9 flaming storm almost at the same time. Boom! Boom! The blares sounded almost concurrently. In an instant, a fire rose in the middle of Daylight Square. The earth-shattering collision between the two spells had everyone on the stands exclaim loudly. With the exception of a few, no one thought that they would see a battle of this level today. Before arriving at the Daylight Square, almost everyone's impression of them was that of young geniuses. They had talent and strength, but it was only among the younger generation. Little did they think it would be a battle that could rival the level of the Archmages fighting. Just look at their skillful and rapid spellcasting technique and the powerful magical wave they released. These people even had an illusion. Was it Jirian and Matthew who were battling in their stead? Both were hit almost simultaneously by the flaming storm, but the results were different. The elemental shield on Lin Li was instantly broken by the crush of the magic level and the previous impact of the fireball. Cromwell, who was also standing in the midst of the flames, had maintained the faint halo on his body all the time. The gap between the two levels was exposed in a flash. Are you still able to laugh now? Cromwell revealed a cruel smile, pointing at Lin Li with the ether staff in his hand. The magical crystal at the tip of the staff glowered in a blue light, and the roar of an icicle followed. At this moment, half of the audience's hearts were clenched. Most local forces were related to the Guild of Magic. Jirian, who was sitting on Isaac's right, tightly clenched his fists. As an Archmage, his vision reached farther and was clearer than others. Jirian knew Cromwell was nearing the strength of an Archmage with that fireball he released. And sure enough, he had also had the absolute advantage in the clash of the flaming storm afterwards. Now that Lin Li's elemental shield had been broken, even if he topped it up with the ice armor spell, it might still be difficult for him to receive this icicle. And then Jirian indeed saw the ice armor propped up in front of Lin Li. But for some reason, Jirian could feel that there was something wrong about this ice armor. At the moment when the ice armor was propped up, the icicle had been shot. TCH. At the instant the icicle came in contact with the ice armor, a piercing sound rang through the Daylight Square. Phew! Jirian heaved a long sigh of relief, for he already saw that after that icicle hit the ice armor, it did not break it down as he had imagined, but swept past the glittering ice, bringing with it pieces of ice debris. It was then that Jirian understood why he'd felt there was something wrong with the ice armor earlier on. The angle at which the ice armor was propped up was changed by shifting the elemental sequence. Kudos to this kid for thinking of it. The ice armor propped up obliquely would naturally be more advantageous than the one propped up on the front in the face of an oncoming icicle. The smile on Cromwell's face froze as he failed to score with the icicle. He had never imagined that his opponent would fend off the icicle in such a way. There were gasps of awe from the stands, and the smile was still on Lin Li's face. Perhaps only he knew that he had no need for the ice armor. He could totally receive the icicle with the strong magic resistance attributes of his Robe of Wrath. However, he didn't want to reveal the secret of the Robe of Wrath so early. He wanted to surprise Cromwell with it at a more critical time. After a short spell cycle, Lin Li had gained a new elemental shield. At least on the surface, both sides were back to the same starting line once more. But the disparity of 2 levels still existed. Just as Lin Li was putting up his elemental shield again, Cromwell began another round of outbursts. This time, he made use of a large amount of low-level spells. Even if his mental strength couldn't be compared to that of Lin Li's, with an absolute dominance in level, The amount of instantaneous spells he could release was definitely not less than Lin Li's. Numerous wind blades and arcane missiles landed unceasingly on the elemental shield, stirring up ripple after ripple on the sheer layer of light. And under this storm-like attack, Lin Li's counterattack was equally sharp. Mind control, delirium. The harassment was so varied and numerous that Cromwell had to divert his attention to set up a mental protection field. Lin Li released a few wind blades from time to time, constantly trying to weaken the elemental shield on Cromwell. In an instant, magical elements rose from the square. Magic runes were scattered among the brilliant lights and shadows, and various magic spells collided with one another, sparking off dazzling sparks in the daylight square. President Jirian, the situation doesn't seem good. Do you think Felik would have? The man's family was the first to swing to the Guild of Magic. The battle in the middle of the square was heart-wrenching to watch for Izura. There was worry in the young patriarch's voice as he watched the various spells released by Cromwell raging on wildly, while Lin Li could only struggle for survival with an elemental shield. What would have? Open your eyes wide and watch. In less than a minute, Felik will kill that idiot Cromwell. Jirian glared at Izura, but his heart was in flames. Coming to tell me something doesn't look good in this critical moment. You're AF * King Crow, aren't you? Jirian, what's the use of losing your temper here? The situation now is clear even to a blind man. Your mage, Felik, won't be able to hold out for long. Old Merlin's lukewarm voice fell into Jirian's ears and immediately angered him. Matthew, you fool. I don't want to argue with you, but you'd better keep your mouth shut. Don't make me angry, or your tortoise shells may not be able to protect you. Aaron Matsis, who was sitting below them, felt chills on his back when he heard the words tortoise shells. Jirian, there's no point in shouting here. Strength is strength. There's no use getting angry. In the middle of Daylight Square, Cromwell had taken the absolute advantage. A large number of low-level spells formed an elemental storm, devouring the faint halo of the elemental shield. After a long period of forbearance, they were finally yielding some good results today. Old Merlin was in high spirits, such that he could not even care about the insults between Jirian's words. Cromwell's advantage was simply too great. The continuous magic strikes had shaken the elemental shield that Lin Li had just erected. If it hadn't been for the previous mana retroaction to delay time, he would have been hit directly by Cromwell's spells. Cromwell laughed wildly in the blaze of magical light. The endless elemental storm seemed to have served as an outlet for him to vent all the humiliation he had gotten in the past month. The feeling was simply delightful. He even hoped for his opponent's elemental shield to collapse slower, so that he could enjoy the destruction process to his heart's content. Looking only at the current situation of the duel, perhaps even Jirian had to admit that Lin Li had sunken into an impasse. It was an overwhelming dominance, with no strength to fight back at all. At the beginning, he could use auxiliary magic spells to fight back. But after Cromwell had set up a mental protection field and unexpectedly consumed 2 scrolls, Lin Li had no chance to deliver his strikes anymore. The only thing he could do now was to constantly switch between ice armor and elemental shield, and occasionally delay time with the mana retroaction of the previous spell. Otherwise, he could only watch Cromwell unleash the spells one by one, letting them shine brilliantly upon contact with the elemental shield. Boom! Another fireball exploded on the elemental shield. The impact of the huge force sent Lin Li a dozen steps back. The flames were burning all around, and the light on the elemental shield was dim. In the midst of the burning flames, Lin Li seemed to hear a shrill piercing sound tearing through the air. The collapse of the elemental shield and the mana retroaction of the ice armor spell all happened within the cooldown time. Lin Li could only watch helplessly as the wind blade cut through his leg. TCHH. There was only a slight sniffle, and then Lin Li felt a tingle in his leg, followed by a sharp pain. His right leg seemed to lose its strength suddenly, and he knelt down weakly on the square. Cromwell emerged from the flames and stared at Lin Li, who was kneeling on the ground. His face was filled with the satisfaction of successful revenge. The smile on his face was distorted and ferocious in the light of the fire, like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. Long time no see, Mage Felik. Ha ha ha. In the midst of his frenzied laughter, Cromwell shot out another wind blade. And this time, the target was Lin Li's left leg. Then there was only a splatter of blood, and Lin Li lost the support of his left leg. He was like a wooden stake, falling to the ground with a plop. There were gasps of surprise from above the stands. It was obvious to everyone, including Castellan Isaac and the host of rich businessmen and celebrities, that the outcome of the duel had been decided. Many of them had expected the young pharmacist from the Guild of Magic to win instead of Cromwell. At this point, the chips were down. Old Merlin stood up proudly, applauding towards the middle of the square where Cromwell stood. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced, unintentionally or intentionally, at Jirian. I've already said, there's no use getting angry. Strength is strength. Hearing Old Merlin's annoying applause, Jirian's face was already livid as he was trying to hold his emotions in. But even Jirian, who had infinite confidence in Lin Li, had to admit at this point that the outcome of the duel in the square had been decided. The gap between the two levels was irreparable. The reason why Cromwell had yet to kill Lin Li was just so that he could enjoy the fun of a cat catching a mouse. Castellan Isaac, if the Guild of Magic admits defeat, will it end this duel? Almost everyone thought they had misheard it when Jirian uttered the sentence. Is this really Jirian from the Guild of Magic? That Jirian, who never bowed down to any force even in the most desperate days of the Guild of Magic? Jirian could only smile bitterly in face of the surprised looks from everyone. How could he not see with his vision that the chips had been down for duel in the square? The only difference was Felic's life and death. There might still be a chance if he admitted defeat. If he did not, then Felic would no doubt die. They had been together for more than a month. Even though they made no difference between the senior and junior when they talked to each other, in Jirian's heart, he had regarded this young mage as his own nephew. He couldn't just watch him die. In order to save him, Jirian even laid down his dignity and bowed down to the Merlin family for the first time. However, Isaac's reply was exceptionally cruel. I'm very sorry, President Jirian. I have to uphold the fairness of the duel. A request to end the duel must be agreed upon by both sides. Which means, if Chief Matthew agrees. Jirian, if you kneel before me, I might consider your request. Old Merlin roared with laughter, relishing the fun of teasing Jirian. He had not enjoyed the pleasure of Jirian bowing down in front of him for a long time. Ever since the battle outside the Emerald Tower, the Guild of Magic had been above the Merlin family. From then on, Jirian had been taking the initiative in the confrontation between the two of them. You. Jirian stared fixedly at Old Merlin, who was laughing away. It almost seemed that flames were about to burst from his eyes. He had even released a trace of mana a moment ago, wanting to blast a fireball at Old Merlin's repugnant smiling face. But at the next moment, he saw Lin Li's bloody legs, and Cromwell who was closing in on him. The trace of mana that Jirian released vanished without a trace, and the furious expression on his face gradually turned to hesitation. Cromwell's face was full of satisfied smile. Mage Felic, can you still stand? Come over and see for yourself. Lin Li tried to squeeze out a smile on his face, but it accidentally touched a wound, making the smile look unusually unsightly.